After being dumped by my materialistic girlfriend, I awakened a black tech system. Started by handcrafting a transforming race car right in the rental apartment. At the competition site, everyone was waiting to see me make a fool of myself. After all, my opponent was a top-tier Formula 1 driver. But when my car not only didn't slow down on the curve, but transformed to use airflow to navigate the turn, my worldview collapsed. This isn't even a competition, it's a dimensional suppression strike. Waiting for me at the finish line were not only the champion's trophy but also a special appointment letter from the National Academy of Sciences. 1. I'm a student, not an alien. Jiang Chen, I don't want to lower my standard of living. You're great, but I think compatibility matters most. Kyoto Berlin University Playground. 20-year-old Jiang Chen watched as his girlfriend got into someone else's Ferrari, feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart. Though they hadn't known each other for long, Jiang Chen had given it his all. She loved excitement, so Jiang Chen took up extreme sports. She said she liked nights, so Jiang Chen bought a Kawasaki. But in the end, not only were the savings accumulated over the years gone, she ended up in someone else's Ferrari, ringing in the new year on top of someone else. Her. What a scheming tch. Stop brooding, man, you're still young. No need to hang yourself on one tree. Though a bit broke, you've always been the face of Berlin University in my eyes. With your mechanical engineering knowledge, you'll learn enough to find 8 girls like her. Beside him, Sheen Foam, the roommate wearing a Rolex watch, walked over leisurely. Jiang Chen simply smiled faintly. How could he even say such things? For someone like him, is money really that easy to make? I've spent years tightening bolts with my mechanical knowledge, only to end up with a second-hand Kawasaki. How many years will it take to make her regret it? What's with the gloom? Great news, I just personally secured a massive order for you. The payment is 1 million. Interested? Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. 1 million yuan, enough to buy a Ferrari. However, orders of this magnitude usually imply either mortal danger or unimaginable fortune. Jiang Chen didn't believe in the latter. He cautiously asked, what exactly needs to be done? Assemble a race car. The requirements aren't high, F1? Make sure it leaves competitors eating dust. Secretly telling you, this was personally posted by the campus belle. You better not miss this opportunity. Put. Forget about romance first. Try keeping up with an F1 race car's taillights. We're talking speeds up to 300 kilometers per hour. You make it sound like assembling a fighter jet. The only thing that could surpass this acceleration speed might be China's J-20 stealth fighter. I'm just a college student, not some research heavyweight. Even if the old-timers from the Chinese Academy of Sciences came, they wouldn't have absolute confidence. Just as Jiang Chen thought working on an assembly line was more reliable, a mechanical voice suddenly surfaced in his mind. Ding, detecting host encountering difficult challenges, divine-level technology system binding complete. Congratulations on receiving the newbie gift pack, Dimensional Racing Pack, Dimensional Workbench X1. Wishing the host a successful counterattack. As the voice finished speaking, Jiang Chen's breathing became rapid. A flood of technological knowledge that didn't belong to this world, something only seen in movies, flashed through his mind. He clicked open the virtual system interface visible only to himself. Unpacked the Dimensional Racing gift package. In an instant, a dazzling array of items filled his vision. Ghost racing blueprints, along with related materials, energy cores, superconducting needles, and more. Create with the workbench, it only takes a day. Hey, are you even listening to me? I took the job for you, so don't embarrass me, or I won't be able to hang around school anymore. Jiang Chen's face was brimming with joy. Xin Feng's anxious voice came through as well. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Jiang Chen patted his chest. Heaven itself was spoon-feeding him this opportunity, it'd be rude not to take it. He immediately got up and headed back to his own home. This is a high-rise building near the city's edge. It's sparsely populated, with barely any lights on at night. Jiang Chen bought a unit on the first floor that included a small courtyard, not large, just 30 square meters. It's plenty big enough for racing cars. Click on the system bar. Place the workbench. Next comes the enjoyable time of building the car. The Ghost Racer, based on the system's image demonstrations and detailed descriptions. This was very similar to a movie Jiang Chen had seen before. Jiang Chen was confident that surpassing F1 in speed wouldn't be a problem. He placed the workbench in the center of the courtyard and examined the steps required for crafting. To his surprise, he discovered that the workbench could actually produce dimensional technologies far beyond Jiang Chen's theoretical understanding. Talk about a sparrow pecking at an ox's balls, damn impressive. Numerous powerful and unfamiliar technologies flooded Jiang Chen's vision. For example, the Iron Man-style mechanical armor, giant mechanical lizards, and so on. However, the materials required are extremely demanding: carbon fiber optics, lithography machine-grade chips. As of now, lithography machines haven't even been born in Dragon Country yet. The other technologies in this system are simply fantastical. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen gathered his thoughts. At the moment, the most important thing was to complete the school belle's order first and earn his first million. They say Narcissus doesn't bloom, it's all just pretending to be garlic. Jiang Chen wanted his ex-girlfriend to know that the consequence of pretending to be garlic is waking up crying from dreams after leaving him. The corners of his mouth murmured assembly instructions. Jiang Chen used his willpower to drag the materials onto the workbench. The 1-meter-tall mechanical workbench began operating. Phantom Racer shell assembly in progress. Calibrating millimeter steel plate material data. Installing nuclear power propulsion unit. Installing superconducting exhaust. Assembling omnidirectional carbon fiber safety system. The workbench emitted a roaring sound. Displayed at the bottom, 12 more hours needed for assembly completion. Jiang Chen stretched his back, his entire body cracking from a day's exhausting toil. He lay on the bed, opened his phone, and inadvertently came across the woman who had stabbed him in the heart. Duffy's social media post. So happy today. Brother Ling came to pick me up in a Ferrari. Although I wept so loudly from being moved, I can't wait to go with him to the Asian circuit racing event tomorrow. Below was an accompanying photo. It was a smile Jiang Chen had never seen before. And lace-eyes gaze. After just one glance, Jiang Chen's heart felt as if it had been yanked. That feeling was unprecedented. It was like seeing a pile of garbage stuck to one's face. Kyoto, Asia Circuit. A boy in racing gear, decently handsome, walked towards Sui. Without even lifting her eyelids, Sui continued repairing the faulty race car by herself. Palahara, lightweight supercar, top speed 200 kilometers, tends to have minor glitches. Sui, using this to compete with me is worse than joining me in the passenger seat. I'll take you to win the championship together. With a cold upward glance, Sui's eyes were full of disdain. Ling Xiao, sorry but I'm not interested in such pleasures. Leave your passenger seat for other women. Heard you've met a new girl recently, keeping quite busy, huh? Just finished dropping her off in your Ferrari? TSK. He clicked his tongue, but Ling Xiao remained non-committal. He said with an indifferent look on his face. You're really well informed, but aside from women, do you know anything about this race car of mine? This FI racing car is made in Eagle Country, with a speed of 330 kilometers per hour. While domestic racing cars rarely reach even 300 kilometers per hour. Are you done? Sui snapped coldly, unwilling to engage in further conversation with the disgusting man before her. With a careless wave of his hand, young Master Ling left behind an infuriating silhouette. This successfully made Sui clench her fists tightly once more. The vehicles of the young Master Ling are indeed state-of-the-art, incorporating cutting-edge technologies from various countries. It's almost like a fantasy to quickly obtain a racing car that surpasses them. But what else could she do? The price has already been raised to 1 million. Everything is now left to fate. 2. You're comparing this to me? The next morning, at the competition area. Grand in scale and majestic in ceremony. Although there are still half an hour before the game starts. The crowd was so dense it completely blocked all entrances and exits. Luxury cars roared one after another, their engines vibrating through people's hearts. Ling Xiao drove his newly acquainted girl, Du Fei, weaving through the packed crowd. From afar, he spotted a familiar figure, the campus belle, Sui. A man stood nearby, his face anxious as he stared at the Rolex in his hand. Sui, why hasn't your racing car arrived yet? Did it break down again on the way? Ling Xiao slowly walked out, holding a Dunhill cigarette as he approached Sui, his eyes filled with mockery. Just last night, Ling Xiao had already consulted many industry tycoons and even research scientists. To dream of building a car faster than an F1 racer in a single night is indeed delusional. They even boldly declared that if anyone could actually pull it off, all these old-timers would resign and go home. They would kneel and worship at the feet of such a genius, learning everything they could. In contrast, Sui's face remained calm and composed, with just a hint of unnaturalness. She turned to look at Qin Feng with sharp eyes. Qin Feng instinctively shivered and kept tapping on his phone, sending messages non-stop. Jiang Chen, where's the race car? 100W, you wouldn't bail on me at this critical moment, would you? We're roommates, there's no need to screw me over like this. The girl Du Fei beside Ling Xiao noticed something amiss. With a smile on her face, she stepped forward, eyes slightly narrowed as she spoke. The wealthy campus belle got scammed. Such a pretty face yet so blind to people's true nature, how pitiful. Ling Xiao's smirk could barely contain itself, almost reaching the heavens. One won't shed any tears until one sees the coffin. This championship should have been rightfully mine from the start. No one can challenge his status as the reigning boss in the racing scene at Berlin University. Sui's expression remained unchanged, but the veins on his forehead pulsed faintly. As the crowd surged in once more, she turned her gaze towards the entrance. There, Jiang Chen drove the race car slowly onto the scene, arriving before the crowd. Duffy tilted her head first, peeking out at Jiang Chen in front of her, somewhat incredulous. After leaving me, are you all doing grab jobs now? I always knew that if you could even touch my Ling brothers' heels in your lifetime, it'd be considered your ancestors' graves emitting blue smoke. Jiang Chen clenched his fists slightly. With the client present, he restrained the urge to step forward and knock Du Fei's fake nose crooked. Sui frowned slightly, observing Jiang Chen in full gear and the distinctive racing car, lost in thought. Young Master Ling stepped forward, tapped on the car hood, a playful smirk on his face. Sui, is this the customized race car you spent 1 million on? It looks exactly like my cousin's second-hand Audi. Look at this steering wheel, it's polished to a shine. And this tire, it's probably a retread. Sui crossed his arms, neither confirming nor denying. Clearly, she was reluctant to accept that this was something she had spent 1 million on. To put it bluntly, this thing wouldn't even get a second glance if posted on a second-hand website. The engine was tightly wrapped, with battle scars all over it like it had survived the Syrian war. The most terrifying thing was the exhaust pipe, which was leaking air on both sides. The dust on top hadn't even been wiped off. It was clearly some no-name market bargain. Old iron, Qin Feng said coolly, gazing at Jiang Chen. His face was so dark it looked like blood might drip from it. Bro, are you joking with me? Is this thing even competition-worthy? It'd struggle as a taxi. I trusted you so much, thinking of every good thing for you, and this is how you play me? Beside her, Du Fei couldn't help but burst into laughter. Is this rather stylish race car made by Jiang Chen? Truly, incompetent people create incompetent cars. Well, that 1 million is definitely going down the drain. As for Jiang Chen's abilities, while others might not know, Du Fei considered herself quite clear about them. Putting a screw-tightening laborer in charge of assembling a race car, such news would surely land on Berlin's top idiotic rankings. Jiang Chen, I'm leaving you not because of money, but because you're utterly incompetent. You really shouldn't be scamming others for money. Wouldn't it be better to spend that time studying instead? These words churned like tidal waves in Jiang Chen's stomach. As someone who had ranked first in mechanical engineering at Berlin University for 3 consecutive years, he was actually being insulted as incompetent by the woman he'd blindly fallen for. Brains are a wonderful thing. Even without relying on systems to create it, my racing car would definitely not be inferior to that bastard Ling's. It's only a matter of time. Right now, the Ghost Racer might not look the best, but its performance and other aspects are absolutely unquestionable. Keep your useless mockery to yourself. This Inferno Racer won't disappoint. Inferno Racer? Won't disappoint? Hearing Jiang Chen's tone, young Master Ling truly couldn't hold back anymore. He laughed more heartily than anyone else in the arena. He even drove over his top-tier F1 racer and parked it right beside the Inferno Racer. The two appearances formed a striking contrast. Race me with this ghostly car. Sui, if I don't turn you into a ghost from my exhaust fumes, I'll eat shit standing upside down. Should I let you go a few laps first? Although young Master Ling might be lacking in intellect, having spent years in the racing scene, he estimated that just the tires of his F1 car cost more than Jiang Chen's entire ghostly racing car. 800 rounds with twists and turns, effortlessly. Got time to compete with this thing, trying to surpass yourself. You might as well go to the pediatrics department and book an expert appointment to check your brain. I don't need you to make concessions yet. Sui's tone was somewhat heavy. But now, with the competition imminent, changing cars is definitely out of the question. If he backed out at the last moment, he'd be ridiculed by those old folks at home and have to obediently return to inherit his father's legacy. Burying his passion deep underwater, she gave Ling Xiao a sidelong glance, then let out a long sigh. Got into the demonic race car made by Jiang Chen. No matter what lies ahead, we must give it a try. Bang, bang, black smoke intermittently spewed from the exhaust pipe. With each sound, Sui's gaze grew increasingly resolute. If one cannot escape fate, then accept it willingly. If this were to be my final match, then I must enjoy it no matter what. Du Fei leaned close to Ling Xiao, coquettishly saying, Brother Ling, this woman really has large breasts but no brains, failing to understand your kindness. Yes, in a moment, Big Brother here will make her cry. As the event host appeared on the big screen, the venue also reached its boiling point. All contestants, please enter and take your positions as soon as possible. There are several dark horse competitors in this race, Suhi, Ling Xiao, and others. They're all elite talents in the racing world. Let's look forward to them putting the perfect finishing touch on their dreams. The audience cheered with excitement. Qin Feng and Jiang Chen also arrived in the spectator stands to admire this unparalleled racing spectacle. Since Du Fei didn't know anyone, she kept following behind Qin Feng and Jiang Chen. She had specially prepared many colorful flags. Soon, she would step forward to let Ling Xiao see how much she cared about him. In the audience seats, Jiang Chen watched the scheming Du Fei, as if seeing the vast ocean. Don't misunderstand, he gets seasick and feels a bit nauseous. Jiang Chen, the speed and excitement you couldn't give me, Brother Ling has given them all to me. He's truly a manly man, in every aspect. Good thing I didn't waste too much time on you. Compared to him, you're not even worth his toenail. Duffy waved the colorful flag, while speaking, wearing a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. By now, Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with her anymore. He just casually remarked, what if your beloved Brother Ling starts crying later? 3. Is this even a race car? On the track. Competitors from around the world are in position. The stands erupted in excitement. Ling Xiao and Suhi entered one after another, instantly becoming the center of attention on the entire track. Look, it's Dark Horse Ling Xiao. Just as sleek as his car. Look at that perfect spoiler. He's definitely going to win this time. Hey, what's that taxi driver doing over there? Did he get the wrong venue? Where? That car? It's been through 8 owners by now. He shot a mocking glance at Sui. This biggest dark horse now looked like a donkey. Ling Xiao felt winning the championship no longer mattered. With this 8-hand racer dubbed the evil spirit, he could win with his eyes closed. What he needed to focus on was how to win with depth and panache to impress the campus beauty standing before him. As the top dog of Berlin racing, such a crucial moment demanded his personal touch. Sui's expression remained unchanged, though a new resolve sharpened between her brows. In her final race, she intended to draw a perfect final line. Even if she was riding this unassuming ghost racer, she would drive with her own flair, showing those old farts back home just how determined she was. Attention all racers. With only 30 seconds remaining, keep your foot on the gas and prepare for takeoff. The announcer's voice boomed from the giant screen behind them. Every competitor was giving it their all. Sui gripped the steering wheel, worn to a mirror-like shine, and pushed the accelerator to its absolute limit. A deep, rumbling roar echoed from the ghost racer. Rolling black smoke made Ling Xiao sneeze repeatedly. A spent force. Stop struggling, this race is already decided. Sui curled her lip, paying Ling Xiao no mind. Her gaze remained fixed ahead. 3, 2, 1. The announcer's voice faded as a gunshot rang out, signaling the start of the race. Ling Xiao leisurely rolled up the window, gently pressed the accelerator, and pulled alongside Sui. This is your last chance. Surrender now, and I'll make sure you lose gracefully. Sui remained unresponsive, her gaze fixed on the spectator stands as she savored every moment of the race. What's wrong with Brother Ling? Didn't we agree to make that brainless bimbo cry? In the stands, Du Fei waved her colorful flag, but Ling Xiao never once glanced her way. Her eyes welled up with tears of hurt. Her teeth clenched against her lips. Hey! Big-breasted and brainless, I wonder who that's referring to. Jiang Chen, however, was quite amused by the scene. He then opened the system's virtual interface. According to the system prompt, the demon racing car undergoes transformations at regular intervals. Judging by the timing, Sui should be starting her first transformation right about now. The show was about to begin. Bang! Just as Jiang Chen was pondering this, at the center of the track, Sui's ghost racer emitted a muffled thud. It instantly drew the attention of countless spectators. Like peeling paint, the bronze-like shell began to transform. What the hell? Shedding its skin? Is this even a race car anymore? This is messing with my worldview. Who makes a good guy race car that can transform? The stands erupted in chaos, with many spectators cursing under their breath at the absurdity. A wave of chills shot straight to the crown of their heads, goosebumps covering their entire bodies. On the track, Sui was startled by the scene unfolding before him. The entire race car's exterior kept shifting, transforming from battered steel into fully armored carbon fiber. The original leather seats transformed into plush, genuine leather upholstery. Moreover, the seatbelt had locked into place, securing Sui tightly. Most crucially, the speed had surged by several levels. Sui! What did you do? Ling Xiao roared beside him, unable to contain his fury. Staring at the transformed demonic race car, his thoughts were in complete disarray. From the moment Sui could catch up with just a light twist of the throttle, to now needing to twist it all the way. Who knew how many more transformations lay ahead? At this rate, he might actually lose. Sui snapped back to reality, his heart bursting with joy. Such a dramatic shift had occurred so early in the race. She genuinely wanted to see what kind of miracle the race would ultimately create. From this moment on, her show was about to begin. Evil Spirit Racing friendly reminder, detecting excessive speed. Automatic evasion system activated. Automatic evasion system activated. Emergency response system activated. Full body material reinforcement activated. As the in-car broadcast sounded, Sui felt her confidence surge. She pressed down harder on the accelerator of the Ghost Racer. On the professional track, the expansive arena, Sui's Ghost Racer soared like a phoenix reborn, radiating dazzling flames. As time passed, the second transformation arrived. Red-hot flames continuously erupted from the exhaust pipes. A protective red membrane formed around the car's body. Powerful air currents swept past the car, yet failed to affect the race car itself in the slightest. Foul! Foul! Referee! Ling Xiao screamed hoarsely. There was no way he could catch up to Sui now, even though his speed had reached 230 km/h. All he could see were the taillights. In the stands, a deafening silence fell. Many spectators were frozen in shock. With their last ounce of strength, they muttered, "What the hell? Red chakra? Who created this? It's scarier than any sci-fi movie. Could aliens really exist on our planet? And this alien actually knows Sui." Xin Feng watched everything unfold through his binoculars, his jaw hanging open wide enough to swallow a tiger. His mouth moved rapidly, unable to form coherent words. His hands pounded wildly on Jiang Chen's back. "Buddy, bro, pal, dude. Cut it out, just watch the game. It's nothing yet." "What? There's more?" Xin Feng's pupils shrank to pinpricks. For a moment, he couldn't tell if he'd lost his mind or if Jiang Chen, the creator of this, had gone mad. Asian Racing Circuit VIP Lounge. Over a dozen middle-aged men in Zhongshan suits sat together watching the live broadcast. Their chests were adorned with various honorary medals, some from the mechanical engineering field of the Dragon Nation, others from the racing assembly sector. All had been invited by young Master Ling to witness the spectacle. At this moment, every one of them clenched their fists, palms sweating coldly. Is this the car young Master Ling was talking about? In Longhua, there really is something faster than an F1 race car. And it can transform, even reconfigure its body. If this was built in one night, I'll eat my own standing on my head. What do you think, Ling Lao? The man known as Ling Lao stared intently at the screen, his hands propping up his chin as he pondered thoughtfully. The young girl from the Su family truly unexpected. This vehicle is undoubtedly top-notch in performance, incorporating aerodynamic principles in many areas, with mechanical components analyzed in detail. And it can transform too. It seems the Su family has achieved another breakthrough in scientific research. Old Ling's brow furrowed deeper. Though he had little interaction with the younger generation, that didn't mean he was unaware of them. As Ling Xiao's father and a renowned authority in Longhua's mechanical engineering field, Old Ling naturally had his share of rivalry with the Su family. Though their goals were aligned, both striving to secure new technologies and breakthroughs for the nation's future. But judging by that old codger from the Su family's temperament, he should have notified him immediately upon developing new breakthroughs. Could it be they intend to save it for the Dragon Nation's future military parade to humiliate him? With that thought, Ling Lao waved his hand. Xiao Zhao, call that old codger from the Su family and ask him what's going on with this car. Inside the venue, the crimson vortex surrounding the demon spirit racer intensified. The speedometer needle climbed relentlessly, already surpassing 300 km/h. It broke through and it's only in third gear. Su He was somewhat surprised. Although the speedometer had indeed surpassed 300 km/h, it hadn't even reached half its full potential. Moreover, sitting inside, she could see everything around her clearly, feeling no discomfort whatsoever from the immense pressure. It felt as though she were merely traveling at 50 km/h. When had Qin Feng become acquainted with such an alien-like being? This couldn't be explained by Earth's technology. This is a race car, not an airplane. Hey, what's this button for? Suhi surveyed her surroundings and the race car. On the dashboard, an inconspicuous button caught her attention. Driven by intense curiosity, she pressed it. Then came a loud bang. Everyone watching the live stream lost their composure. 4. Transformers? Other race cars have their winglets mounted at the rear. They're split into upper and lower layers. This ghost racing car completely defied convention. The moment Suhi pressed the red button, the ghost racer's body underwent another transformation. Where the butterfly doors had been, 2 recesses now appeared. Wing-like appendages, nearly as large as the car itself, slowly extended outward. This moment instantly captured the attention of countless spectators. What the hell? It's like a freaking Transformers. Wings on the doors? You think you're flying a plane or something? Ling Xiao's hair was already a tangled mess. Staring at that thing that looked like it had come straight from Cybertron, he'd mentally cursed Sui's entire family countless times. But he wasn't entirely without reason. The Asian Circuit's racing track incorporated multiple track layouts. After the unobstructed straightaway came the terrifying 18-turn hairpin. At Sui's speed, even the most advanced braking system from the UK wouldn't have enough time to stop. Who doesn't know how to accelerate on straights? The corners are where the race is won or lost. Suhi, be careful not to spin out during the drift. Ling Xiao's teeth clenched so hard they ground together. Gazing at the 18 bends ahead, a glimmer of hope finally ignited within him. He had to seize it. In the spectator stands, Qin Feng kept pounding Jiang Chen's back. His face was a mix of excitement and tension. Buddy! The 18 turns corner is right ahead. At this speed in your ghost racer, you won't drift sideways, will you? And with those huge winglets on both sides, any slight mistake could send it scraping the track. Jiang Chen gave a slight smile but said nothing. The wings on the ghost racer weren't just for acceleration. Recalling the system's description, they were several times more powerful than other components. Like Doraemon's magic pocket, they kept surprising the driver with endless possibilities. Du Fei, standing nearby, watched the silent Jiang Chen. A cold smile finally appeared on her face. Jiang Chen, didn't you read the track rules? The 18 turns card is the end of the road for your piece of junk. I told you before, Brother Ling's advanced British race car is leagues ahead of your piece of junk. At these words, those around them instinctively glanced at Du Fei. Their eyes brimmed with contempt. Where did this wet behind the ears girl come from? If she hadn't spoken up, I'd have forgotten there was an F1 race car following Sui's vehicle. Who's the real piece of junk here? You can barely see its taillights anymore. Sui! Go! Evil spirit racing rocks! The first voice started the chant, and the crowd soon joined in cheers. On the track, Suhi gave it her all. She approached the dreaded 18-turn section that had intimidated many racers. Warning! 18 consecutive turns ahead. Activate drift mode? If declined, the system will automatically adjust to a safe speed for gradual passage. Inside the Ghost Racer, the mechanical voice sounded again. Sui felt the power of the Ghost Racer once more. Unbelievable. It can actually glide. Staring at the virtual control buttons on the screen, Sui selected glide mode without hesitation. I told you no regrets in this race. Leave the slow pacing to the F1 cars behind us. Wing adjustment complete. Airflow calculations complete. Anti-gravity system activated. Driver, please fasten your seatbelt. Coasting mode activated. Click. The moment the words fell, the wings of the demon racer began to slowly descend. Its chassis lowered to its lowest position. As its speed stabilized, waves of elemental shockwaves erupted from beneath the vehicle. The entire vehicle began intermittently lifting off the ground. At first glance, it resembled a feather. Ling Xiao, standing closest, was instantly stunned. This was nothing like he had imagined. What about the collision? What about the deceleration? Damn it, it just took off? Why don't you direct the movie yourself and ditch the special effects? The steering wheel rattled and clattered from the impact. The last shred of hope in Ling Xiao's heart shattered. As the sharp curve loomed ahead, even though rage filled his mind, he could only obediently hit the brakes to ensure his own safe driving. He watched with seething resentment as the ghostly race car gradually pulled away. Bang! Bang! After gliding for a stretch, the ghost car's wings would unleash several invisible shockwaves. This ensured both a safe distance and optimal glide time. Sui's sharp eyes blinked repeatedly. So that's how you pass through. What an eye-opener. Worth every penny of 100W. She slowly released her grip on the steering wheel. There was no other way during the glide. The car was no longer controlled by the steering wheel. All you need to do is set the landing spot. You could even sleep during the descent. And it felt completely natural. Reaching for her phone from the passenger seat, Sui recorded the scene unfolding before her. First, to capture her glorious moment. Second, to send it to the elders back home. What an amazing result his passion had produced. And now, victory was within reach. Those elders would never again interfere with her pursuit of dreams. Achoo! Kyoto, Dragon Nation Research Institute branch. A middle-aged man let out a series of sneezes before muttering curses and slamming down the phone. Senior Su, what's gotten into you? That bastard Ling called me out of the blue and gave me an earful. What transformers? What a joke. Our Su family conducts ourselves with integrity. Though we've long researched transformation technology, we've never achieved breakthroughs. That old man must be rubbing salt in my wounds, trying to mock me. Ding. At that moment, Su Lai's WeChat suddenly chimed. His brow furrowed slightly upon seeing the sender. That rebellious little brat has the nerve to message me. Shouldn't she be competing behind my back? Could she have lost? Given her temperament, she probably needs a few setbacks. Now she'll finally come home obediently and focus on research with me. A delighted expression gradually spread across Su Lai's face. The thought of his clever little treasure returning to pursue their grand research endeavors together filled him with immense satisfaction. As he opened the message, he discovered the video Su He had sent. His legs involuntarily took a step back. He rubbed his eyes vigorously. He stared fixedly at the phone screen. Senior Su, what's wrong? This is the first time I've ever seen you like this. The researcher beside him was secretly shocked upon seeing Su Lai's expression. His expression was like he'd seen a ghost. Su Lai was usually as steady as a rock. When had he ever been so emotional? This can't be. Quick! Locate Sui's current match position immediately. I'm flying there myself. His voice was almost a growl. Su Lai had completely abandoned any concern for his image. His eyes were glued to the screen, utterly transfixed. Transformation technology. Someone actually built transformation technology. 5. King Kong climbs the mountain. After sending the video, Sui immediately put down his phone. She gripped the steering wheel tightly. Her designated landing spot lay just ahead. According to the prompts on the racing screen, there would be some minor jolts. All subsequent maneuvers would require manual control from Su He. Immediately afterward, the angle of the wing slowly adjusted. The shockwaves beneath the vehicle gradually decreased in frequency. Thud! The moment the wheels touched the ground, Su He's body jolted. She pressed the accelerator firmly, propelling the ghost racing car back to its original speed. Glancing back once more, she could no longer see the shadow of the pursuing car. Sui flashed a sweet smile. This performance had surpassed every other vehicle present, including that F1 car claiming to be from the Eagle Nation. She felt deeply satisfied. Everything this ghost car had demonstrated had surpassed her understanding of what a car could be. If only it had voice recognition. No more tapping around on the screen. Su He murmured. Detecting owner's communication intent. Smart voice system activated. Nice to meet you. My name is Ghost. It actually worked. Su He was utterly stunned. Her bright eyes blinked repeatedly. At the same time, The announcer's voice crackled over the Evil Spirit Racing car's onboard radio. Attention all racers, due to a landslide on the mountain road near the finish line, please take the detour route and drive safely. The new route has been sent to your onboard navigation systems. In an instant, the Ghost Racer's navigation system switched. Sui stared at the new location displayed at the center of the screen. Sui frowned. The navigation now indicated he'd have to make a U-turn to reach the new route. In other words, those 18 turns she'd just navigated were all for nothing. In contrast, the other race cars led by Ling Xiao had skipped that section entirely. Though the Ghost War Chariot's glide speed was fast, catching up to an F1 car racing straight ahead was still quite a challenge. Especially since the opponent had likely already altered their route. They were now racing on a new track. Evil Spirit, how many minutes until we return? Reporting to owner, approximately 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Damn it. 3 minutes seemed insignificant, yet it was enough for Ling Xiao to approach the finish line. At this critical juncture, she couldn't gamble. An idea struck her, and she slammed the accelerator without looking back. Go for it. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao clutched the in-car navigation system, his expression filled with excitement. Heaven had finally smiled upon him. You're cheating, and the authorities sanctioning you is only fair. Even if your demonic war machine is that powerful, so what if it can fly? You'll have to retrace nearly half the route. Good luck catching up to me eating upside down. A rare smile touched Ling Xiao's lips, as if he'd been reborn. He nearly kicked his foot into the fuel tank as he sped toward the finish line. In the spectator stands, people watching this scene were utterly dumbfounded. What a dramatic turn of events. A comeback victory? Official sanctions. They wouldn't even dare to film it this way in a movie. Did the organizers get bribed? Changing the track at the last minute? Is this really what a professional level competition should look like? Damn it. Even if Ling wins, it won't be honorable. What a disgrace. I'm sending razor blades to the organizers. Qin Feng's face twisted with fury, veins bulging on his arms as he nearly crushed Jiang Chen's shoulder. Du Fei was also stunned by the sudden turn of events. Her face lit up with wild joy as she muttered under her breath. Heaven favors my Ling Gugu. The championship is mine, Ling Gu Ge's, no one can take it away. Make that brainless bimbo face reality already. Inside the demon spirit racer, Suhi strained every muscle. The moment she heard the news, she'd already decided to take a gamble. The final stretch was an uphill curve. At full speed, perhaps she could attempt a glide. Evil Spirit, activate glide mode. Break through the barrier ahead. Gazing at the road ahead, choked with boulders and tangled trees, Sui steeled herself. Sorry, data calibration indicates gliding cannot be performed on uphill sections. Impossible? Evil Spirit, is there another way? A flicker of anxiety crossed her eyes. Her palms were already beginning to sweat slightly. At this point, there was no turning back to the newly charted course. Report to driver, should off-road mode be activated? Note, while off-road mode can safely navigate the boulders ahead, it consumes fuel at an extremely high rate. Please choose carefully. Engage. Without a moment's hesitation, Sui commanded in a low voice. Though she had no idea what this off-road mode entailed or why the spirit had issued such a warning. She had no choice. All for the championship. Snap. The moment Sui finished speaking, the side wings of the demonic racer shifted once more. It descended slowly, reaching the ground in mere moments. With its speed unchanged, sparks from friction instantly engulfed the car's body. On the live broadcast screen, it appeared as if the car were engulfed in flames. Ha! Let's see how long you can last. With this kind of wear and tear, even the British military's armored forces wouldn't stand a chance. Ling Xiao's mouth twisted into a sneer. It seemed clear now that Sui was running on fumes. This championship was undoubtedly his. Domestic manufacturing just can't cut it. I almost fell for your tricks. Ling Xiaobo glared viciously at the demonic racing car on the screen. Your cool only lasts 3 seconds. But before he could finish his sentence, Sui's ghost war machine underwent another transformation. 2 side wings, each nearly as long as the car itself, shot up to support the vehicle. Like arms. They could even bend. Just as everyone strained their eyes to get a closer look, those massive arms began climbing uphill. This is a freaking race car. And these side wings can climb mountains? This sight is gonna make me eat only liquids from now on. Don't ask why my jaw dropped so hard it dislocated. Quick, pry my brain out. What use is it anyway? In the sky. Su Lai's aircraft gradually approached the track. Suddenly, the pilot yanked the control stick as if seeing something terrifying. Su Lai nearly tumbled out of the aircraft. What the hell is going on up there? Su. Senior Su. I see a giant spider climbing the mountain. You think we're in some mythical fantasy world? A giant, goddamn thing? Even someone as tough as Su Lai couldn't help but curse when he looked in the direction the pilot was pointing. There, a racing car had grown wing-like appendages on both sides, climbing the mountain like spider legs. After all, he was someone who'd seen his share of extraordinary sights. Su Lai forced himself to steady his mind, repeating to himself, "This is a damn race car, not some Cybertronian alien." "Senior Su, it looks exactly like your daughter's race car, just like the one in the video." The junior clerk beside Su Lai pointed at the car, his face frozen in terror. "I haven't been blinded yet. Just how much has this little girl been hiding from me?" Su Lai took deep breaths, his eyes fixed on the demonic race car below. As for the earlier video, Su Tianhao had been somewhat skeptical. Racing could be scientific, but not sci-fi. But now. Hurry! To the podium area. I need answers. 6. Ultimate Safety Mode? Are you kidding me? Asian Circuit Racing Championship. After crossing the finish line, all competitors must drive back here for the final awards ceremony. At that moment, a private jet sliced through the sky above the racecourse. It lands on the rooftop of the VIP reception building. A row of men in Mao suits, having received word earlier, stand in perfect formation, having waited for some time. As Su Lai descended from the aircraft, a row of industry elites, even leading authorities in their fields, immediately frowned. Old Ling took the lead, his steps steady. After exchanging a friendly handshake with Su Lai, he began joking to himself. "Old Su, you've really played your cards well. If it weren't for your daughter participating in this competition, I wouldn't have known you'd made another major breakthrough in the mechanical field." "What? Did you plan to keep this from me until the Dragon Nation's military parade?" Displeasure was written all over Ling Lao's face, and he was genuinely angry inside. A major technological breakthrough in the mechanical field was a source of immense pride for Dragon Nation and for him personally. But this old fox Su Lai had toyed with him, forcing him to witness the humiliation of these elite minds. What kind of twisted logic was that? "Old Ling, if I told you this truly wasn't my creation, would you believe me?" "Believe you? I'd sooner believe Qin Shi Huang." Su Lai shook his head, pulled out his phone, and showed Ling Lao the recent chat history with his daughter, Sui. The latter sucked in a sharp breath. "See? I just found out about this myself and rushed over immediately." Old Ling's thoughts were in disarray. Su Lai's earnest gaze and the chat logs were irrefutable evidence. But aside from this titan of the mechanical engineering field, the undisputed top expert in the country, who else could have created such a terrifying contraption? Let's stop speculating and get Su He to clarify this immediately. Su Lai pulled out his phone and opened the family location system, but soon noticed something amiss. What's that girl doing? Why hasn't she returned to the award area? Sui's avatar flickered incessantly at the track's finish line. She showed no sign of moving. "Old Su, your daughter hasn't changed a bit over the years, still hates being interviewed by reporters. If you don't mind, could you give us old folks a ride on the plane? We'd love to tag along." Su Lai and Ling Lao exchanged a glance, their thoughts converging in unspoken agreement. He led the way, stepping onto the plane alongside Ling Lao and numerous other industry leaders, heading toward Sui's location. Viewer area. Xin Feng gripped Jiang Chen's arm, his eyes fixed intently on the live feed. Like the rest of the crowd, he shouted incessantly. Su He was the first to cross the finish line. Her speed was extraordinary, less than half an hour total. In all of history, this was the fastest. Fireworks exploded with booming crackles, filling the sky above the entire track. Below the spectator stands, journalists and major online streamers had already gathered in droves. Their faces radiated excitement as they darted around like ants on a hot pan, searching for Sui's figure. All vying to be the first to interview the champion and break the news. Amidst the booming explosions, the competitors returned to their starting positions. Ling Xiao entered first. He slowly pushed open the car door, nearly stumbling and falling to his knees. His eyes were fierce enough to kill a bear. Du Fei, clutching a bouquet of flowers, dashed swiftly toward Ling Xiao. "Ling Gu," she called out repeatedly. "Get lost. I'm in a bad mood, don't bother me." Ling Xiao ignored her completely. His mind was consumed by the damnable image of that cursed racing demon. Du Fei looked stunned, panic spreading across her face. "Don't be angry, Ling Gu. It's all Jiang Chen's fault. If he hadn't conjured the cursed racing car, the championship would have been yours." "Jiang Chen." Ling Xiao muttered under his breath, then turned and slapped Du Fei across the face. The slap rang out sharply, and Du Fei burst into loud sobs instantly. "I recall he was your ex-boyfriend, right?" Ling Xiao thought to himself, wondering how he could have been so blind as to provoke such a formidable opponent. This demonic race car shattered his worldview, truly a paragon of the racing world. At least in Ling Xiao's understanding, it was impossible to imagine a car even more formidable than this one emerging in the foreseeable future. If he could get his hands on it, he would be unstoppable in the racing world. If you've sinned, you must atone. Offending Jiang Chen was definitely not a wise choice. So the first step, stand up for Jiang Chen. Beat the crap out of her. Jiang Chen, Ling Xiao really is a scumbag turning around and attacking her like that? Xin Feng and Jiang Chen watched the spectacle unfold from the spectator seats. Though both were grinning ear to ear, they still felt a twinge of pity for Du Fei. That was way too light. Jerk guys have their perks, at least he helped me see someone for who they really are. Jiang Chen shrugged it off casually. He couldn't have seen it any clearer. Du Fei had moved on without a second thought. Not only did you see through him, but you also turned misfortune into fortune, scoring $1,000,000. At that moment, Sheen Feng suddenly remembered something. He opened his phone and tapped Sui's profile picture. Sui, just transfer the money directly to Jiang Chen's account. CCB 621900. Asia Circuit Race Finish Line. Perched atop the mountain, Sui sat inside the car, staring at the ghostly race car with its fuel tank nearly empty. Only then did she understand why the warning had been issued earlier. This thing guzzles gas like crazy. If the finish line had been just a bit further ahead, she would have had to get out and push the car. But thankfully, she'd succeeded. She lifted her head, gazing at the sky with a sigh of relief. Just then, an airplane came into view. Its fuselage bore the distinctive emblem of the Su family. Dad? A smile spread across Sui's face. She hurriedly got out of the car and waved toward the aircraft. After a sharp braking maneuver, the aircraft slowly descended. Su Lai stepped off with Elder Ling and the others. Uncle Ling is here too? Su-hee immediately spotted Elder Ling beside Su Lai. Well now. Little girl, you've certainly opened our old eyes. Ling Lao patted Sui's shoulder with a kindly expression. But soon, his gaze locked onto the ghost racing car behind Sui, unable to look away for a long time. If one looked closely, one could even see a cluster of tiny stars forming in his pupils. Uncle Ling? Su-hee asked tentatively. This old guy. He doesn't even acknowledge his niece, completely fixated on the car. Su Lai shook his head with a wry smile, pulling Sui aside before turning to admire the car himself, mirroring old Ling's fascination. You too? Su-hee felt a bit annoyed. Surely her championship win was the most important thing here? Oh well, she wasn't expecting her father to praise her anyway. This bodywork after climbing that mountain, it looks brand new, like it just rolled out of the dealership. Must be made from some kind of composite material. Exactly. Don't just admire the exterior, look inside. So many intricate options. Old Ling examined the car's exterior. Su Lai, however, wasted no time. He hopped into the driver's seat and started fiddling with the screens. The dense array of options completed his understanding of vehicles. No exaggeration, there were more buttons than on an airplane. What's this ultimate safety mode? Driven by intense curiosity, Su Lai tried clicking it. A thunderous roar erupted from all around the vehicle, sending both men reeling backward several steps in fright. Instantly, countless titanium alloy-like plates enveloped the entire Demon Spirit Racer. Not a single gap remained exposed, not the windows, the rearview mirrors, or even the bolts on the wheels. What is this? Watching the Ghost Racer transform at such close range, old Ling was mesmerized. Su Lai let out a string of expletives. 7. No mercy. Hit it hard. What stood before them could no longer be called a race car. It was a fully armored suit. The body had grown significantly larger, encased in an unknown material. The doors were locked tight, refusing to budge even as Su Lai nearly dislocated his arm trying to pry them open. Sui's face was flushed with anger. From the moment she sat in the Demon Spirit race car, she knew this vehicle was no ordinary machine. She hadn't dared touch most of the complex controls, terrified that one careless move might cause a malfunction. Don't worry, kid. Even the tightest armor has weak spots. Let me find a way to open it for you. Drawing on years of research experience, Su Lai prepared to restore the car to its original state. In the past, he could crack the armor of any military vehicle in the Dragon Nation, let alone a mere race car. He pulled out his laptop, intending to crack the evil spirit's programming and game control. But unexpectedly, the moment he connected to the Ghost Racer's Bluetooth, his laptop blue-screened and crashed. Repeating the process multiple times yielded the same result. Old Su, this security system is ridiculous. Why not start with the doors and look for material weaknesses? Ling Lao was meticulous in his approach, preferring to analyze problems from multiple angles. Since cracking the program wasn't working, perhaps brute force was the answer. True. Specialization has its place. Since it's a material issue, I'll try forcing it open from the outside. Su Lai's eyes were sharp and focused. He packed up his computer, turned around, and instructed the researchers behind him to prepare the equipment. Time for a live demolition. Dad, maybe I should let that student handle it. He built this car, he'll definitely know what to do. Sui flinched at the thought of dismantling the race car. This was the hero that helped her win the championship. It would be best if it remained undamaged. Student? Su Lai's head buzzed at the mention. The one who built this race car is your classmate? Yeah, his name is Jiang Chen. He's one of our school's top science students. Put. Su Lai nearly choked on a mouthful of blood. Old Ling also fell deep in thought upon hearing this. Truly, the new generation pushes aside the old. The old guard was washed ashore. A kid still in college had managed to develop a race car that even they found tricky to handle. Just the material issue alone had compelled two leading researchers to get their hands dirty, and this was merely the tip of the iceberg. It's fine, girl. I'll just trim the door handle area a bit. Nothing else needs changing. Old Ling heard this and curled his lip. When it came to objects of such immense scientific value, everyone knew old Su's relentless dismantling tactics. Give him an advanced armored vehicle and he'd strip it down to nothing but wheels. This demonic race car before him. Su-hee, rest assured. Chances are, there won't be much left. You might soon see the bare chassis and a pile of scattered parts. Senior Su, here are the tools you requested. Beside him, the researchers prepared the equipment and began assisting Su Lai with the door removal. Put on your protective gear. Su Lai wielded a specialized electric saw, setting the car door ablaze with sparks and lightning. The process lasted over a full minute. What the hell is this material? Su Lai frowned deeply, feeling almost lightheaded. After all that effort, not a single scratch appeared on the door panel. The chainsaw had undergone special treatment, even modern armored tanks would be shredded by it. This race car was absurd. Can this race car really be built for just 100 million? Old Ling couldn't help but exclaim. Setting aside the absurd transformations of Cybertronian vehicles, just the body material alone harder than an armored vehicle and capable of withstanding Su Lai's rigorous testing is something only a handful of manufacturers in the Dragon Kingdom can achieve. Such a creation would certainly cost no less than $1 million. And Jiang Chen wants 1 million? That's downright altruistic. Are young people today this enlightened? If not, let's try armor-piercing rounds. I refuse to believe it won't even leave a dent. Su Lai muttered as he strode back into the cockpit. He pulled out a military-issue rifle. Dad, is it really necessary to go this far? Su-hee frowned. The scientific spirit is admirable in many ways, but it can be overly stubborn. He wouldn't rest until he achieved the outcome he desired. Su-hee, you know your dad's temperament best. Let him run wild. I'm curious to see what happens too. Uncle Ling. Su-hee sighed in exasperation, thoroughly defeated by the two old pranksters before her. Rat-a-tat-tat. Su Lai chambered an armor-piercing round and unleashed a hail of bullets into the car door. Sparks flew everywhere as spent casings bounced off the metal. But after the smoke cleared, the door remained completely intact. Old Su, maybe we should just give up. Hurry up and find that young man to ask him. Honestly, I'm really envious of this material. If we could deploy it in our armed forces, it would make us look like gods descending from heaven when facing other nations. Old Ling crossed his arms, deep in thought. Indeed. It holds tremendous research value. But before that, there's one more thing. This open, sparsely populated area is perfect for ramping up the testing intensity. Su Lai perked up, grabbed his phone, and dialed a mysterious sequence of numbers. Immediately, a ringtone that made everyone present pale sounded. Old Su, how come you're calling me? I'm in the middle of training the special forces. Su Lai always kept his phone on speaker, a habit he'd picked up from his days in research. Upon hearing the voice on the line, Ling Lao and Sui instantly felt their hearts leap into their throats. Old Su. Don't go overboard. Dad, you're not going to. Ignoring them, Su Lai continued his call. Commander Du, I've encountered a tricky situation here. I need to request the activation of fighter jet firepower. Airstrike? Old Su, don't joke with me. What kind of situation requires an airstrike to resolve? A race car. Ha! A sudden gurgling sound came from the other end of the line, followed by hearty laughter. Firepower to take down a race car. Even Commander Du, who'd seen it all, must have been hearing this for the first time. Don't laugh just yet. I tried my armor-piercing chainsaw and even armor-piercing rounds, nothing worked. Not even a scratch. If even firepower strikes prove useless, then our Dragon Nation truly has a blessing coming. Armor-piercing rounds didn't work? A race car? There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Old Su, send me the strike coordinates. And if the higher-ups come looking for someone to blame, don't make me take the fall alone. The tone on the other end was particularly heavy. Su Lai nodded in agreement, then immediately sent the location of the ghost racing car to someone named Commander Du Yongkang on WeChat. Flying Eagle Squad, prepare for deployment. Coordinates have been sent to you. Load all fighters with live ammunition, heavy caliber rounds capable of shattering armored vehicles in one hit. Northern Frontier City, Dragon Nation Military Branch. A man whose chest was covered in medals issued orders to several elite operatives before him. Flying Eagle Squadron copy. Commander Du, is this an enemy invasion? Rest assured, I'll tear them apart without mercy. Those who dare invade Dragon Nation shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Du Yongkang avoided a direct answer. Instead, he continued his speech. This mission concerns the future happiness of the Dragon Nation and the safety of your lives. You must show no mercy, strike them hard. Dozens of elite operatives stood solemn and unified. Each of them embraced a sense of mission that must be fulfilled. They would never bring dishonor to the military branch. Roger that, Commander. No matter how formidable the enemy may be, we will show them the true spirit of the Dragon Nation. We'll crush them to dust. Good. Commander Du clapped repeatedly, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. Advance. 8. Damn impressive. The sound of explosions ripped through the sky. The Flying Eagle squadron drew ever closer. With no other choice, Sui boarded the private jet alongside Ling Lao and Su Lai. Quietly, he watched the clash between the Demon Chariot and the Flying Eagle squadron from the sky. To warrant the Flying Eagle squadron conducting this test, even if the material fails the trial, I'll still be thoroughly impressed. I didn't expect Commander Du to take this matter so seriously, even the missiles are large caliber. Inside the private jet, Su Lai stared at the massive missile with its sharp red warhead, still feeling a chill run down his spine. This was a missile unique to the Dragon Nation's J-20 fighter, specifically designed to target large weapons like aircraft carriers. The cost of a single missile was estimated to exceed that of a tank. It's all thanks to your reputation, old Su. This is the first time in years I've seen a mechanical material that could bring back your mad scientist mindset. Dad, experiments are one thing, but if my race car breaks down, you're paying for it. Su, he declared indignantly. The Flying Eagle squadron arrived at the designated strike point. Thermal imaging from the fighter jets showed no personnel or armed forces present. Only a single racing car, entirely blue in color, was present. Captain, the commander can't be serious about us bombing an empty field. Who cares? Even if we're bombing thin air, we'll make it count with Flying Eagle squadron style. Go all in. The order was given. A dense barrage of missiles instantly rained down toward the Demon Spirit race car. Even in broad daylight, the force designed to strike aircraft carriers created streaks of fire. A deafening roar split the sky. Smoke billowed thickly. Spectator area. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to the sudden spectacle. Look! Fighter jets! Damn! Is this a counter-terrorism operation or an enemy invasion? They're even sending fighter jets to bomb us. Is that a J-20? Isn't that meant for carrier-level threats? Shouts of alarm mingled with fear. Chaos erupted on the scene. Though far away, the explosions thundered like rolling thunder. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the distant smoke and debris. Every citizen of the Dragon Nation knew what the deployment of the J-20 signified. It could only mean a threat to the nation's security or a show of deterrence. Or perhaps a military parade, showcasing its core strength. Regardless of the reason, Jiang Chen's first thought was, the Ghost War Chariot was in trouble. Though Sui was an exceptionally skilled driver, she knew very little about the Ghost War Chariot's systems. When Jiang Chen finished assembling it and read the manual, he noticed. The Ghost War Chariot had several options that should never be activated unless absolutely necessary. One was the safety system. No one but the driver could deactivate it. The other was the interference system. Once activated, it emitted invisible shockwaves that disrupted all electronic devices nearby. It would destroy all electronic devices, including power lines. As the saying goes, if you want free meals for life, go try digging up Dragon Country's power lines. Though he wasn't a direct participant, according to the law, he'd at least be held jointly liable. Xin Feng, I won't be going to school for a while. I need to rest at home. Jiang Chen immediately turned to Xin Feng. Damn it. Bro, you got 100 grand and you're taking time off? You're not planning to go out and have fun behind my back, are you? What if the teachers ask about you? Xin Feng grinned mischievously, clearly not buying Jiang Chen's excuse about resting at home. Would I die if I said I'm busy? With that, Jiang Chen turned and left the audience seats without a second glance, leaving only his hurried silhouette behind. What a load of crap. Who'd buy that busy as hell excuse? Xin Feng shrugged helplessly, his face full of resignation. The smoke cleared. The finish zone was littered with shell craters, the largest stretching a full meter deep. The Flying Eagle squadron returned one by one. Old Su's expression was agitated. He couldn't wait to see if that demonic race car was still alive. Quick! Descend! Click! The hatch opened. Su Lai sprinted to the Ghost Racer's location and peered into the crater. His lips curled back in a sharp gasp. The horror was palpable. Beneath the missile strike, Vince remained unmoved. Only traces of smoke lingered. Old Ling. The Dragon Nation is blessed. Hearing Su Lai's words, joy instantly welled up in Ling Lao's heart. Though the ghost racing car shattered his worldview at every turn, it never failed to bring a spark of delight. Su-hee, come tell daddy where is that classmate of yours now? Right here in the race area. He even delivered a car to me before the race started. Oh? Old Ling and Su Lai exchanged a glance and smiled at each other. Let's go meet this outstanding young man together. Alright, I'll send him a WeChat first to ask for his exact seat. Su-hee pulled out his phone. Though he didn't have Jiang Chen's WeChat, he had Xin Feng's. He recalled that at the start of the match, the two had been watching together. Xin Feng, where are you and Jiang Chen seated? I'll come find you. After sending the message, it took a while before Xin Feng's reply came through. He isn't here anymore. Gone? Where did he go? He's swamped. Just swamped with work, and then he died. Ha? Su-hee frowned, feeling a bit annoyed. He wasn't going to eat Jiang Chen, so why lie about it? What's wrong, girl? Su Lai looked at Su-hee's slightly angry expression and asked in confusion. It's complicated. Anyway, he doesn't seem to want to see me. Upon hearing this, Elder Ling and Su Lai both sighed inwardly. You young people, always throwing little tantrums over nothing. He's such an outstanding young man. Did you do something to offend him? Make him dislike you? Dad. I didn't. Ha! Su Lai said nothing, merely chuckling to himself. Didn't he know his daughter's temperament? In the words of the young generation, she had that aloof goddess vibe, the kind of demeanor that could easily offend people without even meaning to. I don't see it that way. That young man named Jiang Chen, perhaps out of genuine kindness, has given us this race car entirely. Old Ling looked at Su Lai, his eyes brimming with respect. He likely dislikes drawing attention. Using Su He's order as a pretext, he delivered this technologically advanced race car into our hands. I understand. After all, you and I both came from that path. But such selfless, fearless spirit. It's becoming increasingly rare these days. Who would have thought that after all these years, such an outstanding model youth of the Dragon Nation could still emerge? Hearing Ling Lao speak thus, Su He and Su Lai's hearts trembled violently. Before their eyes, it was as if they could see the silhouette of that young man. Lonely, yet towering. Indeed, what a remarkable young man. Truly a rare find. Daughter, you said he was your classmate. How long have you two known each other? Su Lai's eyes welled up involuntarily as he turned to ask Su He. It was just yesterday, actually. If he hadn't taken that order through Qin Feng, our paths would never have crossed. Make an effort to interact with outstanding young people like him more often. Stop acting so aloof all the time. No sooner had Su He finished speaking than Su Lai grew restless. He pressed on, since you love racing, try getting to know him better. Given time, he might just surprise you again in unexpected ways. At this, Su He perked up. Indeed, Jiang Chen's first race car was already so extraordinary. Who knows? He might just get stronger and stronger. Listening to Dad never fails. Spend some time talking with him these next few days. I'll be here at home brewing some tea for when you two return. With that, Su Lai flashed a sly, fox-like grin. Even old Ling beside him couldn't help but exclaim, "You've got some nerve." Got it, Dad. For my racing dream. I'll make sure to spend more time with him. Put. Unable to bear it any longer, old Ling turned away to gaze out the window. His thoughts drifted to his own son, young Master Ling, as he murmured to himself. When will that boy ever meet such outstanding talent? 9. It's been ages since I met a youth like this. Kyoto, Dragon Nation Research Base. After settling his daughter Su He's affairs, he returned to the research base with the Demon Spirit Racer brimming with confidence. Inside the base laboratory. Under Su Lai's guidance, dozens of researchers were working feverishly. 3 nameless individuals formed a group surrounding the Demon Spirit Racer and conducting various tests. Prepare for material microstructure analysis. Su Lai's sharp command sent a nearby team swiftly moving equipment into position. Report. Material sampling equipment ready. Material analysis equipment ready. Material scanning in progress. Beside them, Elder Ling slowly stepped forward, keeping pace with Su Lai. Both were selfless scientific giants who had devoted their lives to the Dragon Nation. Though they enjoyed friendly rivalry and competition, when it came to research, they were wholehearted collaborators. At this moment, his heart trembled, his expression filled with excitement. Old Su, I have a feeling this is going to be a historic moment. Su Lai smiled but said nothing, gathering his composure. He held his breath, awaiting the analysis results. After a few moments, the laboratory's large screen finally stirred, displaying a circular data chart. Material analysis complete 100%. Composition, iridium 10%. Carbon composite 10%. Graphene 10%. At first, Elder Ling and Su Lai nodded in agreement. These were among the hardest substances known to exist, used in many of the armored vehicles and weapons they had built. But then, 70% carbon sulfide. What? Carbonyl sulfide. Not only Ling Lao and Su Lai, but every other technician present was utterly stunned. This substance was 300 times harder than steel, with tensile strength exceeding diamond by over threefold. Most crucially, it's extremely difficult to fuse with other elements, let alone substances like carbon and diamond. No wonder it survived missile strikes. With this material, you'd probably need an atomic bomb just to make a dent. Su. Senior Su, are our instruments malfunctioning? How is this possible? Some researchers couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. These were all talents with over a decade of research experience, yet the material before them genuinely overturned everything they'd known for years. They were all common materials, yet the terrifying part was their ability to fuse. This revelation was no less shocking than being told there was an integer between 3 and 4. It was pure fantasy. Old Su, what would happen if this material were used in Dragon Nation's armored vehicles? Old Ling stared in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. But what surprised him even more was that Su Lai was even more ruthless than he was. What would happen? If that blind country dares invade now, we'll just drive over, strap a nuke to it, and blow their damn hometown to smithereens. After that, we'll light up a cigarette, sip some tea, and enjoy the scenery from inside the vehicle. Old Ling fell completely silent. watching Su Lai's throat tremble. This old man was serious. When divine dragons fill the heavens and I tread upon the Japanese to admire cherry blossoms, do you think that's merely a dream of mine? Cough cough. Clearing his throat, old Ling walked up to the demon spirit racer and joined the others in scanning its materials. What are we waiting for? I'm in too. Speed it up. Kyoto Berlin University. Sui drove the Apollo supercar to the university gates. After getting out, she walked with anxious steps, repeatedly dialing a number labeled Jiang Chen. Xin Feng had given her this number, insisting she treat his bro well. His old bro had a fragile ego, and the excuse of being busy as hell might just be a cover for fear of getting hurt again. Damn it! Suhi muttered under her breath. Was she really that intimidating? Plus, she doubted the call was genuine every time she tried dialing. It just said, the number you dialed is turned off. Jiang Chen seemed to have vanished from Berlin University in an instant. Hey, do you know Jiang Chen? Hey, where is Jiang Chen? After searching in vain all around, Sui basically asked everyone she encountered. After all, the ghost racing game still wouldn't open, leaving her unable to proceed with the next step of her experience. The car's many features were constantly tugging at Sui's heart. She couldn't wait another moment. Soon enough, the news of this Berlin University campus beauty desperately searching for Jiang Chen had finally gained the attention it deserved. The entire university forum was abuzz. Numerous campus bloggers seized on the story to attract attention and expand their follower bases. In the dormitory, because Ling Xiao inexplicably rejected her, Du Fei lay on her bed, hugging a pillow, wiping away tears in frustration. While scrolling through my phone looking for inspirational quotes, I unexpectedly stumbled upon a campus trending topic. Berlin campus belle desperately seeks Jiang Chen. Is this a novel's love plot? Her eyes narrowed, and she bit her lip. She was so furious she grabbed her hair. You bastard, Jiang Chen. So you'd already moved on before I even had a chance. Scumbag. Vicious. What did I ever do to deserve this hurt from you? No way. I have to fight back. If I can't have Linggage, you won't get to be with Sui either. With that, she rose and began dressing. She carefully applied a flawless makeup look before stepping out of the dorm. At the school gate, Sui leaned against the butterfly door of a scooter, gulping down her energy drink after searching the area in vain. Today, she'd spoken more than she had in the past 3 days combined. Now she was certain Jiang Chen wasn't on campus. Rather than searching aimlessly, she'd stake out a spot and wait him out. Suhi, are you waiting for Jiang Chen? Du Fei appeared before Suhi, dressed in a dazzling outfit. Need something? She replied coldly. Suhi had never warmed to Du Fei, and her impression of her was far from favorable. After all, she'd managed to get close to young Master Ling within a single day. As a woman, she was far too easy. I know where he is. Oh? Sui raised an eyebrow, finally giving Du Fei a proper look. It must be said that Du Fei was quite attractive. No wonder Ling Xiao, a man who'd seen countless women, was drawn to her. But her aura was far less impressive. In Sui's eyes, she was downright provincial. Jiang Chen must be holed up at home eating instant noodles right now. He doesn't have much money, can't afford anything else. It's strange, really. He's perfectly capable, why not get another job instead of holing up at home staring at a computer screen doing who knows what? Suhi, I advise you. Before Du Fei could finish, Sui jumped into the car and slammed the door shut. He called Xin Feng and asked for Jiang Chen's home address. He sped off toward the location. The melancholy car radio music swirled around her ears, unexpectedly bringing moisture to her eyes. She recalled her father Su Lai and elder Ling's words about that living saint, the model youth. Jiang Chen, you must have endured so much hardship to create the evil spirit racer. Scrimping and saving, holed up at home, poring over it day and night. Rest assured, from now on I'll do everything I can to help you. Suhi murmured softly, her lips curving into a faint smile. It had been so long. It had been so long since she'd seen such a selfless, diligent, and exceptionally talented young man. 100% after sales service. Dragon Country, a high-rise residential complex in a remote urban district. Sui glanced at the navigation, then surveyed the surroundings. After confirming this was Jiang Chen's residence, she slowly got out of the car. He locked the doors of Apollo's sports car. Sui's longing to drive the ghost racing car again grew even stronger. A woman who's seen a lion won't settle for a kitten. Though she'd bought this Apollo with months of her own pocket money, even helping Dad with some research work to afford it. But now, after driving the ghost racing car, whether comparing speed, technological sophistication, or even the exterior design that had once captivated Suhi to no end, this Apollo fell short in every way. Pure white high heels paired with a sexy pencil skirt. Every step Suhi took drew countless admiring glances. They marveled at Sui's elegance and the Apollo's futuristic aesthetic. Several middle-aged women, dressed head to toe in peony patterns and wearing red headscarves, couldn't resist approaching the Apollo to scratch its body with their fingernails. This golden yellow, it's definitely gold. My necklace is solid gold, costs thousands. Imagine how much this huge chunk of pure gold is worth. Could this girl be a celebrity? Maybe even one who's been on the Spring Festival Gala? The elderly men carried their stools and sat at the entrance of the residential compound, watching Suhi approach step by step. Their already ruddy faces flushed even redder. Puffing on their pipe tobacco, their eyes sparkled with excitement. "Young lady, looks like you're here looking for someone?" The security guard, hands tucked into his pockets, edged closer. He'd been guarding this neighborhood for years, where most residents were either resettled families or daily workers. A lady of such refined beauty, the kind you only see on TV. They were almost always looking for someone. "Yes, I'm looking for a young man named Jiang Chen. Do you know him, uncle?" Jiang Chen. Hearing Sui's words, not just the security guard, but even the group of elderly folks nearby turned as pale as death. Their faces could shatter stone. That name was all too familiar. Just days ago, this kid was a nobody. But just last night, whether he was trying to tear the place apart or not, the clatter and banging echoed through the night sky. The elderly folks' frail bodies couldn't endure such a disturbance in the middle of the night. The neighborhood complaint hotline was flooded with calls. The next day, notices plastered the entire hallway. "Cherish your life, stay away from Jiang Chen. Strictly crack down on the evil party that wrecks homes at midnight. If caught again, police will be called and hefty fines imposed. No leniency whatsoever." The security guard's brow instantly furrowed. His gaze toward Suhi grew hostile. That young man, Jiang Chen in his early 20s. Who could the pretty girl who came looking for him be? His female boss? That kind of plot only existed in novels. As a security guard, he didn't buy it. The most likely scenario was that the lucky young punk had snagged a wealthy, attractive girlfriend. But Jiang Chen alone had nearly caused chaos that would have overwhelmed the elderly residents. Add a girlfriend to the mix? That'd be like an earthquake in the middle of the night. Building collapse. I mean, no harm. I just want Jiang Chen to help tune up my race car. He might be gone for a few days. Suhi said sincerely. Observing the uncle's expression, a flicker of respect welled up in her heart. Though the neighborhood wasn't upscale, the security guard truly took his job seriously. Even the slightest piece of information about a resident could trigger such hostility and vigilance. This far surpassed many upscale communities in the city. Truly the creator of the Demon Spirit race car. His intelligence was evident even in his choice of residents. Beside them, the uncle heard that they were taking Jiang Chen away. His eyes instantly welled up with tears. Just moments ago, he'd been agonizing over how to deal with this kid and give the residents a satisfactory explanation. Now, the perfect solution had practically delivered itself. "Hurry! Building 27, Unit 1. Apartment 101. Go now." The security guard wiped his eyes and hurried toward the break room without looking back, his fingers flying over the keys as he sent out messages. "Attention! Demolition maniac Jiang Chen will be leaving the complex for a few days. To celebrate, the complex will undergo a full upgrade. New access cards will be issued tonight. Those without one, even with property deeds, will be denied entry. We're blocking all unauthorized personnel." Meanwhile, on the first floor of Building 27. A messy bedroom, a bucket of instant noodles, a cup of milk tea. Jiang Chen watched the latest news broadcast, feeling content. It featured yesterday's Asian racing competition highlights. Among the highlights was the fighter jet deployment issue that most concerned Jiang Chen. The commentator specifically emphasized that it was a temporary military exercise, urging everyone not to panic. Longwa's security was solid, with no foreign invasion. He breathed a long sigh of relief. As long as those evil spirits hadn't sabotaged the Dragon Nation's cables or caused any trouble, everything would be fine. Knock knock knock. A series of knocks sounded at the door. Jiang Chen felt a bit impatient. It had been going on since late last night. This security guard really had nothing better to do. "I told you we wouldn't be working on the workbench in the middle of the night anymore." Did he really need to be so relentless? "Got no money, but I've got my life." Jiang Chen roared angrily. A long silence fell outside the door. After an unknown amount of time, a clear, elegant female voice reached his ears. "Excuse me, is this Jiang Chen?" He pondered for a moment. The voice sounded familiar. "This is Suhi. I apologize for the uninvited intrusion, but could you spare some time to help me with something?" Suhi? The school beauty? Coming to see me? Was this another new order, or was happiness knocking on my door? Jiang Chen preferred the former. Without hesitation, he slipped on his slippers and hurried over. As the door opened, Suhi's expression changed. She looked almost incredulous. Jiang Chen's home was worlds apart from what she'd imagined. The open-plan room stretched endlessly before his eyes, containing everything imaginable. A laptop sat open on an unfamiliar browser, a bucket of instant noodles, a cup of milk tea, and discarded parts scattered across the floor. Suhi had assumed Jiang Chen lived frugally, but never imagined he'd be so sparing for the sake of research. "Classmate, thank you for everything you've done for me. You're a modern-day living Lei Feng. Suhi has nothing to repay you with, but if you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. I'll help you with whatever I can." Suhi bowed deeply, leaving Jiang Chen utterly speechless. It's just a race car, right? You've already given me $1 million. This was a fair transaction between us. Why such an overreaction? You mentioned earlier that you needed my help with something. What is it? Jiang Chen quickly changed the subject. He'd rather keep his head down than risk trouble. It's about the ghost racing car. Dad accidentally triggered the safety system, and now no one can open the doors. Oh? That's it? Jiang Chen felt a bit let down. Suhi hadn't come to give him money, but to resolve an after-sales issue with an order. Come to think of it, after manufacturing was complete, an instruction manual had indeed been imprinted in Jiang Chen's mind. But time was tight, so he couldn't write everything down on the spot. No problem, I'll handle it for you. Jiang Chen said calmly. He had to stand by his product's service. It was about reputation and principle. Thank you, Jiang Chen. Father was absolutely right. Your dedication to serving others is truly exemplary. Sui's brow was filled with a sunny smile, like a child just out of school. She walked ahead without waiting, beckoning Jiang Chen to follow. 11 Important notes. They climbed into the Apollo supercar. Sui led Jiang Chen all the way to the Dragon Nation research base. The area was heavily guarded with strict patrols. Even Sui had to go through considerable effort, presenting a dazzling array of credentials before finally reaching the research laboratory. At that moment, Old Ling and Su Lai were leading a team of researchers in intense study. Except for these two pillars of Longhua's scientific community, everyone else was drenched in sweat. Dad, I brought Jiang Chen along. Sui smiled as she approached, waving to the middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit nearby. Su Lai and Elder Ling turned around almost simultaneously. Though their daughter Suhi had mentioned this young man, the creator of the ghost racing car, was her classmate. Upon seeing him in person, the corners of their mouths still twitched involuntarily. He was far too young. His hair was thick and lush, not receding. Not a single trace of a scientist's traits. A handsome face paired with eyes like a starry sky. He looked several years younger than Suhi. A strong youth means a strong nation. Young Jiang, to build this ghost racer at such a young age is truly extraordinary. You must have endured immense hardship. But the future of Dragon Nation is undoubtedly bright. Su Lai praised him lavishly, while Elder Ling nodded repeatedly. Being addressed so warmly by two giants of the scientific community upon first meeting left Jiang Chen feeling overwhelmed. Though he wasn't part of the scientific community at Berlin University, the photographs of those who had made outstanding contributions and served as core pillars for the Dragon Nation were displayed in the university's exhibition hall. Jiang Chen instantly recognized the two leading figures of the scientific community before him. He held them in the utmost reverence. Young Jiang, heroes emerge in youth. We've heard tales of your dedication, scrimping and saving to build this ghost racer. On behalf of Dragon Nation's mechanical engineering community, we salute you. Saving every penny? Jiang Chen scratched his head. Actually, I'm quite wasteful. Old Ling and Su Lai looked a bit bewildered. Jiang Chen was telling the truth. He hadn't intended to lie. Especially in front of these two senior researchers, he felt he had to be completely honest. Over the years, he'd barely saved any money. For his ex-girlfriend, he'd gone all out, splurging daily on fine food and drinks. Even the money he earned from grueling screw-tightening jobs went toward buying a used Kawasaki. If Suhi hadn't delivered that order just in time, Jiang Chen probably wouldn't even have instant noodles to eat now. After a moment of silence, Su Lai and Ling Lao locked eyes with Jiang Chen's sincere gaze, and couldn't help but silently give him a thumbs up. As seasoned research veterans, they knew the evil spirit racer before them, whether in materials or other functional aspects, had been achieved only after countless trials and failures. The material costs alone ran into the millions. Jiang Chen must have painstakingly saved every penny from his part-time job to purchase materials for his experiments. He swallowed his pride and asked for the absolute minimum favor price of 1 million. Such dedication. Selfless and noble. He's a promising young talent. Dad, hold off on the praise for now. The safety mode on the Demon Racer hasn't been disabled yet. Suhi muttered, pouting beside them. Su Lai and Elder Ling nodded in response. They pulled Jiang Chen over to the ghost racing car. The surrounding researchers, upon seeing Su Lai and Elder Ling, stood at attention with solemn respect. They cleared away the surrounding equipment, making ample space. Xiao Jiang, the material fusion for these demonic race cars is incredibly challenging. To build them, you absolutely need advanced equipment. I wonder what kind of machinery you used to achieve such a high level of fusion. Su Lai ran his fingers over the ghost racer's hull, still unable to shake his concerns about the material's limitations. Old Ling nodded in agreement. Given the current state of technology in Dragon Nation, researching such materials would demand an unimaginable investment of time and effort. For a student to achieve this breakthrough, it was unlikely he'd done it entirely on his own. He must have imported some advanced foreign equipment. I happened to acquire a workbench. It's sitting at home right now. At this remark, Suhi frowned. Both Ling Lao and Su Lai found it hard to believe. A workbench? What kind of workbench could produce materials with such high hardness and tensile strength? Even the Dragon Nation's research bases rarely have such equipment. This is pure nonsense, isn't it? Su-hee? Old Ling turned to look at his niece. Her face was equally blank. Compared to the others, Su-hee had visited Jiang Chen's home, but she hadn't noticed any courtyard, let alone a workbench. She had only lived on the first floor, in a seemingly unremarkable studio apartment. I get it. Jiang Chen must be determined to carry the spirit of Lei Feng to its ultimate conclusion. No fanfare, no showmanship, just deliver results with quiet dedication. Su-hee blinked her large eyes, her gaze toward Jiang Chen now tinged with added reverence. Jiang Chen stepped forward. He looked at the crowd, whose expressions were unusually tense, but said nothing more. He approached the evil spirit racing car. He slowly bent down, pulled the badge key from his pocket and inserted it into the slot. This key had been provided by the system during manufacturing, only its possession could prove one was the true owner of the vehicle. He recalled how urgent Qin Feng's phone call had been that day, causing him to forget this small item. The badge, crafted from the same material as the ghost racing car, or only a large character. Su-hee cautiously stepped forward, observing. She didn't miss a single detail. As the badge slid into the slot, the ghost racer began to transform. Fortunately, the ceiling of the Dragon Nation Research Base laboratory was high enough, providing ample space for the ghost racer to transform. Snap! The highly rigid outer shell peeled away swiftly like flowing water, revealing the exquisite race car within. This spectacle stunned everyone around. Old Ling and Su Lai remained composed, silently marveling at the power of this transformation technology. The surrounding researchers sucked in a sharp breath. Their faces were filled with utter bewilderment. What just happened? That transformation was faster than me drinking water. I must be drunk as hell. I didn't see clearly. Mom, look. A live-action Transformers. I might even get on camera. Senior, Su-hee, I was in a rush earlier and forgot to give you the most important key. My sincerest apologies. Jiang Chen scratched his head and gave an embarrassed smile. Ling Lao and Su Lai silently clapped their hands. No worries, little Jiang. To be honest, Su-hee doesn't know much about this race car either. See if there's anything you need to remind her about. It'd be best if she could drive it proficiently. Su Lai spoke first, a hint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Old Ling nodded repeatedly beside him, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he watched Su Lai. This guy, if he wants to learn more about racing, why not just ask himself? He has to use his daughter as a go-between. Jiang Chen nodded. He had indeed done extensive preparation before coming here. The system's introduction to the ghost racing car was comprehensive, covering everything from its basic materials to advanced usage options. Even Jiang Chen, hailed as a genius at Berlin University, had spent hours memorizing it all. He eventually condensed it into a concise user guide. He pulled out his notebook from his bag. Jiang Chen held it out with both hands before Su Lai and Elder Ling. Seniors, once you finish reading this notebook, you'll be able to master the evil spirit racer. 12. Mach level launch acceleration. Su Lai took the notebook. Just as he turned to give it to Su-hee for study, his eyes locked onto the pages in the next instant. Beginner's Guide, Race Car Construction and System Applications. Only by mastering the dynamics of the ghost racer can you pilot it to its full potential. Su Lai's mouth fell slightly open as his eyes scanned downward. With each turn of the page, his heartbeat quickened. His eyelids trembled. Master Ling, look quickly. This contains many previously discarded dynamics theories. And there's a wealth of mechanical knowledge, all concepts we abandoned after failed experiments. Su Lai's voice trembled with excitement. Master Ling was even more thrilled than him. Hearing that their previous experiments had been overturned felt like discovering a new continent. He hurriedly pushed his way forward, flipping through the notebook alongside Su Lai. Mechanical deformation principles, analysis of multiple body forms. Both men's eyes welled up with tears. Jiang Chen's notebook not only detailed instructions for using the race car but also included corresponding explanatory principles and material compositions. This was like pulling down the evil spirit racing car's pants to inspect its underwear. After reading this manuscript, every secret of the Wraith Racer was laid bare. Old Su, is this really the right thing to do? Though Elder Ling was incredibly excited, he still disagreed with Su Lai's approach. In the scientific community, researchers guard their discoveries like the apple of their eye. Yet Su Lai used his daughter as an excuse to obtain this material. He had indirectly peered into Jiang Chen's research. Su Lai's expression turned uneasy at these words. Jiang Chen was such a promising young man, what he had done was indeed excessive. Xiao Jiang, did you really give this to Su-hee? But this contains... Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. Su-hee had been a lifesaver to him, and that debt of gratitude far outweighed any manuscript in his eyes. Besides, the Ghost Racer was custom built specifically for Su-hee. As his client and a racing enthusiast herself, he couldn't very well let her drive it without understanding its mechanics. It's fine, senior. Just some basic principles and material composition. If Su-hee doesn't understand these, she might run into trouble driving the ghost racing car later. Alright. Alright. Su Lai and Elder Ling's lips trembled slightly, their weathered hands quivering. Their eyes burned brightly as they stared at Jiang Chen. For a fleeting moment, Su Lai almost wanted to force his daughter into a race with Jiang Chen. Old Ling couldn't help but think of his idle son at home. What a stark contrast. There was no other reason such selfless dedication was rare in the scientific community, or indeed in any field. Watching his father grow increasingly enthusiastic, Sui couldn't bear to watch any longer. The principles were theoretical knowledge. To truly understand this race car, she had to experience it firsthand. She stepped forward and opened the door of the demon spirit race car. Dad, hand me that notebook. I'll take it to the border region and read it while I work. Su Lai didn't object. Instead, he handed the notebook to Su He and quickly approached Jiang Chen. Little Jiang, why don't you come along too? Su He isn't familiar with this race car yet. Driving while studying it is unsafe. But with you there, we'd feel much more at ease. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Old Ling sniffed sharply. This demonic race car's safety mode is sturdier than an armored vehicle. How could it be dangerous? You sly fox, I know exactly what you're scheming. Ahem. Old Ling cleared his throat lightly. His gaze shifted to Su He. Su He blinked her big, wide eyes repeatedly. Alright then, let Jiang Chen drive while I observe. She deliberately pushed open the car door, making room for Jiang Chen to sit. Watching the man and woman inside the car, Su Lai's face broke into a benevolent smile, like that of a father-in-law. There was no other reason his daughter was aloof with everyone. Sometimes, not even he was spared. But this young man, Jiang Chen is Sui's father, had never seen his daughter voluntarily ride in a car with another guy. Where should we start? Jiang Chen fastened his seatbelt and asked. Where this race car's performance shines the most. Are you sure? Su He nodded solemnly. Nothing could be more thrilling than tearing through the streets in the Ghost Racer. With that confirmation, Jiang Chen could finally let loose. He might not know the racing rules as well as Su He, but when it came to driving the ghost racing car, who could know it better than its creator? Activating the ignition system, the Ghost Racer instantly hummed to life. The Sci-Fi LED headlights and starlit ceiling illuminated instantly. The seats intuitively adjusted to Jiang Chen's form, molding into an exceptionally comfortable position. Xiao Jiang. Be extremely careful. I'll be waiting for your return. Su Lai watched the roaring Ghost Racer as he raised the laboratory doors, creating a perfect starting line for Jiang Chen. The other lab members stepped aside, simultaneously recording this glorious moment with their phones. Holy crap, to witness a Transformer's straight-line acceleration in my lifetime. Worth it. Go! As Sui's voice faded, Jiang Chen abruptly released his foot from the brake pedal. The Ghost Racer shot forward, its speed so blindingly fast it seemed to happen in the blink of an eye. What the hell? Where's the car? In the blink of an eye. How fast is that thing going? Don't mess with my titanium alloy eyes. This is insane, bro. Is that even a car or a fighter jet? This kid's got insane acceleration. He's freaking crazy, I love it. Old Ling's wig fluttered in the sky. Su Lai shuddered violently. The two exchanged a glance. Old Su, did that speed just break Mach? Far beyond that. I'm certain it was multiples of the speed. Inside the ghost racing car, Su He was pinned to the passenger seat by the powerful force of the acceleration. Only when the speed gradually stabilized did she regain her senses. She glanced at the central control screen. The 1 MA reading nearly made her brain freeze. 1 Mach. It had actually broken the sound barrier. Glancing at the gear selector, she saw Jiang Chen had shifted into 6th gear. Stop, Jiang Chen. Quickly. Su He blurted out instinctively. But Jiang Chen was completely focused on driving and didn't respond. You're the one who insisted on seeing its performance. Detected that the driver has exceeded Mach speed. Evil Spirit will now activate your exclusive power mode. Exclusive power mode activated. As the Evil Spirit's voice echoed through the car's built-in speakers, the interior of the Demon Spirit Racer underwent a transformation. On the screen, time outside seemed frozen, with all vehicles and people moving in slow motion. From inside the car, it felt like cruising down the street at 50 miles per hour. There was no discomfort or tension. Su He felt it most acutely. One moment she'd been on the brink of hell, and the next she was back to driving normally. It made her exclaim, holy cow! This is the full throttle performance of the demon racing car, though just the basics. Next, Jiang Chen proceeded to tap wildly on the screen in front of them. Su He had no time to speak. Her eyes were glued to the screen, her hands gripping the seatbelt tightly. Her heart was still pounding wildly. What else? 13 little days defy superstition. Of course. Jiang Chen tapped the screen. There was an option called transoceanic mode. At first, Su He didn't quite understand. But after a few twists and turns, he understood what ocean crossing meant. Before his eyes was the Pacific Ocean bordering the Dragon Nation. Jiang Chen, stop fooling around. That's the ocean. Get back here. Sui clenched his teeth, finally unable to hold back. This is just a race car, not a submarine. Heading straight into the sea like that, even if the Dragon Nation rescue team came to salvage it, it'd probably take a year or two to retrieve it. Sorry, I'm already in the zone. Might as well make the best of it. Jiang Chen murmured. Sui nearly fainted from anger. Calling this death-defying test method making the best of it? Click. The familiar sound of mechanical shifting echoed. The exterior of the demon racer began to transform. The ultra-hard material recovered every inch of the surface, leaving not a single gap. Two side wings extended simultaneously, and the front fascia transformed into a triangular shape. At the rear of the vehicle, a dense cluster of flame nozzles appeared. In the blink of an eye, the pale blue flames all transformed into purple. Some were even turning black. A massive whirlwind swirled around the vehicle, forming an invisible protective barrier. It resembled a shark. It began relentlessly charging toward the sea surface. Bang! The collision unleashed immense pressure, yet neither Jiang Chen behind the wheel nor Sui in the passenger seat felt any discomfort. Instead, before making contact with the water, the ghost racing car's unique vortex had already sealed off the seawater. Sui released her grip on the seatbelt and pressed her hand to her lips. The car sliced through the ocean, no pressure, no resistance. Can you believe it? And at Mach speeds. Forget Newton, even if Hawking himself showed up, he'd probably start pondering the meaning of life. Think it's romantic? What? The ocean floor. Jiang Chen curled his lip. He pointed beyond the cockpit screen. Contrary to Sui's expectations, the ocean floor wasn't pitch black. Under the glow of countless luminous fish, it cast a dreamlike haze. A deep blue glow illuminated the vehicle's hull. Sui stared in awe. Her eyes blinked rapidly. Though the vehicle moved swiftly, its exclusive power mode made the ride as smooth and seamless as watching a movie. Let's go deeper, Jiang Chen said. Enjoy the scenery and test its pressure performance. Jiang Chen pressed the accelerator, gripping the steering wheel tightly. In a flash, they vanished from sight. At that moment, several dozen miles away, a submarine bearing the cherry blossom-adorned red flag of the nation cruised nearby. It circled the nearby islands relentlessly, like a wolf obsessed with its prey. Lord Shabo. Security on Fish Farm Island has grown lax lately. I suggest we report this matter. Yu Shi. It seems fate has granted our cherry blossom nation another piece of territory. Saboichi gazed at the islands before him, his small handlebar mustache curling upward in a smile so sinister it was hard to describe. Even his longtime aide, witnessing this expression, couldn't help but think the man must be high on drugs. Such a grin was something he'd only seen on his own breeding boars. Attention! Unidentified object approaching near the submarine. Attention! Simultaneously, the submarine's alarm system activated. This made Lord Shabo's body jerk. What is it? Seeing this, the executive officer wasted no time, rushing to the instrument screen to begin receiving signals from the mysterious object. Speed exceeding Mach. How is that possible? The aide was dumbfounded, his mind shrinking as he watched the rapidly moving red dot. Sabo, whose brain cells were already sparse, shrank further upon hearing this. Young Master Shabo? Exactly Mach 1. Whoa! Everyone sucked in a sharp breath. In the air, perhaps a fighter jet could achieve that. But underwater? That kind of speed. Even the formidable British Empire couldn't achieve that. What the hell is that thing? Godzilla? This is bad, Lord Shabo. It's heading straight for us, not slowing down at all. I'm sending the feed to the screen. The words had barely left his mouth. Everyone stared intently at the screen. On the screen, a massive shark-like silhouette rapidly approached. From its head, two terrifying white beams shot out, like submarine searchlights. Holy! A prehistoric shark. How fast is it moving? Shabo's trembling hands frantically tapped out Morse code. His curses never ceased. As the final code was transmitted, Shaboyi's pupils contracted sharply. Everyone, take cover in the emergency pods. This thing is coming for us. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. Moments later, several large life buoys surfaced on the sea. Looking closer, several people, pale as ghosts, clung to them. Damn it! A prehistoric shark. Quick, report this to Lord Niu Huanqi. Inside the demon spirit racer, Sui heard a loud explosion and furrowed his brow slightly. Jiang Chen, are there really fish that can explode at the bottom of the sea? I don't think so. Then what just happened? Jiang Chen also sensed something was off. He turned and tapped the screen, playing the 360-degree dashcam footage. On the screen, at the apex of the massive cyclone, a dark, unidentified object visible only as a large red disc was sliced clean in half by the cyclone. The explosion they'd heard earlier had come from it. Jiang Chen, do fish on the ocean floor have tattoos now? He murmured. Truth be told, she had never been to the sea. Everything here felt utterly novel to her. This successfully sparked her desire to share. She transferred the recorder's files to her phone and immediately sent them to her father, Su Lai. Dragon Nation Research Base. A group of researchers gathered around, buzzing with discussion. Staring at the screenshot of Jiang Chen's notebook on the screen, they plunged into a frenzy of chatter. Ding! Su Lai's phone chimed. Old Ling, intrigued by the sound, leaned in to take a closer look. But the moment he tapped the screen, Old Ling completely lost it. Holy moly! Su Lai's heart pounded wildly. Could this be a submarine from Sakura country? Does this demonic race car even have an attack system? How could these two little things start fighting without even asking for permission? Su Lai sucked in several sharp breaths. He forced himself to calm down. He replayed the footage over and over until he finally understood. It must be that cyclone. Who would have thought the Ghost Racer could be so terrifying, capable of generating a cyclone in the ocean? This dynamic technology is also quite impressive. Su Lai watched with rapt fascination. His research spirit surged instantly. He rushed to the screen and began taking notes diligently. He paid no heed whatsoever to Ling Lao's warning about destroying the nuclear submarine. Su-hee. My dear niece. Old Ling grabbed Su Lai's phone and sent a message to Sui while Su Lai was engrossed in the joy of his research. Uncle Ling? What's up? You and Xiao Jiang need to come back immediately. Stop fishing. Old Ling kept typing furiously, fearing that if he wasn't careful, that kid Jiang Chen might destroy a few more Japanese submarines. Though deep down, Ling Lao secretly wished it were so. But reason told him this kind of reckless action without orders from above was absolutely out of the question. 14. Flying Eagle Squadron locked on. Commander Du Yongkong was stunned. Sakura Nation. Military Command Center. A group of middle-aged men in yellow combat uniforms sat gathered around a table. Each wore a tense expression, some with sweaty palms. Is this really a prehistoric shark? Those two beams of light near its eyes are clearly mechanical. Damn it! The leader, hearing this, flew into a rage. Our submarines use the most advanced materials in the country. Only super large caliber armor-piercing rounds could penetrate them. Even if it's a shark from hundreds of millions of years ago, could its bite really be that powerful? Dare to spread such nonsense again, and I'll be the first to make you commit seppuku. The table shook with each thunderous thud of his fists. Both men's handlebar mustaches twisted in anger. His expression was bewildered as he scrutinized the confidential report sent by the Grand Lord of Shabo. It seemed like pure fabrication no matter how he looked at it. Breaking Mach speed underwater. And splitting a submarine in two with just a collision. Absurd. Even their father, the world-renowned Eagle Nation, had never claimed such terrifying technology existed. Where is the Shabo Grand Duke now? Reporting, it's still floating on the surface awaiting rescue. If we delay any longer, it'll probably turn into a puff pastry. Damn it! The expression on the middle-aged man's face turned murderous upon hearing this. He ripped the badge from his chest and slammed it onto the table. Dispatch 3 more vessels to contain that mysterious object. And rescue that Shabo I while you're at it. When he gets back, I'll have him explain whether he's blind or I'm the one with a screw loose. At this, everyone's heart sank. Beads of sweat dripped uncontrollably from their foreheads. East Sea of Dragon Nation, near Fish Farm Island. Sui held up her phone, showing Jiang Chen the chat history with Elder Ling. Looks like it's urgent. We should head back. The performance test is nearly complete anyway. You should have mastered it by now. Jiang Chen turned to look at Sui. She gave an awkward smile before slowly nodding. How could she possibly learn this? Just the sheer number of buttons more than on an airplane would take Sui days to memorize, let alone Jiang Chen's flashy maneuvers. What was this underwater drifting? Highway spiral overtaking? These maneuvers were beyond Sui's understanding of racing. Good. Now for the final demonstration. Watch closely. Sui blinked intently, not missing a single one of Jiang Chen's movements. Though Jiang Chen was the car's creator, the Ghost Racer felt completely different in his hands compared to when she drove it. His was more thrilling, more challenging. She sat like a well-behaved rabbit, not uttering a sound, quietly learning. As Jiang Chen jerked the steering wheel sharply, a fierce force of inertia slammed into her back. The car, which had just surged out of the sea surface, suddenly shot skyward. What principle is this? Sui's light-muscled body pressed tightly against the seatback. Her eyes widened as she frantically scanned her surroundings. Apart from the massive flames reflected in the rearview mirror, nothing else seemed different. Using an anti-gravity system to reduce material weight, then applying nitrous boost, Jiang Chen patiently explained to Sui. In just a moment's time, the Ghost Racer soared hundreds of feet above the ground, piercing straight through the clouds. Jiang Chen. This high. The Ghost Racer can't handle it. Sui felt a bit dizzy, not from fear of heights, but because she knew the weight of the Ghost Racer. A full 2 tons of fall from this height would smash it to pieces. Don't worry. I won't let you get hurt. Jiang Chen reassured Sui. He grinned. Massive purple flames erupted once more, propelling the race car forward through the sky. Its speed was incredibly fast. The target was clear. The Dragon Nation Research Base. Not far from the Demon Spirit Racer, several members of the Flying Eagle Squadron were conducting routine training exercises. Their eyes locked onto the rapidly moving red dot on the fighter jet, instantly alert. Report. Unidentified flying object detected over the East Sea of Dragon Nation. Requesting higher command instructions. Imagery transmission complete. Eagle 2, stand by. Flying Eagle 3, live ammunition loaded and ready, stand by. Commander Du Yongkong watched the screen as the Fei Ying Squadron's video feed played. His expression grew grave. Even after racking his brain, he couldn't fathom what the thing actually was. If you called it a military aircraft, it was far too small. If it were civilian or private equipment, that was clearly impossible. Within the Dragon Nation, civilian flying equipment was scarce. All privately owned flying vehicles are registered. We've never seen such a bizarre, hybrid-looking craft before. Issue a warning and maintain surveillance. If they continue approaching Dragon Nation's city limits, report to me immediately. Additionally, arm all aircraft of the Flying Eagle Squadron with live ammunition. We swear to defend our homeland with our lives. Under Commander Du Yongkong's command, the fighter jets formed an orderly formation. They formed a line on either side of the Demon Spirit Racer. A warning was transmitted over the fighter radios. Unidentified aerial object ahead, land immediately. Dragon Nation airspace. Do not cross the border. I repeat, Dragon Nation airspace. Do not cross the border. Inside the Ghost Racer, Suhi was beyond nervous. Jiang Chen, I think we're in big trouble. The Flying Eagle Squadron has issued a warning. It won't be long before they take forceful action. Seeing the formation the Flying Eagle Squadron had arranged, it was clear they were closing in to surround both her and Jiang Chen. The radio crackled inside the Ghost Racer. Jiang Chen steeled himself. Hold on tight. We can only explain this properly back at the base. He slammed the accelerator to the floor. Jiang Chen steeled himself for the fight. The Ghost Racer responded in kind. The flames grew ever larger. From blue, it turned black once more. The sudden jolt of acceleration made Sui's brows knit together. Jiang Chen, slow down. Sui's voice echoed through the Ghost Racer. Every member of the Flying Eagle squad pressed their hands against the weapon launch buttons almost simultaneously. There was no other reason. After the warning, the unidentified object seemed to have been injected with adrenaline. Its speed more than doubled. In the blink of an eye, it had streaked away several miles. What the hell is that thing? It's moving so fast. Compared to it, our training aircraft look like toys. We can't even see its taillights. Commander! Commander! Du Yongkong gritted his teeth as he read the messages from his team members. Countless movie scenes flashed through his mind. Could this thing not be Earth-made, but from outer space? At this speed, it could almost rival the J-20, the pride of the Dragon Nation. Inside the Flying Eagle fighter jet, the crew members exchanged glances. No doubt about it. This was the most absurd unidentified flying object they'd ever seen since joining the military. Their military textbooks never mentioned technology or shapes like this. Just like Transformers, utterly incomprehensible. Aliens. It must be aliens. Captain, that thing is heading toward Longgiji. Quick, report to Commander Du Yongkong. Inside the military base, Du Yongkong's heart sank. This thing, friend or foe, who knows, is heading straight for the Research Institute. That's where the nation's elite, its pillars and backbone, are gathered. If anything goes wrong, no one can shoulder that responsibility. Bring it down. Du Yongkong roared. 15, is this the thing? Eagle Squad, copy that. Weapon targeting system acquiring lock. Reporting, range too far, cannot lock on. Though the Flying Eagle Squadron was itching to shove the aircraft's throttle lever all the way to the metal, they still couldn't match its speed. Hearing the Flying Eagle Squad's report, Du Yongkong's mouth was practically splitting from frustration. His eyes fixed on the screen, he cursed inwardly. What the hell was this thing? Commander! Situation has changed. Speak! The unidentified flying object has reached the research base. The flames have vanished. But it's moving too fast. It's already darted into the research base parking lot. The fighter jet's camera system can't track it. Quick! All personnel, park your fighters near the base and switch to ground weapons for emergency measures. Commander Du Yongkong directed the Flying Eagle Squadron's operational plan. He himself rushed non-stop toward the J-20 fighter jet hangar. He dialed Su Lai's number as he ran. But all he got back was a simple, "Sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy. Please try again later." Old Su. Please don't let anything happen to you. Du Yongkong muttered under his breath. He swiftly piloted the J-20 fighter jet at top speed toward the research base. As commander of the Dragon Nation Military Command's Kyoto branch, he would not tolerate anything threatening the nation's pillars, its very foundation, right under his nose. Dragon Nation Research Base. Old Ling kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. After endless anticipation, Jiang Chen and Sui had finally returned. He took out a few more heart pills, calmed down considerably, and spoke slowly. Young Jiang, you're finally back. I was so worried something might have happened to you. Though he spoke these words, old Ling was genuinely terrified inside. Bombing the Cherry Blossom Nation's submarine. Cruising around the fish farm island as if it were their own backyard. And finally having to fly back through the air, drawing the military's attention. I have to say, it's got to be you, Xiao Jiang. Old Ling. Don't worry about us, Jiang Chen's skills are excellent, far better than I imagined. I've picked up quite a few tricks myself. Watching Ling Lao's display of flaunting his potions. He gave an awkward chuckle, stepping in to smooth things over. Master Ling nodded, saying little more. He approached Jiang Chen and began discussing the Ghost Racer's performance specifications and theoretical principles. Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The older generation of scientists, whether in efficiency or dedication to research, were truly worthy of emulation by the younger generation. In the time it took to take Su He for a brief tour, old Ling had already committed the entire theoretical knowledge of the ghost racing car to memory. Just as the two were deep in conversation, a shrill voice cut through the base's public address system. Attention! Armed forces detected breaching perimeter. Initiate defense protocol? Attention! Jiang Chen and the others present froze in surprise. A military force dared to breach the Dragon Nation's research base? What were they up to? Su Lai frowned first. The Dragon Nation research base boasts the most advanced defenses within the nation. Not only were they surrounded by Commander Du Yongkong's layered security, but its coordinates are also secretive, known to few. Bring up the footage. Bang! Just as Su Lai was about to see who had the audacity to cause trouble at the Longguo research base, the laboratory doors were suddenly blown open. Through the smoke, an armed squad burst in. The middle-aged man leading them was covered in medals of honor. His face was anxious, and he kept shouting. Old Su, Ling Lao. Are you two okay? Commander Du? Brother! Su Lai instantly smoothed out his furrowed brow. As he recognized the arrivals, his confusion dissolved. You scared the life out of me. Some unidentified flying object just came crashing in. My heart was in my throat the whole time. You're the backbone of our Dragon Nation. If anything happened to you, how could I possibly explain it to the higher-ups? Du Yongkong tucked his service pistol into his waistband. The higher-ups were checking on Su Lai and Elderling. Seeing they were both unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Unidentified flying object? Su Lai murmured, clearly unaware of what had transpired. But soon, an understanding flashed between him and Ling Lao's eyes. He pointed to one side. There, the ghost racer lay undisturbed in the center. Two massive wings gleamed with a cold, metallic sheen. Look, is that it? This. Du Yongkong stepped forward to inspect it, the Flying Eagle squadron close behind. As they approached the ghost racer, several members voiced their confusion first. Isn't this the race car we were ordered to bomb a few days ago? That flying thing earlier was this thing. Don't lie to us, we're all top-tier graduates. The core armed forces of Dragon Nation. The Flying Eagle squad shook their heads in unison, exchanging bewildered glances. Don't assume anything with wings can fly, nor that every white horse rider is the Tang Monk. The flying object that had pursued them clearly defied all understanding. Not only was it incredibly fast, but it was engulfed in flames. How could a race car do that? Old Su, this isn't funny. Du Yongkong was displeased, feeling thoroughly tricked. His face hardened, his brow furrowed, and he kept muttering under his breath. Hey! At my age, why would I lie to you? Come on, I'll show you something amazing. Du Yongkong was dragged over to the ghost racing car. Its jet black gloss gleamed majestically under the fluorescent lights. But no matter how you looked at it, it was just an ordinary race car. Not only did the Flying Eagle squad not believe it, even with Du Yongkong's experience, it was hard to believe. Hey, girl, got any footage? Su Lai turned and asked Su He with a smile, his face brimming with satisfaction. Yes, I'll put it up on the big screen right now. Su He swiftly pulled out her phone and pulled up the dashcam footage from the ghost racing car, projecting it onto the center screen in the lab. As the footage played, Du Yongkong lost his composure. The Flying Eagle squad was stunned. The footage clearly showed the Flying Eagle squadron being left in the dust by the ghost racer, their taillights completely out of sight. Driver Jiang Chen, passenger Su He. Not a single trace of editing was visible. That all-black, icy cold race car, spewing massive flames, resembled a celestial being. TSK tisk. Du Yongkong clicked his tongue, his thoughts turning to his own fighter jet. Instantly, it seemed less impressive. A race car that flies. And faster than a fighter jet. Catch missiles bare-handed. What's the point of having Dragon Nation fighter jets then? Just because they have more weapons? Just because I can fire a few shots at the sky? The Flying Eagle squadron members aren't much better than Du Yongkong. My worldview is shattered. After flying for over a decade, I can't even beat a race car. If word got out, my comrades would laugh their heads off. Old Su. You've got some nerve, hiding this talent so well. Keeping such a gem to yourself? That's just too much. Just imagine if this were a tank or a plane instead of a race car, how insane would that be? In Dragon Nation, our capital military district would stand tall. Du Yongkang clapped his hands in amazement, taking a moment to collect his thoughts. His brain cells had been squeezed dry earlier, and he was just now starting to recover. 16. Happy collaboration. It's not that I won't let you use it, I just got this thing myself, and it cost me $1 million of my daughter's allowance. Sulai shook his head with a wry smile, his face full of grievance. Only $1 million? I'd say it's worth 10 million. What? Wait, are you saying you didn't make this? Du Yongkang's pupils contracted sharply. He pricked up his ears, afraid he'd misheard. In Dragon Nation, Sulai's status in the mechanical field was virtually unshakable. He was a titan in the industry. The armor plating and internal mechanical components of most domestic armed forces had passed through his hands. He had even pioneered world-leading technologies like the J-20 fighter jet. Besides him, Du Yongkang couldn't fathom who else it could be. Back then, I only proposed the theory, but the practical implementation failed. Yet now, someone has actually built it. Sulai said, gesturing toward Jiang Chen beside him. Young Jiang Chen. A paragon of both literary and martial prowess. A model youth. Sulai launched into another round of praise for Jiang Chen, stepping forward to stand beside him. Senior Su, you're too kind. Jiang Chen looked utterly bewildered. How did the focus shift to him in an instant? Du Yongkang was stunned. This young man in his early 20s, strikingly handsome with a full head of hair, was actually a researcher. He didn't have a single trait associated with research. Truly, comparing people is enough to drive one mad. He'd weathered his share of storms. He knew you couldn't judge a book by its cover. But Du Yongkang had interacted with at least 100, if not 1,000, researchers. Among those with truly outstanding achievements, they either had receding hairlines or were bespectacled nearsighted types. Compared to Jiang Chen, a college student, strong and healthy, bursting with youthful vitality, they were left in the dust by miles. Could he be the Tianshan old crone? Sulai, watching Du Yongkang's jaw drop, felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Envious? Jealous? To make Commander Du Yongkang, who'd weathered every storm, look so ridiculous. Little Jiang could brag about this for a decade. Good. Du Yongkang exclaimed 3 times in succession, unable to conceal his inner stirrings. He approached Jiang Chen and scrutinized him from head to toe. Truly, a strong youth means a strong nation. Little Jiang, is it? Old Su and Old Ling didn't need to deceive me, but I still want to confirm, did you really develop this? Yes, Commander Du. Jiang Chen took a modest step back and spoke respectfully. Whoa. Commander Du sucked in a sharp breath, but quickly burst into a hearty laugh. He pulled Jiang Chen over to the Ghost Racer. He began asking about the Ghost Racer's construction. Quick, tell me, how does this thing go so fast? What's the principle behind it? And how come its material can't even be penetrated by my missiles? This transformation technology. Commander Du fired questions relentlessly. He gave Jiang Chen no chance to catch his breath. For the speed, I made some modifications. It's quite simple, just combine aerodynamics with the principle of weightlessness, then add superpowered atomic thrusters to achieve it. Senior Su and Senior Ling will surely understand. I detailed it all in the manuscripts I shared with them earlier. Jiang Chen explained calmly, while Su Lai and Elder Ling exchanged a knowing smile. Their faces twitched in silent amusement. You have no clue how complex your own knowledge is. Just the theory of combining those 2 elements without your manuscript, we'd probably dismantle the car for a week and still not figure it out. The materials? Simple enough, just combine the 5 hardest substances known on Blue Star today. Both Senior Su and Senior Ling know this now. I'm sure they'll build it faster than me in the next day or 2. Whoa. Su Lai and Elder Ling nearly toppled over upon hearing this. Ling Lao even pulled a pill from his pocket and swallowed it in one gulp. This kid's words weren't just infuriating, was he overestimating us too, or deliberately showing off? We may have analyzed the material composition, but we're still light years away from actually manufacturing it. Currently, the Dragon Nation's research base can only fuse 3 types. Adding even 1 more is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. If you can fuse 5 types, that's your skill, don't drag us too into it. Oh. Old Su. That's not fair. Get me the materials ready tomorrow, I'm putting this on my armored vehicle. Upon hearing this, Du Yongkang glanced at the 2 elders behind him, his words laced with playful banter. Alright. Su Lai grimaced, while Ling Lao clutched his head. Their eyes darted between the ceiling and the screen as they murmured their agreement. What about this one? How did those wings extend out from both sides? That transformation speed is way too fast. Du Yongkang pointed to the final section of the race car. He was astonished by the material connections on the race car, more specifically, the lack thereof. Ordinary joints would leave visible traces. But on the Demon Spirit Racer, not a single seam was visible. The entire vehicle was as smooth as a mirror. Transformation technology. Senior Su knows all about that. You go. You come. Don't call me, I forgot to turn off the gas at home. Seeing Jiang Chen still calling out to him, Su Lai flatly refused. His face hardened, though he wasn't truly angry. It was more resignation than anything else. Fine. Transformation technology essentially harnesses purified tangible energy through mechanical structures for propulsion. It's achieved by altering molecular frequencies. All you need is a molecular frequency resonator and input the corresponding code. Jiang Chen explained, gesturing toward the notebook draft beside Elderling. Oh, I see. You get it? Su Lai stared at Du Yongkong's satisfied expression, utterly baffled. Not really. You. Su Lai was furious. So that's how it was, like a pig's nose stuck in a leak. Du Yongkong chuckled. Theoretical principles? He only needed to hear them once. He was a military strategist, not a scientist. His job was to fight battles, win wars, and protect the motherland. As for the rest, that was for outstanding young scientists like Old Su, Old Ling, or even Jiang Chen. But speaking of protecting the motherland, Xiao Jiang, do you still have any of those ghost racer cars in stock? Commander Du, you race too? Ahem. Of course not. This thing's defense capabilities are top-notch in every way. The only thing missing is weaponry. I was thinking of buying one to modify. It might just become the most formidable weapon in the Dragon Nation. Commander Du cleared his throat and spoke slowly. Uncle Du, why not just drive the tank and plane to Jiang Chen's place and have him modify them for you? Just like when I asked Jiang Chen to build that race car for me back then, just make sure the compensation and materials are good. Sui blinked her big, beautiful eyes from the side. The moment the words left her mouth, Jiang Chen's head buzzed. Oh my. Drive tanks and planes to my house? This is ridiculous. That tiny 30-something square meter house with a yard a race car was already pushing it. How could such a colossal thing possibly fit? Sui's niece is right, price and materials can be worked out. Little Jiang, I've never asked anyone for favors in my life. If you succeed, I won't let you down. Du Yongkong smiled warmly, his lips curving with affection for Jiang Chen. Su Lai and Old Ling approached from the side. They whispered to Jiang Chen, Commander Du's favor is worth its weight in gold. Seize this chance, little Jiang, we believe in you. 17. Research and military, united as one. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. At this point, refusal was no longer an option. On one side stood the military commander, on the other, a scientist Jiang Chen deeply respected. Then there was campus beauty Su He. She was the goddess everyone at Berlin University admired. Refusing now would make his future prospects bleak. Since the military district could provide the materials, the obstacles Jiang Chen faced in manufacturing them were significantly reduced. The only thing missing now was a workspace. He recalled the terrifying scene back home when he tried making some parts on his workbench, only to be scolded by the neighborhood security guard and the aunties. It would be wiser to find another location. Xiao Jiang, how about this? Since the Ghost Racer costs $1 million per unit, tanks and planes are far beyond what a race car can match. How about I give you $5 million to modify one? Du Yongkong murmured softly. $5 million. Jiang Chen sucked in a sharp breath. The military district would cover all materials, plus an extra $5 million. Plus a favor from Du Yongkong. This deal was a surefire win. This. Jiang Chen's mouth hung open, unable to hide his delight. Look at you, old Du, you've put poor Jiang in such an awkward position. Su Lai watched Jiang Chen's slightly agape expression and felt a pang of unease. Regardless of anything else, he'd already helped build that ghost racing car. Any discerning eye could tell that the cost of that race car far exceeded a mere $1 million. Jiang Chen must have poured 100-fold effort into it, scraping together every last bit of his savings to make it happen. Otherwise, why would he still be living in a cramped, 10-square-meter space and eating instant noodles after receiving $1 million? Nowadays, tanks and aircraft are far beyond what race cars can compare to. Even without modifications, the cost alone exceeds $5 million. Jiang Chen was just an ordinary college student, not some rich kid. Having already endured hardship once, how could he face it again? Old Su, cut the suspense and just give me a price. Du Yongkong looked aggrieved. While the price wasn't exorbitant, it certainly wasn't cheap either. The tanks in his military region, including materials, only totaled $5 million. In my opinion, let's make it $10 million. Old Du, Xiao Jiang has already suffered for us once. As the elders of Longhua, we can't let the younger generation be disappointed twice in a row. Su Lai's eyes flashed as he pounded his chest emphatically. Du Yongkong nodded in agreement. Then $10 million it is. Young Jiang is a fine young man with exceptional talent. We absolutely cannot let him suffer. In just a few minutes, the original $5 million had more than doubled. Jiang Chen's heart soared like it was riding a helicopter, soaring skyward. Rest assured, senior, I'll do my absolute best. Jiang Chen nodded urgently, afraid the order before him might slip away. Then something occurred to him. He pulled another manuscript from his backpack. To celebrate our successful collaboration, I prepared a special gift for each of you. As he spoke, he handed the manuscript to Su Lai. He then turned and returned to his original spot. Su Lai accepted the manuscript. Without even glancing at it, he knew this must contain deeper annotations and schematic diagrams regarding the evil spirit racer. He knew Jiang Chen well enough. He always preferred to submit things to the state in this manner. Old Ling nodded repeatedly beside him. A bit of wind-blown sand drifted into his eyes. In the scientific community, young people like Jiang Chen who selflessly dedicate their research findings without seeking reward, needing only a justifiable reason, are truly rare. Under the laboratory lights, he stood tall and noble. Upright. Resolute. Su-hee, standing nearby, was utterly baffled. But judging by the expressions on her father's and Uncle Ling's faces, it wasn't hard to guess how profoundly Jiang Chen's actions would impact Dragon Nation's scientific research. He gazed at Jiang Chen, his face radiating reverence. Like gazing upon a carefree cloud or a wandering crane. His heart yearned with admiration. Though she was the campus beauty of Berlin, excelling in every aspect, before Jiang Chen, everything seemed so insignificant. One could even say there was no comparison. "Senior, aren't you going to open it?" Jiang Chen watched Su Lai and Elder Ling, who had been wiping their eyes the entire time, and couldn't help but ask. He had already presented his in-depth analysis of the transformation technology. If it couldn't catch their attention, then nothing could. He'd laid everything bare. "No need. Anything you give us, little Jiang, is invaluable. I trust you completely. As a token of our gratitude, all your future experimental orders will receive priority consideration from Dragon Nation Research. Any material or machinery needs, just let me know. Of course, I trust Commander Du will do the same. Anything we can assist with, be it daily life or research, will get the green light." Su Lai was utterly serious. His lips trembled as he spoke. In front of everyone present, including Elder Ling, Su-hee, and Commander Du, he forcefully pulled a badge from his chest. "This is the access pass to the Dragon Nation research base. Take it. As long as you have this badge, you have access to every resource in the entire research base. All personnel will follow your commands and assist you in completing any experiments. They'll even assist you hands-on. Even if you wish to build a kingdom beneath the sea, we shall not hesitate." As the words fell, Su Lai's eyes flashed with a wild gleam, causing the assembled researchers to instinctively step back. Even Du Yongkang, upon witnessing this, exclaimed in disbelief. That was the highest honorary medal of the Dragon Nation research base, its symbolism rivaling the status of the two elders within the base. "I will, Senior Su." Jiang Chen bowed his hands in gratitude. "Old Du?" Su Lai and Ling Lao turned to look at Commander Du. It was a cooperative venture. Jiang Chen had already offered another valuable item as exchange, demonstrating his sincerity. As the commander of the Dragon Nation military district, how could he not reciprocate? "Old Du, the card number is..." "Ahem." Du Yongkang cleared his throat. Without another word, he immediately pulled out his phone. "I'll transfer the money to you right now." As he dialed the number, "Mina, transfer part of the funds from the Longwa military base to this card number. Right now." Ding. Payment received successfully, 10 million yuan. The moment Du Yongkang finished his call, Jiang Chen's phone buzzed with a notification. He couldn't help but marvel at the incredible efficiency. And he's ridiculously generous. "Xiao Jiang, from now on, don't shoulder everything alone. Don't forget, we seniors are here for you. We're all researchers, we understand your dedication. Remember, don't overwork yourself." The collaboration was a pleasant one, leaving all three parties feeling satisfied. Professor Ling stepped forward, looking at Jiang Chen before him, unable to resist offering some parting words. "Rest assured, Senior Ling, I won't." Jiang Chen meant every word. His word was his bond. "All right, get that order done quickly. By the way, what are your plans for this 10 million? Old Ling asked tentatively, just in case. He was worried the young man might pour every penny into research, leaving nothing for himself. "I plan to buy a big house. One with a garden big enough to land a fighter jet," Jiang Chen said with a smile. Su Lai and Old Ling couldn't hold back their laughter again. 18. Campus headlines. True to form, always focused on research. "Little Jiang, you never disappoint. I know a place close to the research base, and the environment is pretty nice too. Most importantly, the gardens are huge enough to accommodate not just planes and tanks, but even an aircraft carrier. Xiao Jiang, wanna come check it out with me?" Hearing that the gardens could accommodate an aircraft carrier, Jiang Chen's spirits instantly lifted. Not only would it solve the order issue, but he could also bring his family to live with him. Killing two birds with one stone. "Then I'll trouble you, Senior Ling." "Not at all." Old Ling looked at Jiang Chen, who was standing before him with utmost humility, and couldn't help but feel thoroughly pleased. He turned to call out to Su-hee, instructing her to bring over the ghost racing car. He then got into the car with Jiang Chen. "Uncle Ling, please hold on to the armrest and fasten your seatbelt in the back seat," Su-hee said with a slight smile. Old Ling obediently followed her instructions. He had witnessed the speed and capabilities of the ghost racer firsthand. At his age, such a speed-defying vehicle could genuinely make him dizzy. "I'm starting now." Hearing Su-hee's words, Ling Lao's grip tightened involuntarily. He swallowed hard. Boom. As the ghost racer roared to life, its deafening roar captured the attention of everyone present. The Flying Eagle Squad, Jiang and even Sulai all turned their gaze this way. That sound, that roar, it's almost as fast as a Dragon Nation fighter jet. Jiang scrutinized every detail, not missing a single nuance. The next second, the base doors opened. The straight runway filled Suhi with excitement. She slammed the accelerator, launching forward like a rocket. Jiang was stunned. Is this a damn race car? As someone who frequently piloted aircraft, he possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to speed. This clearly matched and even surpassed the velocity of Dragon Nation fighter jets. Old Su. This speed, it must be Mach 1 by now. And this is still a race car? Sulai glanced at him and smiled. Never seen anything like it before, huh? Open your eyes. This is nothing, just the basics. Just wait until you see the other feats of the Ghost Racer. Guaranteed to make your jaw drop. But speaking of that old Ling guy, can he even handle this? Inside the car, the immense force of the acceleration slammed Ling Lao into the back seat, making it difficult for him to even lift his head. Slow down, niece. Ouch. Old Ling was dazed. The scene before him shifted like an abstract painting. This sensation? Even a fighter jet couldn't compare. Evil spirit, activate motion mode. Adjust cabin pressure. Sui summoned the in-car assistant and began issuing commands. The interior of the wicked spirit racer transformed accordingly. Old Ling suddenly felt less dizzy, the pressure lifted. Glancing out the window again, holy cow, the surrounding cars crawled along like snails. Overtaking and changing lanes on his side was now effortless. Niece, left turn, right turn. Straight ahead now. Feeling slightly more composed, Old Ling began directing the route. Forget it. Let's just fly over. What? Fly? Old Ling's newly relaxed mood instantly tensed up. Niece, I'm not saying another word. Just follow the GPS. We can go slower, no rush. Don't worry, Uncle Ling. It'll be quick, we'll be there in minutes. Sui flashed a sweet smile. To Old Ling, however, it looked terrifying. The massive wings slowly extended, and the flames that had been red now turned purple. A powerful surge of force pushed against his back once more. In an instant, it jerked Old Ling's face backward. Even his wrinkles vanished. Great niece. Stop the car. Uncle Ling couldn't hold it any longer. He fumbled for a plastic bag, preparing to vomit. We're here, Uncle. Ha! Old Ling's eyes were bloodshot, his mouth gaping wide, clearly still reeling. Glancing at the surrounding villas, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He pushed open the car door and leaned against the frame of the ghost racing car for a moment. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly, what a grand niece. She said not to rush, yet she compressed a half-hour drive into mere minutes. She really didn't consider me at all. Little niece, you go ahead with Xiao Jiang to pick a spot. I'll catch up later. Old Ling clutched his stomach, belching as he waved them on. Suhi obediently nodded. She led Jiang Chen deeper into the villa complex. The villas here varied in style, each with its own merits. Some boasted vibrant, eye-catching designs, while others were fully equipped with modern amenities. Jiang Chen stuck to his original plan and headed straight for the one with the largest courtyard. No other reason the workbench required space, and this nearly 100-square-meter garden was just right. This one, Jiang Chen declared, pointing at the villa. Suhi immediately called Elder Ling, signaling him to come over. A short while later, a man in a black suit arrived alongside Old Ling. He held a contract in his hand. Esteemed sir, this is your property purchase contract. Please sign it. Jiang Chen gave it a cursory glance. His gaze finally settled on the price. 9 million. That's so expensive. Sir, this is your best option. Not only is the location prime, but the amenities are comprehensive and the garden area is expansive. Most importantly, unauthorized personnel are strictly prohibited from entering, ensuring maximum protection for your privacy and security. Seeing Jiang Chen's hesitation, the man in the suit hurriedly stepped forward to add. Old Ling patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder, signaling him not to feel pressured. If Jiang Chen felt it wasn't suitable, they could simply recommend another place. It's fine, Elder Ling. This place will do. If nothing else, the garden was truly spacious. It could protect privacy. It was more than enough space for him and his workbench. Money can always be earned again. Quality of life is non-negotiable. Truly befitting a high-end villa district in Kyoto. It suits me perfectly in every way. Excellent. As expected of Xiao Jiang, great vision and boldness. After a brief conversation with Elder Ling, Sui drove Elder Ling back to the base. Jiang Chen also needed to prepare for the upcoming order. First, he called a Hayola truck. He moved all his belongings from home to the new space. Aside from the workbench taking up considerable room, the rest of the odds and ends were transported in a single trip. Next, he awaited the delivery of materials. Jiang Chen used the remaining 1 million yuan to order some everyday furniture online. Looking at his now empty wallet once more, Jian Chen could only hail a cab back to his dorm at the university. Once all the materials and furniture are ready tomorrow, we'll start working on Commander Du's order. Night. Jiang Chen arrived at the school. The moment he stepped off the bus, he was surrounded by a crowd of students. Hey, look! This guy looks just like the one from that forum the school posted earlier. He's nothing special besides being kinda good looking. What could possibly make Sui fall for him? My titanium alloy eyes must be blind. How could my goddess possibly like him? Just as Jiang Chen was being bombarded with 3 rounds of disbelief, Xinfeng pushed through the crowd, grabbed Jiang Chen's arm, and pulled him toward the school dorms at a brisk pace. Xinfeng, what's going on here? Jiang Chen's eyes widened as he stared at Xinfeng, who was crouching down, panting heavily. But he didn't expect to see the same furious look in Xinfeng's eyes. He pulled his phone from his pocket and showed Jiang Chen the cause and effect. There, on the school forum, a bright red headline screamed. Berlin campus belle desperately seeks Jiang Chen. Is this some novel-style romance plot? Damn it! And it's the top story. Jiang Chen was stunned. 19, who do you think you are? He never imagined that simply taking an order. It actually caused such a big fuss. But old Qin, why are you so angry? It's all because of that trashy woman. I hate trashy women more than anything in this world. Xinfeng spoke with heavy emphasis, then hurriedly showed Jiang Chen the comments below the forum post. The comments below ran the gamut. The most frequent poster was a girl named Du Fei. She posted freely on the forum, even sharing numerous photos with Jiang Chen. She practically treated the place like her personal social media feed. She also successfully stirred up the narrative, convincing everyone that Sui had interfered in their relationship. Many felt they hadn't seen the goddess's true face, blinded by appearances. Jiang Chen frowned. This ex-girlfriend was relentlessly pushing his boundaries. Not only was she seamlessly linking herself to him, but she was also spreading rumors about him. Spreading lies about him was bad enough, why drag Sui into it? Towards Sui, Jiang Chen had always harbored gratitude. His first million in life, his exposure to outstanding researchers, and the gradual improvement of his life. All of that was made possible by the racing car order Sui had given him back then. Now, because of him, Sui's reputation at school had been ruined. He felt terribly guilty. As these thoughts swirled through his mind, Jiang Chen sent Sui the forum screenshots. His fingers tapped frantically across the screen. Sui, I'm so sorry. I never imagined one order could cause such a stir. I've caused you a lot of trouble lately. After expressing his apologies, Jiang Chen called out to Xinfeng as they headed toward the dormitory. All the way, he racked his brain for solutions and ways to calm the public outcry. Dragon Nation Scientific Research Base. After retrieving Elder Ling, Sui diligently studied the various modes of the ghost racing car that Jiang Chen had taught her. Her phone connected to the lab's central display, endlessly scrolling through the onboard recorder footage. Ding! At the same time, Jiang Chen's WeChat notification sounded. As Sui tapped to open it, the screen displayed the forum screenshot from earlier. Sui frowned as she looked at it. Beside her, Su Lai and Elder Ling's eyes widened. The 2 elders immediately rushed to the screen, scrutinizing the screenshot and Jiang Chen's apology message. A sense of foreboding rose from the depths of their hearts. Who has the audacity to spread rumors about little Jiang? What do you mean causing you trouble during this period? Could it be that little Jiang wants to temporarily halt our collaboration? No. Absolutely not. Su Lai rested his chin in his hand, his expression darkening. Old Ling was furious beyond words, the veins on his neck bulging visibly. They were all scientists. Su Lai and Elder Ling deeply understood Jiang Chen's current state of mind. Jiang Chen had accepted the research badge, making him, in name, a member of the Dragon Nation research base. When working outside, he no longer represented only himself, but the Dragon Nation research base. Now, rumors had surfaced. Jiang Chen undoubtedly wanted to shoulder this burden silently, sparing the Dragon Nation research base and Suhi from any negative attention. What a selfless spirit! Yet the more he insisted, the more Su Lai and Elder Ling felt they couldn't let this outstanding young man bear the burden alone. Su-He. Su Lai turned, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Su-He. Ling Lao stepped forward as well, his resolute expression commanding respect. Go to the school immediately. I'll contact local police to assist you shortly. You must eliminate the rumors and ensure Xiao Zhang's peace of mind. Yes, sir. Receiving the order, Sui wasted no time and immediately set off for the university. Berlin University. Jiang Chen and Xinfeng arrived at the dormitory entrance. The place was packed with people. Hey, buddy, they sure got the news fast. Check this out, someone in the group already snapped a video of you getting off the bus. Xinfeng held up his phone, showing Jiang Chen the chat logs from the Berlin gossip group. Damn it. Even paparazzi aren't this dedicated. I'm just an ordinary college student, not some big celebrity. Why is this happening? Jiang Chen's here. Move aside, let me see what he looks like. A crowd instantly gathered around him, scrutinizing Jiang Chen closely. Fair, delicate skin other than resembling Wu Yanzu, nothing particularly special. Jiang Chen, you're back? A woman's voice rang out from the crowd, tinged with pride and petulance, just like those online princesses who throw a tantrum over the slightest provocation. Is it that you can't forget me? Or do you just think you're not good enough for me? The school beauty searched high and low for you, yet you wouldn't show your face? Should I call you a fool or a coward? Dufay appeared in delicate white high heels, her hair styled in a fluffy Lolita look. Her expression radiated pure triumph. The more this affair stirred up a frenzy, the better it was in her eyes. By then, the school beauty, Jiang Chen. No matter how outstanding they once were. Now, in everyone's eyes, they'd be forever tainted. This is what happens when you cross Duffy. Coward? Hearing that word, Jiang Chen laughed. Why wouldn't I be a coward? Am I supposed to just keep getting bullied by you, then resign myself to ruin after being seamlessly betrayed? I made $1 million in the blink of an eye. Now I'm living in a villa. Dufay. Stop picking on Jiang Chen. Xin Feng couldn't hold back any longer. His temper was naturally quick. Hanging on him? It's him who can't stop thinking about me. Otherwise, why would he keep avoiding Suhi? The moment the words left his mouth, murmurs of disbelief rippled through the surrounding students. They glanced at Dufay before them. Then they recalled Suhi. There was absolutely no comparison between them, yet he spoke so casually. Could it be that true love really exists in this world? Could someone truly abandon all the beauty in others just to endure your flaws day after day? Dufay, spreading rumors is illegal. Jiang Chen's face softened into a faint smile as he spoke calmly. You don't want to end up in the slammer at your age, do you? Seeing his calm and composed demeanor only made Dufay even angrier. The forum post wasn't even his doing. She'd merely exaggerated a bit to stir up public sentiment. Was that really a crime? Jiang Chen, don't try to intimidate me. Every word I said was the truth. I admit I was wrong at first, but you turned around and got involved with Suhi. You're clearly the one at fault in this relationship. Dufay stammered. Her words were even becoming incoherent. Yet before the crowd of students, she still thrust out her chest, revealing her proudly flat chest. If that's how you feel, let the police decide. Don't say I didn't give you the benefit of our past as classmates. Put. Who do you think you are? What business do the cops have with you? Think you're some big shot? Coward. All you know how to do is run away from reality. At the mention of involving the police, Dufay's anger flared even more. Did they really think he was easy to push around, that the police could intimidate him? You're just a college student, not some big shot. What business do the police have with you? When I get back, I'll make sure this story spreads even wider. I'll make sure every school in Kyoto knows about this. 20. The punishment they deserve. Meanwhile, just as Dufay was thinking about how he would put on a show and spread the news as widely as possible once he got back today, sirens blared at the school gates. Thunderous explosions echoed across the sky. Many couldn't help but look up. As a brilliant blue flame reflected in their eyes, everyone's minds went numb. Goosebumps ran from their feet to their heads. Holy crap, a shooting star. Hey kid, ever seen a blue shooting star? That's clearly Ultraman. Your Ultraman is that small? That must be our Dragon Nation's latest fighter jet, the kind that comes with ghostly flames. Dufay listened to the sirens outside the school gates. As he stared at the blue flame in the sky, a wave of unease washed over him. Could Jiang Chen really have called the police? What was that thing in the sky? Did Jiang Chen bring it too? She instinctively took a step back. Before she could steady herself, a deafening crash echoed as the blue flame slammed into the ground. As the flames dissipated, they revealed the pitch-black, cold body of a car, butterfly doors, sharp angles that radiated undeniable cool. Every guy present lost his composure. A car. This is a damn race car. A flying race car. Oh my god, save me. Is this something I can actually see in real life without spending a dime? The moment everyone saw the ghost racing car, their hearts nearly stopped. No wonder. In ancient times, a little cow ascended to heaven. Now race cars are taking to the skies. So that's not all it can do. As the butterfly doors slowly opened, a girl stepped out gracefully from the driver's seat. Tall and slender, with fair skin and captivating eyes. Especially those legs, curvy thighs and toned calves were particularly eye-catching. Her bright eyes swept over the crowd, her long lashes fluttering like dancing sprites. Then she broke into a smile as radiant as spring. All the key players are here. No need to go searching for anyone else. Sui said as she walked toward Jiang Chen. Her two beautiful legs swayed as she walked, leaving many girls feeling envious and inadequate. Many of them had boyfriends, but in the presence of the national goddess, any previous resentment vanished. Jiang Chen, Dad was worried sick about you. My heart was in my throat the whole time. Don't let this distract you from your work. Don't worry, I've got today's matter covered. Dad? And you've been on pins and needles too, huh? So Jiang Chen has already met the parents and solidified his relationship. The male classmates nearby heard this. Were nearly overcome with envy. This felt worse than death itself. Some even pulled out their fingers to calculate how many years Jiang Chen could skip struggling. It's fine. Jiang Chen murmured softly, about to offer to handle it himself. Suhi stepped directly into the center. With a wave of her hand, the SWAT team outside received the command. They formed a tight, disciplined perimeter, surrounding everyone in mere moments. The gleaming barrels of their guns and the gleaming silver handcuffs made everyone swallow hard. Even Jiang Chen shook his head at the scene. Miss Jiang, you've gone too far. Suhi paid no heed to the stares around her. Instead, she strode directly toward Du Fei. A chill crept up Du Fei's spine to the back of her head. Her body trembled uncontrollably. To be able to summon SWAT so easily. What on earth was Suhi's background? Am I really going to get myself banned today? Du Fei, you are suspected of intentionally spreading rumors and insulting national researchers. Immediately delete all comments and issue a public apology. What? National researchers? Du Fei covered her mouth with both hands, utterly speechless. Her lips trembled as her finger pointed shakily toward Jiang Chen. This college student she'd ruthlessly discarded and exploited had suddenly transformed into a national researcher. No, impossible. This must be Jiang Chen and Suhi teaming up to deceive me. I never slandered researchers, I only targeted Jiang Chen. Du Fei's speech was slightly slurred. Suhi, however, pointed coldly at the badge on Jiang Chen's chest. She sneered. Save those excuses for the police. See if they'll let you off the hook. The police? I haven't done anything wrong, what do I need to explain? Du Fei's face turned pale as he continued to protest vehemently. In truth, the moment the SWAT team and Suhi arrived together, she knew this matter was bound to be serious. She had assumed Jiang Chen was still the same penniless young man she could manipulate at will, too scared to utter a word. But now he'd transformed into a scientist she couldn't possibly covet. If only she hadn't dismissed him back then. In the end, she'd lost the watermelon and gained nothing. Du Fei's eyes stung with tears as she fought the urge to slap herself. Her nose twitched uncontrollably. The crowd around her grew larger and larger. Seeing Du Fei's state, it suddenly dawned on me this woman was entertaining herself. Slandering others for her own satisfaction. What a trashy woman. Even a green tea girl wouldn't be this manipulative. Du Fei, as an officer of the Beijing Police Department, I am formally summoning you to the Berlin precinct. Please cooperate with our investigation. The SWAT officer behind Suhi stepped forward slowly, radiating authority. The crowd was filled with college students, many of whom were so intimidated by the presence that they held their breath. At that moment, Du Fei could no longer hold back. She burst into tears, her face streaming with sorrow. Her heart nearly shattered as she repeated over and over, Jiang Chen, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Suhi, I was wrong. Jiang Chen merely gave her a cold glance. You're just realizing the consequences you'll face for your actions. You're truly this cold-blooded. Don't you have any love? Love? Jiang Chen shook his head, neither confirming nor denying. The moment the transfer stopped, all emotion vanished. For a fleeting moment after parting ways with Du Fei, honestly, dating her felt less secure than those dismemberment cases. Let's go, you've worked hard, SWAT officer. Suhi gave a faint smile. Du Fei, however, was utterly frozen. Her eyes were vacant as she mechanically followed the SWAT officer to the vehicle. And so the farce came to an end. Dude. That was epic. You got both the SWAT team and the school beauty to come running. When did you two get together? Qin Feng felt utterly satisfied. Seeing the green tea girl punished felt even better than punishing Big Dragon. Spreading rumors? You wanna get arrested too? Jiang Chen shot him a disdainful glance. Qin Feng covered his mouth and chuckled awkwardly. Spreading rumors? I don't believe it. Even your dad's worried about you. And you're still denying it. Well, since I'm the middleman, at least treat me to a meal. Why keep it all to yourself? Let's head back too. After exchanging pleasantries with Suhi, Jiang Chen and Qin Feng headed toward the dormitory. Tomorrow, the furniture for the villa would arrive, along with the military district's supply vehicles. This was no small undertaking. Given its importance, he needed to make a good impression on Du Yongkang. Jiang Chen pondered internally, his mind racing through the advanced technologies the system could produce. As the saying goes, each generation surpasses the last. Jiang Chen planned to equip Du Yongkang's tanks and aircraft with every technology suitable for the Demon Racer. 21. A truly deserving great man. Kyoto, Longhu Villa. Jiang Chen rose early and rushed over here. The villa he purchased was located in this residential complex, situated at the very rear. Not only did it cover a vast area, but it was also surrounded by ultra-high security fences. All these features were custom-built according to Jiang Chen's specifications. At that moment, one after another, specially authorized armored vehicles and aircraft continuously entered the compound. Their hulls gleamed with a jet-black sheen, resembling impregnable mobile fortresses. Each one showcased the iron might of the Dragon Nation. Well-trained soldiers emerged from within. Fully armed and ready, they formed a line, scanning their surroundings with vigilant eyes. Soon after, 3 middle-aged men emerged from the vehicles. Old Su, Old Ling, this is the new house Xiao Jiang just bought. This garden could probably fit an aircraft carrier. Su Lai smiled with satisfaction at the remark, instinctively giving Ling Lao a thumbs up beside him. This old guy really pulled off something impressive. Old Du, this is what Xiao Jiang deserves. Right. Now we're talking. The three of them chatted and laughed as they walked toward the villa's inner courtyard. Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang? Are you really going to modify these tanks and planes in the courtyard? Entering the inner courtyard, Su Lai scanned the surroundings and furrowed his brow slightly. The courtyard was completely empty. Apart from a few willow trees and Jiang Chen, there was nothing else. Could modifications really be carried out here? Old Ling and Commander Du also looked utterly perplexed. Not to mention, the Dragon Nation base was filled with processing machinery. Research personnel were countless. Compared to this place, it was like heaven and earth. Could Jiang Chen possibly be doing it all by hand? Impossible. Even if Jiang Chen were an alien, he couldn't possibly have built this technology by hand. It's just absurd. Jiang Chen watched the three elders standing there dumbfounded, then approached them with a sheepish grin. Senior Su, Senior Ling, Commander Du. Rest assured, I won't delay the project. This is where I develop my technology. Commander Du was somewhat skeptical. He glanced at Su Lai, only to find Su Lai staring at Elder Ling with the same look. All three felt like they were being played. A single thought occupied their minds. Could it be that Xiao Jiang was the middleman? Had he come to pocket the markup? But given the $1 million price tag on the Demon Spirit Racer, plus those priceless blueprints, how could that be possible? Or perhaps Xiao Jiang had changed his ways this time, starting to hide things from them. No longer wanting to showcase his achievements in the public eye. Xiao Jiang, if you're facing any difficulties, just tell us. We wouldn't take your blueprints for nothing. Su Lai, put this out there, no matter what happens in the future, you'll always be a key VIP at our Dragon Nation research base. Full access granted without exception. Jiang Chen listened intently. A vague sense of doubt stirred within him. Is Senior Su getting sentimental again? Could he be trying to help me drive up the price once more? Truly the masterful Su. Perfect timing, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. But Jiang Chen had his own plans. Since this was his first collaboration with Commander Du, he needed to show sincerity and a proper attitude. After all, no one does business just once. Reputation matters greatly. Rest assured, Senior Su. I'll inform you immediately if anything arises, and of course, Commander Du and Senior Ling as well. Jiang Chen covered all bases meticulously. Every person present was a stepping stone for his advancement. He would never retreat if he could advance even a step. Xiao Jiang, could you share some preliminary details about the tank and aircraft modifications? So I can report to my superiors. Du Yongkang looked at Jiang Chen, unable to suppress his curiosity. But he knew better than to doubt someone he trusted. He couldn't ask directly, so he had to beat around the bush. It's like this. I plan to integrate the hyperpower energy system, intelligent AI assistance, transformation technology, and deep-sea protection systems into the tank. As for the aircraft, it only needs the transformation system, hyperpower energy system, and low-altitude spiral system. What? As Jiang Chen rattled off these unknown technologies like listing dishes. Not only Du Yongkang, Su Lai and Ling Lao were utterly dumbfounded. As pioneers and leaders in the scientific research community, they had worked for over a decade without ever hearing of such a system. Xiao Jiang, could you elaborate a bit more? What exactly is this hyperpower system? What about deep-sea protection? Jiang Chen smiled. The name was indeed something he'd just come up with on the spot. The so-called superpower system was essentially small-scale nuclear fusion. Deep-sea protection referred to a nanoscale carbon sulfide film. But it couldn't be brought to market just yet. The reason was simple: the profit margin was too slim. If not for Commander Du's generosity in covering all material costs, Jiang Chen would essentially be running at a loss. Though I don't understand the details, I have a feeling it won't be any worse than the Ghost Racer. Little Jiang, I'm counting on your good news. Du Yongkang stepped forward and gave Jiang Chen a hearty pat on the shoulder. Oh, right, have you always been doing this research alone? Yes, Commander Du. Hearing this, a hint of admiration flashed across Commander Du's brow. To independently develop such cutting-edge technology, Jiang Chen's intellect far surpassed that of ordinary people. Such a brilliant young talent is truly a blessing for our Dragon Nation. If this were any other nation, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Lai and Elder Ling remained unconvinced. The awe Jiang Chen had inspired far exceeded what he had actually accomplished. The two began pacing back and forth in the center of the courtyard, constantly searching. Xiao Jiang, what is this? The vast courtyard, the magnificent villa. Su Lai and Elder Ling walked to the entrance and were startled to see an object resembling a handmade black box. Even Su Lai and Ling Lao, who had lived half a lifetime, couldn't guess what this thing was, despite its intricate patterns. This is my workbench, used to create all kinds of technology. A workbench? Hearing this, intense curiosity seized Su Lai and Ling Lao's minds. They examined it closely. Could this thing, barely a square meter in size, really create a demonic race car? Xiao Zhan's joke was truly absurd. In their minds, it would require at least a mechanical arm or some sort of central quantum control panel. Their mouths twitched as they turned to look at Jiang Chen. Xiao Jiang, deceiving people isn't the mark of a good young man. Can this thing really produce advanced technology? Jiang Chen gave a wry smile. How could something like this be deceiving? Especially in front of the two of you. Alright then, I'll demonstrate the hyperpower system right here in front of you. No sooner had Jiang Chen finished speaking. Su Lai and Elder Ling instantly exploded. What? Creating technology right in front of us? Damn it! Little Jiang, you're truly selfless. In the scientific community, researchers demonstrating their technology right before your eyes is no different than a master chef revealing their signature techniques. The value is immeasurable. Especially Jiang Chen, this kid's tech is centuries ahead of its time. And he just shares it with us like this? A true giant. An absolute genius. 22. Priority protection subject. The faces of Elder Su and Elder Ling trembled. They quickly pressed themselves close to Jiang Chen, not missing a single detail. Du Yongkang also grew visibly excited, though he had no grasp of technology. But that didn't stop him from silently shouting impressive from the sidelines. To drive the two pillars of Longwa's scientific community into such a frenzy, just how much untapped potential did young Jiang possess? Senior, you. Don't mind us. Just go ahead and do what you need to do. Jiang Chen gave an awkward chuckle. The three of them surrounded him completely, leaving him no room to move. Seriously, rub my hands? Cough. After clearing their throats a few times, Su Lai and the others realized they'd been a bit too absorbed. They gave Jiang Chen ample space to work, adjusting their glasses as they watched intently. The workbench was moved to the center of the courtyard. Jiang Chen began his demonstration. With the click to activate the hyperdrive system, the previously silent workbench began to vibrate. Immediately, 3 or 5 flexible conduits shot out from within the workbench, coiling around the materials delivered by the military zone and beginning assembly. Their movements resembled agile little snakes. This spectacle left Su Lai and Elder Ling staring in stunned silence. Commander Du trembled in astonishment. What the hell is this thing? How could such a small workbench extend conduits over several meters long? And it was self-assembling. The three of them were utterly dumbfounded. Their worldview shattered into pieces. This thing looks like a cheap movie special effect. Xiao Jiang, who developed this workbench? Why is it so different from ours? Su Lai's mouth went dry, and Elder Ling kept swallowing hard. The two of them couldn't help but step forward, staring at Jiang Chen's workbench as if they were seeing Emperor Qin Shi Huang himself. I suppose it was me. Jiang Chen murmured softly. The workbench had appeared because of him, but who had actually created it remained unknown. At this point, Su Lai and Elder Ling didn't press further. This young man, Xiao Jiang, held too many unknowns. Keeping some things hidden was only natural, it was all about staying low-key. Meanwhile, just as the two elders were admiring it, Jiang Chen's workbench emitted a sound once more. Warning, precursor materials for mini-nuclear fusion are insufficient. Adequate surrounding materials detected. Proceed with small-scale nuclear fusion assembly? Hey! Pretty smart. Report what's missing. Wait. What did it just say? Su Lai's pupils dilated in shock. He immediately turned to look at Elder Ling, only to find the latter nearly fainting. Did I hear that right? This thing needs to assemble a miniature nuclear fusion reactor. Su Lai gasped for breath. He was terrified he might follow Elder Ling's example and accidentally pass out. Ah, no worries. I'll just build one and be done with it. Jiang Chen said casually, directing the workbench to begin assembling the miniature nuclear fusion device. Witnessing this scene, Su Lai stumbled backward, collapsing into Commander Du's arms. Damn it! You brat! That's nuclear fusion, a problem that's been baffling the world. If you can build it, forget about a first-class merit award in Dragon Nation, you'd be raking in Nobel Prizes left and right. Damn it, you're working for old Du and solving a world-class problem on the side. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Su Lai felt like his brain was about to explode. He wanted to rush over and crack open Jiang Chen's skull just to vent his rage. Senior Su, are you alright? Senior Ling, did you not sleep well last night? Why are you sleeping on the floor? Jiang Chen's gaze swept over the three men, only to find each one stranger than the last. Go! Leave us be, get back to work. I'm outta here. Outta here. Jiang Chen scratched his head awkwardly, his heart filled with resentment. They say scientists have unpredictable temperaments and are impossible to figure out. Today's incident proved that reputation well deserved. It's up to you to watch. And it's up to you whether you watch. I merely took an order and manufactured the parts as requested. Is it really that big of a deal? Little Jiang, what else can this workbench make besides nuclear fusion? Commander Du propped up Su Lai, whose legs refused to obey him, as he questioned Jiang Chen. Nuclear fusion was a term he'd surely heard before. Its technological value far surpassed many existing advancements. If Jiang Chen's workbench could produce other technologies as well, then the Dragon Nation's strength would undoubtedly rise several levels higher. It would spark a technological explosion worldwide, solidifying its foothold. Nothing else. Jiang Chen uttered the words, his mind filled with murmurs. Commander Du, though he hadn't known him long, always seemed to assign Jiang Chen new tasks. He simply didn't have the time for that now. Doing one thing meant doing it properly. You can't eat a whole pig in one bite. I see. Commander Du sighed slowly, but deep down, he was genuinely pleased for Longhua. Old Ling. Wake up. Stop pretending to sleep. Su Lai forced himself to steady his feet. He waved for Du Yongkang to come over and help support Old Ling. Under the vigorous shaking, Old Ling finally opened his eyes slowly. After gasping sharply several times, he spoke. Old Su. I just had a dream. I dreamt nuclear fusion happened. The very thing we've been pouring our hearts and souls into developing. Old Ling's hand trembled. Su Lai shook his head in disbelief. He pointed at the miniature machine in the middle of the courtyard. Look at that thing over there. Old Ling sucked in a sharp breath. He was on the verge of fainting again, but Commander Du pinched his nose to keep him from passing out. Old Ling, don't get so worked up. We don't want to make fools of ourselves in front of Xiaojiang. Don't blame me. You know how serious nuclear fusion is. Besides, my heart's always been weak congenital heart disease. Old Ling looked thoroughly aggrieved. Jiang Chen remained focused on further assembling the workbench, paying no heed to the three figures behind him. So when they spoke, Jiang Chen simply chose to ignore them. Su Lai motioned to Du Yongkang. Old Du, the fact that little Jiang can create nuclear fusion is no small matter. You know what to do, right? Du Yongkang nodded emphatically. He then stepped aside. His expression grew solemn. He pulled out his phone and dialed a mysterious number. Hello, Commander Du, this is the Dragon Nation's highest authority command center. A woman's voice came through the line. Hello, I need to report something. Please relay this to higher-ups. There's a young man named Jiang Chen at Berlin University in Kyoto. Classify his file as Dragon Nation's highest level secret. And assign personnel to covertly ensure his safety. Commander Du, please state your reasons. Nuclear fusion. Whoosh. Those three words alone drew gasps from both ends before the call abruptly ended. Du Yongkang and Su Lai exchanged glances. Only then did the three of them relax. It's done. Jiang Chen's sudden shout startled them all. Their bodies flinched in unison as they turned to look at Jiang Chen. Young Jiang, is this the superpower system? Ah, yes, Senior Su. Ha! Senior Ling, you're awake. Jiang Chen chuckled, casually fiddling with the hyperdrive system in his hands. Simply put, it was a slightly modified small-scale nuclear fusion device with some cosmetic changes. 23, this young man. Jiang Chen fiddled with the hyperdrive system in his hands. Su Lai, however, hurriedly rose and approached Jiang Chen, placing both hands beneath the superpower system. This is a miniature nuclear fusion reactor, after all. You really don't take this seriously. Xiaojiang. Slow down. Don't drop it. Su Lai's eyes widened as he stared intently at the hyperdrive system in Jiang Chen's hands. It's fine. Look, this thing's like a basketball, it can even spin on my fingertips. As he spoke, Jiang Chen deliberately flicked it a few times with his fingers. This utterly terrified Su Lai. His features twisted in alarm. He hurriedly called out to Elder Ling and Commander Du. Truly, the young are fearless. Regarding the superpower system in Jiang Chen's hands, nuclear fusion. They had studied it before. The energy contained within was beyond imagination. If it were to shatter on the ground, not just everyone present, but the entire neighborhood would likely be reduced to rubble. Young Jiang, don't scare your Uncle Ling like that, my heart nearly stopped. Du Yongkang supported the elderly Ling? His face was etched with anxiety. At this kid Jiang Chen's pace, it wouldn't be long before old Ling truly passed away. First the workbench, then nuclear fusion, and now he's actually playing around with it. You really don't take your own creation seriously, do you? Jiang, hurry up and make the next part. Su Lai's intervention finally made Jiang Chen set down the hyperpower system. Senior Su, next up is the deep sea defense system. Hurry. As long as you stop messing with that hyperpower system, anything goes. It was clear Su Lai was genuinely afraid. Jiang Chen stood by, smiling faintly. He knew exactly what he had created. The superpower system's protection was extraordinary, even armor-piercing rounds couldn't penetrate it, let alone cause any damage inside. That's why he dared to handle it so casually. Returning to the workbench, Jiang Chen clicked to activate the deep-sea protection system. The arms extended in unison, one after another, beginning the assembly process. Old Ling watched in fascination. Deep down, he hoped Jiang Chen would create something more conventional this time, at least within the realm of understanding. Yet he also hoped Jiang Chen would create technology that would once again astonish the world. It was a rather awkward feeling. Warning! At that moment, the warning alarm sounded once more. Old Ling instantly became alert. Su Lai and Commander Du also felt a tightening in their hearts. Again? What was the warning about? That our cognitive level was too low? Su Lai cursed inwardly every time this workbench sounded an alarm. It never meant anything good. 1 ton of precursor material carbonized flow block missing. Ah. Thankfully, it's just carbonized sulfur blocks. Su Lai breathed a sigh of relief. He already knew what this was about from before, so he was relieved nothing else popped up. Old Ling chuckled beside him. I told you so. Nuclear fusion is mind-blowing. Xiao Jiang is just a college student, how could he possibly have hidden so many trump cards? Still, it's impressive enough even this old researcher feels put to shame. The 3 middle-aged men exchanged knowing smiles. That makes sense. Warning. Missing 1 ton of precursor material carbonized flow blocks. Missing prerequisite technology, microlithography machine. Proceed with sequential manufacturing? The workbench's voice boomed like thunder. It shattered the trio's defenses completely. The lithography machine. Master Ling. Quick, slap me. Su Lai was stunned. This workbench was actually playing the deep breath game. Master Ling. Su Lai asked tentatively, glancing back. Only to find that old Ling had already fallen unconscious once more. His mouth twitched uncontrollably. His eyes rolled back. Old man, you're not kidding around. Su Lai's pupils contracted in terror. Given this situation, without hospital care, he might truly not pull through. But would an ordinary hospital even be of any use? Old Ling had been so terrified. Should they take him to a psychiatric hospital? Su Lai knew a doctor whose hands were like spring, guaranteed to cure mental disorders. Guaranteed to give you a heart as strong as steel, not glass. Old Su, let's go. If this keeps up, old Ling won't hold out much longer. Forget him, I'm trembling inside too. That youngster Xiao Jiang is really grinding our worldviews into the dirt and then polishing them. Du Yongkang had always held Ling Lao in high regard, but even he was starting to feel the strain. Even as a military district commander, facing a young man like Xiao Jiang, he couldn't help but think to himself. Damn it, this kid. Let's go. We have to leave. No, we need to run. Su Lai felt like crying. This was definitely the wrong place to be. As a scientist, he must be meticulous. Next time he observes Jiang Chen's technological creations, he must bring along several renowned doctors just in case. Little Jiang, we're leaving first. Commander Du hoisted Elder Ling onto his back and turned to address Jiang Chen. Senior, please stay for lunch before leaving. Jiang Chen was busy working at the lab bench and couldn't spare the time. He called out to the 3 men rising to board the vehicle. At his words, the trio quickened their pace. Du Yongkang placed old Ling directly into the back seat and took the wheel himself. Florida takeoff, leaving only a trail of smoke and dust. Inside the car, old Ling was panting heavily, his eyes half open the entire time. Old Du, have you reported to headquarters yet? Like you need to ask? Done ages ago. Du Yongkang replied irritably. What this young man, Jiang Chen, had demonstrated was of paramount importance to the Dragon Nation. As the military district commander, he had to ensure this matter was handled properly. Outside protection alone won't suffice. Su Lai spoke while recalling the scene of Jiang Chen manipulating nuclear fusion earlier. A chill ran down his spine. You mean, you're worried young Jiang might be overwhelmed by his own technology? Commander Du and Su Lai exchanged a glance. Having worked together for years, they instantly understood each other's meaning. Agreed. This way, we can assist in developing the technology. Little Jiang really does work himself too hard. He insists on shouldering everything himself. Plus, it ensures his personal safety. Su Lai nodded. This matter must be implemented promptly. Xiao Jiang is still young after all. If he doesn't handle certain technologies properly, it could indeed pose a threat to his own safety. Kyoto, Longhu Villa. Shortly after the elders departed, Jiang Chen had already fabricated all the materials. Looking at the tank and aircraft before him, Jiang Chen decided to modify the tank first. This task was no simple feat. It required disassembling the tank at the workbench and reassembling it. It would take at least half a day. As Jiang Chen input the commands, the workbench began to transform. Its base became a platform. The conduits transformed into thicker, larger mechanical arms. Report. Dragon Nation tank disassembly complete. Scanning components. Report, detected weapon systems incompatible. Should we replace with hyper-powered weapon systems? Report, detected materials incompatible with transformation technology. Replace? Report. A barrage of reports came one after another. Jiang Chen's eyes were blurring from reading them all. He simply clicked agree to replace for all of them. The workbench received the command and immediately began processing without delay. Report. Completion will require 10 hours. 24. I have a cannon that can split mountains and overturn seas. 10 hours. Completion by dawn. Jiang Chen stretched lazily, then rose and returned to the villa. He prepared to draft notes on today's production. Commander Du wasn't a scientist. The modified tank differed vastly from its original version in both operation and performance. After sales support was absolutely crucial. Miniature quantum weapon powered by hyperdrive system. Use with extreme caution. Carbonized sulfur block technology applicable to transformation technology. Precautions. As Jiang Chen worked tirelessly, 10 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Report. Tank modification complete. The moment Jiang Chen put down his pen, the workbench issued an intelligent prompt. Stepping into the courtyard, Jiang Chen gazed at the fully completed new tank, his eyes sparkling with excitement. To ensure the product delivered to Commander Du was flawless, Jiang Chen decided to test it himself first. He approached the steel fortress. The massive, pitch-black barrel, adorned with energy crystals, radiated an imposing presence under the moonlight. Under the influence of transformation technology, its edges became sharply defined. At first glance, it resembled a steel beast. He nodded in satisfaction. The appearance passed muster. Next came performance testing. Just as Jiang Chen was about to jump inside, the rumble of an armored vehicle echoed from the doorway. This caught Jiang Chen off guard. Who would visit his humble abode this late at night? Hey, Jiang, have you gone to bed yet? The armored vehicle pulled up before the courtyard gate. 3 middle-aged men and 2 women stepped out. Senior, you've arrived just in time. There's something I need to report to you. Jiang Chen recognized the visitors, Su Lai, elderling, and Du Yongkong. Behind them followed Sui, looking indignant, and a tall, slender woman in black. Young Jiang, I've come with a matter of my own this time. Su Lai cut off Jiang Chen's words and continued. You're good at everything, but you always shoulder everything alone. He looked at Jiang Chen, each word spoken with earnest sincerity. Instantly, Jiang Chen felt embarrassed. His face flushed crimson like an apple. Honestly, you're the most selfless and noble young person I've ever seen in modern society. And you're incredibly talented. Even cutting-edge technologies like nuclear fusion and lithography machines have been developed by you. Su Lai's face twitched uncontrollably every time he reached this part. No wonder this kid was simply too incredible. Not at all, Senior Su, you flatter me. Jiang Chen scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. Compared to the life he wanted to live, this technology was nothing. The technologies awaiting development within the system were far more extensive than this. Dad! Get to the point already. Seeing Su Lai getting more and more carried away, Sui stepped in reluctantly. Who wants to sit through his sentimental nonsense in the middle of the night? Right. Little Jiang, your sacrifices are deeply appreciated by our nation. To alleviate your burden and improve your living conditions, the Dragon Nation Research Base and Joint Military Base have decided to assign you 2 assistants. Assistants? Hearing the word assistants, Jiang Chen felt a bit dazed. But what overwhelmed him more was excitement. With assistants around, he could freely take on orders. No more being chained to the workbench. He could earn money and gain freedom. It was the best of both worlds. Sui pursed her lips, a hint of anger flickering across her face. Dad! Jiang Chen can take care of himself. Sweetheart, don't complicate things. This is the decision from above. How can you bear to watch Xiao Jiang shoulder everything alone, silently sacrificing behind the scenes and bearing it all? Sui turned her head away, arms crossed. He wanted to argue back, but his dad was right. She felt for Jiang Chen too. But arranging an assistant without consulting Jiang Chen first felt a bit too hasty. Jiang Chen. You speak for yourself. As soon as Sui spoke, all eyes turned to Jiang Chen, especially those of the woman in the tight-fitting outfit standing behind Commander Du. Her eyes kept sizing him up. Since it's a decision from above, I couldn't very well refuse, Jiang Chen said with a playful smile. Su Lai's face finally broke into a delighted smile as he exhaled deeply, relieved. Du Yongkong waved his hand generously. Immediately, the woman in the tight-fitting suit behind him stepped forward briskly. Hello, I'm Major Zhao Xueka of the Capital Military District. She greeted them politely. She then stepped back behind Du Yongkong. Hello, my name is Jiang Chen. Pleased to meet you. Jiang Chen offered a gentlemanly introduction in return. Su Lai nodded approvingly, then turned to Su He. Old girl, no objections now, right? No objections. Since Jiang Chen has agreed, that's fine. Sui patted her chest beside them, a smile spreading across her face. Senior Su, Commander Du, since your tank has just been modified, why not let the assistant give it a test run first? Though getting an assistant for free made Jiang Chen feel pretty good, he knew he couldn't forget the main task at hand. He then led everyone toward the center of the courtyard. It was nighttime, and though the moonlight was bright, the pitch-black, cold tank blended almost seamlessly into the darkness. It was nearly invisible without a closer look. As Jiang Chen led the group forward, a tank gleaming with metallic sheen came into view. Its imposing, high-tech-looking cannon barrel and impenetrable carbonized sulfur armor instantly captured everyone's attention. Commander Du was the first to shiver. Xiao Jian, this. As per your request, the ghost tank modeled after the Ghost Racer. Here are the detailed specifications for your review. Jiang Chen spoke as he handed over the notebook with both hands. Zhao Shueca took the notebook, activated the built-in flashlight on her phone, and held it up in front of Du Yongkang. How terrifying! Du Yongkang murmured to himself. He didn't know much about scientific research. But when it came to weapons, Du Yongkang knew more than anyone. Miniature nuclear-powered cannons. Each shot packs the punch of an intercontinental missile. Winged laser-guided tracking missiles capable of slicing through mountains and severing seas. And incredibly fast. A formidable anti-aircraft weapon. Bottom-mounted pulse electronic mines. Can disable all electronic devices within a half-kilometer radius centered on a tank. Whoa! As Du Yongkang explained, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This thing was insanely overpowered, but he loved it. Excellent, excellent, Xiao Jiang. You've truly given me a huge surprise. Old Du, are you serious? I don't know much about weapons, don't pull my leg. Uncle Du, isn't this a bit much? Given current technological standards, no matter how talented Jiang Chen is, he couldn't possibly develop a cannon barrel comparable to an intercontinental missile. Su He and Su Lai stood nearby, exchanging bewildered glances. Their faces were filled with confusion. If what Du Yongkang claimed were true, wouldn't a few tanks be enough to wipe out an entire country? Zhao Shueca stepped forward, examining the imposing tank barrel. While it exuded a sense of technological sophistication, compared to an intercontinental missile, it seemed downright exaggerated. She'd seen missiles before their barrels were several times larger than this. This must be an exaggeration. Commander Du must be looking at Jiang Chen through rose-colored glasses now. 25, you must be getting played. If it's truly as written in young Zhang's notes, there's no way it's fake. Commander Du declared emphatically, even raising his finger as if to swear an oath. Commander Du, practice makes perfect. Why don't we test it out? Jiang Chen suggested with a smile. Zhao Shueca frowned. Where did he get the nerve? Please don't lie to me, this tank is clearly overhyped. The armed forces of the Dragon Nation had poured countless intellectual resources into compressing that earth-shattering power into a mere few meters. She'd never believe it could come from this unassuming barrel before her. Alright. Since Xiao Jiang insists, let's head out now and see if this tank truly lives up to the notes. Shueca, call for the transport aircraft now. Old Su, my niece, you two go ahead. Jiang Chen and I will follow shortly. Commander Du issued his orders one by one. Everyone saluted and began executing their tasks. Zhao Shueca made the call from the sidelines and transmitted the coordinates. Su He and Su Lai boarded the armored vehicle directly. With a floor-to-ceiling acceleration, smoke billowed as the message appeared in their field of vision. Xiao Jiang, when will the aircraft be modified? Watching the dispersing crowd, Du Yongkang smiled and said, Commander Du, with sufficient materials, it can be completed in a day. But we only have one tank left, and all materials have been used up. Du Yongkang froze. All of it gone? That was dozens of tons of top-grade materials, steel plates, conduits, carbon fiber, and more. At the Dragon Nation military base, that quantity could easily build 4 or 5 armored vehicles. Xiao Jiang, you're a glutton. Devouring materials, aren't you? Or, I could reduce the performance specifications a bit. Just a few dozen tons more of steel or something would suffice. At the mention of downgrading performance, Du Yongkang refused outright. Hold on. Whatever it takes, our Longhua military base can handle this. From now on, coordinate with Zhao Shueca. Report any needs directly to her. Understood, Commander Du. Commander Du's face turned slightly pale, but he couldn't lose face. Earlier, he believed that if Jiang Chen's creations truly lived up to his claims, they would inevitably be mass-produced, significantly boosting Dragon Nation's core capabilities. But now it seemed like a fairy tale. A single tank had consumed nearly 1/3 of the base's stored materials. Get Jiang Chen to coordinate with Shueca immediately. He couldn't bear such news. Dragon Nation, military base. Su He and Su Lai drove for nearly an hour before arriving. As they got out of the car, Su He kept muttering under his breath. Dad, this thing is way too slow. If we ever end up on the battlefield, won't we just be sitting ducks? Su He grumbled under his breath, clearly unimpressed compared to his own Ghost Racer. What do you know? This vehicle's armor is the toughest your old man has developed so far, even armor-piercing rounds can't penetrate it. What about nuclear bombs? Ahem. Honey, you think that's candy? Once a country launches a nuke, the world changes. Su Lai cleared his throat, nearly choking on his own words. Su He was young and didn't grasp the gravity of nuclear weapons. It wasn't her fault. Oh, okay. Su He nodded in understanding, then immediately grabbed Su Lai's hand and hurried toward the military compound. Old Su. Little Su He. What brings you here? Just as Su He stepped into the military zone, a middle-aged man adorned with medals emerged from the nearby operations center. Dressed in dark green officer's uniform, his face bore a resolute expression. A name tag was pinned to his chest. Deputy Commander of the Military Region, Qin Chuanwei. Deputy Commander. Is the Chief of Staff not with you today? Ah, that old codger's training the troops. Thanks to you, the new generation of Longhua armored vehicles needs round-the-clock testing. Only on the battlefield can they reach their full potential. Qin Xuanwei stepped forward and playfully punched Su Lai's chest. The two chatted and laughed, like brothers who had grown up together. By the way, Commander Du recently transferred nearly 100 tons of research materials out of the base. That's quite a large-scale operation. Spill it, old Su. What new contraption are you tinkering with lately? Su Lai shook his head at the mention, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. It wasn't for me, it was for a college student, one of Xiao Su's classmates. The goal is to build a tank. Should be arriving any minute now. Build a tank? Old Su, those two bare-bottomed kids have grown up. Don't joke with me, building a tank requires dozens of tons of materials? Qin Xuanwei clearly didn't buy it. Building a tank isn't rocket science. How could it possibly require dozens of tons? Even the esteemed research authority before us, the military district's Lucky Star, only uses a few tons of materials to build a tank. Uncle Qin. My classmate won't let you down. Suhi flushed, grinning mischievously. Oomph. I don't trust old Su, but I'll definitely trust little Suhi. I'll just wait and see then. Qin Xuanwei's face beamed with a smile, yet his heart remained skeptical. That was 1/3 of the military region's warehouse materials. If no tangible results were produced, and the higher-ups in Longhua come looking for answers, it won't just be Du Yongkang who gets dragged into it, he'll be implicated too. Ding. His phone rang. Du Yongkang called. Old Qin, clear a space for me in the rear of the military zone. I need to test a new weapon. A tank? Yep. With those few simple words, Qin Xuanwei put down his phone, strode straight into the command room, and began broadcasting a radio message across the entire zone. Military zone rear area. The densely packed armored vehicles began evacuating one after another as test personnel arrived in succession. Qin Xuanwei drove the off-road vehicle, transporting Su Lai and Su He to the rear area. In the sky. The whirring of rotor blades pierced the sky. Qin Xuanwei and the others looked up. Beneath the transport aircraft hung the demon tank created by Jiang Chen. Target ready for deployment. Test personnel below, prepare for contact. On the transport aircraft, Shueka held the walkie-talkie and began directing the test personnel. As the ropes were severed one by one, the steel fortress crashed to the ground. A massive cloud of dust billowed upward. Du Yongkang pulled Jiang Chen as they leaped from both sides of the transport aircraft, with Zhao Shueka following closely behind. The moment he saw Qin Xuanwei, Du Yongkang's eyes flashed with intensity. His heart surged with excitement. Old Qin. Our military region is about to prosper. The Dragon Nation is in for a blessing. Look at this. Du Yongkang said, holding up Jiang Chen's notebook for Qin Xuanwei to see. Miniature nuclear-powered cannons. Winged laser-guided tracking projectile. Bottom-mounted pulse electronic mines. Qin Xuanwei murmured the weapon descriptions, his expression a mix of amusement and skepticism. Old Du, you think we're making a movie? How could these unheard-of technologies possibly be real? Besides, if it's as powerful as they claim, how could a cannon barrel that small possibly pack the punch of an intercontinental missile? Qin Xuanwei gestured toward the distant demon tank as he spoke. Though the barrel looked high-tech, it was surprisingly small, pitifully small. An ICBM silo alone could hold more than 10 of these tanks. Qin Xuanwei found himself laughing harder the longer he stared. Old Du must have been duped. 26. Adjustable weapon power. Old Qin, you just haven't seen the world. Looking at Qin Xuanwei's infuriatingly smug expression, Du Yongkang's temper flared. A thought flashed through his mind, why not sign old Qin up for the next 5-kilometer new recruit run or Ironman training to toughen him up? This tank is a treasure trove. That wasn't an exaggeration. Qin Xuanwei rolled his eyes. There wasn't a shred of truth to that statement. Never mind the specifics of its functions, just the materials from our military region alone, worth 1/3 of the cost, could build several tanks. It truly was a treasure trove. Old Du, I understand you want to strengthen our military region's capabilities, but we must also consider reality. Let's put it this way, more talk won't help. Let it prove itself. We'll see who's right and who's wrong. Qin Xuanwei pointed at the ghost tank and ordered the surrounding personnel to conduct tests. Jiang Chen stepped forward, surveying the vast open space before him, and slowly nodded. Evacuate the test personnel. We should also move back a bit. Young man, you sure talk big. Aren't you afraid your thing will end up backfiring on you? Qin Xuanwei looked at Jiang Chen before him, a hint of disdain flickering across his face. The testing ground was at least half a kilometer away from their position. Moreover, the ground was sinking, even a weapon of mass destruction couldn't possibly reach this area. Old Qin. Just listen to little Jiang, he's spot on. Shueka, you take the controls. You have an extraordinary talent for handling vehicles. Du Yongkang frowned, urging Zhao Shueka into the tank to begin testing while pulling Qin Xuanwei and the others behind him back. 1 kilometer behind the testing ground. A command post stood here. Du Yongkang pushed open the door and activated all the switches. The central screen lit up as Du Yongkang connected to Zhao Shueka's video feed. Shueka, how does it feel? What are your impressions of the modified tank? In the center of the screen, Zhao Shueka's face appeared in the frame, surrounded by the interior of the modified wraith tank. Qin Xuanwei stepped forward to examine it closely, a grin spreading across his face. Old do. I told you so, you got scammed. This cockpit bears no resemblance to a regular army tank. Look, no gun sight, no tank steering wheel. I'm genuinely curious how it even operates, how it manages to move forward at all. Du Yongkong and the others also stepped forward to look. It was exactly as Qin Xuanwei had described. This place bore no resemblance to a normal tank cockpit. The space was surprisingly spacious, devoid of any intricate instruments. The ammunition loading bay and manual control panels had been omitted, replaced by rows of modular screens. At first glance, it felt like stepping into a movie set. Shueko, follow the steps in my notebook and operate carefully. Don't rush. Jiang Chen instructed Shueka through the video feed. Su Lai and Sui stood nearby, watching intently. Shueka. Test the weapon's power. Shueka, how fast is this demon tank? Can it even compare to my race car? Qin Xuanwei surveyed the group, his expression unchanged. Based on his years of military experience, the Type 20 tank before him was clearly a toy. There weren't even shells in the gun mount. What were you supposed to fire? There's no steering wheel. How do you even control it? In the video, Shueko opened the notebook Jiang Chen had given her and began activating the wraith tank system according to the instructions. As his fingerprint information was recorded, a series of roars and mechanical prompts echoed through the cockpit. Welcome to the wraith tank. Pilot, Military District Major Zhao Shueka. Pilot authorization confirmed. Transformation system calculation complete. Hyperdrive system successfully activated. Quantum weapon loaded. Following the audio announcement, the wraith tank's originally cold, black lacquered armor shell underwent a transformation. Countless energy crystals protruded from its northern section. The cockpit instantly flooded with light, revealing a large screen displaying intricate control panels. At the bottom of the screen, two energy bars appeared, one yellow, one red. Shueka sat in the cockpit, her expression utterly bewildered. Staring at the dense array of buttons before her, she was utterly dumbfounded. Her hands trembled slightly as she tapped the keyboard. No wonder they call him the man who emptied the military district's coffers. This thing he built is straight out of science fiction. Inside the command center, everyone stared in stunned silence. They watched the cockpit scene through the video feed and collectively sucked in their breath. Qin Xuanwei was the first to declare, his worldview shattered. This was nothing like he'd imagined. What was this? A movie brought to life? The weapons. Major Shueka, don't forget the weapon test. Du Yongkong's mind was flooded with excitement. From the moment he first laid eyes on the Demon Spirit race car, he'd been filled with envy. And now, the Demon Spirit tank essentially fulfilled every fantasy he'd ever had about that race car. That's comparable to an intercontinental missile? Seriously? Old Du, maybe we should start with other performance tests first. Su Lai was a bit concerned. It was comparable to an intercontinental missile. Even though they were far enough away now, Su Lai had witnessed Jiang Chen building it with his own eyes. Nuclear fusion, lithography machines. A tank built with these two technologies, how could its destructive power be anything but immense? Su Lai even suspected Jiang Chen's notes were likely downplaying its capabilities. No! Test the weapons first. Qin Xuanwei's eyes were fixed intently. His brows knitted together almost to the point of meeting. While he hoped his military region could truly produce world-class technological weapons, his rational mind told him it certainly wasn't this unassuming ghost tank before him. So what if the cockpit looked sci-fi? It doesn't change the fact that it's just a hollow shell. I refuse to believe you can actually unleash the power of an intercontinental missile. This is the rear command center of the military district. Test personnel. Bring several units of the Dragon Nation armored vehicle U-20 for testing. Old Qin, you really went all out on this one. Su Lai, standing nearby, twitched his face at the remark. He knew the Longwei U-20 armored vehicle inside out. After all, Su Lai had personally developed every aspect of it, inside and out. Its performance, if not the world's best, ranked among the top 3 globally, boasting exceptional defensive capabilities. Even heavy anti-tank sniper rounds couldn't penetrate it. Assistant, take notes carefully, don't overdo it. Jiang Chen watched the turret barrel rotate slightly, realizing Shueka had already locked onto the target. His heart tightened, and he quickly warned her. Shueka nodded in agreement on the video feed. She flipped through the notes, which detailed the tank's core systems. Jiang Chen's weapon manual spanned at least 3 A4 pages. From the basics of aiming to advanced weapon operation techniques, he covered every detail without omission. Shueka studied them intently. Then she couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Everyone in the command room tensed up. Only Deputy Commander Qin Xuanwei remained composed, a sly smile playing on his lips. What is it, Shueka? Don't worry, report any issues immediately. The rest, Commander Du will handle. Shueka fell silent for a few seconds. Her eyes darted across the notes before she spoke slowly. This weapon can adjust its power level. That intercontinental missile-level destructive force is merely 1/10 of its full potential. What? At those words, Du Yongkong froze. Qin Xuanwei was stunned. Su He and Su Lai perked up, their expressions tightening. Only Jiang Chen sat leisurely to the side, scratching his head awkwardly with a smile. 27. This is no laughing matter. Shuaka swiped across the screen. The energy bar below actually adjusted its output intensity in sync with her finger movements. According to Jiang Chen's notes, 1 bar equaled the power of an intercontinental missile. 2 bars equaled a fusion atomic bomb. 3 bars equaled a fission hydrogen bomb. And 4 bars indicated an unlocked state. She carefully swiped the energy bar on the screen. To be safe, she set the input for the projectile to half a bar. Then she flashed an OK sign at the screen. Shueka, this isn't something to joke around with. Turn the power down a bit. Du Yongkong remained uneasy. Jiang Chen's creations were too extraordinary, better safe than sorry. Relax, Commander. I've already adjusted the energy to less than 1 bar, just half. That's best. Half, huh? That should significantly reduce the power. Probably nothing to worry about now. Hearing Shueka's reply, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Only Qin Xuanwei shook his head, his expression tinged with disappointment. What a pity. I was eager to verify whether this weapon truly lived up to the descriptions in the notebook. With only half the energy input, deploying the armored vehicle was unnecessary. Du Yongkong, standing nearby, puffed out his cheeks and glared at him. He slapped Qin Xuanwei on the shoulder and laughed. Old Qin, are you some spy sent from another military region? What, you'd rather I lose a few armored vehicles? Bah! Old Du, what kind of talk is that? I just wanted you to know this thing isn't all that scary. Qin Xuanwei's face twisted with hurt. His good intentions had been completely misunderstood. Report. Shueku is ready. Prepared for launch at any moment. Shueka's report echoed from the center of the screen. While the two leaders bickered, she had already fine-tuned all the parameters, awaiting only the final command. Everyone gathered before the large screen. Du Yongkong slowly raised his hand. Begin the test. With that command, Shueku and the video began further operations. Countless crystal blocks lit up along the barrel of the demon tank. Layers upon layers, connecting in sequence. A piercing roar of energy convergence erupted from the muzzle. A sphere of light as bright as daylight appeared before everyone's eyes. Alert! Nuclear attack detected. Warning! Nuclear attack detected. All personnel, immediately enter combat readiness. Medical and support personnel, proceed to air raid shelters immediately. Kyoto Dragon Nation Military District. Amidst the blinding convergence of energy, all broadcasts simultaneously announced. The sound filled every corner of the military district. Red emergency lights flashed incessantly, mirroring the sky. Old Du. Old Qin. This time, we're in deep trouble. Su Lai's voice trembled slightly. Commander Du, meanwhile, kept dialing his phone, instructing personnel in each sector not to panic. This was merely a routine weapons test. Qin Xuanwei froze in place, staring at that condensed energy sphere. This ING thing is real. Less than 1 unit of energy, yet its destructive power rivals nuclear energy. What kind of super tech is this? Qin Xuanwei felt his entire worldview being smashed to the ground, repeatedly crushed and ground into dust. Almost polished to a shine. Dad, is the nuclear energy he's talking about the same thing I think it is? What else could it be? With power comparable to a nuclear bomb, the military district systems automatically classified it as a nuclear device. And its pure energy concentration with no radiation, otherwise, no one in the military zone would have survived. Su Lai's face turned ashen. When discussing the terrifying energy of a nuclear bomb, no one could laugh. Su He, I've got sharp ears. Jiang Chen rose from his stool. He approached Su He and spoke loudly. What? Just as everyone looked utterly bewildered. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the sky. Inside the command center, everyone instinctively covered their ears. Damn it! My eardrums are about to burst. What just happened? Look at this. Su Lai covered his ears while pointing at the screen. In the footage, the energy from the demonic racecar's barrel erupted, unleashing a torrent of power toward the distant armored vehicle. The two collided. A massive fireball erupted. And a mushroom cloud shot skyward. The pitch-black night was suddenly illuminated as bright as day. Everyone froze in shock. Qin Xuanwei, disregarding the danger, flung open the command room door and gazed into the distance. Behind the military zone, mountains rose in layered peaks. Sparsely populated. The highest peaks soared over 2,000 meters. Yet no matter how high the mountains rose, they could not block the mushroom cloud's momentum. Suddenly, it seemed as though something occurred to him. He sprinted into the command center. He shouted at the screen repeatedly. Shueka! Shueka, how are you holding up? Hearing the deputy commander's desperate cries, everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. But judging by the video feed, nothing could be seen except a mushroom cloud as bright as daylight. Du Yongkong silently swallowed hard. Shueka? Report your status. Shueka? He called out several times, but there was no response from Shueka's end. Qin Chuanwei grew anxious. He swiftly connected to the personnel phone in the military zone's testing area. We're about to witness the power of a nuclear bomb. Shueku. Sui covered her chin. Unable to accept the reality unfolding before her. Su Lai collapsed onto the ground. Senior officers, hold your ground. Jiang Chen stepped forward from behind, his expression calm. Little Jiang, this isn't your fault. I underestimated the power of the demon tank and insisted on testing it. Qin Chuanwei cut off Jiang Chen's words, his eyes bloodshot and his body trembling. Launch the drones. Assess the situation on the ground immediately. Senior, Shueku is fine. She's fine? Commander Du frowned, waving his hand to signal that matters like this weren't to be taken lightly. Su Lai also pressed down on Jiang Chen's shoulder, motioning for him to sit down. Calmness was essential in such situations. Jiang, I admit the material of the demon spirit racer is formidable, but even if you applied it to this tank, you must understand it's facing a projectile with nuclear-level destructive force. This isn't even in the same league as the armor-piercing rounds or missiles we've dealt with before. SSSSH. No sooner had Su Lai finished speaking. The large screen reacted. The scene was no longer daylight. Instead, it showed the cockpit of the Wraith tank. Commander! Commander Du! Commander Qin! This is Shueka. Can you hear me? Shueka's anxious voice echoed repeatedly from the large screen. Shueka! You're safe. Commander Du's expression flashed with emotion as he lunged forward to the screen. Commander Qin followed closely behind. On the screen, Shueku was unharmed, her expression even filled with excitement. A nuclear bomb. Just half a unit of energy had the destructive power of a nuclear bomb. Shueka pouted slightly, yet the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn upward. This weapon is actually pretty powerful. A little powerful? Are you sure it's not a billion times powerful? Inside the command center, Qin Chuanwei nearly banged his head against the wall upon hearing Shueka's quiet mutter. Shueku, how can you even think about saying that? Look at how anxious we're all getting. Commander Du cleared his throat and spoke with feigned solemnity. Sorry, there was a signal glitch right when the shell detonated. But this tank's armor is seriously tough. 28 out-of-body experience, close-range nuclear demonstration. Shueku was completely dumbfounded. Witnessing a nuclear explosion up close. Her soul hadn't left her body yet. These days, how many people could be so fortunate? Even the renowned 5-star General Douglas MacArthur of the Eagle Nation would have exclaimed in awe. No wonder Commander Du, Old Su, Old Ling, and other elders held this young man in such high regard. Treated like a precious treasure, his status even surpassed that of Sui. He was truly a beacon of fortune for the Dragon Nation. Shueka. Come back immediately after the test. Old Du and I need to draft the report right away. Also, take inventory of our military district's supplies and rice. I need to start mass production. Qin Chuanwei bellowed into the microphone from the command center. All traces of his earlier doubt vanished. He then turned his gaze to Du Yongkong beside him, his eyes brimming with admiration. At first, I thought he was just a bronze player trying to show off, but it turns out he's a true king. Old Du. Truly worthy of being the military district commander and my superior. Your insight is sharp. Commander Qin, there are still several weapons left untested here. The ones tested earlier were the most conventional weapons. Whoa. Qin Chuanwei sucked in a sharp breath, but his gaze instantly hardened with unwavering resolve. Test them. Test them thoroughly. If anything goes wrong, Old Du and I will take the fall. Old Du, standing nearby, rolled his eyes at the remark. Hey, you're trying to set me up here, aren't you? If anything goes wrong, I'll be the first one blamed. It's got nothing to do with you. Commander Du? Test it. Du Yongkong pounded his chest. Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. Stopping mid-test is out of the question. This was something he'd invested heavily in. He had to understand it thoroughly. Aye, Commander. Receiving the order, Shueka was unusually excited. She studied the manual while cross-referencing the screen. Let's try out this laser quantum weapon then. Shueka tapped the screen. According to the notes displayed, this laser quantum weapon cannot be fired at ground targets. It's best suited as an anti-aircraft weapon. Though the notes made no mention of any risks. Shueku, having just endured a nuclear blast, dared not make a rash decision. She tapped the screen forcefully, raising the barrel of the demon tank. For a moment, the demon tank rumbled with a deep, throaty roar. The barrel began to accumulate energy. A brilliant white light coalesced into a sphere, gathering before the barrel. Inside the command center, the onlookers were startled once more by the sight. A kinetic light wave? Cosmic vortex? This energy manifestation, comparable to a sci-fi blockbuster, now truly materialized on the screen. A howling gale raged around the demon tank. The grass on the ground twisted and distorted. The sound of swallowing echoed repeatedly. Du Yongkong's brow furrowed deeply. Judging by this scene, his earlier words had been rash. Warning! Warning! Detecting an extremely powerful energy within the military zone, surpassing nuclear bomb levels. Calculating specific values. Unable to detect. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Within the military zone. The broadcast sounded once more. The soldiers froze in place. The commander remained silent. Their military zone was either a nuclear bomb or something beyond nuclear. Just moments ago, mushroom clouds appeared. What the hell is this now? Command center. Calling command center. Several greenhorns, witnessing the scene, immediately rushed toward the communication console. Fingers flew across the keyboard. But all that came through was static, like an old television. Inside the demon tank. Schweika stared at the prompt on the screen. The energy in the cannon barrel had fully charged. With the command input, a devastatingly powerful energy erupted from the barrel. The pillar of light, as thick as a well shaft, shot straight into the sky. Its end was nowhere in sight. Witnessing this scene, Schweika finally understood the contents of the notebook. Why this thing couldn't be fired toward the ground. This devastating energy. She'd even believe it could pierce through Blue Star. Ding! Inside the command center. Commander Du and the others stared at each other wide-eyed, their jaws dropping so low they could swallow a cow. Meanwhile, Commander Du's phone rang at that moment. Du Yongkong. A steady, gravelly voice of a middle-aged man came through the line. Nuclear bombs. Lasers. Testing them recklessly in the military zone. Do you even respect this military commission anymore? Hearing that voice, Du Yongkong froze like a startled bird. He snapped to attention immediately. His back straightened. His face grew solemn. Reporting to Chairman Jiang. I've discovered a new type of weapon advanced technology. Time was of the essence, and I failed to report it promptly. I am willing to accept punishment. Du Yongkong spoke with sincere humility. His words were exceptionally clear. But deep down, he wasn't afraid at all. Even if demoted to a private, it wouldn't matter. You little brat. What's with all this mushroom cloud and laser nonsense? What exactly are you up to? I told you to step up training for the troops. Has the parade participation been finalized yet? The stern tone of the chairman of the Central Military Commission came through loud and clear over the phone, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Reporting to the Military Commission. We will complete the mission. This parade will showcase the full might of our capital military region. Du Yongkong declared with unwavering conviction. He pounded his chest harder than a gorilla. Cut the empty talk. Last parade, our military region made a complete fool of itself because of outdated equipment. Get down to business with Su Lai immediately. All those materials and funds in the military region's warehouses don't hold back a single penny for me. Make sure Su Lai gives the capital military region the recognition it deserves this time. Roger that. Du Yongkong nodded and saluted, his expression solemn. Yet a smile couldn't help but creep onto his lips. Empty it out, huh? For him, the commander of the military district, this matter couldn't be easier to handle. After all these years in the capital, he'd amassed quite a fortune. He'd been waiting for this very phrase. Oh, right. Next time you run tests, remember to go somewhere deserted. Though the military region is remote, there are still some residents nearby. Zhang Junwei added immediately. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a sigh echoed from the other end of the line. Du Yongkong nodded heavily. After a brief exchange, he hung up. Qin Xuanwei immediately leaned in. His heart had been in his throat the entire time, causing such a commotion with mushroom clouds and sky-piercing lasers. He figured this time the higher-ups would give him a major demerit. Old Du, we've been through so much together over the years. Whatever it is, just tell me straight. Even if I take off this hat, I won't keep quiet. As long as our military region keeps improving, I'd gladly walk through fire and water. Qin Xuanwei pounded his chest, pledging his loyalty to Du Yongkong. Old Qin, I'm your superior, but I treat you like a brother. Rest assured, if anyone comes looking for answers, I've got your back. Hearing Du Yongkong say this, Qin Xuanwei felt increasingly uneasy inside. This test was his own reckless mistake. He had underestimated the power of the demon tank, leading to this mistake. How could he let his own brother in arms take the fall for it? Regardless of anything else, ever since joining the military, Qin Xuanwei had always valued responsibility above all else. The consequences of his actions? He'd have to deal with them himself, even if it meant grinding his molars to dust. Old Qin, to be perfectly honest, the Central Military Commission is going to give us a major demerit for conducting nuclear tests and laser experiments inside the military zone. But as your superior, I won't let you suffer. Du Yongkong spoke with absolute sincerity. Qin Xuanwei was in tears, his nose running. With a superior like this, what more could one ask for? There's just one more thing, though. Speak. Old Du. I'll follow your lead. 29. The professionalism of a scientist. Observing Qin Xuanwei, who was increasingly getting the hang of things. A barely perceptible smile touched Du Yongkon's lips. He gave Qin Xuanwei a hearty pat on the shoulder. The parade is fast approaching. The Central Military Commission has shown me some consideration, granting us a chance to redeem ourselves. I'm confident that once we complete the modifications to the demon tanks and demon aircraft, the Military Commission will definitely show leniency. Qin Xuanwei nodded repeatedly in agreement. He wholeheartedly agreed. He had witnessed the Wraith tank's formidable power firsthand. Compared to past military parades, armored vehicles and light tanks, whether in appearance or performance, the Wraith series would strike fear into every corner the moment it rolled out. Old Du. I'm taking Xiao Jiang and Old Su to the materials warehouse for inventory right now, Qin Xuanwei said, pulling Su Lai along. After exchanging a glance with Jiang Chen, he led the way out. Military District Materials Depot. A warehouse spanning nearly 1,000 square meters, located deep underground within the military zone. The moment the door opened, Jiang Chen felt dizzy. The materials here were of every kind imaginable. From tiny metal screws to massive steel plates and carbon alloys weighing tons. At this moment, everything was neatly stacked together. Xiao Jiang, I was wrong before. As compensation, ownership of all these materials now belongs to you and Old Su. If it's not enough, I can add more. At worst, I'll do you a favor and take you to another military district to borrow some. A smile spread across Qin Xuanwei's face. He had already slipped the key to the military district's materials warehouse into Jiang Chen's waistband. No. Commander Qin. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances. Jiang Chen protested verbally, yet his hands involuntarily reached into his backpack. It was just like receiving red envelopes during the Spring Festival homecoming. It wasn't his fault. The materials inside were far too numerous and precious. Selling them by the pound alone would bring in a fortune. If he could use them freely, then most of the technology in the workbench could be manufactured. Xiao Jiang, stop being so modest. This is the military district's sincerity, and also the Dragon Nation's recognition of your value. Now it's time for you to shine. Su Lai clapped as he spoke. The military district wouldn't grant such privileges to anyone else but Xiao Jiang. These favors, while ostensibly from the military district, were truly from the Dragon Nation itself. Rest assured, Senior Su. I'll modify that ghost plane to perfection. Jiang Chen patted his chest in assurance. The others chuckled and laughed along. With outstanding young talents like Xiao Jiang, this military parade will surely make all the major military regions take notice of us. No. Not just the military districts, every nation on Blue Star will see us in a new light. Parade. Hearing that word, a flame ignited within Jiang Chen's heart. The Dragon Nation's military parade held once every 10 years. This is one of the means to demonstrate the nation's significant strength. It is not only directed at the people of the Dragon Nation. It is directed at the entire world. As long as the equipment is advanced and the military appearance is orderly, it not only demonstrates the nation's profound heritage to the world, but also strengthens domestic morale. It enables the nation to develop more effectively and unites the people more firmly. Old Qin, if I recall correctly, there should be less than a month left, right? No wonder Old Du's been hanging around my research base lately. I almost thought he'd fallen for me. Qin Xuanwei chuckled. He gave no clear answer. The military parade was a top priority for the leadership. To achieve numerous development strategies, establishing authority on the world stage is indispensable. 10 years ago, we were a lion lying low. Now, the Dragon Nation's goal is to become a fierce azure dragon. Xiao Jiang, how long will it take to modify the ghost aircraft? Qin Xuanwei asked softly. 3 days if configured identically to the Wraith tank. Same configuration? Qin Xuanwei stroked his chin in thought. Could it possibly take longer? Xiao Jiang, what do you mean by same configuration? The military district's material warehouse has substantial reserves. There are plenty of materials in there that could help me achieve new technological breakthroughs. Of course, whether the results are good or bad won't be known until we build and test it. Theory alone won't cut it. Take stealth paint, for instance. It could evade signal detection. A photon shuttle device could enable spatial folding. And then there's... Stop. Qin Xuanwei placed his palm on Jiang Chen's chest. Then he rubbed his temples. Invisible paint, photon shuttle. Could these things he'd never even heard of, dared not even imagine, really be possible? This is Blue Star, not some advanced planet at the pinnacle of the cosmos. We're all three-dimensional beings, one head, two eyes. How could that be possible? If Einstein heard this, his coffin lid would probably fly open all the way to the moon. Xiao Jiang, you shouldn't be bragging about things like this. Su Lai beside him twitched his lips. Though he couldn't name these things specifically, having never seen them on Blue Star. But he understood the basic principles. Even movies wouldn't dare portray it this way. Xiao Jiang, it's not that we don't believe you. There's always someone better out there, and the sky's the limit. But expecting you to accomplish this all by yourself, isn't that a bit like a fairy tale? A pipe dream? Jiang Chen responded with a smile. Before the thing was built, it was indeed hard to believe. The haunted race car and tank were prime examples. But now, Jiang Chen was 100% certain that anything available in the workbench could be manufactured. Moreover, his system workbench was exceptionally user-friendly, utilizing materials from Blue Star. Senior Su, please wait a moment, Jiang Chen said as he strode straight into the depths of the materials warehouse. He carefully examined each category of materials. He opened his portable notebook and meticulously recorded each one. 15 minutes. Half an hour. 1 hour. Jiang Chen reviewed everything under the watchful eyes of Su Lai and Qin Chuanwei. Old Su, what's he doing? Recording materials. What? There are over 100 materials in here that I know of alone. How could he possibly remember them all? Wouldn't that take 3 days and 3 nights? Su Lai curled his lip at the remark. Materials form the foundation of scientific research. Only by memorizing the materials could one find corresponding methods and leverage them for technological research. Most personnel in the military zone were soldiers, not researchers. We had to go through them one by one, but as researchers, we had our own methodology. Let me tell you a secret: I already cataloged the types of materials in this warehouse during my previous visit. How long did it take? 4 hours. Whoa. Qin Chuanwei fell silent. You researchers are all freaks, not a single one of you is normal. Even the most seasoned procurement officer in the Beijing military region, with over a decade of experience, would need at least a full day to complete a full inventory. Comparing people is enough to drive you mad. Senior. I'm ready. Just as the two were discussing, Jiang Chen's voice echoed from the farthest corner of the materials warehouse. That fast? Both of them widened their eyes in unison. Qin Chuanwei glanced at his watch. Old Qin, how long did it take? An hour and a half. Whoa. Aliens. 30, give me one too. Su Lai's mouth twitched violently. The apples of his cheeks trembled. But when he saw Jiang Chen emerge from inside, he forced himself to keep his expression in check. He cleared his throat. Young Jiang, have you noted down all the materials? Yes, senior. Then can you actually produce those things you mentioned earlier, the photon shuttle, the invisible paint, and so on? Su Lai narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chen. He genuinely couldn't believe that Jiang Chen, just a college student, could pull this off. If it were cutting-edge technology currently being developed on Blue Star, that might be understandable. But these were pure conceptual ideas without even proper names. How could it possibly be manufactured? Little Jiang, this is your chance to save face, you absolutely must seize it. Su Lai thought to himself. But the next second. Senior Su, as discussed earlier, I can produce both of these items. It might just take a bit longer. Smack. Su Lai slammed his hand against his forehead. He was momentarily stunned. Could Xiao Jiang really be getting too cocky? Compared to Su Lai, Qin Chuanwei's smile was particularly bright. As if he'd just struck gold. He gripped Jiang Chen's hand tightly, his body trembling with excitement. Invisible paint, photon shuttle. If I could pilot an aircraft like this, that would be enough for a lifetime. Xiao Jiang. I'm counting on you. Please make sure to build it. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, reassuring the veteran soldier. Xiao Jiang, if you encounter any difficulties, you must speak up. Though the folks at the Dragon Nation research base might not have as many theories and concepts in their heads as you do. But there's strength in numbers. Looking at Jiang Chen's slightly stocky frame, Su Lai shook his head. At this point, there was no other option. We can only hope that everything little Jiang said is true. Rest assured, Senior Su, I will speak up. Jiang Chen calculated in his mind. The standard modifications for the ghost plane would take only a day. But adding stealth paint and photon shuttles would take a full 3 days. The materials required were also substantial. Though most items were already stocked in the materials warehouse, steel and carbon plates were still several tons short. Senior Su, are there any steel or carbon plates left in the research base? There is some, but shouldn't these materials be available in the military district's warehouse? Look, it's right over there. As he spoke, Su Lai pointed deliberately in that direction. Seeing this scene, Qin Chuanwei shook his head with a wry smile. These two guys knew the place better than he did. Was this premeditated or what? Not enough. Still a few tons short. Su Lai fell silent. Qin Chuanwei couldn't help but exclaim, good heavens. Just like he said, you're not for research, you're for eating. Earlier, he'd been considering approaching Jiang Chen to prepare for mass production. But judging by the current situation, even if they pooled all the materials from every military district, it would be a struggle to modify enough tanks to form a regiment. Little Jiang, go ahead and swing for the fences. Don't worry about a few tons, even dozens of tons. If the military district doesn't have it, just come get it from me. Old Su, is your research base that well stocked? My research base has plenty of walls. Worst case, we'll tear the whole thing down. Jiang Chen scratched his head sheepishly. He was thoroughly impressed by these two veterans. The three of them chatted animatedly. Ultimately, it all came down to the price. Despite the military district facing the risk of running out of both funds and personnel, they agreed to provide Jiang Chen with 3 million yuan as a craftsmanship fee in support. 3 million. Not too much, not too little. It truly represented every last penny the military district could spare. If more was needed, they would have to seek approval from the Dragon Nation headquarters for additional funding. Jiang Chen adhered to one principle. Since it's for the Dragon Nation, a little more or less doesn't matter. The future holds many days ahead. Besides, where would a college student even spend 3 million? Kyoto. Longhu Villa. Sui drove the ghost racing car, dropping Jiang Chen right at the front gate of the house. Once the smoke cleared, the two stepped out of the car. Jiang Chen, I heard from Dad that you're planning to install invisible paint and a photon shuttle on the plane? Yes. Jiang Chen nodded. Can this ghost racer get an upgrade too? Money's no problem. Sui blinked her big eyes, watching Jiang Chen steadily approach. After several days of breaking in the ghost racer, she had become thoroughly familiar with the ghost racer. She could handle its transformations with ease. Its outstanding defensive capabilities made it seem to Sui not just a race car, but more like a mobile fortress. Building on this foundation, if Jiang Chen's later additions, the photon shuttle and stealth paint, were incorporated, the ghost racer would ascend to an entirely new level. Just imagining future races. Darting across the track in the ghost racing car, shining brilliantly. Sui's heart nearly leapt out of her chest with excitement. Money's no issue, right? Jiang Chen smiled knowingly. Of the previous orders completed, only one villa was a fixed asset. Nothing else had been secured. For a man, having money in his pocket matters more than anything else. As for those privileges in the Dragon Nation, Jiang Chen couldn't say he didn't care at all, but he didn't dwell on them either. As a citizen of Longhua, serving the nation was only natural. He wasn't greedy for empty fame. But when it came to money, Jiang Chen suddenly became wide awake. Sui, you know research costs aren't cheap. The previous Demon Tank project has already exhausted all the materials supplied by the military district. Jiang Chen deliberately lowered his voice as he spoke. Sui swallowed hard. Recalling the materials the military district had supplied earlier, they weren't measured by the ton, they were measured by how many trucks could carry them. Even if sold by the pound on the open market, they could have made a fortune. How much? Jiang Chen, name your price. I genuinely want these two technologies. Jiang Chen covered his face. His expression was one of helpless despair. Then he held up 2 fingers. 20 million. Sui was stunned. Nearly a year's worth of her allowance plus living expenses. The cost was too high. But then she thought about it. The technology that had both Commander Qin and her dad talking nonstop was definitely worth this price. At worst, she'd just buy fewer clothes from now on. Cut back on cosmetics. Swap Wellington steak for spicy hot pot, grit my teeth and tough it out. Seeing Sui's expression, Jiang Chen knew he'd scared her. What's 20 million? The actual cost isn't that high. It just takes 2 days to make. For Jiang Chen, barely out of his teens, time was the one thing he had in abundance. It's actually not that much. 2 million will do. 2 million. Sui frowned, her gaze locked intently on Jiang Chen's eyes. This made Jiang Chen jump. Seriously? She thinks that's too much? He'd already shed tears to earn 1 million. Should he lower the price? After all, the materials had come from the military base. Sui, actually. Fine. Make it 2 million. Before Jiang Chen could finish speaking, Sui hurriedly nodded in agreement. Her urgency seemed to fear Jiang Chen might change his mind, and her eyes were already slightly reddened. Jiang Chen, thank you. Sui placed her hands over her heart, her expression sincere. The look in Jiang Chen's eyes shifted. It was as if they were seeing joy. 31 I don't like money. Sui, calm down. Jiang Chen felt like crying. He was the one making the money, yet it felt like Sui was the one getting the better deal. Sometimes, he really couldn't understand these young girls' minds. Beside them. Noticing she'd lost her composure, Sui quickly rubbed her eyes. A smile as warm as spring sunshine spread across her face. I'll transfer the money to your account shortly. I'll leave the ghost racer here. I'll come pick it up in a couple days. Her ethereal voice lingered in his ears. Sui flicked her skirt up in a twirl. She left Jiang Chen's villa grounds in high spirits. In the rear section of the villa, Jiang Chen positioned the workbench in the center and began working diligently. Advanced technology often employs the simplest manufacturing methods. After a day of hard work, Master Jiang now frantically clicked away at the mysterious workbench, as black as a box. His movements flowed like a deer through the forest. In just 1 minute, all the code was inputted. Massive conduits frantically sucked up materials from the truck. A constant hum echoed through the center of the yard. All that remained was to wait. He stretched lazily. Jiang Chen leisurely returned to his bedroom. He picked up his phone and scrolled through the latest news headlines. With great power comes great responsibility. With the Dragon Nation's military parade approaching, which military region will stand out this time? Are there really aliens in the universe? Check out these images below. You'll come back and give me a thumbs up afterward. Japan's big reveal. Unknown creatures may truly exist in the world. Prehistoric giant sharks in the deep sea. Mysterious Kamehameha wave detected on Blue Star. Successively destroys several Cherry Blossom Nation satellites. Cherry Blossom Nation vows thorough investigation. Bright red headlines flooded Jiang Chen's vision. Especially the last few articles. Prehistoric giant sharks in the deep sea, mysterious Kamehameha waves. They sounded oddly familiar. As Jiang Chen clicked through the details and examined the satellite images captured by the land of cherry blossoms, a smile instantly spread across his face. Evil spirit racer? Ghost tank. In the photos, it was the scene of Jiang Chen testing the performance of his racing tank. That massive air blast resembling a shark's wake. And the towering beam of light as thick as a bowl. Beneath it, a line of explanatory text reads, "Defend against external threats. Sakura Nation takes the lead, shouldering the responsibility to protect Blue Star." Following a high-level meeting in Sakura Nation, it has been decided to deploy armed forces to guard Fish Farm Island day and night. Oof. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The justification was quite legitimate. But this also made Jiang Chen realize, merely having a powerful race car wasn't enough. To fend off these scumbags, he had to strike fear into their very souls. With that thought, Jiang Chen immediately began searching through the system. There was no other reason when he first activated the system. He had only briefly scanned its contents. The tech was still fresh in his memory. Mechanical Godzilla. Nearly 1,000 tons of carbonized sulfur blocks. Nuclear fusion lithography machines. Hyper-powered nuclear energy systems. Jiang Chen's eyes were dazzled by the sheer volume. Forget about the rest. Just the first one alone. Nearly 1,000 tons of sulfur carbide. That's enough to dismantle the Dragon Nation's research base 8 times over. Then there's the nuclear fusion and lithography machines. This time, it wasn't just about miniaturization. The materials required are several times more than the micro-scale ones. Incredibly precise. He let out a long sigh. These things were beyond what Jiang Chen could prepare at present. This matter requires careful consideration. You're the most beautiful cloud on my horizon. Let me keep you here with wine, hee hee hee. His phone rang. The caller ID displayed Du Yongkong from the military district. Jiang Chen clicked to answer. Hey, Jiang, how's the plane modification coming along? I heard from old Qin that you're adding additional tech. Du Yongkong's voice brimmed with delight. Through the phone line, Jiang Chen could almost picture his beaming smile. No big deal, Commander Du. My quality of life keeps improving, and it's all thanks to the military district and the research base. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Truly a standout youth of Dragon Nation. My judgment hasn't failed me. You know how to show gratitude. A rare quality indeed. Du Yongkong's praise flowed freely. Some words struck Jiang Chen right in the heart. He felt his ears flush red. Oh, and one more thing. Du Yongkong's tone abruptly hit the brakes. Have you been following the news lately? Over in Sakura country, they've already discovered our technology. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's heart tightened involuntarily. Sinking their submarines. Blowing up their satellites. If this matter were traced back, it would lead to a court-martial. Commander Du, how serious is this? Jiang Chen asked cautiously. He was still young and didn't want to spend the rest of his life in poverty. Though he'd read a few novels before. They claimed things like handing over nuclear fusion technology could commute a death sentence. Bull. This was a matter involving 2 nations. Serious? Du Yongkong's voice clearly paused for a moment before shifting tone. It must be said. He's faster than Jiang Chen reading a book. I don't think it's serious. In fact, it was too lenient. That's a dog that could bite anyone at any moment. If it were on the streets of Eagle Country, it'd be lucky not to get beaten to death. Little Jiang, that's why I called you. Commander Du grew more animated as he spoke. Especially when discussing the matter at hand. He deliberately emphasized his words. I've just called several military districts. Based on side discussions with high-level officials in Dragon Nation, we've organized a bounty competition. A contest? Jiang Chen found it hard to fathom. The military parade is imminent. What the hell kind of contest is this? Could it be a contest to see whose technology is superior? Given the current situation, if the Ghost aircraft truly performs as expected, it will undoubtedly shine brilliantly, leaving other military regions in the dust. Is it about a military parade or something? No. It's a covert strategic intimidation contest. Du Yongkong spoke with an air of mystery. Jiang Chen was even more confused. Commander Du, please explain clearly. Simply put, it's about concealing one's identity and using every means possible to warn other nations. Make them fear the extent of our territory. Only then can the Dragon Nation flourish and prosper. Are you willing to join us? Jiang Chen fell silent. Fear, a warning. Put simply, it meant speaking through technology, crushing all dissent. When necessary, as long as his identity remained concealed, he could do whatever he wanted with those satellites and submarines. Commander Du, I'm just a college student. I'm afraid. By the numbers, 100,000. What? 100,000. Enough talk. I'm in. As always, as citizens of the Dragon Nation. Defending our homeland and strengthening our national spirit is every citizen's duty. Including him, Jiang Chen. What does this have to do with money? Talking about money ruins the mood, it's tacky. Ha ha ha. On the other end of the line, Du Yongkang laughed even harder. He laid out the specifics. The fundamental goal was to achieve it without exposing his identity. If exposed, it wouldn't be a bounty awaiting him, but real trouble, diplomatic complications between nations. Rest assured, Commander Du. Money is irrelevant, I just want to defend my homeland. 32 Let's get this show on the road. Agreed. Then I hereby formally appoint you as member number 3 of the Kyoto Military District's Ghost Squad. Number 3? Who are the first two? Or rather, why are there only 2? Jiang Chen was puzzled. The capital military district boasts countless elite soldiers, with special forces commandos too numerous to count. They were formidable, so why did Commander Du only select 3 individuals? Who are the other 2? Commander Du. I'd like to ask. Xiao Jiang, I know what you're thinking. Sui is 1, Shueku is 2, and you are 3. Du Yongkang replied with a smile. The Wraith series weapons combined with your stealth paint give us the best odds to win this bounty hunt. You know as well as I do that exposure would spell major trouble. This plan was agreed upon by me, Old Su, Old Ling, and Old Qin. How much you walk away with depends entirely on your skills. But I have faith in you. Make sure the other military districts take good, hard notice. The prowess of our capital military district. Du Yongkang explained in detail. Only then did Jiang Chen grasp the full meaning. After some small talk, Du Yongkang emphasized that everything must be completed without delaying the parade, then hurriedly hung up the phone. Truly the commander. Not a second wasted. He had a mountain of work to handle. Jiang Chen felt immense delight. 100,000. A better life isn't just a dream. This is far more practical than orders. After all, the waters around Fish Island in the Pacific are teeming with submarines from the Eagle Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation. Not to mention those in outer space. It's time to showcase some real technology. No time to waste. Jiang Chen rolled off the bed. He walked alone to the center of the courtyard. The constant rumbling filled his ears, but to Jiang Chen, it was all money. 10,000. 10,000. With each clang from the workbench, Jiang Chen muttered the sum. And so it went. 2 days slipped by in a flash. Jiang Chen barely slept a wink. Done. Before him, the modified ghost plane and ghost race car stood neatly arranged in the center of the courtyard. Compared to conventional missiles, the ghost plane also incorporated quantum technology. Their weapons had transformed into highly futuristic quantum emitters, gleaming with energy crystals. The Ghost Racer, however, retained its core essence. Beyond installing stealth paint and photon shuttle technology, Jiang Chen had only enhanced its transformation capabilities and body materials. Senior Su. Commander Du. Commander Qin. Su He. Shueku. Modifications complete. Please inspect. Jiang Chen snapped a stunning photo of these 2 new creations. He promptly sent them to the exclusive group chat for these individuals. Half an hour passed. The sounds of motor vehicles and armored cars echoed from outside the compound. One after another, the armored vehicles rolled into Longhu Villa. Hey, Xiao Jiang. Still as efficient as ever. Dad. What are you saying? Xiao Jiang, is this the ghost plane? Jiang Chen, my race car doesn't feel any different? The 5 had barely stepped out of the vehicle. Their eyes were immediately drawn to the ghost armor ahead. Qin Xuanwei scrutinized every detail of the aircraft, his expression still as skeptical as ever. Just like when he'd seen that Wraith tank before. But having learned from last time's lesson, this time he didn't ask too many questions. Instead, he pondered who would be suitable to pilot this Wraith aircraft for testing. Du Yongkang pulled Su Lai aside. You're the military strategist, I'm the scientist. Expertise demands consultation with experts. Su He, meanwhile, sat directly inside the Ghost Racer. He began frantically tapping the screen, examining every attribute of the Wraith Racer. Evil Spirit Racing Car, Advanced Edition. New features, stealth paint, photon shuttle, enhanced transformation technology. Material properties, enhanced carbonized sulfur blocks. Overall power system enhancement. Would you like a detailed breakdown of all stats? Inside the vehicle, the voice of the AI assistant Xiaoling sounded. Su He nodded in agreement. Stealth paint blocks all signal detection. Enhanced morphing technology adds dozens of new forms. Carbonized sulfur block enhancement, increased hardness, sharpened wing edges. Cuts through iron like mud. After a long moment, she rolled down the window, her eyes brimming with unmistakable delight. Jiang Chen. Care for a little friendly competition? See whose bounty is higher? Su He was supremely confident. After hearing Xiaoling's explanation, she had absolute faith in her ghostly race car. This confidence stemmed entirely from the invisible paint and shape-shifting tech enhancements Jiang Chen had installed. Race? Meanwhile, Su Lai and Du Yongkang felt a chill run down their spines at the suggestion. They knew Su He's temperament well. To achieve a goal or complete a task, she wouldn't even sleep. The previous competition was a prime example. To defeat Ling Xiao and claim the championship, she studied the race car day and night. He modified it himself, even going so far as to offer a month's worth of living expenses as a bounty. If it were a race against Xiao Jiang, her fiercely competitive spirit would drive her to scour the Pacific Ocean day and night. Xiao Jiang. Don't listen to Su He. Your team unity comes first, not competition. Du Yongkang cleared his throat and spoke slowly. Su Lai nodded frantically in agreement. If they were to compete, forget about Eagle Nation's submarines or Cherry Blossom Nation's deep-sea submersibles. Even if there were a fish in the sea named Eagle, it wouldn't be spared. That would be a disaster. Seeing everyone vehemently opposing her, Shueka's face darkened with displeasure. Aren't race cars meant for racing? Besides, it's for the benefit of the country and its people. She turned to look at Shueka beside her and continued speaking. Shueku, what do you say? Race or not? Me? Startled by the sudden call, Shueka shifted her gaze away from the ghost plane. She pointed at herself, looking somewhat confused. For her, whether to race or not made little difference. Her mind was completely occupied with the performance specs of the Demon Spirit aircraft. Which was more intimidating, this thing or a tank? Su He, stop fooling around. Xiao Jiang is the creator of the demon armor. His mastery of it must be second to none. How could you possibly compete? The newly modified race car needs time to break in. Catching up to Xiao Jiang's pace is what you should be focusing on. Su Lai barked sternly. But it had no effect on Su He. Shueka frowned. Regarding the matter of breaking in new weapons, she had no objections. But when it came to tracking footsteps, as a military district major, her rigorous training from childhood had far surpassed that of her peers. Her military expertise was unmatched. Jiang Chen was indeed the creator of the Wraith series armor. But when it comes to actual combat operations and theoretical knowledge and real-world experience encountering enemy weapons, Shueka didn't believe she was chasing after Jiang Chen's footsteps. Rather, the harmless-looking youth in his early 20s before her should be learning from her. Commander, Senior Su. I accept Su He's proposal. Practice is always the truth of learning. I also hope to see my own shortcomings through this competition. Shueka spoke sincerely. Her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Chen, who stood nearby, seemingly indifferent. Would someone like this truly confront an enemy nation? Intending to intimidate the enemy? 33, Xianxing Group. Shueka felt that, without revealing his true identity, Jiang Chen had already done perfectly well by teaching them a lesson. After all, a scientist is just a scientist. They couldn't possibly understand strategy and tactics. Otherwise, what's the point of having a military district? Su Lai and Du Yongkang exchanged glances. Neither had expected Shueka, with her typically steady temperament, to make such a choice. Very well. Since Shueka wishes to study, we won't stand in her way. Then we'll proceed as you suggested. Du Yongkang waved his hand dismissively, his face etched with resignation. Xiao Jiang, what do you think? I have no objection. Jiang Chen answered with unwavering certainty. His resolve matched the others in intensity. This startled Shueku. Was he just putting on a brave front? A college student, untested in battle, lacking military knowledge and strategic insight. Could it be that Jiang Chen was hiding something? Did he possess an unknown side? Impossible. So young, could he be some kind of prodigy? Jiang Chen, don't push yourself. You're a scientist from the Dragon Nation, not a military strategist. Who says scientists can't fight on the battlefield? Jiang Chen spread his hands helplessly. This retort left Shueka speechless. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Her expression hardened with stubbornness. It's just that you're good at research. Just wait until you actually pilot the Wraith armor and see other nations' weapons face to face. You'll be scared to death. At this point, Shueka didn't care anymore. My kindness was taken for granted. Alright, enough reminiscing for you youngsters. Time to get down to business. Old Du, who are you planning to put at the controls of this ghost plane? Su Lai chuckled awkwardly, easing the tension. He then turned to Du Yongkang. To be determined. Piloting a plane is no walk in the park, it's nothing like tank racing. Especially since this one's been given an epic level upgrade. Du Yongkang's brow furrowed. The pilot selection couldn't be taken lightly. Old Du, I have someone in mind. Ha? Du Yongkang raised an eyebrow. He was somewhat surprised. Could the research base possibly have an ace pilot who can fly? Old Su, this isn't a joke. Airplanes aren't like tanks or race cars. Su Lai shook his head and smiled. Graduated from Longhua Aviation Academy, won multiple bachelor's degree awards. Later, he gave up the chance to enter a prestigious military academy because he got hooked on racing. Hearing Su Lai speak thus, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Graduated from Dragon Nation Aviation Academy, recipient of multiple bachelor's degrees. That's no ordinary credential. He'd be a hot commodity anywhere. Du Yongkang couldn't help but exclaim, well done. Old Su, stop beating around the bush. Who is it? Ling Xiao, the young master from the Ling family. Young Master Ling. The moment those words left his mouth, Su He and Jiang Chen were completely dumbfounded. Dad. That playboy is here to fly the plane. Better let Jiang Chen fly it. Su He pursed her lips. Ling Xiao was all too familiar. The one who lost to her in that race. The one who kept bragging about Eagle Nation's F1 racing being world class. Su He couldn't have cared less for him. Likewise. Upon hearing that name, he felt little affection either. Playboy, letting the red peach blossom in his corner forcefully break through the wall. What a sin. Since old Su made the decision, it must be right. When is he available? Let's get the testing started right away. I'll contact him immediately. Meanwhile, Du Yongkang inquired of Su Lai. Everything was piling up at once. Especially the military parade and the bounty competitions across all major military districts. Preparations were underway in secret. The Southern Military District and Frontier Military District might already be sweeping away the enemy. Quick! Get Ling Xiao over here. Du Yongkang barked the order. Jiang Chen's face darkened instantly. Based on what he'd seen of the ghost racer before, young Master Ling might not even deem the ghost plane worthy of his attention upon arrival. He might even openly provoke them in front of these elders. He might even say something even more outrageous. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth. A dangerous smile spread across his face. He wasn't exactly wealthy today, but he could still be considered living a modestly comfortable life. Apart from being broke, Jiang Chen didn't think he was any worse off than Ling Xiao. At the very least, he could afford to live in a villa. If Ling Xiao dared to criticize his hard work, Jiang Chen wouldn't hesitate to fire back. Old Ling. When's your nephew free? Right, get him over here fast. This is a chance to serve the nation, the perfect opportunity to make your family's ancestral grave smoke with pride. Meanwhile, Su Lai was on the phone with old Ling. He kept urging Ling Xiao to hurry over. From Su Lai's expression, it was clear. Ling Lao had plenty of free time. Uncle Su, where are you? I'll be right over. Capital City. Longhua Qiangxing Group. Old Ling sat in his office. Young Master Ling stood beside him, hands clasped behind his back. Dad, Senior Su just mentioned that he wants me to pilot the ghost plane. The one Jiang Chen built. I know. Old Ling's expression brimmed with delight. His son had finally made his mark. Old Su truly lived up to being his dearest friend. He always thinks of me first. But Jiang Chen. Young Master Ling's words trailed off. Old Ling already knew. His ex-girlfriend? Or mocking the demonic race car? Son, what are your thoughts on Jiang Chen now? Jiang Chen. He stands at a height I can never reach. He is my role model. I must maintain a lifelong friendship with such a person, no hard feelings allowed. Ling Xiao spoke earnestly. His gaze was sincere. Gone was the look he'd worn when he first saw Jiang Chen. That's for the best. Jiang Chen's background is unfathomably deep. He's now a key figure in the Dragon Nation, a trusted ally of both the military district and the research base. As he spoke, old Ling deliberately gave Ling Xiao a meaningful glance. Our Qiangxing Group, though like the research base and military district, serves the Dragon Nation. But to advance further, we need young talents like Jiang Chen. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's expression grew solemn. This concerned industrial matters and could not be taken lightly. He nodded in agreement. He then picked up the keys and prepared to depart. 1 hour later, at the entrance of Jiang Chen's villa, the roar of a sports car echoed through the air. Young Master Ling rushed over in his F1 race car. Perhaps due to his haste, he was drenched in sweat. Uncle Su. Uncle Du. Ling Xiao cut the engine and approached the two elders. After bowing respectfully, his expression finally relaxed a bit. Young Ling, don't be so formal. Neither I nor Uncle Du place much emphasis on etiquette. Su Lai and Du Yongkang chuckled as they spoke. They pulled Ling Xiao along as they walked backward. Jiang Chen and Su He followed closely behind. The group arrived before the demonic aircraft. Young Master Ling stared at the colossal machine before him. His pupils fluttered uncontrollably. Though he had flown planes during his school days, and was no stranger to aircraft, but the demonic aircraft before him was clearly beyond his capabilities. 34. Ling Xiao flying a plane, like a small horse pulling a big cart. Xiao Ling, go inside and get a feel for it. Swallowing hard, Ling Xiao entered the cockpit at Su Lai's insistence. Like the ghost tank, the cockpit contained no flashy buttons or joysticks. Instead, there was a single screen controlling all functions and a comfortable seat. Young Master Ling was dumbfounded. This seat looked no different from the gaming chair at his own home. Clearly, it was a makeshift solution thrown together at the last minute. Could this be Jiang Chen's revenge? He scanned the room. Below the screen lay a notebook. Evil Spirit Aircraft Operation Manual. Ling Xiao opened it and studied it carefully, growing more and more confused the longer he looked. Analysis of the aircraft's power system, aircraft control instructions. Aerobatic spiral takeoff tutorial. In an instant, Ling Xiao felt like all his years of study had been wasted. This was nothing like the planes he'd flown before. It felt less like piloting an aircraft and more like playing a video game. And it was like a 360-degree VR game. Xiao Ling, how's it going? Getting used to it? Don't push yourself. If it's too much, you can quit. Outside the Wraith aircraft, Su Lai and the others wore solemn expressions. As the most crucial strategic weapon, the aircraft was the focal point of this bounty competition. Its pilots were hand-picked. If young Master Ling made any mistakes during actual combat, it would spell trouble not just for the military base, but for the entire Dragon Nation. Uncle Su, I want to try. Recalling the mission his father had entrusted him with, coupled with Uncle Su's hopes, he was determined to prove himself no matter what. He'd flown planes before. He'd played the game. As for this demonic aircraft before him, a contraption built by a college student, how formidable could it really be? The Ghost Racer and tank, didn't Suhi and Shreka handle those with ease? He couldn't lose to a woman. He exhaled sharply. Ling Xiao activated the main control screen. Notice, Demon Spirit Aircraft initiating startup. Detecting, pilot Ling Xiao, binding in progress. Detection, weapon systems normal. Detection, database parameters normal. Wing adjustment angles being calibrated. The Demon Spirit Aircraft startup sequence was more dazzling than that of race cars or tanks. Layers of energy crystals ignited like dragon scales. The wings slowly rose, transforming the entire aircraft into the form of a ferocious dragon. Jiang Chen. You're biased. True, compared to airplanes, tanks, and race cars just don't measure up. Shuaiku and Suhi witnessed this scene. Felt a pang of resentment. Just in terms of appearance, the plane had already created an overwhelming advantage. What about performance? What about efficiency? Suhi had considered challenging Ling Xiao to another wager, hoping to change his temperament. But witnessing this scene, Sui's confidence rapidly dwindled. Inside the cockpit, young Master Ling remained oblivious to the state of those outside. As the Ghost Spirit aircraft powered up, the entire cockpit lit up like a party, with all the lights blazing. And damn it, there were even mood lights. Red, white, green. On the screen, his personal information was laid bare, including any criminal history, all crystal clear. The dense array of system functions flooded Ling Xiao's vision. He sucked in a sharp breath. Ling Xiao's rational mind kept reassuring himself. All that schooling wasn't for nothing, it was precisely my education that allowed me to pilot this aircraft. I can definitely handle this. Xiao Ling, take it for a test flight first. Remember, stay in constant contact. Don't be nervous, show us that spirit you earned at Aerospace University. Su Lai laughed heartily outside the cockpit, continuously encouraging Ling Xiao inside. Though Ling Xiao's face remained hidden, his expression was easy to imagine. As for Suhi and Shueku, these two girls had seen it all. In the end, they both found themselves captivated by the demonic aircraft. As for Ling Xiao, the fact that his eyeballs hadn't popped out counted as a win, barely. Uncle Su, I'm doing my best. Ling Xiao's voice trembled slightly, more from nervousness than anything else. It was clear the moment had arrived. With a tap on the screen, the Demon Spirit aircraft's engines roared to life. The roar of its engines echoed across the sky. Unlike conventional aircraft, the ghost plane's jet nozzles were all located on its underside. Four nozzles spewed azure flames as the aircraft began its gradual ascent. Jiang Chen was speechless. He should have transferred the Wraith aircraft to the military base. He'd just bought this villa. The garden had just been cleared. He hadn't even started renovations yet. It went from a bare shell to looking like it had been bombed in Syria. A surging wave instantly engulfed everyone. Su Lai pulled Du Yongkong back into the evil spirit racer. Su He and Shuai had darted into the evil spirit tank. Only Jiang Chen and his own garden remained, silently enduring the surging heat wave. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen's clothes were scorched to shreds. The garden was reduced to a scorched wasteland. Young Master Ling, turn down the energy, you brat. Jiang Chen pointed at the aircraft, cursing under his breath. Young Master Ling inside the cabin instantly shuddered. Panicked, he frantically checked the manual beside him. Energy adjustment. Where? Time passed quickly. It took Ling Xiao over a full minute to locate the energy output interface. He frantically turned the energy down. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Xiao Jiang, I'm so sorry. The house we just bought has been wrecked like this. Watching the aircraft gradually ascend, After the heatwave subsided, Su Lai and the others slowly emerged from the demon tank and race car. They saw Jiang Chen, disheveled and covered in grime. Su Lai gave an awkward chuckle. Clearly, while their expectations for the ghost plane had been sky high, who could have imagined it would explode in the atmosphere? Just the takeoff alone unleashed energy comparable to a small grenade. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was unharmed, save for a few minor burns. Sui hurried over to check on him, while Shueika couldn't help but chuckle. Even he was careless with his own creation. Jiang Chen really is a character. Du Yongkong couldn't help but smack his lips. Thankfully, this didn't happen at the military base. Given Deputy Commander Qin Chuanwei's temper, he'd have blown his top. Then all the treasures in the military base would be gone. Jiang Chen. What a fine young man. He'd rather risk his own family's safety than jeopardize the military base. As he spoke, Du Yongkong gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. Xiao Ling. I've already made the call. Stay as far from the city as possible and begin testing. Su Lai dialed Ling Xiao's voice call. He began issuing orders. Young Master Ling also pushed the energy output to its maximum. With a rumbling roar, the demonic aircraft's form shifted once more. Transformation technology. Everyone gazed at the demonic aircraft in the sky, their hearts filled with admiration. The one most deeply moved was Ling Xiao, the pilot inside the cockpit. It was this very technology. It cost him the championship in the race. It was this very technology that had driven his father to seek an alliance with Jiang Chen. Now, witnessing the demon spirit aircraft's transformation, Ling Xiao felt immense joy. So what if he lost the race? The bounty tournament he must face Su He again. Armed with the same technology and his own expertise, he was certain to claim the championship. 35, you call this a plane? Reporting to Uncle Su, coordinates at the Dragon Nation border, latitude 45,291,311. Preparing to depart. Young Master Ling reported his status from inside the cabin. With the demon plane operating at maximum power, the screen displayed a warning, maximum speed 30 Mach. Xiao Ling, remember we must thoroughly test every function of the wicked spirit aircraft. If anything happens, Uncle Du and I are here for you. Inside the cockpit. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's tense heart eased slightly. All functions. He murmured to himself, then glanced at the notebook beside him. Since the senior has spoken, I certainly can't lose face. Then I'll test them one by one, starting with speed. Ling Xiao pressed forward with determination, his finger firmly planted on the screen's forward button. The next second, the demonic aircraft roared like a dragon's growl, its engines thundering through the sky. Everyone in the garden watched with rapt attention, eyes fixed on the dragon soaring overhead. It's about to begin. Su Lai gripped his phone tightly, his eyes fixed on the ghost plane. After the roar faded, contrary to everyone's expectations, it didn't shoot off like a bullet. Instead, it hovered motionless in midair. Ha! What's going on? Su Lai turned to look at Jiang Chen in confusion, while Su He and Shueika did the same. Du Yongkong clenched his palms? Could it be that they had failed? This was only the first test. The only one who seemed completely unfazed was Jiang Chen. Senior Su, I'd bet my life Ling Xiao never properly studied the notes I gave him. Let fate decide. Leave it to fate? Jiang Chen's words left everyone dumbfounded. What did that mean? Could it be that the ghost plane really wasn't up to par? Or was young Master Ling's piloting skills lacking? Inside the cabin, young Master Ling was equally bewildered. He had already tightened his seatbelt to the maximum. He braced himself for that near-death sensation of being pushed back into his seat. But nothing happened. What a total waste of emotion. Boom! Just as Ling Xiao was about to check his notes to see where he'd gone wrong, a black hole suddenly appeared on the real-time external display screen. Enormous and shrouded in darkness, its interior remained indistinguishable. The sudden spectacle left everyone stunned. Su Lai's mouth dropped open in shock. A black hole? It's a black hole. The unsolved mystery of black holes had actually appeared before Su Lai. Attention, spatial jump is initiating. Fasten your seatbelts. Warning. Spatial jump requires manual landing site input from the pilot. Previous coordinates are invalid. Manual control required. Inside the cockpit. Upon hearing this message, Ling Xiao was utterly flustered. All he wanted was to move forward. What the hell was this space jump nonsense? This was something he'd only seen in movies. How could he possibly know how to operate it? Ling frantically flipped through his notes. By now, he was drenched in sweat. But the demonic aircraft gave him no chance. The black hole kept expanding until it matched the size of the ghost plane, then stopped. A powerful suction erupted from the black hole, instantly pulling the entire aircraft into its depths. Even its shape became distorted. Ling Xiao felt his mind slipping beyond his control. The intense pressure made his eyes glow red. Then, he closed his eyes, darkness enveloped him, and when he opened them again, the entire scene shifted. Ling Xiao sat in the cockpit, his hands clenched tightly on the seat, his expression blank. After a long moment, he turned sideways and vomited a bowlful of noodles. Xiao Ling! Xiao Ling. Can you hear me? Uncle Su's voice came through the phone. Forcing himself upright, Ling slowly sat up from the seat. His eyes fixed on everything before him. Xiao Ling, report your location immediately. Su Lai was frantic, his face flushed crimson. Uncle Su, my current coordinates. Ling opened the map and zoomed in on his coordinates. Then, the words on the screen made his pupils instantly dilate in shock. Syria? What's Syria? In Jiang Chen's garden. Su Lai clutched his phone, his ear pressed tightly against it. He feared his brain was starved of oxygen, causing him to hear things. Uncle Su, I think I'm in Syria. Gah! Su Lai gasped sharply. Du Yongkong was equally stunned. Syria? What kind of joke is this? That's 10,000 miles away from Dragon Nation. You couldn't get there even if you rode a cloud. Jiang Chen, what do we do now? We've gone from Longwei to Syria in just a few minutes. This isn't an airplane, it's a spaceship. Su He and Shuaike looked utterly panicked. They crowded around Jiang Chen, frantically warning him of the consequences. Though Ling Xiao had a grudge against them, he was still a member of the evil spirit squad. Appearing in Syria so abruptly could easily put their lives at risk. After all, such places were perpetually embroiled in conflict. A place where gunfire never ceases. If anything happened to Ling Xiao, it would be impossible to explain. If the Ghost Squadron aircraft fell into enemy hands, it would only make matters worse. Spatial jump. Half-hour cooldown. There's no way around it. Jiang Chen explained the spatial jump and everyone's brows furrowed even deeper. Half an hour. I can't believe young Master Ling will survive this half hour. Call headquarters immediately. Have them contact the Syrian leader and ensure the demon plane's safety at all costs. This is bad. We've really messed up. This is disastrous. Uncle Su. Uncle Du. Missiles detected heading our way. Just as Du Yongkong was about to dial the higher-ups, Ling Xiao's voice came through the phone again. His voice was laced with boundless fear and tension. Inside the cabin, young Master Ling stared at the screen displaying a dense cluster of tiny red dots. Their combined age exceeded his own. Instantly, sweat drenched his back. Boom! 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 The next moment, countless missiles detonated simultaneously on the demonic aircraft, erupting in a series of muffled explosions. Xiao Ling covered his eyes with both hands, the blinding sparks making it hard for him to keep them open. Xiao Ling! Xiao Ling! Maintain constant communication. In the garden, Su Lai's voice was nearly a shout. Among all vehicles, the aircraft was undoubtedly the most vulnerable. He called out repeatedly. But Ling Xiao remained unresponsive. Du Yongkong's heart began to race. Su Lai clenched his fists, his face etched with regret. Su He and Shuaike froze in place. This was the battlefield. One moment of carelessness, one oversight in detail, could lead to an irreversible situation. TSK. Amidst the crowd, Jiang Chen clicked his tongue. His expression remained as calm as ever. The results aren't even out yet, what's the rush? 36, Divine Intervention. Yes, the results weren't in yet. Panicking was the worst decision. Inside the cockpit, the roar of surrounding missile strikes grew fainter. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. Below him, a vast formation of tanks and fully armed soldiers had gathered unnoticed. Though described as fully armed, they lacked even a single decent bulletproof vest. They brandished their AK-47s, gesticulating wildly. Facing the demonic aircraft overhead, they murmured among themselves. Their expressions betrayed a sense of novelty. Uncle Su, Uncle Du, I'm fine. Ling Xiao spoke into the phone. During that moment, he had also heard Su Lai's anxious voice and the sound of Du Yongkong dialing a phone. But this was his first time observing a missile up close. Intense fear made it difficult for him to even open his eyes. But not now. Each experience brought growth. Listening to Ling Xiao's words, Su Lai finally exhaled the breath he'd been holding in his throat. He turned to signal Du Yongkong to hang up the call. Before anything happened, there was no need to trouble the leadership. Xiao Ling, check if the aircraft has an automatic inspection function to see if any parts are damaged. Prompted by Su Lai's reminder, young Master Ling swiftly scanned the screen for relevant information. Weapon systems, normal. Airframe structure, normal. A string of normal status updates flashed across the screen as Ling Xiao relayed the aircraft's real-time data. Hearing this, Su Lai and Du Yongkong shook their heads with wry smiles. Getting older, heart issues. They tend to jump to the worst-case scenarios at the drop of a hat. Since it's part of the Evil Spirit series, the materials are undoubtedly up to standard. Less than 20 minutes remained until the spatial jump gate reactivated. Young Master Ling began pondering other functions. Since this isn't within the Dragon Nation's borders, and war rages all around, then the Demon Spirit aircraft could finally showcase its full capabilities. Ling Xiao stared at the screen, simultaneously observing the external cabin footage. Hyperparticle weapon. Advanced version of transformation technology. Ling Xiao kept muttering the functions displayed on the screen. But he noticed that beneath his aircraft, another large wave of troops had gathered. This army was unlike any he'd seen before. Most were African American, bare-chested, wielding battered weapons. The oldest among them couldn't have been older than 16. This scene left Ling Xiao feeling somewhat shocked. Could such young boys truly be enlisted? They stood underground, murmuring among themselves, seemingly awaiting orders. At that moment, young Master Ling hesitated. After all, he couldn't bring himself to harm these young boys. Though he didn't know the destructive power of the demonic aircraft, even a standard fighter jet could obliterate these vibrant youths with a single missile strike. He was merely testing them. He hadn't actually received any orders. Xiaoling, what's happening over there? Su Lai sensed the silence on the line and asked anxiously. Ling relayed the scene he witnessed to Su Lai. Su Lai's expression grew grave. War inflicted immense damage upon the nation. When there aren't enough able-bodied men, they send the Boy Scouts into battle. Uncle Su, could I use the demon aircraft to stop this war? Ling murmured softly. Stop it? What a joke. What do you have to stop it with? In a normal war, a single plane is utterly insignificant. You're not a mecha, you can't just fly in and obliterate the enemy's headquarters. Xiaoling, don't be reckless. Get back here immediately. You're still unfamiliar with the Wraith aircraft, there's still so much to learn and adapt to. Su Lai slapped his forehead, utterly flustered. A young bull, unaware of war's cruelty. Can one person really end a war between two nations? Just as Su Lai spoke. Ahead of this group of greenhorns, a large force of well-armed troops steadily advanced. They moved with disciplined precision. Their uniforms were far superior, featuring modern weapons, helmets, and scopes. Tanks and armored vehicles too. One vehicle in particular stood out. Its flag bore a prominent Union Jack, the very nation that had built Ling Xiao's race car. They advanced cautiously, remaining vigilant even against a group of teenagers. Snipers in the distance, monitored by the ghost aircraft, had already locked onto the youths below. Damn it! Ling Xiao's eyes locked onto the screen. Soon, his hand moved across the screen, landing on the weapon's interface. Hyperparticle weapon, current mode brutal. Use with caution. Young Master Ling. Can you hear me? Jiang Chen? Just as Ling Xiao was about to press the attack button, Jiang Chen's voice came through the phone. Do as I say. Don't hesitate. Shut down the particle weapon and locate the radio-guided missiles. Jiang Chen instructed as he spoke. Ling Xiao's hand tapped frantically on the screen. Found it. Good. Aim and fire. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, Ling Xiao clicked without hesitation. Wave after wave of electromagnetic missiles instantly surged toward the distant military forces. Blue light waves radiated out in all directions. Ling Xiao watched it all clearly. The distant troops, every single one of them, frantically slapped their bodies as if ants had crawled onto them. Unison, they dropped their weapons. As a world-leading nation, Eagle Country concealed technological prowess even beneath their bulletproof vests. But now it seemed like a double-edged sword. Those high-end electronic devices generated heat whenever they encountered interference. This heat then scorched the soldiers from within. They frantically shed their vests, panicking. It worked! Jiang Chen! It worked! Ling Xiao shouted excitedly. Without harming anyone, they had completely neutralized the opposing team's firepower. At that moment, the Eagle Nation's troops were utterly dumbfounded. Sir! Can you hear me, sir? Captain, my signal's gone dead. And the machine's still overheating. Several frontline soldiers shouted incessantly. Damn it! Pick up your weapons. This is a battlefield. The captain endured excruciating pain, refusing to remove his body armor no matter what. Looking at the chaos unfolding before him, the captain's inner rage burned fiercer than the fire in his chest. What kind of technology is this? Syria? This can't be possible. Have they already defected to another country? The captain muttered, unwilling to accept it. He dared not order the troops forward recklessly. Captain, look at the sky over there. There's a dark shadow. The captain took the binoculars from the soldier's hands. After magnifying the view several times, he finally made out the shape. In the distant sky, a dark mass loomed like a deity, hovering above the Syrian Boy Scouts. What the hell is that thing? Soldier! Fire a shell at it! The Eagle Nation captain commanded the tank to target the ghost aircraft, completely forgetting the scouts beneath him. Just as the tank was taking aim, a black hole abruptly opened in the sky. The ghost aircraft was sucked into it. The captain was utterly dumbfounded. The soldiers froze in place. That thing, gone. A black hole? Holy crap, I knew movies weren't lying. This is divine. 37, Hercules, Excavator. North America, a military command center in the Eagle Nation. A group of soldiers in special operations gear sat huddled around a screen, staring at the images displayed and lost in thought. Sir, this thing doesn't look like anything from Blue Star. Completely black, impervious to missiles. And according to soldiers, it suddenly appeared over Syria. What kind of technology could make something suddenly appear in the sky? Clearly not. At least not with Blue Star's current technology. It won't be possible for decades to come. Shut up, all of you. As Special Forces soldiers, anyone caught spreading rumors will be sent straight to the military base. The commander's eyes widened in shock. At the end of that black object, he clearly saw a streak of rosy red. Yellow specks dotted its surface. It resembled the flag of a certain nation, but the image quality was too poor to make out any details. Sir, what should we do next? Who knows what other powers that thing is hiding? If we charge in blindly, we'll just be walking into our deaths. The commander ignored him. He turned and picked up the phone. Since high-tech communication devices were useless, he'd resort to something more primitive. Beep, beep. Sir. Order a full retreat. Hold at the perimeter and await further instructions from headquarters. A solemn voice barked the order before the line went dead. Soldiers, deploy all aircraft and tanks within the military zone. Establish perimeter checkpoints. Dispatch reconnaissance teams to scout the area. We must identify this thing. Dragon Nation, Longhu Villa. Under the watchful eyes of Jiang Chen and the others, the black hole in the sky opened once more. The massive silhouette of the demonic aircraft appeared. It descended slowly. The cargo door opened. A familiar figure emerged, descending step by step down the adjacent staircase. Each step was heavy. Xiao Ling, are you okay? Ling Xiao waves dismissively, signaling he was fine. Having endured one spatial jump, the second one felt significantly easier. His body was gradually adapting. So, how's the familiarization with the ghost plane going? I've got the basic controls down, but to really unleash its full potential, I'll need more practice. Recalling the experience just now. This test flight had been a minor success. He'd grasped the demon spirit plane's basic functions. However, due to the sudden spatial jump to Syria, the situation had been too abrupt for him to become thoroughly acquainted with it. Behind that screen, the dense array of system functions, he'd only grasped about 10% of them. The rest would require gradual adaptation. Xiao Ling, you'd better hurry up. The bounty competition has officially begun. This isn't just a competition, it's a chance to showcase our military district's honor, intimidate other nations, and demonstrate our strength. You must stay alert at all times. Du Yongkang stepped forward and patted Ling Xiao's shoulder encouragingly. The competition will last a month. You still have time. After today, focus all your efforts on integrating the Evil Spirit series weapons. Use the remaining time to set an example for the entire military region. Roger that. Jiang Chen, Sui, Shueko, Ling Xiao. The four stood in a row, standing at attention. After the passionate speech, Sui furrowed her brows and leaned close to Ling Xiao, persistently asking about the specific functions of the wicked spirit aircraft. She diligently jotted down every piece of technology in her notebook before glancing at her own Wraith race car beside her. After Shueko exchanged greetings with Su Lai and Du Yongkang, she immediately drove her tank toward the open field behind the military zone. Jiang Chen, what's your plan? Su Lai approached Jiang Chen. At present, the other three members of the squad were armed, leaving only Jiang Chen unarmed. Me? Jiang Chen pointed at himself. He hadn't really figured out what to do with his Ghost Armor series yet. Jiang Chen was ready to push his limits. The technological wonders within the dimensional workbench were countless. Few were suitable for him and capable of making a splash in the competition. He needed to study them thoroughly. Senior Su, I plan to draft the implementation plan tonight and begin executing it tomorrow or the day after. Upon hearing this, Su Lai offered no further comment. Though the competition was crucial, he trusted Jiang Chen wasn't one to procrastinate or cower before challenges. A researcher's spirit is always a good thing. I look forward to seeing you shine. Also, report to the military zone tomorrow at noon. Old Du likes to give a speech before major competitions begin. You absolutely cannot miss it. Jiang Chen nodded and patted his chest in assurance. He thought to himself, Commander Du really is old school. After a while. After Su Lai and the others had left, Jiang Chen lay on the soft bed, opening his dimensional workbench. Giant mechanical Godzilla, Iron Man armor upgrade. Jiang Chen examined each piece of advanced weaponry technology meticulously. But most of the material requirements were excessively stringent. Even the most basic steel required hundreds of tons as a starting point. It was simply impossible to procure them now. Money truly was the root of all problems. Without it, even his system was useless. Since Jiang Chen had taken on Sui's order, he had indeed earned a considerable sum. But a villa had essentially drained his entire savings. Now he only has a little over 2 million left, enough only for some steel. For the rest, he must find other solutions. This is... Just as Jiang Chen was contemplating raiding Su Lai for more orders tomorrow, one piece of technology stood out particularly. Armed construction machinery, Hercules. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up instantly. The materials listed were all basic knowledge. 2 million was more than enough to build this thing. He clicked on the detailed description. This was a land engineering vehicle integrating functions of a loader, excavator, crane, and other construction machinery into one. Its material was also based on carbonized sulfur blocks. However, it possessed exceptional malleability. It can incorporate all sorts of mini-tech features. If equipped with space-jumping capabilities and hyperdrive systems, it would at least possess the capability to compete in tournaments and stand against the Wraith series armaments. Overcome with sudden excitement, Jiang Chen rushed to the workbench. Adhering to the principle of time management, he resolved to build as much as possible first. The military base was remarkably generous, and even now, Jiang Chen's yard still held ample materials. Note: Spatial Leap Technology Manufacturing Time, 1 day. Note: Hyperdrive Armament Module Production Time, 1 day. Please wait patiently, host. After completing these tasks, Jiang Chen immediately dialed Su Lai's number. Little Jiang? Still up this late? You have the conference tomorrow. Su Lai answered the call, his voice sounding slightly weary. Senior Su, to showcase the pride of Dragon Nation at the competition, I'd like to purchase some materials at a discounted price. Hearing this, Su Lai's eyes instantly brightened. It was no secret that Jiang Chen had always been selflessly contributing, rarely making requests of his own. This had caused Su Lai no small amount of headache. As the leader of the Dragon Nation's research base, he had repeatedly sought the young man's help in advancing the nation without offering compensation. It would make anyone feel uneasy. This moment was one he absolutely had to seize. Forget about low prices, little Jiang. Just name it. Even if you want soil from the moon, old Su here will get it for you. 38. I couldn't care less about others' opinions, this is what I want. Jiang Chen compiled a list of the materials he required and promptly conveyed it to Su Lai. At that moment, Dragon Nation Research Base. Sir, where on earth are we supposed to get all these materials? 100 tons of steel, dozens of tons of carbon, dozens of tons of diamonds, and even superconducting tubes. Just hearing the quantities gave the dispatcher a headache. This is an order. It must be carried out. But I don't care. Even if you have to tear down the walls of our research base, you must get it all together for me by tomorrow. Su Lai hung up the phone, fuming. Su-hee blinked beside him. Dad, what's Jiang Chen planning? That's enough material to build several of my ghost racer cars. Honestly, I have no idea. But since it's what little Jiang said, we have to make it happen. Su-hee nodded upon hearing this. Jiang Chen had done so much for the research base and for Su-hee personally. They couldn't let this researcher lose heart. Su-hee now felt he hadn't done nearly enough. Even back then, if she hadn't sent Shueka to be Jiang Chen's assistant, she would have gone herself immediately. Daughter, what do you think of this young man, Jiang Chen? This wasn't the first time Su Lai had asked Su-hee this question. He'd already broached the subject indirectly after Su-hee's racing competition. Jiang Chen is my role model. But Su-hee's current attitude was markedly different from before. A simple word like role model revealed so much. Girls, especially Su-hee, once they've seen a lion, they'll always be drawn to lions. They're drawn to strength, and within that strength, other qualities emerge. I see. Well then, you should study hard. Your old man here fully supports you. Su Lai spoke with a faint smile. I will, Dad. Don't worry. Su-hee didn't see it, but in her mind, she silently thought of Jiang Chen's figure. The next morning, following Du Yongkang's instructions, a large-scale meeting was convened at the Beijing Military District headquarters. Every one of the 1,000 seats was filled. Not only the Kyoto Military District, but even nearby military districts had come to join the commotion. Where's old Du? Why hasn't he taken the stage yet? What's the point of a speech? Did you hear? Old Du's been testing nuclear bombs at the military district lately. I suspect something fishy. Old Du's always been cautious, how could he openly play with nukes in the military region? In the front rows, several commanders adorned with medals on their chests murmured among themselves. I noticed it too. He even borrowed materials and money from my military region earlier. Hey! Old Du, he even borrowed from me. Yesterday I asked him for it back, guess what? He said, let's talk after the competition. What's he really up to? Just as they spoke, Xin Xuanwei stepped forward and delivered a standard opening speech. Then the tone shifted abruptly. Finally, allow me to introduce the participants of this competition. They are all the future talents and hopes of the Dragon Nation's capital military district. Behind him, thunderous applause erupted from the assembled soldiers. Shueku, Su-hee, Ling Xiao, and Jiang Chen. The four whose names were called froze in surprise. Clearly, Du Yongkang and Su Lai hadn't mentioned any interactive segment. They rose from their seats and saluted respectfully to everyone present. As members of this competition, I believe you all feel immense pride in your hearts. Before you officially begin demonstrating your abilities, is there anything you wish to say? Or rather, what are your goals? As a military district major, Shueka glanced at the other three. She glanced at the other three first. Both Shueka and Ling Xiao seemed a bit flustered. Jiang Chen, however, wore an expression that said, you go first, I'll go last. She nodded. Shueka saluted again and declared loudly, reporting to the commander. I hope to shine brightly in this competition and let the world witness the might of our dragon nation. The entire hall erupted in thunderous applause. Applause erupted from all sides. With Shueka setting the tone, Ling Xiao and Sui now had a clear idea of what they would say next. Report. I wish to demonstrate the might of our military district. Report. I want to ensure no other nation ever covets the dragon nation again. Su-He and Ling Xiao declared one after another. Next, it was Jiang Chen's turn. All eyes converged on the young man. This guy looks unfamiliar. He must have just joined the military. Who knows if he even has any combat experience? What was old Du thinking? This is ridiculous. The commander in the front row didn't recognize anyone except Shueku. Su-He and Ling Xiao were seated at the back of the meeting, out of the commander's view. But Jiang Chen was right in the center. Judging by his age, he was clearly a recent college graduate. How could he possibly be thrown into combat so quickly? After all, their military region selected only veterans, even elite soldiers. They were the cream of the crop, having distinguished themselves through countless missions. Report. My hope is for our nation's map to expand outward by a few more centimeters. The statement sent shockwaves through the entire hall. You got some nerve, kid. You were asked to share your goals and aspirations for this competition. You're literally asking to add territory to the nation. Typical greenhorn, all talk and no action. Looks like the capital military district is going to finish dead last this time. In a bounty hunt, every spot counts. No one would send a rookie to compete. This isn't war. Massive troop deployments would raise suspicions among nations. That's why every military district agreed to send only 4 or 5 people. Seeing Jiang Chen spout such empty boasts without a second thought, he must be a rookie, all talk and no action. This is settled. The capital military district is guaranteed to come in last. The commanders in the front rows each breathed a sigh of relief. It collapsed without a fight. One less competitor. Qin Chuanwei's mouth twitched on stage. You really have some nerve, kid. This is a military district conference, not a private joke. Though Qin Chuanwei indeed, everyone present harbored this thought, their values, perceptions, and even worldviews told them it was highly improbable. At the very least, one tournament couldn't decide it. A moment of silence fell. As Du Yongkang clapped beside him, all the soldiers responded in unison. A soldier who dares to speak up is always a good soldier. Du Yongkang murmured to himself. It was like in ancient times, when soldiers didn't aspire to become generals. It doesn't matter whether you can truly become a general. But the words you speak, the goal of becoming a commander, are the best encouragement for your own journey forward. Listening to the applause around him, Jiang Chen's resolve only grew stronger. Damn! Sand got in my eyes. If his technology could truly fulfill his promise and ease the suffering of these Dragon Nation warriors, why wouldn't he pursue it? Jiang Chen loved himself, but he loved his country even more. To others, it might seem like empty talk, but such matters only needed to be known in his own heart. He didn't care about others' opinions. 39. Hercules. As Jiang Chen concluded his speech, the conference drew to a perfect close. After catching up with Du Yongkang, the commanders in the front rows drove off toward their respective military districts. Before departing, they specifically reminded Du Yongkang to repay the money promptly, as every military region was currently facing severe material shortages. The military parade was approaching soon. They must intensify research and experiments in the coming days to showcase their strength during the parade. As for Jiang Chen, after bidding farewell to Sui, Shueku, and Ling Xiao, he returned to his own home. Surveying the courtyard filled with armored vehicles, he silently gave Su Lai a mental thumbs up. That efficiency was nothing short of extraordinary. So many materials, all gathered in a single night. Attention! Spatial folding system development complete. Attention! Hyperdrive system development complete. 2 reports popped up from the dimensional workbench. After organizing all the materials, Jiang Chen clicked on the manufacturing interface for the Hercules excavator armor. Similarly, numerous conduits extended from the dimensional workbench, beginning to collect materials from the armored vehicle. Report. Hercules armor fabrication time, 2 days. Time remaining, 1 day, 23 hours, 58 minutes. Having completed this step, Jiang Chen stretched lazily. All that remained was to wait patiently. Jiang Chen got up, returned to his room, and picked up his computer to begin researching weaponry data from various nations. Know thy enemy and know thyself, and you will never be defeated. As he typed in the keywords, Jiang Chen froze in his seat. Unidentified black object appears on Syrian battlefield. Suspected deity. British military forces retreat in panic, mobilizing all armed assets for investigation. A barrage of keywords all pointed to the ghost aircraft. The overwhelming flood of news had already drowned out the foreign intelligence Jiang Chen had been seeking. Ding! The familiar ringtone sounded. The caller was none other than Su-He. Jiang Chen, Shueku and I have thoroughly studied the demon spirit armed forces. We're ready to go earn that bounty now. What about your end? Jiang Chen explained the Hercules situation to Su He. There was a noticeable pause on the other end. Excavators? Loaders? Jiang Chen, we're going to establish our military's authority against foreign forces. Why are you bringing in construction equipment? Jiang Chen chuckled and offered only a brief reply. Materials are limited. By the way, how's young Master Ling doing? He's not with you guys? He's at the military zone, training under his dad and Uncle Du's watchful eyes. Jiang Chen nodded. Young Master Ling deserved it. Recalling how he'd inexplicably flown off to Syria earlier. Even Jiang Chen felt a headache coming on. If young Master Ling could gel well with the team, the capital military district would be a sure bet to win this competition. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Su He, Jiang Chen ended the call. Time flew by. A report came through from the workstation. The Hercules armor was complete. Gazing at the massive composite armored vehicle gleaming with a cold sheen in the center of the yard, Jiang Chen's heart surged with excitement. Now it's time to start raking in the cash. He called Su Lai and Du Yongkang to report his progress. Within half an hour, Su Lai and Su He arrived in the Wraith race car. Shueka piloted the Wraith tank, while Ling Xiao flew the Wraith aircraft with Du Yongkang aboard. As the massive wormhole appeared in the sky, everyone was ready. Xiao Jiang. Let me see your gear. Su Lai approached with intense curiosity, running his hands over the Hercules, which resembled a base vehicle from Red Alert. Du Yongkang also looked on in surprise. The exterior of this armored vehicle showed absolutely no signs of aggression. But after experiencing the previous Demons series firsthand, Su Lai and Du Yongkang were both convinced that this Hercules was far more terrifying than they could have imagined. They just hadn't discovered it yet. When it came to Jiang Chen's creations, they now placed absolute trust in them. Impressive, impressive. Just looking at this thing, it could crush everything. Little Jiang, this Hercules is so massive, doesn't that mean its attacks will be even more devastating? Like each little component packs the punch of a nuclear explosion. Ah. Hearing this, Jiang Chen scratched his head. Not really, Senior Su. Su Lai clicked his tongue, his expression saying, you think I'll buy that? Modesty. Little Jiang is just being modest. But that's a good quality, I like it. Senior Su, I really don't have anything. Du Yongkang couldn't bear to listen anymore. He turned to Jiang Chen and said, don't worry, little Jiang. Just tell us the truth. We wouldn't make you hand it over. We've always worked on orders before, we wouldn't forcefully take it from you. As if afraid Jiang Chen might misunderstand, Du Yongkang stepped forward and explained patiently. At this point, Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to deny it anymore. He chuckled a few times. He climbed into the armed Hercules. Seeing this, Sui, Shueku, and Ling Xiao also returned to their pilot seats. This is your first day on the job. Above all, ensure your own safety. The primary objective is to avoid exposing your identities. I look forward to seeing your outstanding performance. Du Yongkang cleared his throat and addressed the group. He nodded, signaling the start. Sui led the charge, and the Ghost Racer immediately roared to life with a deep, throaty hum. In the next instant, a blurred afterimage streaked past the group. Even Su Lai, who had witnessed countless rocket starts, still found it hard to believe. This is truly our Dragon Nation's technology. In any other country, this would be a disaster. With Su He having paved the way, Shueku and Ling Xiao also prepared to depart. The tank's engine roared, yet its movement was sluggish. For efficiency, Shueku activated spatial teleportation, vanishing into the black hole. Ling Xiao tapped open the screen this time. He intended to take on a major challenge. After several days of familiarization, Ling Xiao made a startling discovery. Every aspect of this demonic aircraft was absurdly powerful. Not only did it defend against missiles, but it also seemed to be waterproof. Electrically insulated. Resistant to all manner of anomalies. In other words, no matter where you placed the ghost aircraft, as long as you remained inside the cockpit, you'd be perfectly safe. Unbelievable. Absolutely insane. Young Master Ling immediately rushed home to light incense at his ancestors' graves, thanking them for their accumulated virtue and blessings that had granted him the chance to pilot this aircraft. This is way more fun than racing cars. Xiao Jiang, aren't you leaving? Seeing the other three had already departed, Su Lai couldn't help but ask, leaving only Jiang Chen and Hercules behind. No rush, Senior Su. Hercules has just been activated and needs to warm up. Though he called it warming up, Jiang Chen was actually thinking of thoroughly reading the system manual. After all, he'd never operated this thing before. After a long moment, a thunderous roar echoed. Hercules activated. Two massive headlights illuminated the scene like broad daylight, casting their glow upon Su Lai and Du Yongkang in the early morning light. Terrifying. Xiao Jiang. Let's get moving. Su Lai narrowed his eyes, shielding half of them with his hand. To him, this Hercules was nothing short of a colossal beast. A prehistoric beast. 40. Courage. Attention, spatial folding activating. Location coordinates, White House, Eagle Nation. After familiarizing himself with the system's instructions, Jiang Chen skillfully initiated the spatial jump. His destination was none other than the White House in the Eagle Nation. Ding! The phone rang. Jiang Chen transferred the app from his phone to Hercules' screen. Shueka, Suha, Ling Xiao? The group initiated a video call, launching into real-time communication. Suhi, where are you? Seeing only pitch darkness on Suhi's end, everyone couldn't help but ask. Deep sea. I still can't forget the first time Jiang Chen and I explored the ocean depths together. Suhi said, winking at Jiang Chen with her big, beautiful eyes. TSK, Senior Su was absolutely right. When you get serious, even a fish from another country would get gutted. Jiang Chen. I'm not that violent. At Jiang Chen's words, Sui's cheeks puffed up in anger. What about Shueka? Mount Everest. I'll cover for you guys. Shueka herself had no interest in money. As a soldier, what could be better than instilling fear in other nations and strengthening her own? Just yesterday, she'd made a thrilling discovery: the demon tank's range was nothing short of godlike. Essentially, as long as she occupied a high vantage point, there was nowhere it couldn't hit. And it was precision bombing. If only there were space on the space station, she'd love to go up there and give it a try. Mount Everest. At that exclamation, Suhi and Ling Xiao were both dumbfounded. Where could you stand to hit the deep sea? This is just too unbelievable. Upon hearing this, Shueka merely smiled faintly. Yeah, right. I'll believe you when pigs fly. A race car ended up in the deep sea. What's wrong with her being a tank, standing on a mountain peak at a vantage point? Where's Ling Xiao? Suhi inquired about Ling Xiao, who appeared supremely confident, his brow radiating pride. I'm in outer space. Honestly, Blue Star is truly beautiful. Outer space. That's even more outrageous. The moment Ling Xiao spoke, Suhi and Shueka both couldn't help but frown. You're not joking? No joke. I'm really in outer space. Let me show you what our home planet looks like. Ling Xiao flipped the camera to show the view outside. A deep blue planet filled their vision, dotted with countless twinkling stars. That's the moon, and that's Saturn. Oh, right, want to see the sun? I think my ghost plane could make it up there. Unbelievable. What the hell? Suhi marveled inwardly. Being able to fly is just so awesome. I can only reach the deep sea, but that kid Ling Xiao has already made it to outer space. I advise you not to do that. The sun's energy is terrifying. Even the Evil Spirit series wouldn't fare well. Jiang Chen said calmly. Ling Xiao shuddered instantly. Just moments ago, he had genuinely been about to go. Beep, beep. At that moment, everyone's WeChat buzzed again. Su Lai was requesting to join the group chat. As the group owner, Suhi naturally clicked to accept. You guys. The moment Su Lai entered the group chat, he was utterly mesmerized. A blue planet, a deep-sea wonder, the world's tallest mountain. Only Jiang Chen hadn't turned on his camera yet. Everyone, be careful. Xiaoling, how did you end up in outer space? Su Lai called out to Commander Du beside him to come see. Even the battle-hardened Commander Du Yongkang had to admit his worldview was shattered by this scene. Shueka said she'd support us from the highest vantage point. As for me, I plan to thoroughly purify the ocean. As for young Master Ling? Who knows what he's up to? Suhi explained the situation to his father. Young Ling, are you really okay out in outer space? Do you feel any discomfort? If your body reacts, come back immediately. Su Lai said anxiously. That's outer space we're talking about. You're in a plane, not a spaceship. How could you possibly survive out there unscathed? Nope, I don't feel any discomfort. In fact, it's quite comfortable. Xiaoling scratched his head. He had pondered this question before, but during training a few days prior, he accidentally added an extra 0 to the latitude and longitude coordinates. At first, he'd been startled. But all the aircraft's readings showed nothing wrong, everything was normal. That's why he dared to do it again. Dad, you and Uncle Do just keep watching. We'll be fine. Suhi reassured him, speaking calmly despite Su Lai's wide-eyed expression. Hey! Where's Jiang Chen? Why isn't he turning on his camera? Suhi couldn't help but ask, staring at the awkward WeChat profile picture. Me? Hearing this, Jiang Chen finally snapped out of it. But before he turned on his camera, he warned everyone to hold their breath. Don't get scared. Big brother Jiang Chen, it's fine. We can handle it. Ever since witnessing the power of the Evil Spirit series weapons, Ling Xiao couldn't help but add something extra to his address for Jiang Chen. Before it was big shot, now it was brother. Exactly. Jiang Chen, hurry up and turn it on so we can see. Shueka being like this is actually protecting you. Suhi quickly chimed in. Jiang Chen activated the camera, revealing a slightly handsome face first. But he quickly flipped the camera around. For a moment, even Ling Xiao, who'd seen outer space, Suhi, who'd explored the deep sea, and Shueko, who'd conquered Mount Everest, couldn't hold back. They blurted out the national treasure. Is this the Transformers from the cartoons I watched as a kid? Jiang Chen. I want one too. My ghost racer needs to transform like this. You're biased. Brother Jiang Chen, this is insane. Are they really transformers? Can my plane transform too? In the video, Jiang Chen used Hercules' homemade drone to transmit footage, allowing everyone to clearly see Hercules' location and appearance. A 3-meter-tall robot, left arm equipped with an excavator, right arm with a crane. One foot was a drilling rig, while the other resembled a relatively normal robotic foot. But that wasn't all. 8 distinct construction tools strapped to its back made the machine resemble a giant spider, an eerie sight that sent shivers down the spine. At that moment, it stood on one leg in an extremely bizarre posture. Standing on one leg, perched atop an oval-shaped structure resembling some kind of hall. Where is this? That flag. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. The United States, the White House. Silence. Dead silence in the group chat. Wow, you really aren't hiding it, are you? Just standing right on top of the White House like that. And in such a bizarre pose you're practically guaranteed to be tomorrow's international headline. Xiao Jiang, weren't we supposed to stay hidden? You. Su Lai nearly fainted on the spot. Du Yongkong rushed over to steady him. 41, robbing the Eagle Nation? You're the first to do it. The other companions were equally stunned. If someone were to ask later, was Jiang Chen brave? They would answer without hesitation, brave. Daring to drive a car atop the White House, brave beyond compare. Guys, stop staring at me. Let's get moving. Let's show the world what we're made of. Jiang Chen turned off the camera to avoid distracting his friends. He was about to pull off something big. Jiang Chen, do you need fire support? Shuaiko asked anxiously. After all, she, Su He, and Ling Xiao were all at the border, not in enemy territory, let alone its heartland. The moment Jiang Chen appeared, chaos would erupt there. Numerous armed forces would rush to the scene. Not for now, Shueika. Just take care of the others. Jiang Chen replied briefly before launching into his grand plan. Inside the White House, President Trump suddenly felt a buzzing sound emanating from above his head. Seeing more and more of our people gathering outside, my heart suddenly tightened. Soldiers, go see what's happening. Chief Tran Bear barked the order as he hurried outside the White House with his bodyguards. The sight of that bizarre mechanical creature atop his own house sent his mind reeling. What the hell is that? Trump Bear was stunned. His eyes locked onto the 2-meter-tall mechanical monstrosity. His bodyguards immediately surrounded him, fearing an attack from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stood there, unmoved. Truthfully, he dared not move. Hercules' weight was equivalent to 2 armored vehicles. Even landing on the White House roof was pushing his limits. The slightest shift in his center of gravity now would cause the White House to collapse with a thunderous crash. He didn't want that to happen before everyone evacuated. After all, this was merely a show of force. Injuring anyone would be unacceptable. Around Hercules, under Trump Bear's command, a large contingent of troops quickly assembled. Tanks, aircraft, helicopters, they were all essentially in position. Many soldiers openly declared this thing was downright bizarre. Nearby civilians exclaimed, "Transformers? Or aliens? Listen up, robot, before us you are surrounded. But we do not wish to harm you. Whatever your needs, we can fulfill them. Please proceed with communication." Trump Bear dispatched his bodyguards, who used megaphones to communicate with Jiang Chen. Inside the cockpit, Jiang Chen used the camera to survey his surroundings. The reporters had mostly arrived. It was time to reap the rewards. Jiang Chen activated Hercules' boost mode. Behind Hercules, 2 streaks of azure flame erupted. It landed before the leader of the Tran Bears. This sent the Eagle Nation troops into a panic, with all targeting systems locked and ready. We can talk this out. We mean no harm. Whatever you need, we'll do our utmost to provide. Please spare the innocent. Tran Bear straightened his back. Though sweat poured down his face uncontrollably, he refused to lose his composure. I need 30 tons of diamonds. 1 ton of diamonds. Jiang Chen rattled off his list of materials. Tran Bear winced inwardly at the demand. This wasn't negotiation, it was outright robbery. In their Eagle Nation, funds weren't something you could just move around freely, at least not by his decision alone. We'll consider the materials. Now, please leave our country immediately. Trump Bear backed away as he spoke. He relayed the message through his earpiece. Moments later, a high-energy armor-piercing round streaked toward Jiang Chen's mech head. Boom! A sharp crack echoed. The words "target acquired" echoed through Tran Bear's earpiece. He looked up excitedly, about to breathe a sigh of relief. But what he saw was that the spot where the impact had occurred showed not a single trace. Instead, the eggshell ricocheted right at his feet, nearly sending him to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. What defense! Even our high-calorie projectiles can be blocked. The soldier's terrified voice crackled through Trump Bear's earpiece. Jiang Chen sat in the cockpit. He couldn't help but find it amusing. Missiles couldn't even touch me, let alone your armor-piercing rounds. If you don't hand over the materials willingly, I'm not leaving today. The reason was simple: his system required too many materials. Even if the Dragon Nation wanted to provide them, it would take considerable time. Might as well check with other nations. They all boast about Eagle Nation's technology and research achievements. They're bound to have plenty of materials. Taking a bit from you isn't unreasonable. Dragon Nation, Jiang Chen's garden. Du Yongkang was scrolling through his phone when a news alert about the White House and Eagle Nation popped up. He instantly thought of Jiang Chen. It was a live stream. It showed the Eagle Nation leader negotiating with a bizarre mechanical entity. Du Yongkang clicked in, then called out to old Su, instructing him to maintain constant communication with Jiang Chen. He was afraid something unexpected might happen. Jiang Chen was now the absolute top priority for the Dragon Nation. There can be no mistakes. What is your name? Where do you come from? Hercules. Nothing else to report. We can't produce the materials you requested in such a short time. Could you provide an address so we can prepare? Du Yongkang and Su Lai listened to the voices on the screen. Both couldn't help but give Jiang Chen a thumbs up. Daring to rob the White House and Eagle Nation, Jiang Chen truly was the first to do so. Seeing Trump's humiliated expression, Du Yongkang and Su Lai both felt pity for him. I need it today, or I'm not leaving. Jiang Chen conveyed his message to the outside world through Hercules. Trump's face turned ashen. Damn it, the Eagle Nation always robs others. Today's the first time they've been robbed themselves. And by a robot, no less. Damn it. Trump Bear grabbed his phone and made a call that lasted nearly 10 minutes. Then he turned, his face so dark it looked like it could drip blood. It'll be delivered shortly. Su Lai and Du Yongkang watched the scene, both puzzled about what Jiang Chen had requested that could make Trump Bear look so grim. Jiang Chen, satisfied with the response. He opened the communication interface and began briefing everyone on the situation. No way, they just handed it over like that? Jiang Chen, is there some kind of trick involved here? You'd better be careful with these materials. What if there's a time bomb or a tracking device inside? We'd be exposed. Jiang Chen nodded repeatedly as he listened. Xue Ko, with her background as a major, was meticulous. Su He and Ling Xiao, however, gaped in astonishment. They were thrilled beyond belief. Robbing the Eagle Nation? Ha! Why hadn't they thought of that? Su He, Ling Xiao, do you need artillery support? Shueka's voice echoed, and both immediately ordered her to stand by. Here it comes, the materials are here. Moments later, Jiang Chen watched several armed trucks approaching in the distance, a faint smile curling his lips. Through the live feed, Du Yongkang and Su Lai nearly jumped out of their seats. Damn it! Jiang Chen, you've dug up every last resource they had, haven't you? 42. The Plunder of Nations. Here are the materials you requested. Jiang Chen carefully counted the materials before him. After confirming they were correct, he activated the spatial jump gate. Order your men to dismount. Tran Xiong's face darkened, but at such close range, using missiles was out of the question. A black hole suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Tran Xiong froze in shock. A black hole? It's a black hole. The bodyguards nearby were equally stunned, and the entire armed force fell into deep contemplation. Boss! Boss! This black hole seems to be the same one that appeared over Syria earlier. The soldier's voice crackled through the earpiece. Trump Bear froze. Syria? That thing many of our people call a god? Are you certain? Absolutely certain. Hearing this, Tran Bear stared at the mechanical monster before him, momentarily unable to process it. Thankfully, the soldier's report came just in time. Moments ago, he'd been ready to launch missiles at the damn thing the moment it let its guard down. If this thing was made of the same material as the one over Syria, missiles wouldn't stand a chance. A rash attack would only put him in danger. What do we do now, Commander? What else can we do? Everyone get out of the vehicles. Let it go for now. The soldiers dismounted from the armored vehicle, helplessly watching as countless materials were sucked into the black hole. After achieving his goal, Jiang Chen didn't linger. He could no longer conceal his inner joy. With these materials, he could develop far more advanced technology. This wasn't some trivial matter. These materials were sufficient to build a mechanical Godzilla. A true weapon of dominance. The moment Jiang Chen vanished, Trump Bear's body went limp and he slumped against the car door before collapsing onto the ground. Send the footage to the Eagle Nation research base immediately. Have the scientists examine it closely. What kind of technology is this? Could it truly be alien? Tran Bear relayed the order. Dead silence filled his earpiece. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Today's events were nothing short of a nightmare. A solution must be found immediately. If this thing didn't give up and came back for more materials, even Eagle Nation wouldn't be able to handle it. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Dragon Nation, a massive black hole appeared above Jiang Chen's garden. Countless materials plummeted down in succession. The once open ground was instantly piled high with materials, forming mountains. Du Yongkang and Su Lai were both stunned. This was more than the entire inventory of the research base, worth at least 100 million. Diamond superconductors and carbon steel were everywhere. Wow, Xiao Jiang really went all out with this much stuff. Gotta bring the swagger of a heist. Those Brits spend all day scheming over weapons instead of doing good. Now that we've brought all this material over, let's see what they can research with it. Du Yongkong and Su Lai laughed it off. Inside, they were equally thrilled. With these materials, they could rebuild an entire military district in no time. Wonder how Su He and the others are doing, but it doesn't matter. With Jiang Chen's war spoils from this competition, we've already laid the foundation for our capital military district's strength. Deep Sea. Su He watched Jiang Chen return laden with spoils. Being the fiercely competitive type, she naturally refused to show weakness. She piloted the Wraith, activating its shield. Instantly, a shark-shaped gas swirled around the vehicle. Su He. Slow down. Shueiko watched Su He's location and couldn't help but call out, her voice filled with concern. Su He's speed was simply outrageous. She was actually exceeding Mach speed in water. Was this the true power of the Ghost Racer? Su He drifted near the bottom of the sea, lingering around Fish Farm Island. Previously, when she and Jiang Chen came here, they always used Sakura's submarine. She searched for her target meticulously. Guided by the principle of not losing to Jiang Chen, she was ready to make a big move. As the search radius expanded, one red dot, then two, appeared on the Ghost Racer's screen. This thrilled her immensely. She revved the engine to full throttle and raced toward the red dots. Sakura Nation, Operations Center. A bald military officer with a handlebar mustache sat in the command room as the phone in front of him rang incessantly. Lord Nyo Xianxi, an extremely fast-moving unidentified object has appeared near Fish Farm Island. Massive in size. It appears to be the culprit responsible for the previous attack on our submarine. Hearing the report over the phone, Nyo Huanqi's army tensed. Here it comes. Finally. Ever since that setback near Fish Farm Island, he had concentrated all his forces in the vicinity. He was ready to lie in wait. Once that unidentified object surfaces, capture it immediately. All submarines, hear my command. Bring it back alive. He slammed his fist on the table before him, making it rattle. A resolute gleam flashed in his eyes. This time, see how you escape. Last time you ambushed us when our guard was down. This time, you won't be so lucky. Deep Sea, inside the Ghost Racer. Su He stared at the screen in the Ghost Racer. In less than a few minutes, she clearly noticed the shift from a single red dot to multiple red dots. It seemed the enemy had detected her presence. A faint smile touched her lips as she gave a cold snort. This would save her the trouble of searching for them one by one. Ready to take them all out at once. Su He gripped the steering wheel. She kept circling around the Fish Farm Island. She didn't rush to approach. Instead, she waited for the red dots to draw closer. As time stretched on, the dozen or so red dots suddenly multiplied into dozens. Once no more red dots appeared around the screen, Su He's moment to shine had arrived. Shueika! Shueika! She called out to Major Shueika in the group chat. Su He, what's wrong? I need you to launch the radio wave missiles. Jam the hostile weapons near me. Got it. Within a minute. Shueika's response was merely a faint reply. Su He channeled all his energy into the demonic racecar's power system. Warning. Power output approaching critical threshold. Activate extreme mode? Go! The Ghost Racer received the command and began to transform. From the interior seats to the exterior form. Su He felt time itself slow down around him. The once swimming fish seemed frozen in time. She pressed the accelerator, following the red dot's positioning. Starting from the farthest boat, she circled continuously toward the center. This spectacle caused the Cherry Blossom Nation's soldiers' CPUs to overheat. Your Highness! This unknown creature is circling us. Damn it, what the hell does it want? Inside the submarine. The Sakura Nation observed the unidentified object outside, moving at an incredible speed, its movements barely discernible to the naked eye. The red dot on the radar confirmed it, this damn thing was circling them. Suddenly, muffled thuds echoed throughout the submarine. A group of soldiers rushed to the submarine's bow. Before their eyes, a massive whirlpool suddenly formed. Nearby reefs and schools of fish were violently churned up, slamming recklessly against the submarine's hull. Oh no! 43, what is this thing? Quick! Maneuver the submarine toward the center. A vortex this massive, if we hit it, the submarine will be torn to pieces. The leader's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the ring of undersea whirlpools outside. As a veteran naval officer, he knew the terror these things held. The immense pressure and suction. Even at the surface, it could drag an entire submarine or warship down to the ocean depths. And once formed beneath the waves? Touch it, and you die. Commander! How could this thing form on the seabed? The rookie beside him stared at the vortex outside with terror, as if gazing into the depths of hell. Damn it! How should I know? Quick! Get the submarine to move toward the center, that's the safest place. The soldier obeyed without hesitation. In his eyes, the Lord was no longer just his commander. He was now his savior, someone he must cling to for dear life. Otherwise, they might truly lose their lives like this. Inside the Demon Racer. Suhi observed the vortex before her and nodded with satisfaction. She revved the engine, relentlessly driving the submarines toward the center. On the screen, the once widely scattered red dots rapidly converged. Major Shueika, what's the status of the radio-guided missiles? Ready to go. Just waiting for your command. Launch. With Shueika's command, the Wraith tank, hundreds of kilometers away, swiftly launched an energy missile toward the sky. A towering pillar of light shot straight into the clouds. Watching the scene from inside the demon tank's cockpit, Shueika couldn't help but recall a scene from a sci-fi drama she'd seen before. Taking out an enemy sniper from 800 miles away. But now, none of this was fantasy anymore. Thanks to that young man, it had become reality. Deep sea. The crew aboard the Sakura Nation submarine plunged into deep panic. Many submarines had begun colliding with one another. Even with their sturdy hulls, if this continued, none of them would survive. Lord Niu Huanxi. Calling Lord Niu Huanxi. Inside each submarine, the commanding officers called out to the combat command center. All they got in return were busy signals. Only one managed to connect by sheer luck. Don't panic. Report the situation immediately. Have you surrounded that thing yet? Niu Huanxi, the Grand Prince, smirked inwardly over the phone. With so many submarines, how could they fail to deal with that one unidentified object? Though their nation ranked far from the world's top powers overall, its armed forces were in no way inferior. It was only the small population and stagnant economy. That was why it hadn't earned the title of a great power. Your Highness. Your Highness. We're in trouble. We're surrounded by it. What? Over the phone, Lord Niu Huanxi was filled with disbelief. His voice dripped with disbelief. How is that possible? That's our entire submarine fleet. Even against the Eagle Nation, the Dragon Nation's core forces possess the strength to hold their own. The soldier was rendered speechless, yet the facts were undeniable. He cursed inwardly. This Lord Niu Huanxi sure had a lucky streak. If only they could switch places. And had to witness this terrifying scene, he'd probably piss himself. Your Highness. Order the cruisers and frigates to come support us immediately. If we wait any longer, we'll all die here. The soldier's voice trembled as he pleaded desperately. Dressed in that colored uniform, he looked like a rat scurrying through the streets. Bah! You useless bunch of good-for-nothings. So many submarines, and you can't handle a single unidentified object. Everyone back here and write a self-criticism. Damn it! The soldier's rage boiled over at those words. He slammed the phone down. This Lord Niu Huanxi was nothing but a pile of cow dung. His name says it all. Write self-criticisms? They'd have to be dead to even think about it. Boom! 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 The sound of submarines colliding echoed in the soldier's ears. Each echo sounded like hell's soul-reaping chains. We're done for. We're finished here today. And I was hoping to get a second-class merit award from the Yasukuni Shrine. How naive of me. Behind the soldier, the greenhorn recruit was on the verge of tears. He'd only wanted to serve his country. That medal would have been a token to offer at his ancestors' graves, a token to savor at the feast. Little did he know he'd be the one dining at the feast now. Inside the ghost racing car, Suhi surveyed the submarine, now a tangled mess. He nodded with satisfaction. The next moment, a missile slammed into the sky. As it detonated, an invisible wave spread through every submarine. Close your eyes when it gets dark. Suhi murmured softly. Just as she said, all the lights in the submarine went out. Guess you're only got backup power left to handle the pressure now. Suhi readjusted the energy of the ghost racing car and disengaged extreme mode. As the underwater vortex slowly dissipated, the submarine began its ascent near Fish Farm Island, resembling a dying fish struggling to the surface. Grand Duke. The entire propulsion system is destroyed. Suspected electromagnetic weaponry. Electromagnetic weapon? Did Jun's heart skip a beat upon hearing this? If it was an electromagnetic weapon, then the unidentified object on the seabed before them must be military-grade technology. The thought sent a chill through the commander's heart. Which nation possessed such a weapon? The Eagle Nation? The Bear Nation? Beyond these two global superpowers, the soldier could think of no other candidates. But his own country had always been an ally of the Eagle Nation. How could they possibly launch such a massive assault against us? The Bear Nation was a distinct possibility. I must survive and return to inform the leader of the land of cherry blossoms. Commander! Look over there! The rookie soldier behind the commander slowly emerged from the hatch, pointing toward the sea surface not far away with an extremely eerie expression. There! A jet-black racing craft with two broad wings surfaced from the water. Due to its transformation technology, the Ghost Racer's original form had transformed. Now, rather than a race car, it resembled something akin to a locomotive. What the hell is this thing? A locomotive? A winged locomotive? The Grand Duke stared in awe. He knew of military vehicles numbering in the hundreds, if not thousands. He'd never seen anything like this before. recalling all the bizarre maneuvers underwater. His worldview was utterly shattered. Inside the demon spirit racer, Sui opened the group chat once more. Jiang Chen, I've surrounded the submarine from Sakura Nation. Do you need any materials? Japan's inventory probably isn't much smaller than the UK's. Materials? Jiang Chen's voice echoed in the group chat. But it sounded a bit troubled. Even Ling Xiao, who was searching for targets in outer space, couldn't help but feel pity for Sakura Nation. The Eagle Nation was practically in tears from being plundered by him. Would this Cherry Blossom Nation just wipe out the country outright? There's too much. I'll just send it to you directly. Given the chance, Jiang Chen wouldn't let it slip away. Before long, a document appeared on Sui's Ghost Racing screen. She clicked it open and was utterly speechless. 44. Stand by at all times. Listen up, soldiers of the land of cherry blossoms. I advise you to cease your futile resistance. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Sui held the list and began her first round of speeches. It must be said, the Ghost Racer system was remarkably sophisticated. It even had a voice changer. What on earth was Jiang Chen thinking when he designed this racer? Inside the submarine, the Sakura Nation soldiers were utterly bewildered by that voice, neither human nor beast, reminiscent of the Blade Master from Warcraft. It sounded like a gorilla with a throat injury, or a whale that had gone off the rails. What the hell do you want? The leader, the Grand Lord, was flustered. He gripped his bird rifle tightly, daring not to relax his guard against the demonic race car before him. What era are we in, still using guns? Sui shook his head silently. Then he stated his terms. Hand over the materials I've listed, and I guarantee your submarine's safety. Missing even one item? Straight into the vortex. At the mention of the vortex, the soldiers' faces darkened. Recalling the terrifying scene beneath the sea moments ago, the thought of enduring it again was more agonizing than death itself. This was a demon. It must be a demon from hell. Listen up. 50 tons of volcanic rock, 50 tons of sea rock. Sui rattled off the list of materials in rapid succession. The soldiers' faces darkened with each word. The commander at the front was practically seething. There was no way the military district had enough of these materials. This must be reported. He wondered if that Grand Lord Niu Huanxi, who had sent them back to write self-criticisms, could provide them. He pointed at his phone, then gestured toward the Ghost Racer for understanding. All right, forgot your tech gadgets won't work here. Sui shook his head. Then he typed in the group chat, Dad, send me Uncle Du's prison coordinates. Yeah, the most hidden one. Huh? Specifications? Just a simple bed should do. No windows, no skylights either. They won't suffocate. Sui said with a smile. She tapped the screen, initiating a spatial jump while the soldiers remained oblivious. Have all soldiers exit the submarine and enter the black hole. Sui's voice, encrypted, echoed from the demon spirit racer. Gazing up at the enormous, pitch-black portal above the submarine, all the soldiers sucked in a sharp breath. Lord, can we actually go through this thing? Damn it. How should I know? But you won't survive if you don't go in. Let's take the gamble. The commander hesitated. This thing was way too weird. Just like in the movies Pitch Black, Bottomless. Several soldiers gathered around, watching the scene inside, swallowing hard involuntarily. Hurry up. You have 3 minutes left. Sui's patience was wearing thin. She'd originally planned to finish up quickly and meet her best friend for shopping in the afternoon. At this rate, it wouldn't be shopping, it'd be night market browsing. The moment they heard the terrifying roar of the Ghost Racer, many soldiers' bodies trembled. Your Highness, I am about to sacrifice myself for the nation. They weighed their options. Any fate was better than being dragged into the abyss by that vortex and drowning. Besides, as long as this demon before them hadn't reached its material limit, it probably wouldn't kill them outright. It would likely be nothing more than cruel torture. The soldiers of Sakura Nation believed their country's tortures to be among the most brutal on Blue Star. They trained day and night. What could be more terrifying than drowning were their own nation's tortures? With the first soldier taking the lead, other soldiers began crawling into the black hole one after another, until the last of the great lords leapt in. This farce finally drew to a close. Dad, it's all up to you guys now. I've sent you the coordinates. This is where the submarine is. Keep a close eye on it until we get the materials. Sui announced in the group chat. Under Sulai's guidance, Shueika patted her chest and guaranteed it. Rest assured, Commander Du and Senior Su, I will complete the mission. She let out a long sigh. Sui prepared to return. She snapped a photo of her results and posted it in the group chat. Jiang Chen, Shueiko, and Ling Xiao all showered her with praise. Wow! Absolutely amazing. Our squad, one team sourcing goods from Eagle Nation, another from Cherry Blossom Nation. You guys get all the fun assignments. In space. Ling Xiao watched the group chat and couldn't help but grumble. Compared to them, his side, it felt downright frustrating. The universe was simply too vast. After circling the outer edges of Blue Star in the ghost plane for ages, he found nothing. Nothing but a dense sea of tiny stars. Young Master Ling, keep scanning the radar. Jiang Chen kindly reminded him. After Sui's little incident, he really hoped young Master Ling could find a country to donate some materials for the future of the Dragon Nation. I'm looking. Not a single threat on the radar, cleaner than my own face. Did you zoom out all the way? Minimize? Young Master Ling was puzzled. Could this radar actually control its range? Not long after, Ling Xiao's voice echoed through the group chat. Brother Jiang, this is incredible. You won't believe it, I actually found one. The closest armed force to me. Judging by the pattern, it should be an artificial satellite. About 30,000 kilometers away from me. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. He immediately revved up his ghost racing car and sped toward the coordinates. If possible, grab me some materials. Don't worry, brother Jiang Chen. I've been planning to do this for a while. Inspired by Suhi and Jiang Chen, Ling Xiao realized. Requesting materials from other nations was far more satisfying than simply arming them to destroy their own country. He couldn't wait to return to the Dragon Nation's print shop, compile the list into a spreadsheet, to send out regularly to each country. He'd even decided on a name for the list. It would be called the Celestial Balance Treaty. As long as materials were submitted on time, peace would be guaranteed. Dragon Nation, Longhu Villa Compound, capital city. Jiang Chen and Suhi were the first to return to the courtyard. Seeing the materials piled up like a small mountain, Suhi was stunned. Did you get all this from Eagle Country? Jiang Chen, what on earth do you need all this material for? Suhi blinked her large eyes in disbelief. The mountain before her rivaled the stockpiles at the Dragon Nation's research base. One could only wonder if the Eagle Nation had hearts of iron. If not, they must be bleeding by now. For emergencies. Just in case? Sui's tiny head was filled with a huge question mark. With the demon army forces essentially unbeatable now, where on earth would such an emergency arise? Don't underestimate other nations. With so many elites emerging now, we must always be prepared for defense. Just as Jiang Chen spoke, a round of applause erupted from behind them. Su Lai and Du Yongkong walked over slowly. They patted Jiang Chen's shoulder repeatedly. The young man before them grew more and more impressive with each glance. Indeed, Jiang Chen's perspective is spot on. Just moments ago, we received the latest intelligence. The research base in Eagle Nation has already commenced its investigations. They must be scared by what little Jiang did. This time, their target is researching Jiang Chen's Hercules. In just one day, they've already made significant progress on the Hercules material. At this revelation, Jiang Chen was taken aback. 45 beam weapons. The Eagle Nation truly lives up to its reputation as a global powerhouse. They've managed to research Hercules materials in just half a day. But there's no need to worry so much. Just like before, the Eagle Nation's research is all theoretical. It'll likely be a while before they can actually build it. Su Lai patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder, hoping to ease his burden. Exactly. We still have shapeshifting technology and spatial folding. It'll be ages before the Eagle Nation figures those out. Suhi chimed in from the side. Brother Jiang, Suhi? Have you both already returned? Ling Xiao's voice echoed through the group chat. Suhi replied with a smug tone. That was fast. Looks like my control over the ghost plane still needs a lot of work. We'll need to practice more when we get back. Outer space. Ling Xiao slapped his forehead. Even with all his effort, he still hadn't made it in time. Suhi and Brother Jiang were terrifyingly efficient. Speed up. Let's take care of that satellite-like thing first. Once we're back, I'll treat everyone to a proper feast. Ling rubbed his palms together. Though he couldn't match Jiang Chen and Sui's speed, he refused to be discouraged. Don't forget the materials. Suhi teased, turning to dial her best friend's number. Suhi, are you done? Yeah, let's go shopping. A light, ethereal female voice came through the phone. After a few more casual words, Suhi hung up and turned to Jiang Chen with a beaming smile. Jiang Chen, come with us. You've been working so hard, let me help you unwind. Jiang Chen gave an awkward smile and declined Sui's kind offer. Being sandwiched between two women? Jiang Chen had no interest in that. The materials piled up like mountains in the backyard at home. They had to be sorted properly. Then use the workbench to craft some cool stuff. Boring. Suhi rolled her eyes and muttered with a pout. Then she drove off in the ghost racer. Uncle Su, Uncle Du, Brother Jiang, I'm closing in on the target. Ling Xiao shouted excitedly. He swiftly activated the camera, sharing the thrill of the moment. Xiao Ling, remember, stop at the right moment. Under no circumstances must you expose our Dragon Nation. Su Lai nodded, repeatedly cautioning Ling Xiao. Don't worry, Uncle Su. I'll activate the transformation tech in a moment. Outer space. Ling Xiao sat inside the ghost plane, gazing at the artificial satellite not far ahead. As he tapped away at the screen, soon, he established a direct communication channel with the satellite. Astronauts aboard, listen up. You are now surrounded. Resist in vain, and I'll make things difficult for you. Ling Xiao declared triumphantly. But there was no response from the other end. He hadn't expected his first attempt to go so poorly. Ling Xiao sensed he'd hit a brick wall. To apply pressure, Ling Xiao piloted the Wraith aircraft, circling relentlessly around the artificial satellite. Britain. Damn. You guys are really unlucky. After circling for ages, the satellite showed no response. Beyond confirming which country it belonged to, they received no response whatsoever. Uncle Su, Uncle Du, I've hit a brick wall here. Ling Xiao promptly shared the footage in the group chat. Su Lai and Du Yongkong stared intently at the satellite in the feed. Old Du, this looks strangely familiar. Hey, you feel that way too, right? Let me think. Du Yongkong propped his chin on his hand, deep in thought. This moment of reflection proved pivotal. His expression instantly lit up as if he'd struck gold. It's a drone satellite from Eagle Nation. An unmanned satellite? Upon hearing this term, young Dragon suddenly understood why there had been no response earlier, despite his loud taunts. The Eagle Nation has launched over 500 of them in total, accounting for more than 50% of all satellites in Blue Star nations. This is the foundation that allows them to establish themselves as a technological superpower. Listening to Du Yongkong's explanation, Ling Xiao instantly grasped the situation. The plan's ruined. We can't help Brother Jiang get the materials now. Ling Xiao let out a sigh. If only he'd known, he would have stayed put on the ground. Why did he have to come to outer space? But then again, he couldn't let this trip be for nothing. The capabilities of the ghost plane. Many couldn't be tested on the mainland, which made Ling Xiao itch to try them out. Now the chance had arrived. Out here in outer space. Facing unmanned satellites, what could be a more ideal testing ground than this? He flipped through the notes Jiang Chen had left on the aircraft. Regarding weapons, there was one thing he'd always wanted to try. Particle beam laser. Ling Xiao murmured silently. It wasn't that he was particularly skilled, but regarding this weapon, Jiang Chen had only written one sentence in the notes. Do not attempt unless absolutely necessary. Compared to the lengthy descriptions of other weapons, this undoubtedly piqued Ling Xiao's curiosity. With a tap on the screen, the demon plane began to hum. This was outer space. Sound was inherently isolated here. Had this been on Blue Star, the sound would likely be heard for hundreds of miles around. A massive white light coalesced before the ghost plane. It stood in stark contrast to the surrounding pitch-black environment. At that moment, citizens of Dragon Nation looked up in awe, many pulling out their phones to snap photos. Look! A star so bright in broad daylight. Nonsense, that's a mirage, a reflection of the sun. It just looks so eerie to me. The citizens murmured among themselves, their fingers pointing unconsciously toward the distant outer space, toward the direction of the ghostly aircraft. As the light grew brighter and brighter, Ling Xiao stared intently at the screen. The energy reserves for the weapons were depleting at a visible rate. Before long, it was completely depleted. Then, a beam of light, as large as the entire body of the demonic aircraft, shot out violently. A piercing screech split the eardrums. Even a formidable machine like the Wraith airframe couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. Ling Xiao's jaw trembled uncontrollably. He pressed down hard on the screen, trying to steady the demon spirit plane, preventing it from swaying wildly. Dragon Nation's capital city. Jiang Chen, Su Lai, and the others looked up at the sky. Su Lai and Du Yongkong's pupils contracted to pinpricks. A slender white line streaked across the sky like a meteor. What the hell? A meteor gone off course? Beside them, Jiang Chen stared at the sky, his face turning ashen. Young Master Ling. You're such a pain in the ass. Didn't I already write it down in the notebook? That thing can't be messed with. Outer space. The beam laser continued firing. It even began bending uncontrollably. Everything within its range of tens of kilometers. No object within its reach was spared. In the blink of an eye, they were reduced to dust. Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. How do we stop this thing? Realizing the situation was dire, Ling Xiao frantically shouted into the group chat on his phone. Shut down every switch on the demon plane. Now. Immediately. Hearing Jiang Chen's furious roar, Ling Xiao felt utterly panicked inside. But he obeyed nonetheless. Immediately after all systems shut down, the devastating beam of light vanished. Yet the situation inside the cabin was far from good. Without the systems functioning, the air pressure inside the demon spirit aircraft began to steadily rise. Oxygen was being gradually sucked out. A suffocating sensation crept over them. 46. Nuclear waste activation. Young Master Ling. How is it? Is it shut down? Su Lai was frantic, watching the sky explode like fireworks. This was a real mess. Quick, reboot the system. Or you'll suffocate. Jiang Chen's words acted like a reassuring pill, and Ling Xiao rebooted the system. He felt utterly miserable now. His head was spinning. Just as he was about to faint, the demonic aircraft's activation process was finally complete. Ling Xiao rose from his seat. He clutched his throat with both hands, gasping for fresh air. Young Master Ling, turn the camera around. I need to see outside, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Ling Xiao didn't dare hesitate. Fighting back the physical discomfort, he returned to his seat and reversed the camera. Hiss. The others witnessed this scene. Couldn't help but gasp in shock. Outside the haunted plane, the satellite had been obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Behind it, the void was pitch black, with not a single drifting meteorite left. Young Master Ling, let's head back first. I hope you haven't stirred up any trouble, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Without pause, he returned to the tech workbench and began sorting materials using several powerful conduits. Senior Su, what about the materials from Sui's side? Don't worry, Xiao Jiang. The people from Sakura country have already been transported to the most concealed prison in the Kyoto military district. Per Sui's instructions, they're living in absolute comfort without even a window. Su Lai chuckled. He instantly understood Jiang Chen's meaning and turned to instruct Du Yongkong to handle the connection. Once the materials from Sakura Nation are delivered, we'll release them. Understood, Senior Su. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Chen bowed deeply. He had indeed been a great help. With that material from Sakura country, they could develop numerous large-scale technologies, especially those related to the sea. Even if Sakura Nation discovered Dragon Nation's involvement in the matter, they wouldn't dare act rashly in the near future. At that moment, Eagle Nation, a certain military region's aerospace bureau. A high-ranking officer, his face expressionless and covered in medals, rushed into the command center. He stared at the report before him, along with the final images transmitted by the surviving satellite. Veins bulged prominently on his forehead. What the hell is this thing? How could someone attack our satellite in outer space? Report. Based on image comparisons, this unidentified flying object shares a 90% similarity with the one observed over Syria. How many satellites have been lost in total? The commander's eyes seemed ready to kill, striking fear into every soldier present. Oh, over 100. The soldiers trembled, nearly burying their heads in the ground as they spoke. Over 100. Hearing this number, the commander clearly lost his composure. How many were there nationwide? Losing a quarter of them in one fell swoop? Are you kidding me? As if they were our artificial satellites, candy beans. In a single move, over 100 satellites were reduced to ashes. This is a debt that must be repaid. The research base. Gather every single one of them here, I need to hold a meeting. The commander spoke as he tore the documents before him to shreds. Sir, there's a call for you. Oh? The commander raised an eyebrow. At this critical juncture, could it be from higher-ups? Losing so many satellites at once, his position was probably on the line. Colonel Max. This is Lord Niu Huanqi. Niu Huanqi? Hearing the name Niu Huanqi on the other end, Max froze for a moment before his mind began racing. The operational commander from Sakura Nation? That's me, sir. The one who reached the strategic agreement with you earlier. Max nodded upon hearing this. He then inquired about the specific matter at hand. Our naval forces came under attack from an unidentified object. Our submarine is now missing and they've kidnapped our soldiers. They demand we hand over the materials. Is that so? Max felt slightly better hearing this. It seemed not only the Eagle Nation had suffered losses, but even the Cherry Blossom Nation, which had always acted as their lapdog, hadn't been spared. I've never seen this thing before. Based on our soldiers' last communication with me, it was a fully black armored vehicle, shaped like a race car, then it transformed into a locomotive. This is absurd. I'm requesting your military assistance immediately. Help us clear out these remnants in the sea, or we won't be able to get anywhere near the fish farm islands. Lord Niu Huanqi's voice was deeply despondent, on the verge of tears. Black armor resembling a race car? And it can transform. Max heard the news and silently glanced at the screen, where the black unidentified flying object was displayed. Is it the same one? Or part of the same group? To be perfectly honest, we were attacked too. This UFO-like thing destroyed over 100 of our satellites. Max's words fell. Silence fell on the other end of the line. Over 100 satellites. Who's bold enough to do this? Don't they fear sparking an international war? Damn it. The worst part is we can't even identify its origin, no clue which country it belongs to. Otherwise, I'll make them pay with blood. Max spoke his mind, and truthfully, that was exactly what he was thinking. The aliens are untouchable, and any nation on Blue Star daring to provoke them would be courting death. Commander Max, I request your assistance in securing a British warship for me. We'll definitely capture that unidentified object and restore peace to our nation. Niu Huanqi's tone was solemn. But Max shook his head. I'm afraid this matter will have to be postponed. Postpone? That won't do, sir. Our soldiers' names. And all the submarines. Niu Huanqi grew frantic. If they didn't capture that thing, they'd lose the submarines and soldiers. He'd face a court-martial. Unauthorized deployment of troops. But I have a brilliant idea. Max said with a smile, a peculiar curve lifting the corners of his mouth. Speak quickly. Use your country's nuclear wastewater to deal with that unidentified object. Really, is that really possible? At the mention of nuclear wastewater, the Niu Huanqi army fell noticeably silent. This stuff was far too dangerous. While it would certainly be effective against that unknown object, it would contaminate nearly half the ocean. By then, fish growing wings would be the least of our worries. Otherwise, you'll face a court-martial. Choose between the two. Niu Huanqi Dajuan fell silent once more. After a long pause, he spoke quietly. Sir, will you help us when the time comes? If the nuclear wastewater reaches an uncontrollable stage, rest assured, your nuclear wastewater won't reach us at all, it'll affect neighboring countries instead. Killing two birds with one stone. When that time comes, you'll be our greatest ally. Agreed. Niu Huanqi Dajun felt considerably more confident. He hung up the phone. Sir, are we really going to use the nuclear wastewater? When the time comes, the Dragon Nation will be the first to object. Max heard the soldier's words and sneered dismissively. They don't have the right to object. On Blue Star, we're the ones in charge. This is the perfect chance to weaken their power. 47, Xinghan. Kyoto, Dragon Nation. Above the garden, a black hole descended. Ling Xiao piloted the Wraith aircraft out of it. The moment he descended, he immediately approached Su Lai and Du Yongkang. His face stiffened, his heart pounding nervously. Xiaoling, you can't be so reckless next time. Videos are already circulating online. How do you expect us to explain this? Are we supposed to tell the public it was aliens? Su Lai held up his phone. It captured that beam laser, streaking like a shooting star. Uncle Su, what should we do now? I'll accept any punishment. Ling Xiao kept his head down, unable to look up. Du Yongkang sighed. Though this incident has caused quite a stir, you've also earned credit for your actions. We just received word that the Eagle Nation lost nearly 100 satellites. I will discuss this with higher-ups next. Over 100? Ling Xiao was stunned. He dared not imagine how far the beam laser had actually traveled. Xiaoling, the ghost aircraft won't be going on any more missions for the time being. Keep them hidden. In the future, this will undoubtedly become our nation's trump card. Ling Xiao nodded solemnly. Though he felt reluctant, the magnitude of this incident was undeniable. If the ghost aircraft were to slip up, it could very well trigger a series of wars. Xiao Jiang, is there anything else you wish to entrust to young Master Ling? After this incident, Su Lai dared not take young Master Ling lightly. He hurriedly asked Jiang Chen. Just look at my notes and don't overstep your boundaries. The words were blunt, but they were the truth. Don't court death, and you won't die. If you touch something someone tells you not to, you'll pay the price. Fortunately, it was an unmanned satellite. If people were actually there and casualties occurred, God knows what the British would do. Xiaoling, this mistake is a lesson. From now on, you'll spend more time getting used to things in the military zone. When necessary, set the coordinates farther away. The universe is vast, why go messing around on the moon? Du Yongkang patted Ling Xiao's shoulder reassuringly. He then picked up his phone and opened the group chat for the four of them. Shueka, you should head back too. Today's mission is over. Shueka responded briefly, complying with Du Yongkang's request. She needed to return to the military zone first. After meeting up with Shueka, they would deal with those soldiers from the land of cherry blossoms. The materials were still in another country's warehouse, he couldn't rest easy on that. Nor could she let Sui's kind intentions go unrewarded. Meanwhile, Kyoto Royal Mansion Shopping Mall. Two world-class supercars pulled up before the entrance. The attentive security guards swiftly cleared a path, guiding them to park. As the butterfly doors swung open, a pair of slender, snow-white legs immediately caught everyone's attention. Sui wore ultra-short jeans and a breezy t-shirt, her hair tied in a ponytail, radiating casual elegance. Her best friend Xinghan, however, was the complete opposite. A form-fitting purple battle god outfit accentuated her figure, paired with Valentino heels that seemed to invite men to be her devoted admirers. She constantly drew the attention of everyone around her. Even the security guard, nearing 40, couldn't help but lick his lips. Suhi, you're amazing. I never imagined your skills would improve so much while I was studying abroad. Sui merely gave a faint, dismissive curl of her lip. These little supercars were as slow as turtles, no challenge at all. If it weren't for the mission at hand and the current special circumstances, he would have definitely brought out the Ghost Racer. What about you? Didn't you say after finishing your PhD abroad, you'd establish your own supercar brand there? Xinghan shook his head. A wry smile touched his lips. My own supercar brand? That's still too far out of reach for me. I don't have a single talented person under me. Finding talent in the UK is incredibly difficult. Anyone with any real skill has already joined the big companies. At that moment, Sui thought of Jiang Chen, capable of building the ghost racing car. If such a talent were in the UK's major corporations, they'd likely be as valuable as a gold mine. They'd fight tooth and nail for it. Let's not dwell on the sad stuff. I think people should keep their feet on the ground, like you did, switching careers at the right time. Change careers? Suhi froze at the word. When had he ever changed careers? Oops, watch my mouth. It's not really a career change, more like switching arenas, from the racetrack to the battlefield. Quick, tell me which is cooler, the military vehicles or race cars? Xinghan grinned, circling Suhi with relentless questions. That's a no-brainer, the military ones, of course. Suhi spoke with absolute conviction that was exactly what she thought. After all, the Ghost racing team had now been incorporated into the military district. That's why she could drive them freely now. Otherwise, with that demon car's almost insane performance, she'd have her license revoked in minutes driving it around town. I'm so jealous. No need to envy me. Once our mission is done in a few days, I'll talk to my dad about it. He might even help you figure out how to launch your own brand. Really? Xinghan looked almost incredulous, his handsome face breaking into a wide smile. Of course. I happen to know a top-notch researcher. The race car I drive was built by him. Its performance blows foreign supercars out of the water. After a brief pause, Suhi decided not to reveal the true capabilities of the demon spirit race car to Xinghan just yet. Everything must wait until Jiang Chen gives his approval. Alright. Wishing you a successful mission. Hey, let's go to that Michelin 3-star place, it's on me. The two chatted cheerfully. They headed toward the top floor of the mall. Along the way, Xinghan and Suwa picked up quite a few nice things. Xinghan mainly picked out dresses and high heels. Suhi, on the other hand, picked out several men's outfits. Got a boyfriend? Xinghan deliberately leaned close to Suhi and whispered teasingly into her ear. No way. Suhi quickly stepped back, holding up the clothes to shield her face. It's all for the sake of your future brand. When you need favors, you gotta show some commitment. Xinghan didn't buy Suhi's excuse. Asking someone to send clothes? Ridiculous. This was clearly bought for her boyfriend. So, when do you plan to let me meet him? Xinghan replied vaguely, choosing not to dwell on certain things. It's the fine virtue of Longhua. What's the rush? Let's eat first. Seeing Xinghan drop her guard, Suhi let out a sigh of relief. She turned and walked upstairs with Xinghan. Kyoto, Longhu Villa. It took the entire afternoon. Jiang Chen finally finished organizing the materials he'd obtained from the Eagle Kingdom. He stretched lazily. Jiang Chen turned to look at his villa. A sense of delight welled up inside him. Just a few months ago, he couldn't have imagined what kind of people lived in such a house. What their lives must be like. In his innocence, he had once made a wish to the moon. One day, if he could live in a villa, bring his family to live with him, marry a wife, and raise a pet. Even if it meant screwing bolts until he vomited blood every single day. 48, college student, scientist? But now, he lives in a villa. His bank account held 2 million yuan. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. The familiar ringtone sounded, tugging at Jiang Chen's heartstrings. Xiao Jiang? It's me, Mom. Hearing Jiang Chen's confirmation on the other end, she was overjoyed. It had been nearly half a year since Jiang Chen last made this call. Jiang Chen's family background wasn't affluent, and the older generation held rather rigid views. They never imagined that after he went to university, he would effectively vanish. Even after bombarding his phone with calls, they received no response. If not for the brief text messages he sent every few hours, the family would have stormed the campus to find him long ago. It wasn't that Jiang Chen didn't want to call, he simply couldn't. He was the sole hope of his family. Honestly, at times Jiang Chen felt the weight of expectations crushing him. The expectations of his family, the hopes of his relatives, even those of his childhood friends and teachers from elementary, middle, and high school. Everyone placed immense faith in him. That's how people are easily losing themselves in the weight of others' expectations. From childhood onward, Jiang Chen clung to one conviction. That he must build a good life for himself. He wanted to show everyone that he, Jiang Chen, had not failed their expectations. Things had always gone smoothly. Until he entered Berlin University. He met Du Fei, the woman who taught him a harsh lesson. Even though Jiang Chen was attentive in every way, in her eyes, he was nothing more than a dog that would lick. She would ruthlessly drain him dry. During that period, Jiang Chen's grades plummeted from the top spot. His money dwindled to almost nothing. He dared not call home then, fearing he might lose control and beg his family for money. Son, if you're running low on money, remember to tell Mom. You're out on your own, and there's no shortage of places to spend money. Also, call us more often. We don't know what's gotten into you, you never reply to our messages. Mom kept talking non-stop. But to Jiang Chen, it all sounded incredibly comforting. Don't worry, Mom, I've got money. And now I'm living in a big house too. Jiang Chen said, wiping his eyes as he spoke. His mother, however, grew puzzled, and her tone turned anxious. Son, how did you buy a house? You mustn't have done anything illegal. Also, do you have a mortgage? Can you afford the payments? As he spoke, Jiang Chen activated his phone's camera. Seeing the face she hadn't seen in over a year, the voice on the other end clearly choked up. But upon catching sight of the villa behind Jiang Chen, A smile spread across their face. Mom, look. This will be our home from now on. You and Dad should move in with us. Oh, your dad and I are too used to living here. We won't be moving. His mother kept refusing. Even when Jiang Chen poured out his heart, it was no use. How wonderful. My son has made something of himself. Mom was worried. Her words echoed in his ears phrases he'd heard countless times before. But this time, Jiang Chen truly understood the depth of her distant concern. Mom, don't worry. Things are getting better and better now, and they'll only get better from here. Back home, all we ever eat is fish and shrimp. You and Dad should get out and see more of the world. Jiang Chen's hometown was a small village by the coast. Compared to a big city like the capital, aside from the fresh air and access to seafood, nothing else was worth mentioning. To his surprise, his mother agreed. Jiang Chen's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed. As dusk fell, after exchanging pleasantries with her mother, she ended the call, citing dinner preparations. Jiang Chen prepared to immerse himself fully in developing new technology. Since the Eagle Nation had already begun to grow wary of the Hercules, it was possible they might join forces with Japan, which faced similar threats, to resist. Though he possessed the system and workbench. But we must not let our guard down. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the roar of sports cars echoed outside Jiang Chen's courtyard. Before Jiang Chen could even glance up, Sui drove in with her best friend. Jiang Chen, are you there? Sui opened the sports car's butterfly doors, clutching the clothes she'd bought for Jiang Chen, her eyes darting around the yard searching for him. He stepped out of the bedroom. Jiang Chen dashed over to Sui. So late, why are you back? When Ling Xiao was testing the ghost plane earlier, your outfit got scorched. I figured I'd get you a new set. The 2 bags of clothes Sui carried were all from high-end brands. Even the current Jiang Chen wouldn't dare splurge like this. And who is this? Taking the items from Sui, Jiang Chen glanced sideways at the girl in the passenger seat. Oh, this is my bestie Qinghan. She heard I was bringing you clothes and insisted on coming too. I couldn't say no to her. Sui smiled brightly. The girl in the passenger seat sensibly got out of the car. She kept sizing up the young man in front of her. He's quite handsome, Sui. You've got great taste. Qinghan chattered away to herself, her eyes still scanning Jiang Chen. Then she turned to tease Sui. Qinghan. Sui was momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. All she could do was shout her best friend's name. Hey, what does he do? I'm a college student. Jiang Chen chimed in. A college student? Qinghan visibly froze, her gaze toward Sui growing even more meaningful. Don't believe him. He's actually a researcher in the Dragon Nation now. Just as I thought, Sui never has bad taste. Qinghan teased, then glanced around. Before long, he noticed that the once neat villa courtyard was now cluttered with piles of miscellaneous items. He felt a twinge of suspicion. He turned to ask Sui. The scientist you mentioned who could help me build my brand, is this the one? Sui didn't speak, merely nodding. At this moment, she still didn't know what Jiang Chen was thinking. Nor did she know if bringing them together so abruptly might cause trouble. 49. Nuclear radiation. Seeing Sui's silence, Qinghan understood implicitly. But just as she was about to ask more, Sui changed the subject. Qinghan, let's head back today. Ever since Jiang Chen helped me win the Asian Racing Championship, I haven't had a proper rest in days. We'll pay our respects tomorrow or the day after. Sui spoke as she guided Qinghan toward the car. But Qinghan's interest had only just begun to stir. From what Sui had just said, the young man before them had helped Sui win the championship. This must be related to the supercar Sui had recently flaunted in his social circle. A supercar that could outpace even Eagle Nation's F1 race cars. At this thought, Qinghan shuddered. His gaze fixed on Jiang Chen, his eyes nearly glazed over. No wonder his business ventures back home could truly take off. Jiang Chen, would you be interested in starting a company? Qinghan asked with keen interest. Sui perked up as well. No, is that kind of thing profitable? As a college student, Jiang Chen had no concept of running a company. Besides, someone as kind-hearted as him wasn't cut out for running a company. Right now, nothing felt more solid than landing orders. It's uncertain in the early stages, but if handled properly later on, it'll be extremely profitable. Qinghan stammered. He hadn't seen Jiang Chen's capabilities firsthand. He was relying entirely on Sui's account. He dared not make any guarantees. The risk is too high. I'm not going. Jiang Chen repeatedly declined, and Qinghan didn't press him further. Good things come to those who wait. Now that he knew of this talent, he had to prepare everything thoroughly before taking the next step. The farce ended abruptly. After seeing the two off, he resumed contemplating the technology needed to counter the counterattacks from Eagle Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation. Compared to other options, what would truly demonstrate national might and strike fear into the hearts of all who witnessed it? This was not the mechanical Godzilla. This colossal entity, whose light form alone reached 50 meters in height, Just reading its description in the system was enough to stir the soul. The true ruler of the seas. A being capable of crushing the capital of the land of cherry blossoms under a single foot. As Jiang Chen inventoried the materials, he was thrilled to discover they were just one step away from completion. If the materials from the land of cherry blossoms arrived in time, he would surely be able to build it. Over the next few days, Jiang Chen spent his time either accompanying Su He and Shueko on missions to intimidate other nations or returning home to study the mechanical Godzilla. Unlike the usual demonic weapons, the mere instruction manual alone was comparable to a new dragon dictionary. For a full fortnight, Jiang Chen remained immersed in this endeavor. Until one early morning, Commander Du Yongkong called. Jiang Chen, the military parade begins tomorrow. When will you be arriving? The military parade. Jiang Chen suddenly slapped his forehead. He had heard Du Yongkong mention this long before the competition. He'd planned to surprise Du Yongkong once the mechanical Godzilla was completed. To surprise the Dragon Nation. But now it seemed there wasn't enough time. Even constructing Mechagodzilla would take at least a week. Just as Jiang Chen was deep in thought, the phone rang again. This time it was Su Lai calling. Xiao Jiang. Are you free right now? Jiang Chen could hear the urgency in Su Lai's voice over the phone as if something major had happened. Could it be the military parade? Hurry! Go to the hospital for me. Sui suddenly fell ill, and I'm tied up with the parade preparations, can't get away. Su Lai's voice was agitated, his words rushing out in a flurry. All right. Send me the location. Glancing at the location on his phone, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate for a second. He hailed a cab and sped off. At the hospital. A sea of people. Their symptoms seemed identical, clutching their stomachs, brows furrowed in pain. Following Su Lai's instructions, Jiang Chen made his way to the second-floor ward. Sui lay quietly, hooked up to an 4-drip. Her complexion was deathly pale, her lips slightly chapped. Xinghan sat nearby, looking equally unwell, though unlike Su He, she could at least walk unaided. What happened? She was perfectly fine just a few days ago. Jiang Chen approached to ask. Xinghan shook her head helplessly. She insisted they hadn't done anything out of the ordinary these past few days, just eating and drinking out, nothing out of the ordinary. This time, it was Jiang Chen who was baffled. How could eating and drinking lead to this? Soon, the nurse and doctor walked in. They held a test result in their hands. Correct. Just like all the previous patients' nuclear radiation exposure. But thankfully, he was brought in promptly. It's nothing serious, just needs to stay in the hospital for observation for a few days. The doctor's words startled Jiang Chen. He hurriedly asked, nuclear radiation? Doctor, how did this happen? How could nuclear radiation occur in Longhua? Jiang Chen instantly recalled the test of the demon tank earlier. Shuaka's energy egg. But that thought was quickly overturned. He had manufactured the energy egg himself. It couldn't possibly emit radiation. All field missions were conducted inside the Demon Spirit Racer. The material of the Demon Racer was practically bulletproof. This was all too sudden. It's highly probable it was caused by something he ate. Exposure to a nuclear environment seems unlikely. The doctor pushed his glasses up and patiently explained. Expecting exposure to nuclear radiation in the Dragon Nation? Even as a military personnel, you wouldn't get that treatment. Let alone ordinary citizens. Public safety in Dragon Nation is far more reassuring than one might imagine. Eat? Jiang Chen looked puzzled and turned to confront Xinghan. What have you been eating lately? His tone seemed rather sharp, startling Xinghan. She looked utterly innocent. In recent days, they'd only been dining at high-end restaurants. Suhi knew Xinghan loved seafood. She'd specially hired a chef to source fresh seafood directly from the ocean for their meals. Beyond that, there was nothing else. The thought struck Xinghan, and she suddenly slapped her forehead. Jiang Chen. I remember now, that restaurant we went to earlier had a chef from the land of cherry blossoms. He mentioned that all the ingredients were freshly caught from the sea. They brought out a pufferfish, claiming it had just been caught. But strangely, its blood was green. I'd never seen that before either, so I didn't think much of it. Hearing this, I began to piece things together. Even if others didn't say so, Jiang Chen was a researcher and scholar. Plus, after spending so much time with Su Lai and the others, I picked up quite a bit of fascinating knowledge. Take nuclear radiation, for instance. Its most fundamental manifestation is blood changes. Those marine creatures were likely exposed to radiation before being served as delicacies. We accidentally let Xinghan and Suhi eat it. What do we do now? The doctor said rest is all she needs, but Suhi seems to be getting worse by the day. I shook my head helplessly. I'm not a doctor. For now, we can only follow the doctor's advice. As for the nuclear radiation, we must report it to Su Lai and Commander Du immediately. Watching the crowds outside, people suffering even more than Suhi. We must find the source as soon as possible. 50. Full-scale infection. Xinghan, stay behind and take care of Suhi. If you experience any physical discomfort, don't delay seeking help. Jiang Chen hurried downstairs, leaving only these words behind. The noise from the first floor grew unbearably loud. More and more patients were gathering here. Soon after, he received a call from his mother. To be honest, Jiang Chen panicked. At this critical juncture, he couldn't believe his parents might have been exposed to nuclear radiation too. "Mom, what's wrong?" Jiang Chen asked anxiously, his heart filled with prayers for his parents' safety. "Son, have you been eating well lately? Your father and I haven't been feeling well recently. Most people in our village are experiencing some discomfort." Her weak voice only deepened his fear that they'd been exposed to radiation. He urgently urged them to go to the hospital for a checkup. If they delayed, who knew what illnesses might arise in the future? "Xiaojiang, money is so hard to come by these days. Your dad and I barely scraped together enough to send you to university by selling seafood and doing odd jobs. The future will demand even more." "Mom, money can be earned back, but once a person is gone, everything is truly lost." At that moment, Jiang Chen argued fiercely with his family. He desperately wanted to immediately take the ghost plane back to his hometown and drag his parents there for a checkup. "Mom, it's fine. I've been with your dad all these years, we've weathered every illness, big or small. Mom, I'm making money now. If you won't get treated, I'm dropping out of college." After saying this, Jiang Chen realized he'd been a bit extreme. But separated by miles, his mother wouldn't budge unless he resorted to such tactics. A mother worries even when her son is miles away. A son worries about his mother from afar. Jiang Chen tapped his phone. He transferred the remaining hundreds of thousands from his card. Money could be earned again, but bodily damage from nuclear radiation could prove fatal if delayed even a moment. This was the first time he'd defied his family's wishes. His parents said nothing, merely staring at the balance in the account with disbelief. They repeatedly reminded Jiang Chen to rely on his own efforts and stick to the straight and narrow. Under no circumstances should he break the law. Jiang Chen exchanged a few pleasantries with his mother, reassuring them that he'd earned everything through hard work, hadn't strayed down the wrong path, and certainly hadn't brought shame upon them. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt fortunate that he still had some money and that his parents weren't too upset. Technology was his dream. A better life was Jiang Chen's reality, his hope. He immediately dashed out to hail a cab, heading straight for the Dragon Nation research base. Along the way, the city had undergone tremendous changes. It was no longer the familiar capital city he knew. The streets were virtually deserted, filled only with ambulances. Jiang Chen couldn't help but wonder who the hell was going to release nuclear radiation. He must teach them a lesson. Fortunately, the road to the research base wasn't congested. When he got out of the car, he saw Su Lai and a group of researchers gathered there. Some of them looked pale, but they still held their ground at the front line. Uniform attire, uniform appearance. Marching with heavy, powerful steps. Perhaps preparing for a military review. Spotting Jiang Chen's arrival, Su Lai appeared slightly surprised at first, then turned to give brief instructions to the researchers behind him before walking toward Jiang Chen. "Jiang, I told you to stay with Su He. Why are you here?" Jiang Chen was about to explain. But then he saw the deep concern on Su Lai's face. That girl, always out playing. Now look at her, she's brought this on herself. How can she keep pushing herself like that? Senior Sui's condition is worse than we imagined. And it's not just Sui fearfully, the people of Dragon Nation are all in dire straits now. Su Lai saw that Jiang Chen wasn't joking. He rarely saw such gravity on young Jiang's face. What exactly happened? Su He, like everyone else, has been exposed to nuclear radiation. Hearing the words nuclear radiation, whether as a Dragon Nation scientist or a father, he couldn't hold it together. His face was filled with astonishment, but more than that, it was panic. That was nuclear radiation. At best, it would cause bodily functions to break down. At worst, it could make someone sprout 3 heads and 6 arms, turning them into a monster. In any case, once exposed to this stuff, the physical changes that follow defy imagination. How could this be? How could nuclear radiation possibly occur in Longhua? "Xiaojiang, do you have any news over there?" Su Lai's expression was grave, tinged with deep anxiety. "From what I understand, it's coming from the ocean floor and spreading through the food chain." Jiang Chen's explanation made Su Lai grasp the situation. Su Lai roughly grasped the situation. Nuclear radiation had mysteriously appeared on the seabed, then made its way through seafood onto people's dinner tables. Thus, people became contaminated with radiation. "Senior Su, is Sui's ghostly race car at the research base?" Su Lai shook his head, pulling out his phone and keys from his pocket while sending Jiang Chen a location. "This is Su He's residence. The ghost racing car is parked in the underground garage." Without hesitation, I took the keys. Su Lai didn't seem to mind at all. He trusted Jiang Chen implicitly. Only as Jiang Chen was about to leave did he remind him to thoroughly investigate the cause. Su He's home wasn't far away. It was practically halfway between Jiang Chen's residence and the research base. Jiang Chen hailed a cab and sped toward Sui's residence. Seeing that Jiang Chen was a college student, the driver couldn't help but sigh, "Youth is truly wonderful. Young man, from the looks of you, you must be a college student." Are you here for work or something? Jiang Chen waved his hand. A collaborative arrangement. The driver pursed his lips. Low-key, humble, and a bit infuriating. Driver, taxis have been scarce lately. Especially these past few days. Hearing this, the driver's face clouded with worry. He couldn't help but complain. Man. You don't even know, but lately the citizens of our dragon country have caught some weird illness. My kid's been vomiting and having diarrhea. He's still in the hospital now. Guess what the doctor said? Jiang Chen knew the answer, but he played dumb to humor the driver. Ha! They say it's nuclear radiation. How ridiculous. Our dragon nation has always been known for its peace and stability, something those foreigners envy. And now, suddenly, nuclear radiation. No wonder I envy you. Looking at you, you seem to have it all, nothing much to worry about, a stable home life and a steady job. At this point, the driver fell silent and lit a cigarette. If I hadn't come out to drive, my kid might really have been unable to attend school because of that nuclear radiation. No money. In this society, even getting medical care is a problem. Damn it all to hell. Nuclear radiation? Who the hell caused this? Damn it. Jiang Chen listened quietly to the driver's complaints. How many people are like this? Even when things are tough, they must persevere. Though he was selfish too, as a citizen of Dragon Nation, he truly wished for its peace and stability. That way, his own life might improve too. He got off the bus. Jiang Chen silently pulled out all the loose change from his pocket. He couldn't help much. But in matters like this, doing what one can is enough. 51, an eye for an eye. Sui's home was in an upscale residential complex. Judging by the windows, they were all large open-plan apartments. At this hour, the place was deserted, with only a security guard standing in the lobby. Jiang Chen took the elevator with his key and arrived at Sui's door. The activation card for the demon racing car, as Su Lai had hinted, was in Sui's bedside table. He pushed open the door. Instantly, his eyes were dazzled by the overwhelming pink decor filling the room. But time was of the essence. The sooner he found the source, the sooner he could stop it. Jiang Chen entered Sui's bedroom. To be honest, this was his first time entering a girl's bedroom. He felt a bit nervous. As he pushed open the door, a subtle, elegant fragrance wafted toward him. The room was immaculately tidy. To set the mood, the walls were covered with photos of Sui exploring the world, alongside records of recent events. Jiang Chen glanced sideways, feeling a pang of emotion. Most of the photos on the wall were actually related to him. Sometimes, he really couldn't understand a girl's mind. What's the point of documenting these things? He'd always been there. Whenever something interesting happened, she could just come find him to catch up. Worst case, they'd grab a drink. Jiang Chen quickly located the Ghost Racing startup card in the drawer. He dashed to the garage. He started the Ghost Racer. Sui truly lived up to her reputation as a spoiled rich girl. Her garage was unlike anyone else's. It led directly to the road surface, leaving Jiang Chen in awe. Now garages can be one car per bay? Detecting driver change, Jiang Chen. Proceed directly to extreme mode? The moment the Ghost Racer ignited, the in-car assistant's voice sounded. Activate. As Jiang Chen finished speaking, a thunderous roar erupted immediately afterward. Activate spatial jump. Deploy deep-sea protective shield. Jiang Chen rapidly tapped away at the screen. Before long, he was swallowed by the black hole before him. Sakura Nation. Grand Lord Niu Huanqi convened an emergency meeting. Many soldiers below were suffering terribly. Your Highness, is it truly safe to release this nuclear-contaminated water? If we face international sanctions, our nation will be in grave danger. Moreover, our own citizens are suffering the consequences. Virtually everyone who should be hospitalized is already there. Grand Lord Niu Huanqi shook his head and waved his hand to silence the crowd. This is a vital national strategy. Your Highness, our soldiers are still trapped, the submarine is missing, and now you're releasing nuclear wastewater. Is this truly a strategy? Niu Huanqi curled his lips. This approach not only weakens our neighbor's strength but also damages that unidentified object in the water. As for international affairs, I, Niu Huanqi, will shoulder the responsibility alone. The soldiers were left speechless. At that moment, a sergeant rushed into the room. Your Highness, we've located that unidentified creature. It's heading straight for us right now. Good. This time, he won't be coming back. All personnel, listen up, suit up in your chemical protection gear and intercept it at all costs. Deep sea, inside the Demon Racer. The once deep blue ocean now appeared murky and polluted. Jiang Chen's brows knitted together. The surface was covered in foam and swirling currents of color. Visibility beneath the waves plummeted rapidly. Jiang Chen activated the radar, using the Ghost Racer's system to analyze the currents. As the route was plotted, Jiang Chen immediately spotted the source. It was an archipelago. The very nation Sui sought materials from Sakura country. Jiang Chen revved the engine to full throttle. A protective barrier instantly formed around the ghost racer, propelling it forward like a prehistoric shark toward the source. As it drew nearer, the surrounding red dots began to multiply. Here we go again? Perfect, will settle both old and new scores at once. Before Jiang Chen, the land of cherry blossoms had deployed a significant armed force. Their target was crystal clear: Jiang Chen. Trying to corner him? Foolish delusion. Jiang Chen murmured under his breath. Although his primary objective this time was to uncover the source, that didn't stop him from teaching the Sakura Nation a lesson. He slammed his foot on the accelerator. In an instant, the demon spirit racer shot straight ahead. Lord! Trouble! That red dot is actively seeking us out. Perfect. Capture it for me. Niu Huanqi sat in the command center. Whether that thing beneath the sea was biological or technological, in this nuclear waste, no one would come out unscathed. Organisms would suffer functional decline, and within technology, you'd be contaminated too. Lord Niu Huanqi gloated inwardly. But the submarine crew was losing their cool. Lord! It seems intent on ramming us. It hasn't slowed down at all. Collision. Our nation's submarines are among the best in the world. Before Lord Niu Huanqi could finish his sentence, a deafening explosion erupted over the phone. Amidst the screams of several soldiers, Niu Huanqi's previously smug expression instantly turned tense. He hurriedly contacted another submarine. Grand Duke! The submarine split in two. The soldier nearly screamed, but just as the words left his mouth, they were cut off. Now he couldn't sit still. He stared fixedly at the radar screen. That red dot was like a damn snake wherever it passed. His warships vanished without a trace. What the hell was this thing? It wasn't afraid of nuclear waste. How could it be so damn powerful? At that thought, Niu Huanqi slumped back in his chair. His eyes vacant, the image of Max from Eagle Nation flashing through his mind. If anything happened to him, he'd drag this commander down with him. Deep sea, inside the demon spirit racer. After eliminating all the Sakura Nation submarines, Jiang Chen arrived at the undersea base beneath the command center. Slowly surfacing, Jiang Chen witnessed an endless stream of black water being discharged into the ocean beneath the vast base. He quickly pulled out his phone to collect evidence. He then sent it to Su Lai. Xiao Jiang, if I recall correctly, this is the Cherry Blossom Nation's base? Yes, Senior Su. Damn it! How dare they? Don't they fear the International Council holding them accountable? Nearly a century has passed, and they still haven't broken their old habits? Su Lai was furious on the other end. Even through the phone, Jiang Chen could feel the intense hatred radiating from him. If we send this footage to the International Council, will they face sanctions? Jiang Chen asked, while Su Lai gritted his teeth so hard they ground together. Highly unlikely. Since no other nations are involved, only our Dragon Nation stands as the sole victim at present. Xiao Jiang, hurry back. Venturing into Sakura country like this is dangerous. Then what about this nuclear wastewater? Why don't I just blow him up? Su Lai grew even more agitated upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, repeatedly urging him not to act impulsively. The consequences would be unimaginable. Xiao Jiang, come back first. We don't need to blow anything up, we can fight fire with fire. Tit for tat? 52. Reversing ocean currents system. Jiang Chen couldn't persuade Senior Su. His tone wasn't one of consultation at all. After gathering the evidence, Jiang Chen tapped the screen, activating the spatial jump. Yes, right at sea level, in full view of the Sakura Nation base. He didn't care if this move exposed him prematurely or not. He wanted those bastards to know someone had been watching them all along. Their actions would be exposed sooner or later. Kyoto, Research Base. A massive black hole appeared in the sky. Jiang Chen emerged from inside, piloting the ghost racer. At that moment, Senior Su's heart finally settled. Xiao Jiang, hurry. Check yourself first, see if you've been exposed to radiation. Senior Su was quite anxious, completely forgetting that the Wraith Racer's material could block not only physical attacks but also magic. It was merely a minor nuclear radiation incident. As long as Jiang Chen avoided consuming contaminated food, he wouldn't be infected. Senior Su, tell me the method first. Jiang Chen waved his hand, interrupting Su Senior's well-intentioned advice. Seeing Jiang Chen's composure unchanged, he finally glanced at the Wraith Racer behind him. All right. Follow me first. Senior Su led the way, guiding Jiang Chen toward the conference room of the research base. The conference room was spacious, easily accommodating hundreds of people. Just like the last military district assembly, every seat was filled. Many familiar faces to Jiang Chen were present. Commander Du, and even commanders from other military districts, were present. As Su led him inside, they inevitably became the center of attention. Old Du. Is this kid the rookie from last time? How did he get invited to this meeting? Didn't they say only researchers and officers above a certain rank could attend? The veteran officers surrounding Du Yongkong shot him with looks of utter contempt. Their expressions seemed to imply that the regulations of the capital military district were lax. Du Yongkong merely smiled faintly. He murmured softly, he is also a researcher and the sole individual at the Dragon Nation base with full access clearance. Top secret file. Beyond his name, all information is now heavily restricted. Whoa! The veteran officers sucked in a sharp breath. They looked at Jiang Chen, then at Du Yongkong. Clearly, this joke wasn't funny. How old could he be? No receding hairline, no walking stick. Quick, tell me just how many hidden talents does your military region have? I heard about that big competition a while back. Both the Eagle Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation got robbed. I was wondering who the hell pulled that off. Damn, that feels so satisfying. Old Du, spill the beans. Was it you guys? What tech did you use? Du Yongkong chuckled, becoming the enigma himself. Once the tournament concludes and the victory parade begins, you'll find out. Ignoring Du Yongkong, Shueku beside him also covered her mouth and giggled. Commanders Zhang and Gua, don't underestimate this young man. He might just surprise us in a moment. Could it be that this conference's main focus is actually about this young man? Shueku nodded. At that moment, Jiang Chen, guided by Senior Su, had already ascended the stage. Senior Su waved his hand, signaling for everyone to quiet down. He then instructed Jiang Chen to pull out his phone. To display the information Jiang Chen had gathered. The large screen displayed the images from Jiang Chen's phone. The entire audience erupted in astonishment. This is the coastal base of Sakura Nation. The source of the city's pollution originates right here. In the video, black water slightly foamy gushed continuously from the pipes beneath the base. Everyone frowned deeply. Their faces turned ashen. Those people in Sakura country never do anything good. This nuclear wastewater polluting the ocean, it's our Dragon Nation that suffers the most. Now it's not just civilians, even our coastal military districts aren't spared. In the front row, the veteran officer's eyes seemed capable of murder. A single glance sent shivers down one's spine. Du Yongkong's face turned ashen. He glanced at his stomach, then at the contaminated water in the video. He'd been feeling unwell lately. But no cause had been identified yet. The military doctor had only tentatively diagnosed food poisoning. This matter is of grave importance. Convene an emergency meeting immediately to discuss countermeasures. What's there to discuss? We'll escalate this to the international level and let the entire Blue Star see what these bastards have done. Then we strike them directly. Old Su, our coastal military district is ready to lead the charge. Commander Zhang in the front row slammed his fist on the table repeatedly. He was the first to rise, rallying the men behind him. Applause erupted. I saw in every face a resolve to lead the charge. There was no other reason. When it came to confronting the land of cherry blossoms, it was like a bloodline awakening. Even if something went wrong, those who died would be honored with the first incense at the graves, standing alongside our ancestors. They would inevitably rush to the front lines. This matter is no trivial affair. According to intelligence from higher-ups, the reason Sakura Nation dares to act this way is likely because they have Eagle Nation backing them. Even if we escalate this to an international conference, the impact would be minimal. No one wants to see a third Blue Star War. Moreover, as things stand, only our Dragon Nation has suffered casualties. Senior Su reported the higher-ups' intelligence to the assembled group. His final sentence carried particular weight. Old Su, stop beating around the bush. Is there a solution or not? Commander Gua demanded in a low voice. The large screen then shifted. A blueprint that looked headache-inducing appeared before everyone's eyes. What is this? Officers and researchers, this is a design blueprint from my Kyoto research basis system to reverse ocean currents. It can alter ocean currents, forcing them to reap what they sow. Jiang Chen gazed at the dense formulas and intricate diagrams, marveling at the ingenuity of the research base. The current system is merely theoretical. Developing it solely through our Kyoto research base is impossible in the short term. Therefore, we seek military districts willing to share the burden and collaborate on this research. The screen cycled through blueprints for the ocean current reversal technology. One after another. Their intricate complexity defied imagination. At that moment, the audience fell completely silent. Deputy directors and directors from major research bases stared intently at the technological blueprints before them. Old Su, how could anyone possibly develop this? That's something that reverses ocean currents and alters the flow of the seas. Forget everything else, the power core needed to sustain such a machine doesn't even exist on Blue Star. Old Su, this idea is far too ambitious. We'd be better off using these resources to arm our forces and seek revenge directly against Sakura Nation. Every researcher present believed Su Lai was talking nonsense. Pure fantasy. This kind of god-defying technology was on an entirely different level from anything currently existing on Blue Star. Reversing ocean currents? If you actually succeeded in researching that, it would turn the world upside down. Old Su, I back the previous suggestion. Worst case, we declare war on the entire world. Though our Dragon Nation isn't the world's top power, we've always been known for our kindness and democracy. Many countries would surely support us. Nonsense. Du Yongkong slammed his fist on the table. He barked out a stern rebuke. As the most senior commander, his authority was undeniably paramount. At that moment, the officers stared at Du Yongkang in complete silence. 53. I hope you don't try to be a hero. We all know the price war demands. If we make the people of Dragon Nation suffer, what makes us any different from those bastards in Cherry Blossom Nation? Our ancestors have just granted us peaceful lives, how can we willingly provoke war? Du Yongkang's words silenced the veteran officers. His words were blunt but true. As civilians, war is what we fear most. Old Du, calm down. The truth is, this reverse ocean current system is genuinely difficult. Old Su, are there any other options? Su Lai shook his head. Not in the short term. The sudden emergence of Japan's discharge and pollution issue had caught everyone completely off guard. Senior, I might be able to help. Jiang Chen addressed Su Lai. The moment the words left his mouth, all eyes in the audience turned toward Jiang Chen. Especially the deans and vice-deans of research from each major district. Young people are still just young people. Talking big like that, aren't you afraid of shooting yourself in the foot? From the second row to the third, whispers rippled through the crowd. Jiang Chen took it all in. Regarding the ocean current reversal system proposed by Senior Su, he wasn't exaggerating. Because the system workbench already contained this very thing. He just never thought it would come in handy after all. Who would ever consider reversing ocean currents? Just now, when Senior Su proposed this technology, Jiang Chen suddenly recalled it in his mind. That's why he dared to speak up. Old Su, since this young man says he can help, why don't we hear his ideas and see how we can coordinate our efforts? At the end of the second row, the director of the coastal research base rose to his feet. He clapped first, then voiced his thoughts. The other directors all shook their heads in disbelief. What a waste of time. A greenhorn college kid like him couldn't possibly have any worthwhile ideas. Nothing but useless nonsense. Even if he speaks, it'll be nothing but impractical ideas. We'd be better off conducting our own research. Before the citizens become infected on a large scale. Jiang Chen listened to these murmurs. His brow furrowed involuntarily. Knowledge has nothing to do with age. Don't judge me by my appearance. Jiang Chen blurted out instinctively. Hearing this, many deans in the second row felt their old faces burn with embarrassment. Being lectured by a college student, they were all individuals who had devoted decades of hard work to the nation. Today, they were being lectured in the field of technology by a college student. Young man, since you're so confident, go ahead and explain. But be careful with every word you say next, don't shoot yourself in the foot. Jiang Chen's words undoubtedly stuck in the minds of these old-timers. After all, as a top-secret file holder, all information about Jiang Chen was classified. Add to that the recent Dragon Nation military parade and the competition. The security protocols for the Evil Spirit series were exceptionally tight. Apart from Shueku, Sui, Ling Xiao, and Senior Su, almost no one else knew about it. Even if they saw it, they wouldn't have a clue what it was. In their eyes, he was nothing more than a college student full of big talk. Today, I wish to invite all of you elders to bear witness as witnesses to this technology. I will devote every ounce of my strength to creating the ocean current reversal system. However, until then, this technology remains classified. I'm afraid I can't disclose any further details. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the scientists all laughed. Hey! Turns out he's just playing word games either he doesn't want to say or can't bring himself to. Old Su, are the young folks at your Kyoto research base here to crack jokes? Senior Su was left speechless. He knew Jiang Chen possessed extraordinary talent, his mind brimming with knowledge beyond measure. But the ocean current reversal system? That's the culmination of over a decade of scientific research in the Dragon Nation. It remained unconquered to this day. No matter how brilliant Jiang Chen was, he couldn't possibly match the collective wisdom of all the scientists present, honed over more than a decade. Young Jiang, we must face this together. You can't handle it alone. Su Lai looked at Jiang Chen with earnest concern. Rest assured, Senior Su. Jiang Chen stepped forward. As I said, I'd like to invite all the deans and officers here to bear witness. Within a week, I will deploy the ocean current reversal system along the coastal regions of Longwei to resolve this nuclear radiation crisis. But before that, I need your help with something. Within a week, deploy this technology along the coast. Hearing this, the veteran scientists could no longer maintain their composure. They were itching to kick Jiang Chen out of the meeting right then and there. As if this thing were so easy to pull off. You're just a college student, what gives you the nerve to daydream like this? Such absurd talk, even Su Lai beside him couldn't bring himself to utter it. One favor. If you actually pull this off, I'll help you with not just 1, but 100. Dean Zhang, head of the Coastal Regions Research Institute, spoke up first. His face darkened, seemingly still dwelling on Jiang Chen's no comment. I endorse it. The Changsuan Research Base agrees with Dean Zhang's proposal. I endorse. The Lake Blue Research Base agrees. Research directors from all major regions raised their hands in succession. Seeing this scene, Su Lai realized any attempt at reconciliation was now impossible. Du Yongkang's brow furrowed deeply. Technology meant little to him, he neither cared nor understood it. But he fixed an intensely solemn gaze upon Jiang Chen. As a soldier, dignity must never be compromised. Do what you say was the guiding principle for every soldier in the Dragon Nation. They feared not hardship, but rather the refusal to act in the face of it, merely spouting empty rhetoric. What was at stake here wasn't just Jiang Chen's personal dignity, but that of the research base and the capital military district. Little Jiang, tell me what you need help with. Su Lai waved his hand, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chen, hoping he could help him save face. I'd like to request assistance from the major military districts to provide some materials. None? That's it? Su Lai's eyes widened. At the very least, you could have asked them to share the burden. Yet he was still stubbornly insisting on just some materials. Well, young man, I'll see if you've got what it takes. What materials? Ask for whatever you need. If I so much as utter a word of refusal, it'll be a disgrace to our coastal research base. But if you can't build it, don't blame me for looking down on your capital research base and capital military district. Moreover, deceiving us will draw appropriate punishment. You'd better be careful. Director Zhang delivered the final sentence coldly. Su Lai and Du Yongkong's faces darkened instantly. Shueka silently prayed beside them. Jiang Chen, are you truly capable of manufacturing this, or are you just showing off? I hope you can pull it off. 54, his face went green. Jiang Chen asked Shueku in the audience to fetch me some paper and a pen. I began listing the materials. The materials needed to build the ocean current reversal system would exceed the combined total required for Godzilla and the Demon series. Just the steel and cement alone would require over 1,000 tons. If the Kyoto research base tried to develop this on its own, they'd probably have to tear down the base walls and still wouldn't have enough. At this point, Jiang Chen could only hope that the combined resources of all military districts and research bases would be sufficient to build it. As Jiang Chen wrote more and more, Commanders Guo and Zhang in the audience began to frown. Does drafting a proposal take this long? That kid must be cooking up something underhanded. I'd bet 80% he's trying to write some unrealistic specs just to make things difficult for us. That way, he'd have an excuse for not being able to produce it. What a schemer! Ignoring the murmurs below the stage, Jiang Chen systematically listed all the required materials from the system workbench. He then instructed Shueka to hand them to the deans in the front row who could handle the pressure. When they received them, a mere glance left them feeling utterly drained. Just a few materials? More like a billion favors. This is absurd. A single ocean current reversal system requires over 1,000 tons of steel? And that's just the most basic component. The subsequent materials, even if you pooled all the coastal military districts, let alone every military district combined, it might not be enough. I knew it. That kid's up to no good again. Commander Shang's face darkened instantly as he stared at the list. He was the director of a research base, not a materials director. This was practically tearing down their base walls to build it. Old Zhang. This concerns the fate of the Dragon Nation's people. Bear with it for the greater good. Su Lai stepped in to smooth things over. He knew Xiao Jiang was a man of principle, always acting in the best interests of the Dragon Nation. It's just a little bit of materials. At worst, we'll return them once the infection subsides. Old Su, this kid is clearly giving me a hard time on purpose. He's trying to get rid of every wall in our coastal research base. I don't believe it. This must be nonsense. How could a single ocean current reversal system possibly require that much steel? Commander Zhang seethed with indignation, his grip on the water bottle twisting it into a twisted knot. Out of curiosity, Commander Guo took a look too. He promptly shoved the paper back into Zhang's hands, whistling as he stared blankly at the ceiling or perhaps outer space. What if I scrape together the funds and you can't even build it? Zhang hesitated, grinding his back teeth until they nearly shattered. But his gaze remained resolute, his face radiating a refusal to concede defeat. Seeing that look, Jiang Chen understood. This man genuinely believed he couldn't build it. No amount of persuasion would change his mind, not even if Jesus himself came down. Chief Shang, what do you suggest we do? Jiang Chen looked up, his eyes fixed intently on Zhang. If you can't produce it, you'll be committing fraud in front of the military district commander and the research institute director. And you'll have delayed the people's chance at treatment. That's a crime you'll pay for dearly. Fine. Jiang Chen replied indifferently. His calm demeanor felt almost unreal to both Shueku and Su Lai. Shueku leaned closer to Su Lai, her eyes fixed on Jiang Chen with palpable worry. Senior Su, can Jiang Chen really pull this off? Trust young Jiang. There's no other way. After speaking, Su Lai turned to Zhang, the commander, and sighed heavily. Old Zhang, why are you butting heads with a junior? He's contributed so much to my research base. If he truly can't pull it off, are you really going to throw him in jail? Director Zhang was momentarily speechless. Upon reflection, as the director of the research base, he had indeed overstepped. Jiang Chen was doing this for the sake of the Dragon Nation and its people, to spare them the horrors of war. Yet here he was, making things difficult for him at every turn. What can you do? Your military district's youngster loves to talk big. Old Sue, that ocean current reversal technology diagram you just released, I couldn't make heads or tails of it at first glance. Many of the equations seem plausible on the surface, but they're fraught with hidden variables. At our age, we've dedicated so much to scientific research. And here comes this college kid, spouting off like he owns the place. What gives him the right? Su Lai sighed and waved his hand, signaling the end of the meeting. Before leaving, he reminded Commander Jiang to gather the materials quickly. After all, the agreement with Jiang Chen was for 1 week. Every second counts. Got it. Officer Jiang, his face clouded with worry, uttered only those words before rising to leave. Inside the meeting room. In an instant, only Jiang Chen, Su Lai, Shueku, and Jia Yongkong remained. The once noisy conference room fell instantly silent. Xiao Jiang, now that we're alone, you keep telling me you can make it happen. Are you really sure you can pull this off? Senior Su, I'm confident I can. Jiang Chen's words eased Su Lai's mind. He knew Jiang Chen's character. Faced with such a critical matter, he wouldn't deceive anyone. I trust you, but this reverse ocean current technology, even the research base couldn't figure it out. How do you plan to build it? Why don't you review our draft first? These theories are based on extensive experimentation and might prove useful to you. Su Lai still worried about Jiang Chen. He immediately instructed Shueka to retrieve the theoretical research papers from the cabinet. Every shortcut saved was a blessing. Seeing Senior Su's wholehearted dedication before him, Jiang Chen felt a surge of emotion. He thought of Suhi in the hospital, his parents back home, and the people of Dragon Nation. This time, no matter what, he would deliver a crushing blow to Sakura Nation. It must be said that Commander Shang's speed was truly remarkable. By the time Jiang Chen returned to the villa, more than half of the materials had already been delivered. The remaining half, as Director Zhang had stated, would arrive tomorrow. Jiang Chen approached the workbench. He examined the reverse ocean current technology inside. This device consisted of 4 separate components. Each component requires a day and a half to manufacture. Each also occupies a vast amount of space. He would remove each completed section and install it directly along the coastal areas of the capital. Final assembly would take place at the coastal site. Without further ado, let's begin construction. The workbench roared to life. Unlike before, this time over 8 mechanical arms extended outward. Like nimble sprites, they selected suitable materials. The air before them began to assemble. The rest will have to wait until Commander Shang's materials arrive. He really is impressive, gathering all this in such a short time. Jiang Chen gazed at the workbench laboring before him, then looked up at the starry sky inside. Dragon Nation, Coastal Region, Research Base. Achoo! Jiang Chengwan grimaced, holding the materials list as he sneezed intermittently. Soon, an assistant approached and reported on the day's activities. Director Zhang, all materials from the research base have been transported out today. At least 10 million worth remains. What should we do? We can't possibly tear down the base walls just so that kid can build his tech. Compared to Commander Zhang, Zhu Li's expression was even worse. He was truly at a loss. Borrow some from other military districts? Old Su must be teaming up with that young upstart to screw me over. Now I'm running around begging for materials and burning through favors while they're off researching technology. The assistant listened, shook his head, and pondered for a moment. It seemed to make sense. Go ahead. Take my official seal and borrow materials from all the major military districts. I'll see if that kid really has what it takes. Oh, and if you can haggle, haggle. Getting it for free would be best. The assistant's face grew even more resigned. The director of a prestigious research base, forced to beg for freebies. Who knows what kind of skills that Director Su and the young man possess? 55, fake. It's all fake. Dragon Country, Longhu Villa, capital city. The next day, Xinchen. Jiang Chen received his mother's call early in the morning. Son, how are you doing? Have you been eating properly? Jiang Chen could hear the weariness in his mother's voice. The recent rampant infections must have taken a toll on her health. Mom, don't worry. I'm fine. He spoke with certainty, hoping she wouldn't worry about him. He continued, Mom, did you and Dad go to the hospital? A lot of people around here have caught this illness lately, but going to the hospital really helps ease the symptoms. That was the official line. But he knew that as long as the contaminated wastewater from Sakura Country kept flowing, the people of Dragon Country wouldn't get better. Yes, we went. The doctors there are very considerate. They took good care of your father and me. We're fine. Her tone was heavy, and Jiang Chen could tell she was deliberately speaking that way. His anxiety intensified. He even considered arguing fiercely with her to convince her to go to the hospital immediately. But he held back. He had to resolve the nuclear wastewater issue in Japan first. Then he would go personally and take Mom to see it for herself. Son, I'm fine. I just want you to be healthy. That's the dream your father and I shared. Oh, and about that money you made for us recently, did you keep any for yourself? If you need more, just ask me. A young man should always carry a little extra cash. His mother's words warmed Jiang Chen's heart. Unconsciously, he rubbed his eyes. Mom, don't worry. I may just be a college student now, but I work at the Dragon Nation research base. It counts as a formal position. Jiang Chen spoke with pride, and even over the phone, he could hear his mother's laughter. He assumed she felt relieved, at least, that's how he interpreted it. That's good. As long as you're doing well, we're at ease. Come visit whenever you can. I'll make your favorite braised pork belly. Your dad won't get to enjoy it until you come back. In those few simple sentences, Jiang Chen realized that no matter where he was, having a home to fall back on was the greatest blessing. Unconsciously, Jiang Chen's resolve toward reverse ocean currents technology grew even stronger. As a child, he had seen a movie. It was made in the UK. Those heartless bastards really could produce some good film stories of mortals standing shoulder to shoulder with gods. That line from the movie had left the deepest impression on Jiang Chen. He exchanged a few pleasantries with his mother. He hurried to his workbench. Gazing at one of the completed reverse ocean current technologies, a long-awaited smile finally spread across Jiang Chen's face. He immediately called Senior Su. Xiao Jiang? What's up? Is there something you don't understand in the manuscript? Reverse ocean current technology is tough, but don't worry. I've talked to that old Jiang guy. Even if you can't get it done within a week, he won't do anything to you. Senior Su's tone was filled with concern. It was as if he feared Jiang Chen might back down because the technology was too difficult. Was he really that kind of person? No. Senior Su, the first part of the ocean current reversal technology is complete. Please send someone to collect it and deploy it along the coastal border. Jiang Chen chuckled as he spoke. Senior Su remained silent on the other end, not uttering a word for a long while. He even thought the line might have dropped, or perhaps the signal was poor. Xiao Jiang, what did you say? You've actually built it? Senior Su's voice bordered on a shout, and Jiang Chen could detect disbelief in his tone. Creating technology capable of reversing ocean currents in a single night? That was no ordinary feat. It far surpassed the capabilities of the ghost racing car. Senior Su, when will you come to collect it? Now. Now. Senior Su's tone intensified once more. Clearly, he valued this technology even more than Jiang Chen did. Perhaps Jiang Chen's primary concern was his family and Su He, while Su Senior's was the entire Dragon Nation. This deepened Jiang Chen's admiration for Senior Su even further. Half an hour after Senior Su spoke, Shuaka drove the demon tank. Senior Su emerged from within, gazing at the colossal machine in the courtyard. For a moment, his voice caught in his throat. It wasn't just that Jiang Chen had built it. In a certain sense, it represented the culmination of the Dragon Nation's research base. It represented the unfulfilled aspirations of Su and his predecessors who had spent years striving for success. He approached cautiously, running his hand over the counter-current power system. Xiao Jiang, where should this be placed? The coastal research base. Where's old Jiang? Senior Su froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. This time he'll see what it's all about. Last time he looked like such a country bumpkin, just like when I first saw the ghost racer. The new generation is pushing the old aside. Even that old codger can't deny it now. Su's smile grew broader as he spoke. Laughing, he dialed Zhang's number. Old Jiang, clear some space on your coastal beaches right now. Old Su, what are you up to now? Commander Zhang was taken aback. Su Lai had just borrowed materials from him moments ago, and now he was demanding space again. Did he really think he was easy to push around, some kind of pushover? The power core for reversing the ocean currents is complete. We need to place it at your location. The moment Senior Su finished speaking, Zhang lost his composure. A loud "huh" burst out of his mouth. Old Su, say that again. What exactly are you talking about? On the other end of the line, Commander Zhang made no effort to hide his bewilderment. He even doubted his own hearing, though not his worldview. The power unit for the ocean current reversal technology, the research is complete. Su Lai patted the technology beside him and shouted into the phone. His face beamed with a radiant smile. Well, have you changed your mind about our Kyoto research base? Xiao Jiang is our research base's key personnel, all green lights. Hick. Old Su, don't joke with me. How could that thing be built in just one night? I'm not a 3-year-old kid. If you're going to fool me, at least come up with a more sophisticated scheme. Zhang's voice dripped with disdain, even finding Senior Su's acting unconvincing. Old Zhang, I'd be a fool to lie to you. Clear some space, I'm bringing it over right now. Old Su, you're not joking. Director Zhang finally began to take it seriously. Though Su Lai was usually easygoing, as the director of the capital's research base, he didn't joke about everything. If he said so, this matter was likely true. But how could that be possible? A college student creating a power system capable of reversing ocean currents in a single night? This is literally trampling my worldview underfoot. Chief Zhang kept reassuring himself mentally. This is all an illusion. Illusion. Send me the coordinates. I'm heading over now. Commander Zhang sent Su Lai his location. After hanging up, he sat motionless in his chair, clutching his teacup. It's fake. All fake. Old Su must be trying to pull the wool over my eyes. He must be. 56, Commander Jiang, the country bumpkin. Coastal Research Base, Dragon Nation. Chief Jiang sat alone, sipping his tea, lost in thought. His assistant walked in and saw the commander sitting there, lost in thought. He didn't need to ask to know what was on his mind. Commander Jiang, you didn't actually let that kid pull it off, did you? The assistant slammed a thick stack of IOUs onto the table and asked Jiang. Old Su said he did. Doesn't it seem unbelievable to you too? He's just a college student. Does he have an alien brain in there or something? Those blueprints for the ocean current reversal technology? Even I get a headache looking at them. The theories in there are all flawed. Yet in just one night, they actually got the power core for the ocean current reversal system working. Listening to Jiang's complaints, assistant couldn't help but chuckle. Sir, you said it yourself that reverse ocean current system gives even you a headache. How could a college student possibly? My guess is he probably built a scaled-down power system just for show. If it can make a small stream flow backward, that'd be impressive enough. The assistant's words eased the frown on Jiang's face. Just as he picked up the IOU on the desk to examine it, a buzzing roar suddenly filled the air from the doorway. Sir, Dean Su is here. Standing by the window, the assistant watched the speeding truck approach, his heart skipping a beat. The cargo on the truck was enormous. Its steel-like body gleamed in the light. It looked nothing like the technology found on Blue Star. It looked more like something straight out of a movie. Could he really have built this thing? Staring at the gleaming blue steel colossus, the assistant lost his composure. Commander Jiang followed him down the stairs in a hurry. Old Jiang. Come take a look. Before even getting out of the car, Su Lai waved Jiang to come take a look. The steel colossus rumbled, its dazzling blue light flickering intermittently. Even Jiang, who had seen it all, couldn't help but put on his reading glasses and carefully step forward to touch it. Old Su, just how much have you been hiding from us? The precision of this thing's outer shell alone far surpasses our current armor. With skills like yours, why didn't you properly upgrade our Dragon Nation's armored vehicles? Running his hands over the power core that reversed ocean currents, Commander Jiang examined it like a treasure, scrutinizing every detail. Occasionally, he tapped it with his fingers or gave it a gentle pat. Hey, look at you, acting like you've never seen anything like this before. But don't say I haven't considered overhauling the Dragon Nation's entire arsenal. You saw Xiao Jianglia's materials list. If you're willing to cover the costs, I'll modify everything for you. The moment Jiang Chen's material list was mentioned, Commander Zhang's face instantly turned a shade greener. As the commander of a coastal research base and military district, he was now penniless, burdened with mounting debts. Where could he even go to complain? Now, he found himself both hoping this technology would be perfected and dreading it. He was utterly caught in a state of internal conflict. Old Jiang, don't fret over it. This is for the people of Dragon Nation. These days, young men like Xiao Jiang who dedicate themselves to the nation and shoulder everything alone are few and far between. What's a measly billion in materials? What's there to be stingy about? Su Lai looked at Jiang's flushed face, its mix of dark, red, and green hues, and chuckled awkwardly. How about this? Once the outbreak subsides, we'll have a contest. We'll deliberately lose to you and compensate with some materials. What do you say? You'd be that generous? Jiang felt the sting of the remark, his reluctance palpable. Were it not for their years as comrades in arms, he'd have escorted Su Lai out on the spot. Look, I wouldn't cheat you. What would we compete in? The military parade. The one delayed by nuclear wastewater. Once that's over, we'll have a parade competition to see whose military bearing wins the people's favor. At the mention of military prowess, Commander Jiang perked up. Let's not get into other matters. As a coastal military region, every soldier was deeply beloved by the people of Dragon Nation. Phrases like "frontier soldiers stand eternal, unshakable" were widely circulated even online. Praise filled every street and alley. This contest he was bound to win. Alright, Old Su, it's rare to see you so generous. Here's the deal, if our military region wins, you just help me pay off part of my debt. If we lose, you can do whatever you want with me. Without a moment's hesitation, Commander Jiang agreed, completely oblivious to the sly grin spreading across Su Lai's face beside him. Old Jiang, you really are on my side. Of course I am. The two chatted and laughed. Su He and Commander Zhang's assistant, watching from the sidelines, were utterly dumbfounded. Especially the assistant. Hey! Comrades always seem to be joking around with each other. Uncle Su, Chief Shang, where should we put this? Shueka stepped forward, interrupting their conversation. Commander Jiang pointed toward the base along the coastline. Over there. I cleared it out specially. There's definitely enough space. As he spoke, he couldn't resist praising his own foresight. As if he'd known all along that this thing could be built. Excellent. Shueka followed Zhang's assistant as they summoned several armed helicopters and tower cranes from nearby. The cables were all super reinforced. The entire process went smoothly. The power core for reversing the ocean currents was also placed in its designated position. As the waves rose and fell, crashing against the core, the blue glow intensified, as if reborn. This sight filled everyone with immense joy. It won't be long now. Finally, we'll make those bastards from Sakura Nation reap what they sow and liberate the people. Shueku and Su Lai murmured. Commander Jiang also wore a look of satisfaction. He would not disappoint his role as both a military officer and the dean, nor the immense debt he owed. Kyoto, Longhu Villa. Jiang Chen stood before the workbench, assembling the remaining 3 major components. Once completed, it would reverse the ocean currents, dumping all the nuclear wastewater right back onto the face of the land of cherry blossoms. Ding! A text message arrived on his phone, sent by Senior Su. Attached were several photos showing the reversal technology site already prepared, awaiting the final components. Several messages followed. They were about Commander Su. Xiao Jiang, you should have seen the sight of that distinguished director of the Dragon Nation's research base and military commander looking like a complete bumpkin. But Commander Jiang has already given you a big thumbs up. Keep it up. Reading this, Jiang Chen let out a long sigh. He set his phone aside and patiently prepared the next set of components. At that very moment, the phone rang. It was his mother calling. Lately, his mother had been contacting him much more frequently than before. Son, how's your health? He could tell her voice sounded much better than before, even a little cheerful. I'm fine, Mom. Why are you so cheerful today? Thanks to going to the hospital, your father's condition has improved a lot. He's been eating well and sleeping soundly these past few days. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's heart finally settled. Don't worry, son. I called just to tell you not to fret, take care of yourself. Jiang Chen had thought that was all his mother would say, but what followed left him speechless. 57, I can only trust him. Your dad and I spent quite a bit this time. We've used up almost everything you gave us. Your dad will be discharged in a few days once he's fully recovered. Hearing this, anger surged through Jiang Chen once more. He'd told her countless times not to worry about money, he could handle it now. Her health was what mattered most. Mom, I'll transfer more to you later. Make sure you and Dad are fully recovered before going out. Don't worry, it's fine. All that money could have been saved for a wedding or a house. Your father and I are past middle age, whether we get sick or not doesn't really matter. Jiang Chen grew angrier with every word. Just as he was about to hang up to focus on making money, his mother continued, the only thing your father and I worry about now is your future, your other half. Once your lifelong matters are settled, we'll finally be at ease. Jiang Chen had heard this line countless times online and in movies. But hearing it come from his mother's mouth, he found himself lost in thought once more. Could it be that only after he resolved this matter could Mom and Dad finally focus their attention on him, finally love him properly? Jiang Chen decided to give it a try. Though the nuclear radiation posed significant risks compared to the uncertainties of the future, he had to put his parents' minds at ease. A white lie was still a lie. Mom, don't worry. I've been dating for a while now and we're getting married soon. I've already bought a house. You can rest easy. Jiang Chen said this, but his mother, who had watched him grow up, immediately sensed something was off. She fell silent for a moment before speaking up, then bring her home to meet us. Otherwise, your father and I won't be able to sleep or eat properly. A deadly 1-2 punch. Sure enough, one lie begets countless others until it becomes the truth. Alright, once I bring her back, can you focus on your treatment without worrying about money? MHM. Mom paused for a moment before reluctantly agreeing to Jiang Chen's request. After hanging up, Jiang Chen transferred the remaining money to his mom, the last savings in his account. After completing the reverse ocean current project, Jiang Chen planned to take on more orders to sustain his comfortable life. Ding! The workbench activated. Jiang Chen input the assembly formulas for all 3 components at once. All that remained was to wait patiently. Meanwhile, Sakura Nation, Coastal Military Base. Grand Lord Niu Huanqi reluctantly called Commander Max of the Eagle Nation. He reported the triumphant news. Commander, you truly live up to your reputation as a 5-star general of Eagle Nation. This plan was brilliant. We haven't spotted that unidentified sea creature for days now. Clearly, it's scared. Moreover, reliable sources indicate we've inadvertently weakened the neighboring Dragon Nation's capabilities. As he spoke, Lord Niu Huanqi joyfully switched to speakerphone and set the phone down. He picked up a small fan nearby and began celebrating his victory with an extremely peculiar dance. He resembled nothing so much as a bow-legged old crone. Excellent. Truly worthy allies of the Eagle Nation. A nation like yours knows only victory, never defeat. Perhaps in the future, your lives won't be confined to that tiny island anymore. Hearing this, Grand Prince Niu Huanqi's eyes lit up even brighter. He swiftly answered the call, showering the other party with flattery. Expanding territories in Sakura Nation, that was an incredibly explosive achievement. Perhaps one day he could even join the Kikoku Society. Commander, is this true? Max smiled. As long as you remain an ally of the Eagle Nation, it can be achieved. Niu Huanqi felt his confidence surge at these words. After exchanging a few more compliments, he was pumped up like he'd been injected with adrenaline. Soldiers, open all the floodgates for the nuclear wastewater. Your Highness, this could endanger us. Threaten us? Lord Niu Huanqi chuckled. Nowadays, he was the one doing the threatening. No one else dared threaten him. All our food comes from Eagle Nation. What is there to fear? As long as the sea doesn't flood us and drown our cherry blossom empire, we'll be unbeatable. The trembling soldier dared not speak further, staring at the seemingly deranged Niu Huanqi. They could only follow orders. 1 day. 2 days. As the floodgates opened fully, dead fish began floating on the surface while the ocean depths remained pitch black. Dragon Nation, Kyoto Research Base. Su Lai stared at the seawater test report. His brow furrowed even deeper. The current nuclear wastewater content exceeds 50%. Senior Ling, are the seeds you're cultivating ready yet? If we don't harvest them soon, the people might not even have enough to eat. Beside him, Elder Ling clutched his stomach, his face deathly pale. There's nothing we can do. You can't force growth on these things. He himself ate food bought from outside, reserving all the produce cultivated by his company for the people. What else could he do? What about the ocean current reversal technology? It'll take another 2 days to complete. Su Lai's face showed helplessness. 2 days. Who knows how many more people will see their infections worsen? Old Su, can Zhang's reverse ocean current technology really purify the nuclear wastewater? Ling Lao spoke with deep concern. The Dragon Nation couldn't withstand any more turmoil at this moment. The people are suffering terribly, and even his son Ling Xiao has been infected. If Xiao Zhang's technology fails and we have to divert resources to develop new solutions, the situation could become even worse. I have faith in Xiao Jiang. Su Lai murmured softly. Looking back, whether it was the ghost racer or the airplane tank, this young man Xiao Jiang always brought surprises to the Dragon Nation. He brought surprises to the research base. This time, he chose to trust Jiang Chen. From the very beginning. Old Ling nodded in agreement, though a trace of worry still flickered between his brows. Reversing ocean currents technology, this was a field the research base had never conquered in years. Harnessing the power of the ocean. The very thought was thrilling. But, could this truly be accomplished by a college student? Perhaps. Recalling Xiao Zhang's past endeavors, all he could hope for now was that Xiao Jiang would create a miracle and revive the Dragon Nation. Once everything is perfected, a military parade will be held to showcase their strength. 2 days passed in a flash. With a ding from the workbench, Jiang Chen rolled over and sat up, hearing news that thrilled him. Notice, the ocean current reversal technology has been completed. Please retrieve it promptly, host. 58. Tank blasts through the mountain. Jiang Chen approached the workbench, examining the 3 massive components remaining before him. He quickly grabbed his phone to send pictures of the parts to Senior Su and requested his presence for inspection. The rumble of trucks echoed outside the door. Less than half an hour after sending the message, Su Lai arrived at Jiang Chen's garden with a heavy-duty truck. Xiao Jiang. The situation has grown even more critical. The nuclear radiation levels in the ocean have now reached 50%. Hurry up, pack your things and come with me. We must fully activate the ocean current reversal technology today. Senior Su's voice was filled with urgency. When Jiang Chen heard that figure, he couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. He dared not imagine what the ocean must look like now. Senior Su instructed the soldiers behind him to use the tower crane to load the remaining 3 components onto the truck. Jiang Chen climbed directly into the vehicle with Senior Su, heading straight for the coastal research base. Though it was only 7 in the morning, and the city was just beginning to stir, the personnel at the coastal research base were already in position. Before they even reached the entrance, Commander Zhang, accompanied by his assistant and a group of researchers, had already completed their preparations. They stood ready to receive the remaining components. 3 or 5 armed helicopters circled overhead, while tower cranes stood ready on the ground. Old Su. Quick, over here. Director Zhang directed the heavy truck to park at the center of the coastal base. Armed helicopters began lowering cables, while the tower crane was already suspended and positioned, all executed seamlessly. According to Jiang Chen's original estimate, the fastest completion would take at least an hour. But now, in just over 10 minutes, the research base personnel had completed everything. Old Su, come over here fast. We need to figure this out, this part won't fit. Suddenly, Commander Zhang, directing operations up front, stomped his foot and shouted. Jiang Chen and Su Lai didn't hesitate, rushing over to investigate immediately. The remaining 3 components were the shell of the reverse ocean current technology, the mounting frame, and the resonance core. At this point, the resonance core and hull had already been installed. But the mounting frame just wouldn't stay in place. Xiao Jiang, can we remove this mounting frame? Senior Su tentatively asked Jiang Chen, but his suggestion was quickly dismissed. If we remove it, there's a high risk it could endanger us when the machine activates. Upon hearing this, immediately grew displeased. Every minute was precious now. Chief Zhang, isn't there anything in the coastal research area that can be used for stabilization? Yes, but this is clearly beyond the scope. Jiang pointed to the base of the frame as he spoke, and Jiang Chen could clearly hear his molars grinding. Senior Su stepped forward, surveying the mounting gap needing to be thicker than the wellhead itself, and shook his head helplessly. To meet this anchoring requirement, forget the coastal research base, you'd be hard-pressed to find even a handful across the entire Dragon Nation. Who would go out of their way to build a steel pillar as thick as a wellhead? Little Jiang, do you have any good ideas now? Su Lai glanced at his watch and addressed Jiang Chen. He surveyed the surroundings, studying the coastal base's terrain. Since the goal was to secure something in place, fixing the ocean current reversal technology would solve everything. Senior Su, summon Shueka and the Wraith Tank. I have a grand idea. The Wraith Tank? Senior Su looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. What use would a tank be for anchoring this thing? Could he possibly be planning to have the Wraith Tank weigh it down? Seeing Jiang Chen remain silent, Senior Su could only nod in agreement. But a dark shadow clearly fell over Commander Zhang's face. Jiang Chen, right? I've met nearly every demand you made for this ocean current reversal technology. Now, even the most basic installation is failing. You wouldn't be toying with us old fools, would you? Commander Zhang glanced at the gap in the mounting frame, then looked back at Jiang Chen. This was clearly a calculated gambit. If you can't deliver, don't try to prove yourself. You build something decent, only to fail at the most basic mounting. Who could stand for that? And they still plan to drive the tank over it. Are they seriously going to hoist that ghost tank up there and treat it like a gravity stone? As Commander Zhang's rage surged through his mind, Shueku received the order. On the ground, a massive black hole appeared. It was a direct blow to Commander Zhang and his men. A black hole? His assistant stared wide-eyed at the enormous black opening before them, its depths dotted with stars stretching endlessly into the void. Shueka piloted the Wraith Tank out. Through the tank's radio, she announced, Jiang Chen, Senior Su, and Commander Zhang, Shueku is in position. Commander Zhang, with words of anger on the tip of his tongue, stared at the pitch-black hole before him and froze in shock. Was this humanity's unknown dimension? Could this be the black hole countless scientists had sought? How could it appear here? And how could Shueku emerge from the black hole piloting a tank? Commander Zhang froze in place. Su Lai brushed past him and approached Jiang Chen. Jiang, hurry up. Jiang Chen nodded and pointed toward the opposite side of the research base, a mountain peak whose base connected to the ocean. Shueku, fire the laser at minimum energy. At the word fire, everyone froze in place. Shueku didn't hesitate. He knew Jiang Chen's authority at the research base meant smooth sailing. He fired without hesitation. A sapphire blue laser sliced through the sky. A massive breach appeared where the ocean connected. Commander Zhang, have the aircraft deliver this reverse ocean current technology to that gap. Brutal. Too ruthless. Su Lai watched in awe, exclaiming, that's ruthless. Even more ruthless than the most ruthless. Commander Zhang stared at the immense breach before him, utterly speechless. He never imagined that young Jiang Chen would dare to fire an Italian cannon right at his own research base. Blasting mountains to secure technology. In a daze, Commander Zhang directed the armed helicopter to transport the components to the designated location. Shueku. Without him noticing, Jiang Chen hurriedly called out Shueka's name. Shueku instantly understood, smiling and nodding before another blast echoed. Boom! A massive explosion reverberated through the reverse ocean current technology facility. Sparks flew everywhere. Commander Zhang stared in stunned disbelief. First you blow up the mountain, now you're blowing up your own tech. What the hell are you trying to do, kid? As the smoke cleared, the reverse ocean current technology was now successfully embedded at the base of the mountain. Su Lai stared at the scene before him and couldn't help but step forward to give Jiang Chen a thumbs up. When it comes to surprises, you've got to be the one, little Jiang. What the hell is a surprise? This is it. Let's begin. Let them experience it firsthand. Su Lai pointed toward the east, across the sea, a long-awaited smile finally spreading across his face. 59 towering waves. Jiang Chen nodded, taking the ocean current reversal controller to the coastline. Following behind him were Commander Zhang, Su Lai, and the others. As he pressed the controller, the ocean current reversal technology responded. Its glow grew increasingly intense. The entire device hummed with energy. Boom! A massive wave erupted from within, lashing across the sea surface. Even he and Senior Su, who were far away, were knocked backward by the force of the shockwave. Commander Zhang shielded his eyes with both hands, leaving only a narrow slit. It worked? He stammered. But the sea remained unchanged, still dotted with radioactive foam and shimmering with iridescent hues. The direction of the waves remained unchanged. Xiao Jiang, is this it? Su Lai's expression visibly tensed as he stared at the still calm sea, his heart pounding in his throat. Not yet. This was merely the first test. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah, right. How could Xiao Zhang's technology be like this? Before the crowd could catch their breath, a second shockwave followed immediately. This time, the air pressure surge was significantly larger than the first. Under the immense pressure, the ocean waves churned violently. Su Lai and Commander Jiang distinctly felt the ground beneath their feet tremble slightly. Their gazes instinctively turned toward the colossal steel monstrosity nestled within the mountains. "You actually pulled it off, kid. In just 1 week." Jiang's expression was inscrutable. The words he had spoken to Xiao Jiang back then came vividly to mind. He had underestimated the man. His vision had been too narrow. Senior Su, Chief Xiang, we're about to officially launch now. Expect some initial turbulence. Don't worry, Xiao Jiang, we can handle it. Exactly, the bigger the better. I'd love to see if those bastards in Sakura country can handle it. A surge of delight welled up within Su Lai and Commander Jiang. Jiang Chen clicked the controller. The ocean current reversal system activated fully. The moment the button pressed, the entire ocean seemed to tremble. Waves crashed against every surface, as if declaring it could no longer contain its long simmering fury. Boom! A muffled explosion. The surging waves began to synchronize. They rolled eastward in succession, wave after wave. Success! Witnessing this, Su Lai shouted with joy, the heavy weight on his heart finally lifted. Commander Jiang stared blankly at the sea, murmuring to himself, "We've cracked it. The problem that stumped the research base for years. We've cracked it." His assistant beside him covered her mouth, exclaiming in disbelief. Shueko, however, smiled calmly, watching the sunlight reflecting off the eastern waves. Before her, the leading youth stood silhouetted against the eastern sun, his back the only visible form. She solemnly saluted Jiang Chen with a military salute. Immediately after, the researchers saluted, followed by the military personnel. "Old Su, forgive me for my earlier misunderstanding of Xiao Jiang." "Oh, come on. Don't I know your temper? We're family, no need for formalities." Senior Su and Commander Jiang discussed past events behind the scenes. Jiang Chen overheard and turned with a smile. The sight brought a lump to Commander Jiang's throat. What a fine young man. Old Su hadn't misjudged him. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old, each wave stronger than the last. Chief Xiang, the ocean current reversal system is now fully operational. By noon, these polluted waters should have left the Dragon Nation. Good. 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 3 resounding goods later, Commander Jiang found himself increasingly amazed by the youth before him. Jiang Chen's details kept flashing through his mind. Even now, he still couldn't believe that Jiang Chen was merely a college student. Yet every record concerning Jiang Chen displayed unknown. In the eyes of this veteran scientist, such a situation could only mean 2 things. First, he was not a citizen of the Dragon Nation. Second, his records had been encrypted by the highest authority. Clearly, Jiang Chen fell into the latter category. Very few individuals could achieve such a level of classification. Not even Director Jiang could do it. Director Jiang, as the head of the Coastal Research Base, I'm entrusting this controller to you. I'll have the manual organized and ready for you tomorrow. Watching the ocean currents reverse, Jiang Chen turned back and handed the controller to Director Jiang. All right, Jiang. You've done well. Hearing those words, Jiang Chen felt a flicker of relief. For so many days, he had lived under the pressure from Director Jiang and the people of Longhua. Now, at last, he could relax. He slowly raised his head, gazing toward the east, to the horizon where sky met sea. How will you confront the waves bearing the wrath of the sea and the people of the Dragon Kingdom? Land of cherry blossoms. Coastal Military District. Grand Lord Niu Huanqi sat in his chair, strategizing as he watched the continuous discharge of nuclear wastewater, nodding with satisfaction. Suddenly, an inexplicable tremor struck. Teacups on the table trembled. Soldiers? What's happening? Grand Lord Niu Huanqi stepped out of his office, observing soldiers bustling around various instruments before inquiring. Your Highness. It's bad. The flow of the seawater has suddenly changed. Upon hearing this, Niu Huanqi's alertness shot through the roof. He rushed to the instruments. He observed the test ripples displaying an extremely peculiar pattern. What's happening? Could there be a volcanic eruption somewhere on the seabed? Your Highness, that's impossible. An ordinary volcanic eruption couldn't possibly affect ocean currents. The soldier, hearing Niu Huanqi's words, hurriedly added. If it's not an undersea eruption, how could the ocean currents possibly be altered? Lord Niu Huanqi's heart tightened. He kept searching for the truth. He hoped his judgment hadn't failed him. Though our instruments have limited detection range, current evidence indicates the ocean current shift began near Fish Farm Island. Fish Farm Island? Could it be that mysterious object on the seabed again? Niu Huanqi's heart leapt into his throat. Though he hadn't seen the unidentified object recently, he had a vague feeling that the reversal of the ocean currents was undoubtedly connected to it. Commander! A massive wave detected. The soldier was frantic, his voice stuttering slightly. What? How long until it hits? 1 minute. Hearing this, Lord Niu Huanqi lost his composure and immediately stepped out of the base. Damn it! Lord! This. The soldier couldn't help but let out a curse. Niu Huanqi's pupils contracted to pinpricks. Not far from the sea's surface, a black tidal wave as tall as a skyscraper surged toward them. Like the Grim Reaper itself, it stared down at Niu Huanqi and his companions. 60. Such a young man deserves an award. Soldier, hurry. Open the base gates. If that wave crashes into the base, it'll uproot us from our foundations. Niu Huanqi, the Grand Lord, shouted anxiously, while the soldiers behind him were utterly flustered. Most of those working here were clerical staff. They'd never seen anything like this before. Grand Duke, it's too late. Opening the gates will take minutes. The waves are moving too fast. Retreat. Order the entire force to evacuate immediately. Grand Lord Niu Huanqi shouted, leading by example as he dashed into the base. The black tidal wave, carrying floating multicolored foam, closed in within an instant. Many soldiers were swept into the abyss before they could retreat. Grand Duke. Soldiers' heads would occasionally surface from the waves, only to be swallowed back up moments later. Niu Huanqi leapt down into the center of the base command. The base's lower level connected to a submarine docking station. Fortunately, one was docked nearby. From opening the hatch to sitting inside and starting the submarine, Lord Niu Huanqi completed the sequence in one fluid motion. Boom! The wave crashed against the base, shattering the glass into fine fragments in an instant. Under the immense force of the impact, the shoddy construction of the base couldn't hold out for even 5 seconds. The sound of cracking reinforced concrete echoed from its very foundations. Lord Niu Huanqi started the submarine and emerged from beneath the base. Despite falling debris, the submarine remained relatively intact. Surveying the devastated research facility, Lord Niu Huanqi's features tightened. Unidentified creature. I will not rest until you are destroyed. He snarled, pinning all blame on the unidentified object lurking beneath the sea. Just as Lord Niu Huanqi believed this was the end. Behind him, another wave crashed in. This one was even more colossal than before. The surging waves revealed the wrath of the sea god. It charged straight toward Lord Niu Huanqi. Damn it! Why is it coming again? Lord Niu Huanqi was stunned. Staring at the colossal wave, he even forgot to activate the submarine to escape. The black wave towered 100 meters high, its depths pitch black and unfathomable. Niu Huanqi resigned himself to his fate. He activated the recording device and swiftly connected to the Sakura Nation's High Command. Niu Huanqi? Damn it! Inside the Sakura Nation's High Command Center, as they watched the video call from Niu Huanqi and were about to ask what was happening, only to see his utterly disheveled face followed by a flash of the black tidal wave. They were instantly stunned into speechlessness. Beep. Lord Niu Huanqi's video feed cut off. No one knew whether he was alive or dead. But to survive such a colossal wave, one must have done no shortage of good deeds in this lifetime. The lead commander stared fixedly at the frozen frame on the screen. The soldier behind him immediately reporting to Morita Taro. The giant wave is estimated to reach the western coast in a few minutes. Morita Taro, sporting a handlebar mustache and round spectacles. His eyes were filled with worry. Quickly! Dispatch all armed forces to rescue civilians first. Additionally, deploy a team of underwater commandos. Find out exactly what went wrong. How could such a massive tsunami occur so suddenly? Yes, sir. Soldiers scrambled frantically. The telephone lines were nearly torn apart. Fortunately, under Morita Taro's command, armed helicopters, armored transport vehicles, and amphibious land vehicles had already been swiftly deployed. Great Emperor! Please protect us. Kyoto, Dragon Nation Research Base. After handing over the controller for the ocean current reversal technology to Commander Jiang Chen returned here with Xueku and Su Lai. The moment they stepped through the door, Du Yongkang and Ling Xiao emerged from inside. Anxiety etched itself across their faces. How did it go, Jiang, Su? Did it work? Just now, I vaguely sensed something like an earthquake. Did something go wrong? Su Lai took a few steps forward inside. This sigh. It nearly sent Du Yongkang and Elder Ling away. So it's still impossible, is it? This major problem that has plagued the Dragon Nation's research base for years, reversing ocean currents, truly cannot be overcome. Old Ling clenched his fists. Du Yongkang's face was equally clouded with worry, his entire appearance seeming to age several years. This catastrophe facing Dragon Nation seems inescapable. Watching the two elders sigh in despair, Su Lai scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled. Don't be so hasty, I haven't finished yet. I was just letting out a sigh of relief. Su Lai laughed awkwardly, only to meet furious glares from Du Yongkang and Elder Ling. So it was a success. Yes. A resounding success. It won't be long before the nuclear radiation in the seas near Dragon Nation is cleared. Hearing this, Old Ling and Du Yongkang's expressions softened considerably, their furrowed brows gradually relaxing. Old Su, you bastard, you know how to scare people. You nearly gave us a heart attack just now. Exactly. Next time you take a deep breath before speaking, watch out, I might just give you a shoulder throw. A smile flashed across Du Yongkang's face, one he hadn't shown in days. His mood lifted considerably. He demonstrated military boxing moves to Su Lai, and Ling Xiao also began to cheer up. With this, the calamity facing the people of Longwa had passed. Su He and Ling Xiao would both recover. Thinking of Su He and Ling Xiao, Du Yongkang decided to visit his two nephews and nieces first. They were now key members of the capital military district. Old Ling, you should go see how young Ling is doing. I'll go check on Su He. Xiao Jiang, are you coming? Du Yongkang addressed the group. The joy of success must be shared with everyone, especially with those fighting on the front lines. All right. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. This time, Du Yongkang personally drove, taking Jiang Chen and the others to the hospital. The disaster had just ended. Ambulances still dominated the streets. Along the way, Du Yongkang couldn't help but express his gratitude. Xiao Jiang, we owe this to you. If you hadn't stopped this disaster in time, who knows how many more people would have been infected. Su Lai nodded in agreement. Once again, Xiao Jiang had shouldered the entire burden alone. Fortunately, the theoretical research from the base had provided some assistance. Otherwise, even with Xiao Zhang's genius, it wouldn't have been possible to develop a solution so quickly. Old Du, once we get back, we should report this matter. Xiao Jiang has done so much for us, we can't just give him some verbal authority. The nation should properly award Xiao Jiang. Du Yongkang nodded in agreement. Senior Su, Commander Du, as a citizen of Dragon Nation, this is simply my duty. I truly have no need for those so-called powers. Jiang Chen was calculating in his mind. He claimed he didn't want that power, and deep down, he truly didn't. What use was that stuff? Could it make money? Clearly not. That won't do. Little Jiang, you must listen to me on this matter. Shueiko leaned in from the side. Jiang Chen, you saved the nation, there's no need for modesty. I know you dislike all that fanfare and titles, you've always been this way. But we want you to receive the recognition you deserve. Just listen to Uncle Su on this matter. That way, we'll all feel better about it. 61. Selflessness, dedication, magnificence. Jiang Chen couldn't persuade Shueiko, and he certainly couldn't persuade Senior Su. But in his heart, nothing compared to securing more orders. The journey wasn't long. Commander Du drove swiftly, and to Jiang Chen, it felt like they'd reached the hospital after just a few turns. Inside, it was still packed with people. Many people were clutching their hard-earned money as they waited in line. Jiang Chen followed Senior Su and Commander Du all the way up to the second floor. Su He lay in the hospital bed. Though color had returned to her face, her lips remained dry and cracked. Xinghan's condition, however, wasn't as severe as they'd feared. She probably hadn't eaten much at the time. Jiang Chen, you're here. Su He saw Jiang Chen enter and tried to sit up, propping herself up with both hands. But Senior Su pressed her back down. Don't move yet. Xiao Jiang, your Uncle Du, and Shueika came specifically to see you. And we've brought some good news. Su He's lips curved into a faint smile. The ocean current reversal technology succeeded, didn't it? How did you know? Did Shueika sneakily tell you? Shueika hurried over, waving her hands to signal she had nothing to do with it. Look over there. Su He pointed to the television on the opposite wall. A news video was playing. According to the latest report from the Coastal Research Base, our nation has successfully developed technology to alter ocean currents. The marine environment is gradually transforming. Citizens, please rest assured. As contributors to this breakthrough, the Coastal Base and the Kyoto Research Base have been fighting on the front lines, serving as the pride of our nation. Today, we have invited Director Jiang Changyuan of the Coastal Research Base to address everyone. On the television, Zhang Changguan, dressed in military uniform. He delivered a passionate speech before the ocean current reversal technology. Before the cameras, Commander Jiang seemed transformed, radiating confidence and vigor. His words rang out with conviction. This technology represents years of dedicated effort by our nation. I extend my deepest gratitude to every researcher at the Kyoto Research Base. Without their tireless dedication, we would still be deep in disaster today. At this point, a nearby reporter zoomed in for a close-up. Holding his microphone, he approached Commander Jiang and asked sincerely, "May I ask who the key figures behind this technology are? The people of our nation should regard them as heroes." The reporter's words had barely faded. Su Lai and Du Yongkang silently held their breath in anxiety. Old Jiang, he wouldn't just expose Jiang Chen like this, would he? Jiang Chen's files were all classified. The core researcher behind this technology is a university student from the research base. A university student? After hearing Officer Zhang finish, Su Lai and the others breathed a sigh of relief. But on TV, the reporter looked utterly skeptical. "Commissioner Zhang, are you saying the person who developed this colossal steel behemoth behind us is a university student? Could you please tell the people of Longwa his name? I'm afraid that's classified information. Besides, this university student doesn't care for all that hero business. I once asked him, and he simply replied, pure love, solely for the Dragon Nation." The moment the words left his mouth, the reporters burst into applause. Pure love, solely for the Dragon Nation. What a remarkable quality: selflessness, devotion, magnificence. At this point, the reporter's questions were essentially concluded. Immediately following was the VCR showcasing the reverse ocean current technology. It was massive and majestic, radiating a brilliant blue glow. Hey! Old Jiang really hit the nail on the head with that line: pure love, solely for the Dragon Nation. Good thing he didn't mention Xiaojiang. That would have been trouble. Sulai watched the video, silently giving Commander Jiang a thumbs up. Sui tilted her head, looking at Jiang Chen. I actually think the reporter said it pretty well too. Jiang Chen froze under her gaze. Selfless, devoted, noble, that was a bit over the top. Dad, shouldn't we report on Jiang Chen this time and award him some honor? Of course. Just wait a few more days until this disaster is completely over and the military parade concludes. Then I'll submit the recommendation. Hearing that Jiang Chen would receive an honor, Sui breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! After the VCR finished playing, Su Lai and Du Yongkong's phones hadn't stopped ringing. Old Su, is that college student on TV the same rookie from last time? Old Du. You old fox, when did you manage to recruit such a talent? Spill it. What good stuff did they hide in the parade that they wouldn't let us see? You just wanted to steal the spotlight for yourself, didn't you? Su Lai and Du Yongkong wore expressions of utter helplessness. These old guys, each one sharp as a tack. The video had barely finished playing before the call started pouring in. Xiao Jiang is a core member of both our Beijing military region and the research base. There's no way we'd just let you know. The two exchanged a glance. Then, turning to the phone, they said in unison, no comment. Old Su, you're being way too petty. And you too, old Du. We just wanted to get acquainted, nothing more. Put. Su Lai frowned. Others might be clueless, but he knew exactly what these old codgers were scheming. Want to get acquainted? Fine. Wait until after the parade. Old Su, you're being unfair. You just want to steal the spotlight for yourself. Show us some consideration too. At that moment, the commanders of Longgua's major military districts and the directors of research bases all wore worried expressions. Old Su must be holding back something big. If he can develop technology to reverse ocean currents, this young man is truly formidable. Imagine what he could achieve in military capabilities. Then this military parade would undoubtedly showcase the full might of the capital military district, Dragon Nation Coastal Base. Commander Jiang had just finished fielding reporters' questions when calls from other military districts began pouring in. Old Jiang, do you know who that young man is? Why is everyone asking about this? The parade is imminent. Everyone wants their military region to showcase advanced weaponry and demonstrate strength. It's not that I won't tell you, but that young man's file has been classified as confidential. As soon as Commander Jiang finished speaking, silence fell. A college student, his file classified as confidential. This is unprecedented in the Dragon Nation in a century. Focus on training your military discipline. Stop dwelling on trivial matters. Zhang hung up the phone and glanced at the reverse ocean current technology. Only after confirming everything was in order did he walk to the rear of the research base with a sense of relief. He gathered his personnel and commenced training. He had to win the bet with Su Lai. With his mounting debts, he couldn't afford to let old Su shoulder the burden it would take years to repay. Attention, entire unit. Assume military posture and march in step. 62, heart-pounding. Military districts across the nation were swamped with work. Though the disaster had passed, personnel at military bases and research facilities remained relentlessly occupied. Old Su. How's Sui doing? And young Master Ling. Capital Military District. Du Yongkong called Su Lai while soldiers drilled rigorously behind him. Row upon row stood in perfect formation. Much better. He'll be transferred this afternoon. Good. Remember to bring the ghost racing car. During the parade, I want Sui leading the charge at the very front. Kyoto, Longhu Villa. Xiaojiang, are you busy right now? Commander Du? Please speak plainly. What's the matter? Come to the military district. Su He and Ling Xiao will be training with the ghost racer this afternoon. If possible, provide some guidance. All right. Jiang Chen agreed readily. After sorting the materials in the courtyard, he hailed a taxi and headed toward the military district. Along the way, the citizens of Dragon Nation appeared much better than before. The streets bustled with people, and everything had returned to normal. At the entrance of the capital military district, from a distance, Jiang Chen spotted Commander Du. Surrounded by a bustling crowd of officers, one figure stood out as extremely familiar to Jiang Chen. He was covered in medals, his face stern and resolute. It was none other than Commander Guo from the meeting. According to Shueku, he was the commander of the Northern Military District and had a close relationship with Commander Du. Yet these two old men were constantly competing. Neither would yield to the other. Old Guo, you didn't even give me a heads up about your visit. I could have sent someone to pick you up. After all, you are a commander. Old Du, I know you well, always on guard against me. If I hadn't dropped by unexpectedly, how else would I have seen your parade rehearsal? The two generals laughed heartily, bantering and joking. As the roar of the car grew closer, Commander Du also noticed Jiang Chen. He turned to exchange a few whispered words with Shueika before leading Commander Guo and the others upstairs. Jiang Chen. Shueika dashed to Jiang Chen's side, greeting him with unbridled enthusiasm. Su He and young Master Ling are both here. The parade is imminent. Come with me to the training ground, we'll start right now. Commander Du? Jiang Chen asked in a low voice. He's accompanying commanders from other military districts in the Operations Command Center. After all, the Evil Spirit series forces are too formidable, it's better they don't watch up close. Shueika hurriedly smoothed things over, though Jiang Chen understood the truth. If he were to reveal these weapons were his creation in front of them, those old-timers would likely hail taxis overnight to come tear his house apart. Shueika led the way ahead. Jiang Chen followed behind. On the training ground, personnel were all in position. Shueku, Sui, Ling Xiao, and others entered the Wraith series armored vehicles. Other soldiers assembled various instruments. Inside the command center, surround sound filled the air. The central LCD screen broadcasted real-time footage from the training ground. A thin black line divided the screen into 4 sections. The top left showed Sui's feed, displaying real-time data from the Wraith Racer and the cockpit view. The upper right corner showed Ling Xiao, while the lower right corner displayed Shueku. The center pane displayed the military district's soldiers. It was quite professional. As for Jiang Chen, Du Yongkang didn't give him a chance to show his face, a perfect protective measure for Jiang Chen. He knew full well the temperament of these Jiang faction members. If they discovered Jiang Chen was behind these developments, he wouldn't find peace even in the Dragon Kingdom. Old Du, with all these screens, you must have something good to show us. Commander Guo shot Du Yongkang a glance. He knew exactly what kind of man Commander Du was. Whenever the preliminaries were this elaborate during a military parade, it always meant they were saving the big show for later. Heh, with the commander of the Northern Military Region personally attending our rehearsal, we'd be remiss not to showcase something substantial. Du Yongkang's heart swelled with excitement as he spoke. Earlier, you all thought our military region would lose the bounty competition. This time, I'll let you see just how strong our military region really is. Du Yongkang stepped forward. He picked up the microphone on the table and began his address. Attention all units. The commander of the Northern Military Region, the commander of the China Military Region, the commander of the Border Military Region, and 4 other commanders are here to observe. Everyone, be on your absolute best behavior. Anyone who makes a mistake and disgraces the capital military region will start with a 10-kilometer run upon returning. Yes, sir. The thunderous chorus of soldiers' responses echoed through the surrounding speakers. Just hearing it sent a chill down one's spine. Su He. Shueku. Ling Xiao. Proceed as instructed, you 3 first. The moment Du Yongkang finished speaking, the trio responded in unison. Su He took the lead, stomping down on the accelerator. The immense thrust propelled the ghost racing car skyward. Its speed was so immense that it left a trail of afterimages in the air. This floor-to-the-mat launch instantly hooked the attention of all the military commanders. Their jaws dropped so wide they could have swallowed a cow. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Absolutely playing tricks. A race car breaking the sound barrier? Reaching Mach speed? Leaving an afterimage? Commander Guo staggered backward as if his brain had been deprived of oxygen. Fortunately, others caught him, otherwise, he would have hit the back of his head on the ground. Du Yongkang approached Commander Guo with a smile, supporting him while explaining, Old Guo, this is called a launch start. As the name suggests, it's flooring the accelerator to the max, pushing speed to its absolute limit. No sooner had Du Yongkang finished speaking. Sui piloted the ghost racing car to the very center of the training ground. Beside Sui were several unmanned armored vehicles. Any keen observer could tell these were replicas of the British-made armored Boxer. Among the world's top 10 armored vehicles. Old Du, I'm fine. So, what are we doing now? Commander Guo stared at the demon spirit race car on the screen. His face was filled with confusion. Before he could finish speaking, Shueika piloted the Wraith tank right up to Sui's side. Old Guo, you gotta watch this closely, this move's called face-to-face ultimate. Ha? Face-to-face ultimate. Old Guo was utterly baffled, but the next second. In the video, Shueika piloted the Wraith tank right before Sui. The pitch-black barrel began gathering energy. Old Du. Stop them. At this distance, no race car could possibly withstand that. This is a matter of life and death. Guo Zhangguan pointed at the screen, his voice booming with panic. The next second, a blinding white light erupted before the Wraith race car. Everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. At such close range, this is bad. Old Du was taking far too many risks. Doesn't he care if his own men get hurt? Taking a cannonball point blank. That's courting death. The sudden, frenzied scene instantly made Commander Guo and the others' eyes pop out in shock, their hearts trembling. 63, don't be so reckless. We're only here to learn. Commander Guo urgently radioed Du Yongkang, let's not be so reckless. I'm here to observe the parade rehearsal, not seek thrills. Commanders from other military regions were also sweating bullets. This was the most intense parade performance they'd ever witnessed. Old Du, call an ambulance fast. At this close range, that soldier is in danger. The commanders from other military regions exclaimed anxiously. They were referring, of course, to Shueku inside the ghost racing car. But before the words had even faded, the smoke cleared. The ghost racer stood before them, completely undamaged. Instead, the surrounding armored vehicles had vanished without a trace. No need to guess, they had been reduced to ashes. Old Du, what the hell is going on? Commander Guo steadied himself with great effort, staring blankly at the screen. It all felt so unreal. Du Yongkang smiled faintly. Rest assured, our military district's armor isn't something those primitive Brits can compare to. A mere artillery shell won't even scratch them. The statement sent shockwaves through the room. A mere artillery shell? A race car? You've got to be kidding me. Why not just say your race car can withstand a mere nuclear bomb? Seeing their expressions, Du Yongkang felt a secret thrill. It's like a beggar in the mountains. Everything's new and exciting. They've never seen anything like this before. We've only just tested the Demon Racer's speed and defense. The Railtech hasn't even been shown yet. Maybe I should call for a ventilator first, just in case you guys pass out later. Du Yongkang thought this to himself, but dared not voice it aloud. After all, the attendees were all military district commanders. Old Guo, fellow commanders, let's keep our cool. This is merely our military region's most basic capabilities, things we couldn't possibly showcase during a parade. Just consider it entertainment, an appetizer. Commander Guo's eyes brimmed with resentment as he glared at Du Yongkang. Why did he feel more and more like punching him? This is just an appetizer? Why not pull out those impossible stunts from the movies and show us what you're really made of? If you're so capable, go intercept a nuclear missile. If you're so capable, go shoot down some aliens. You're getting way too cocky, kid. Old Guo. Look up at the sky. Just as Commander Guo was deep in thought, the other military district commanders behind him shouted in unison. On the screen. Against the azure sky. A pitch-black hole stood out starkly. Attention! Spatial jump has been initiated. Pilots, prepare for impact. Ling Xiao piloted the Wraith aircraft, its cockpit audio relayed live to the command center speakers. The alarm blared like thunder, piercing every soul. Holy! A black hole. Slap me a few times, this is a wormhole. Commander Guo's pupils contracted sharply as he shouted to the commander behind him, his face already drained of color. His deathly pale skin screamed, you're grinding my worldview into the dirt. A black hole? Is this ING thing really a black hole? Gu Zhangwan muttered. The other commanders behind him stood frozen in place. As far as they knew, black holes had long been the subject of relentless research by military districts and scientists alike. No breakthrough had ever been achieved, not even their composition was understood, let alone their utilization. Is this movie spilling into reality? Or have they been daydreaming all along? Unbelievable. Old Du, tell me this isn't real. Commander Guo muttered, his features twisted in disbelief. Du Yongkang chuckled, walked to the table, and spoke into the microphone. Xiaoling, Commander Guo says this is too fake. Perform it a few more times. Inside the haunted plane. Xiaoling's face beamed with delight. Ever since the disaster struck, he hadn't properly piloted the Wraith aircraft. It felt like an itch he couldn't scratch. Since you doubt me, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that thought, Ling Xiao's fingers danced furiously across the screen. Attention! Spatial jump initiated. Coordinates, above the training ground. Attention! Spatial jump initiated, coordinates, command center. Attention! 3 consecutive alerts. Commander Guo was utterly dumbfounded. Black holes. Consecutive black holes. Commander Guo screamed repeatedly, his mind churning with terror. He was now filled with regret. The disaster had just passed. Why couldn't he have stayed in his military zone training soldiers for exercises? Why did he have to come to a place like this? Just to have his worldview shattered to pieces. Report. The Wicked Spirits series armed drills are complete. Proceed to the next phase? On the screen, Shueku, Sui, and Ling Xiao spoke in unison. Next step. There's still more? Guo Zhangwan felt his heart go numb. Wasn't that enough? Du Yongkang stepped forward and shouted into the microphone, begin. The 3 men, receiving the command, began to line up in sequence. The jet-black sheen gleamed intensely under the sunlight. Immediately after, a series of mechanical clicks echoed from the speakers in the command room. Each sound was utterly spine-chilling. Transform. Guo Zhangwan was now speechless. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed straight onto the floor. The commanders behind him were equally flustered. They stared blankly at the screen, completely oblivious to Commander Guo lying motionless on the floor. Transformers. Is that ING Optimus Prime? On the screen. Sui, Shueku, and Ling Xiao all activated the transformation technology inherent to the evil spirit system. Sui's demon spirit racer was the most dazzling. Two massive wings spread wide as the entire vehicle stood upright. Its form began shifting rapidly. Within mere seconds, it was no longer a race car but a mechanical creature bearing an uncanny resemblance to a human form. Old Dew, did you invite aliens here? How come it can transform too? Commander Gui stared at the transformation technology before him. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within him. Both joy and sorrow. Joy, because possessing such technology meant Dragon Nation would soon stand atop Blue Star. But sorrow was undeniable. He had already fallen far behind in this military parade. The might of the capital military district now seemed unmatched. Old Gua, stay strong. Behind him, seeing Commander Gui the pillar of their morale collapse and struggle to rise, they felt utterly at a loss. But the primary purpose of this visit was to gauge the strength of the capital military district. We're barely halfway through, and our pillar has fallen. How could this be? Don't touch me. My mind can't keep up right now. Du Yongkang sighed softly, glancing at the limp wigs scattered around. He walked to the table and spoke into the microphone. Begin the final demonstration. And there's more. Damn it, there's more. So it turns out we came here today, and you, Old Dew, never intended to let us walk out standing. We have to surrender our knees and kneel, right? Commander Guo cursed silently. He deeply regretted coming here. The three men who received the order responded in unison, then suddenly stretched their arms straight up toward the sky. 64, didn't want you to walk away standing. Old Dew. What the hell is this now? Watching the screen, Commander Guo saw the three Evil Spirit series units, after transforming, extend their arms straight toward the sky. Commander Guo was utterly perplexed. Old Guo, remember that competition among our major military districts? With the parade approaching, it's time to announce the results. Since you're all here anyway, let me show you the achievements of our capital military district. Holy crap! Hearing Du Yongkang's words, Commander Guo nearly choked on his own blood. This trip wasn't just about handing over his knees, he'd have to empty his pockets too. Cut to the scene. Sui piloted the Ghost Racer toward Fish Farm Island, while Shueka drove the Ghost Tank to the highest peak of humanity. As for young Master Ling, his screen displayed nothing but pitch blackness stretching endlessly. Old Dew. Can this black hole really transport them that far? Du Yongkang smiled faintly, saying nothing. Reporting, Commander. Ghost Racer pilot Sui is in position. This operation captured over 10 submarines and several tons of research materials. Sui's voice echoed through the command center. At first, Commander Guo didn't believe it. Come on, how could a race car possibly capture submarines? But when he saw the screen, over a dozen Cherry Blossom Nation submarines were indeed docked along the shore. Old Guo, Sui has made significant contributions in this competition. Setting aside the materials, this falls outside the scope of our original agreement. But for these 10-plus submarines, would you prefer cash or card? Commander Guo's mouth twitched. He turned to the men behind him. What are you standing around for? Let's make money. Everyone gets a share over $1 million divided equally among our military districts. Du Yongkang chuckled. In past competitions, the capital military region had always ranked low, paying tribute to other military regions. This was their first time playing host. And damn, it felt good. Report. Major Shueko, pilot of the Ghost Tank, has successfully intercepted over 10 enemy weapons. As Shueko delivered her report, Hua Zhangguan froze in shock, and the commanders behind him all wore expressions of disbelief. You're standing atop the highest peak of Dragon Nation, thousands of kilometers away. And you managed to intercept them? Old Dew, we'll buy the submarine story, but this, how am I supposed to believe it? Hua Zhangguan pointed at the demon spirit tank on the screen. Du Yongkang clearly anticipated these old hands raising objections. He stepped up to the microphone on the table and addressed them. Soldiers, bring several targets to the center of the training ground. Dismissed. Within moments, several human-shaped targets appeared on the training ground. Shueka, lock onto the military training ground. Destroy the targets with the missile's full energy. At the highest peak of Longhua, Shueka received the command and immediately began tapping away at the screen. The pitch-black barrel lifted toward the sky, continuously gathering energy. When the glow reached its peak, a beam of energy laser erupted. It traced a perfect arc across the starry sky. Inside the command center, everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Old Dew, are you sure that tank can hit this spot? If the targeting's off or it hits somewhere else, everyone here will be in big trouble. Gu Zhangguan grew visibly anxious. He hurriedly addressed Du Yongkang. Before he could finish speaking, a deafening explosion erupted from the training ground on the screen. Immediately afterward, a small, azure mushroom cloud spread outward. The resulting shockwave could be felt even in the command room several floors away. Old Dew. What the? Everyone present, Commander Gui, commanders from other military regions stared wide-eyed. What kind of operation was this? An enhanced intercontinental missile? At such a distance, even an ICBM couldn't achieve this level of precision. My worldview is shattered. looking at the two Evil Spirits series technologies before him. Then think about the armed tanks and armored vehicles in my military district. They're not even in the same league, ones like cold weaponry, the other modern technology. Come on, pay up. Gui Zhangguan unexpectedly played along. Seeing this, the commanders from other military districts didn't hesitate either. If the Northern Command's highest ranking officer was reaching into his pocket, what were they waiting for? And finally, this one. Commander Guo pointed at Ling Xiao and the ghost plane at the end. Oh, this one. Old Guo, how much do you think a satellite is worth? Du Yongkong paused for dramatic effect before turning to Commander Guo. A satellite? That's worth a fortune. Never mind the competition, if you can actually pull something off with a satellite, I'll personally chip in to reward your soldiers. But old Du, outer space? With our current technology, we can't even get there. Missiles explode the moment they break through the atmosphere. What do you plan to use to build a satellite? Even though he'd witnessed the formidable power of the Evil Spirits series weapons. Even if you could pinpoint and strike targets thousands of kilometers away. But outer space and land operations aren't even in the same league. At our current technological level, humanity is still decades away from waging war in outer space. Old Guo, so by your logic, this satellite is worth far more than ordinary ones. Of course. Forget 10,000, I'd pay $1 million for a single satellite. But I doubt you have the means to back that up, you're just bragging. Du Yongkong chuckled, then turned to order Ling Xiao to report the situation. Report. Ling Xiao, pilot of the Wraith aircraft, currently positioned in outer space over North America. During the previous competition, due to operational error, he shot down over 100 British satellites. But Ling Xiao's voice boomed from the surrounding speakers. Not just Commander Guo, but even the other commanders couldn't hold back their laughter. Shot down satellites due to an operational error. Over 100 of them. Do you think those things are candy beans? What kind of weapon could destroy satellites in outer space? Old Du, stop messing around. Is this for real? Old Guo still couldn't believe it. Over 100 satellites belonging to the Eagle Nation, leaving aside other considerations. If the Eagle Nation found out, it could easily spark a major war between the two countries. Who could tolerate such losses? Du Yongkong was clearly bragging. It had to be. Don't believe me? No problem. We've already taken out over 100, one more won't make a difference. Young Master Ling. Du Yongkong immediately issued the order. Young Master Ling in outer space received the command, then activated his radar and began scanning for targets. And just as Ling Xiao was navigating, the others watched as a sapphire blue planet appeared on the screen, surrounded by twinkling starlight. Found it. Ling Xiao's voice boomed through the speakers. The demonic aircraft immediately began gathering energy. A beam of blue-white laser erupted, shooting straight toward the nearby satellite. At that moment, everyone froze in shock. Commander Guo slapped his forehead hard. His face twitched wildly. 65, the busy, that's hard to say. Damn impressive. Awesome. Commander Guo Zhang stared fixedly at the demonic aircraft in the sky, which seemed like a god, while the commanders from other military districts were at a loss for words. Today's visit to the capital military district had truly opened their eyes. Before arriving, they had imagined that the Kyoto military district's ocean current reversal technology was the pinnacle, the ultimate achievement. Little did they know that compared to these, the ocean current reversal technology seemed downright ordinary and reasonable. Old Guo, what do you think? Commander Guo, startled by Du Yongkong's call, jolted violently. He had just boasted that a single satellite cost over $1 million. According to Du Yongkong, they needed over 100 of them. That was a colossal sum, enough to bankrupt the Northern Military District even if they sold every tank and aircraft they owned. Old Du, I admit I underestimated the scale. My perspective was too narrow. I was just speaking off the cuff earlier. Commander Guo hadn't recovered from the shock yet, his speech still stumbling slightly. Du Yongkong wasn't surprised. When he first witnessed that solar-level energy eruption, he hadn't been much better than the people standing before him now. Trying to back out? Du Yongkang said with a smile, though to the others, it seemed eerily unsettling. Fine. I don't need the money, but you must agree to one condition. As long as it doesn't involve money, anything is negotiable. Commander Guo declared emphatically, the other commanders chiming in agreement. The reason was simple: if these over 100 satellites were truly priced at $1 million each, every military region would go bankrupt. Alright, with your word, I'm satisfied. Here's the material list. Take a look. With that, Du Yongkong pulled an A4 sheet from his drawer. The densely packed small print sent shockwaves through the commanders of the major military regions. Good heavens, old Du, you're going to strip our military region of every last scrap of iron. Do you need this much material to build another base? Commander Guo took the paper and broke out in a cold sweat after just a glance. One after another, the commanders reacted. The commanders of each major military region looked grim. They regretted it now. Why couldn't they just train their own troops within their military regions? Why did they have to get involved in this mess? Now look at them, their worldviews shattered, knees gone, wallets empty. If they stayed any longer, they might lose everything they owned. With that thought, Commander Gua took the lead. Old Du, I suddenly remembered some unfinished business at the military district. I'll be heading out first. Old Gua, wait for us. Our military training isn't over yet. I need to go back and supervise. Just a moment. Commander Gua led the way, followed by commanders from all major military regions who dashed out of the command center. Even those seated in their vehicles. Commander Gua couldn't help but recall the scenes from moments ago. In an instant, the armored vehicles his military region had once been so proud of no longer seemed so impressive. He had to find a way. Old Du absolutely had to arrange one for them all. The requirements weren't high, just that racing car would suffice. Aircraft and tanks were prohibitively expensive. If Du Yongkang demanded an exorbitant price, he'd end up giving away his entire nest egg. Commander Gui calculated in his mind as he sped back toward his military district. Sui, Shueku, Ling Xiao, Xiaojiang. Drill over. Mission accomplished. Inside the command center, Du Yongkang called everyone back to gather. As the black hole unfolded in the sky, the 3 Wraith series armored vehicles came to a halt in position. Uncle Du, we did pretty well, right? Sui said playfully. Du Yongkang smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Very impressive. The commander of the Northern Military District has nothing but praise for you all. Especially when Xiao Ling took out that satellite, they called it downright heroic. As soon as Du Yongkang finished speaking, the command room erupted in laughter and cheer. Everyone was eager to shine at the parade. To cheer for Dragon Nation and demonstrate its might. Alright, everyone return to your preparations. In 3 days, the full-scale parade commences. Execute everything exactly as we did today. Remember, it has to be spectacular. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame. Du Yongkang pounded his chest emphatically. The crowd dispersed shortly after. Just as Sui was about to drive home, Jiang Chen called out to her. Her big eyes widened in surprise, though she was secretly thrilled. Jiang Chen, is something wrong? Actually, there is something. Remember the nuclear radiation outbreak a while back? My family was exposed too. The moment he finished speaking, Sui visibly grew more anxious than Jiang Chen himself. How are they? Are your aunt and uncle okay now? Jiang Chen sheepishly patted his head. They're fine now, but they've been worrying about me. If I hadn't insisted on taking them to the hospital earlier, they would have kept putting it off. I need you to come to my place and help me with something. What kind of favor? You'll find out when the time comes. It's hard to explain now. Jiang Chen gave an evasive reply. He hadn't really thought it through anyway. He couldn't exactly say, come home with me and pretend to be my girlfriend. That would only make things worse. To Jiang Chen's surprise, Sui agreed readily. Her face lit up with genuine delight. From Sui's perspective, she'd always relied on Jiang Chen's help before. Now that she had a rare chance to return the favor, she had to seize it. With that thought in mind, she followed Jiang Chen and climbed into the ghost racing car. Jiang Chen took the driver's seat, with Sui beside him. But instead of activating the spatial jump, he made a phone call. Mom, are you and Dad at home? Yes, we're waiting for you to come home. Remember to bring your wife along. You know this is the only thing on Mom and Dad's minds right now. This is what you promised me last time. Don't go back on your word, or else we won't listen to you next time. Nodding, Jiang Chen assured his mother everything would be fine. He wouldn't deceive her. Jiang Chen's hometown was in a coastal area, quite close to Commander Zhang's military base. Driving from the Longhua base would take at least several hours. This timing gave his parents ample preparation time. Otherwise, if he showed up unexpectedly, he'd surely face a barrage of complaints. He savored the long-missed sensation of being driven. Jiang Chen drove with such exhilaration along the way. His speed approached 300 kilometers per hour. Gazing at the nearly insane speedometer reading, Sui couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Thank goodness the judges hadn't given him trouble during the Asian Racing Championship back then, otherwise, his path to victory would have been anything but smooth. Over 280 kilometers h. You call this racing? On the highway. A punk youth with fiery red hair drove a Mustang, his passenger seat occupied by a gothic chic girl whose eyeliner stretched almost to the back of her head. Even her stockings were uniquely gothic, complete with strategic holes. Big bro is the hottest. Big bro is the toughest. The girl waved her flowery hands, listening to the thirsty fish, constantly showering praise on the handsome guy beside her. Of course, sis. Today I'll show you what real excitement feels like. Usually on the road, I don't even dare to step on the gas, afraid I'll fly off the road if I'm not careful. The punk youth rolled down the window, confidently flipping the bird to show the little sister what a highway killer looked like. But the fun didn't last long. Just as the girl was about to plant a kiss on the hottie in front of her, a dark shadow streaked past the Mustang's rearview mirror. 66, family dinner. The sudden scene sent shivers down the punk teen's spine. It was utterly bizarre, happening in the blink of an eye. What the hell was that? A ghost? Little sister's lips puckered as time seemed to freeze. Staring at the suddenly appearing sleek race car. What Mustang? Suddenly, it wasn't so appealing anymore, not even worth a donkey. The other silently withdrew a kiss, sending the punk's blood boiling. Bull. I'm the highway killer, never lost a race. I was number 1 back in penguin racing, and I still am now. The punk hunk slammed his foot on the gas pedal. The engine roared to life, and the exhaust pipes behind him erupted with a sputtering burst, as if they'd been bottled up for ages. But against the ghost racer, it was all for naught. Jiang Chen pressed the pedal lightly. Compared to the Mustang's awkward roar, the ghost racer suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar, as if declaring its dominance. Before the punk could react, the taillights were already out of sight. Damn it! This must be a ghost. The punk-style hunk was stunned. No matter how fast a car could be, it couldn't vanish in the blink of an eye. There was only one explanation: he'd seen a ghost car. The ghost car raced onward, its speed unabated. Before long, it reached the coastal area of his hometown. Before he even reached the door, he saw his parents waiting there for quite some time. Jiang Chen stepped out of the car, carrying a large haul of newly purchased health supplements, and headed toward the house. Son, let me see your wife. His father took the supplements from Jiang Chen's hands, while his mother expressed concern for her daughter-in-law. In the passenger seat. Still confused about the situation, Sui got out of the car. The moment she opened the door, she heard the auntie at the entrance speaking. Curious, she turned her head to look around, but saw no one. Turning her head again, she saw Jiang Chen staring at her awkwardly, and the aunt's intense gaze had also landed on her. It finally clicked. So this was the help Jiang Chen had mentioned. To pretend to be his fiancé? In an instant, Sui's face flushed so bright red it looked like it could bleed. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Hello, auntie. I'm Sui. Sui neither refused nor accepted the greeting. After a brief self-introduction, she took small steps to stand behind Jiang Chen, looking every bit like a child who had done something wrong. Still calling her auntie? Mom. We haven't gotten married yet, we're just dating. Jiang Chen spoke with remarkable composure, as if everything were perfectly normal. Though his expression gave nothing away, Jiang Chen was inwardly panicking. He hoped Sui wouldn't be upset by his words. Alright, I understand. We'll be family sooner or later anyway. Calling you that now is fine. Mom looked at Sui. Her eyes shone brightly. The more she looked, the more pleased she felt. Today, Sui wore a tight-fitting t-shirt and high-waisted jeans. Every detail radiated youthful vitality. Moreover, Sui's aura was far beyond that of ordinary girls. Having grown up in a wealthy family, she carried an air of royalty wherever she went. As the door swung open, Mom beckoned Jiang Chen and Sui inside. The apartment wasn't large, just 2 bedrooms and a living room, though it couldn't compare to Sui's usual residence. It gave her an overwhelmingly warm feeling. It's a bit small, but please don't mind, Mom said as she carried the dishes from the side and placed them on the table. Sui hurried over to help. Mom felt increasingly pleased. Her son hadn't wasted his time in the big city, he'd found such a beautiful and charming girlfriend. Before she knew it, she was chatting away with Sui. Young lady, how much dowry are you expecting? Your father and I have saved quite a bit over the years, we can easily come up with 10 or 20,000. And don't worry about the gold jewelry in our area, we'll definitely book a fancy hotel for the wedding. Sui's cheeks flushed crimson at her mother's words, unsure how to respond. Jiang Chen's toes dug into the floor so hard he could practically dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. But Sui was quick-witted and swiftly changed the subject. The dinner table buzzed with chatter. Mom kept expressing how relieved she felt to finally put this weight off her chest. To everyone's surprise, Dad brought out his treasured bottle of wine. He opened the bottle, poured a glass for Jiang Chen first, then filled his own. Our son has grown up and is finally starting a family. You two should live well together from now on, we won't need your care. Don't worry, I have pension insurance. It'll be enough for your mom and me to live on. After 3 rounds of wine, Dad was unusually tipsy. He began murmuring about his future plans. Uncle, auntie, you really don't need to do this. Jiang Chen has a very good life now, and he's quite capable of making money. I heard about what happened before from Jiang Chen. Medical expenses shouldn't be skimped on, and he can afford it now. The money he makes in a month could buy an apartment back where we're from. Hearing how accomplished her son had become, Mom's eyes welled up with tears. Dad downed the last half glass of liquor in one gulp. Our son has made something of himself. Good. After all these years of struggle, we've finally seen the light at the end of the tunnel. Raising you wasn't in vain. Don't say things like that. Mom playfully tapped Dad on the head, but she wasn't really upset. Her heart was filled with boundless joy and happiness. Jiang Chen witnessed this scene and couldn't help but feel moved. Starting a family, it wasn't so bad after all. The meal stretched into the night. Dad lay on the bed, dead drunk. Jiang Chen's head was spinning. Now, only Mom and Sui were still sober. Jiang Chen couldn't make out what they were saying, but he heard Mom repeatedly urging Sui to stay at their house. Sui waved her hands in panic, her pretty face flushed crimson. After an unknown amount of time, Sui helped Jiang Chen into the ghost racing car. Before leaving, Mom specially packed some local specialties from their hometown. Seafood. Sui, I'm sorry for making you pretend to be my fiancé today. Jiang Chen mumbled his apology in a daze. Sui didn't seem to mind, merely nodding with a soft MHM. They drove toward Jiang Chen's villa. Ding. Sui's phone rang. The caller ID showed Su Lai, Sui's father. Where are you? Just finished dinner at Jiang Chen's place. About to drive him back. Having dinner at someone's place this late? Not bad, not bad. Su Lai's voice sounded slightly different, yet filled with delight, as if his daughter had finally grown up. Dad, is something wrong? Su Lai opened his mouth to speak, then changed his mind. Never mind. We'll talk about it tomorrow morning. Oh, right, I didn't pack your dinner tonight. No need to come back. You and Jiang Chen should take a nice stroll. Su Lai said with a smile, while Sui looked slightly puzzled. What did he mean by no need to come back? Where else would I go if not home? 67. The military parade begins. The next day. Dazed and groggy, Jiang Chen opened his eyes. The hangover from the night before lingered, the air thick with the smell of alcohol. Rolling out of bed, Jiang Chen prepared to wash up and start his day. But he noticed he was wearing nothing but a pair of shorts. He couldn't recall taking off his clothes. The humming sound from the washing machine grew louder. Jiang Chen jolted awake. Damn it, so he must have washed them for me. Damn it, how could he have blacked out like that? Great. Every embarrassing moment had been exposed to Su-hee. He wondered if she'd look down on him today. He shook his head. Jiang Chen picked up his phone. He was stunned to find over 100 unread messages waiting. All from Senior Su and Du Yongkang. Startled, Jiang Chen quickly called them back. Xiao Jiang, awake? The military parade is about to begin at the Dragon Gate in the capital. Traffic will be jammed here soon, so hurry over. Senior Su hung up hurriedly after speaking. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen dressed quickly and set off. The Dragon Gate of the capital. This place held deep historical significance. Legend has it that the founding of the Dragon Nation took place right here. Back then, our ancestors drove out the invaders with great valor. Though the military parade had not yet formally commenced, the people had already gathered in dense crowds before the Dragon Gate. At this moment, Special Forces honor guards began taking their positions. They marched in perfect step, advancing one by one to clear the area for the upcoming parade. In the preparation room, Du Yongkang and others remained on standby. Led by Commander Gua, the inspection commenced in order. At that moment, Commander Zhang from the coastal region received orders from above and entered the parade waiting room. Seeing Commander Gua, who was usually so full of himself, now sitting quietly like an ordinary soldier, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Old Gua, where's your usual drive? What's going on today? Not only Commander Gua, but even the other commanders of major military regions behind him remained silent. This puzzled Commander Zhang even more. Old Zhang, don't be so flippant. Did you attend the parade rehearsals for the capital military district? The parade rehearsal? Commander Zhang hesitated for a moment before suddenly realizing. So you've been sneaking off to watch the Beijing military region's parade drills behind my back? Nice move. That's really not cool. You didn't even bring me along. Commander Gui immediately took offense at the remark. Dodging a bullet and gloating over someone else's misfortune? You were busy with press interviews back then, how could you have time to join us for the drills? Besides, that reverse ocean current system was handed over to your military region. You must have known about the technological capabilities within the capital military region all along, you rascal. The surrounding commanders nodded in agreement. That Zhang guy taking advantage and still playing the innocent. If he'd told us the Kyoto military district's forces were that formidable, we'd never have gone out of our way to watch the drill and embarrass ourselves. Instead, they went standing tall and came back on their knees. And Du Yongkang cleaned them out completely? What armed forces? What are you talking about? Old Gua, stop beating around the bush, what really happened? Commander Zhang pressed on. The reverse ocean current system was indeed delivered by the Kyoto military district, but he hadn't seen a single thing related to the parade. What technological weaponry? He hadn't even caught a glimpse of it. You'll see during the parade. Bring some heart medicine, don't let it scare you. Commander Guo finished speaking and quickly composed himself. Though the Beijing military district's armed forces were formidable, military bearing was the essence of a soldier, the key to a successful parade. Commander Zhang felt his head buzzing from the exchange. He turned to see Du Yongkang smirking nearby. Old Du, I've emptied my coffers for that ocean current reversal system. If we don't beat you in this parade, Old Su won't settle the losses with me. As my comrade in arms, you can't side with those research scientists. Commander Zhang felt a vague unease in his heart. He stepped forward, slung his arm around Du Yongkang's shoulder, and chatted cheerfully. Don't worry. They're just some minor armed forces. You guys just do your best. Commander Zhang nodded outwardly, but inwardly, he didn't believe it. We're all from the same country. What kind of armed forces hadn't he seen? Look at Old Guo and those other military districts, what a bunch of cowards. It'd be embarrassing enough to tell anyone. And they still have the nerve to call themselves commanders. What storms haven't they weathered? Soon. The parade was about to begin. Du Yongkang went to prepare. He entered another room where Su He, Ling Xiao, Shuiko, and Jiang Chen were gathered. Su Lai was also present, repeatedly warning everyone that this was no drill. Nor was it some bounty competition. This was the real parade. Everyone must be on high alert. Maximize the prestige of the armed forces and soldiers. Let the people of Dragon Nation see that such formidable forces stand guard over them at all times, bringing them peace of mind. Cheers erupted in the preparation room. Du Yongkang had also changed into his new officer's uniform. Jiang Chen, you'll follow Su He and ride in the Demon Spirit race car. Lead the team. As he spoke, Du Yongkang handed each person a walkie-talkie for real-time communication. They arrived at the waiting room. All personnel were ready. Su He sat in the ghost racing car, trembling with nervousness. Jiang Chen smiled at the sight. Feeling the pressure? Not too bad. Compared to yesterday, this feels much less stressful. With that one sentence, Su He left Jiang Chen speechless. Yesterday had been a nightmare. Not only had he drunk himself unconscious, but he'd also made Su He wash his clothes. Could we not talk about that? Su He gave a faint smile. Her eyes were fixed straight ahead, her breathing slightly hurried. Jiang Chen, aren't you nervous at all? Are you kidding? Anyone would be nervous, right? This was his first time participating in such an important military parade. Even watching it on TV before had made his blood boil. Now, as part of it, Jiang Chen felt nothing but wonder at every turn. As Senior Su had just said, let the people of Dragon Nation see that under such formidable armed forces, they lived in great happiness. To Jiang Chen, those words felt like immense validation. But though his mind was in turmoil, he couldn't let it show on his face. He was here to assist Commander Du and Senior Su in commanding the Wicked Spirit Armed Forces. He had to keep his composure. Military parade. Commence. Outside the venue, the square echoed with broadcast announcements. The crowd stretched as far as the eye could see, a sea of people. They held aloft crimson banners, symbols of the Dragon Nation's fervor. Their mouths chanted, "Long live the Dragon Nation." As the national anthem played, the broadcast began its introductions. Next to take the field are the special forces of the Northern Military District of the Dragon Nation, striding confidently toward us. Let us pay our highest respects as we witness their valor. 68. The parade concludes. Commander Guo truly lived up to his reputation as the pillar of the Dragon Nation. Just as Commander Guo's troops were about to enter the factory grounds, salute cannons roared on both sides. 57 volleys in total, their thunderous roar signifying that this military force has endured for 57 years. As the earliest branch of the Dragon Nation's army, led by Commander Guo of the Northern Theater Command. As the most historically enduring military force, the Northern Theater Command now stands as the nation's most vital backbone and the people's most reliable safeguard. Inside the Demon Spirit racing car, Jiang Chen and Su He listened to the broadcast. Though they belonged to different military regions, and though their commanders were always vying for supremacy, but as fellow citizens of the same nation, Jiang Chen and his comrades felt immense pride. Soon, Commander Guo's inspection concluded. Even from the rear, inside the race car, Jiang Chen and Su He could still hear the cheers of the people. Now marching toward us are the soldiers of the Coastal Military District, led by Commander Zhang, commander of the Coastal Military District and director of the research base. Whoosh! As the broadcast concluded, the people's cheers grew even louder. Just as Commander Zhang had said, as soldiers defending the nation's borders, the people were filled with gratitude. Though he had seen them before on television. Every time Jiang Chen saw soldiers stationed along the coast, a wave of warmth would well up inside him. He admired them from the bottom of his heart. Xiaojiang, Su He. It'll be ours soon. Du Yongkang's voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. Jiang Chen studied the mission plan Du Yongkang had given him when they boarded the vehicle, the tasks the Wicked Spirit Armed Forces needed to accomplish during the parade. Su He steeled herself. Her hands gripped the steering wheel tightly. Advance! At Du Yongkang's command, all soldiers of the capital military district began advancing. Du Yongkang, in the lead vehicle, directed the operation. Shueka, Ling Xiao. Prepared to transform. The Wraith series armored vehicles emerged. Exposed to the public and cameras. Jiang Chen roared. All the Wraith series weapons began to transform. The sudden spectacle sent the entire crowd into an uproar. Cheers reached an unprecedented crescendo. Though it was daytime, under the glare of tens of thousands of flashes, the entire Dragon Nation square seemed bathed in starlight. Shueka. Launch the surprise. Young Master Ling. Initiate spatial jump. Inside the Demon Spirit Racer, Jiang Chen issued his commands with precise efficiency. Upon his command, a black hole abruptly appeared in the sky. Countless onlookers lifted their heads in awe. Fireworks erupted from the Demon Tank's cannons, forming the national emblem of the Dragon Nation in the sky. Within the black hole, Ling Xiao piloted the ghost aircraft, soaring through the skies. The rest is up to us, Su He. As the grand finale, both Senior Su and Du Yongkang had reserved the main attraction for the Wicked Spirit race car. This was the first model in the Wicked Spirit series and the first time-traveling technology ever developed in the Dragon Nation. Immediately after, a mechanical hum emanated from within the Ghost Racer. Enhanced by transformation technology, the Ghost Racer had reached new heights in both appearance and performance. Now, its appearance bore a striking resemblance to something Jiang Chen had seen in movie Something from Cybertron. The colossal machine appeared before the public's eyes. Cheers erupted in a deafening roar. At that very moment, Commander Zhang, who had been at the forefront receiving the parade honors, witnessed it all. His expression turned astonished as he recalled the events that had unfolded. He finally understood Commander Guo's feelings. Old Guo, this thing isn't just for show, is it? Commander Zhang stepped forward to address the troops, conversing with Commander Guo. Old Zhang, do you trust me? What are you talking about? Of course I do. That's good. Commander Guo spoke with deep conviction. Appearances, in truth, are the least useful aspect of this advanced technology. This simple statement sent a chill down Commander Zhang's spine. Black holes in the sky, warped cars, and tanks, these things far beyond our imagination have all appeared in this military force. Do you really think they're just for show? Commander Zhang retorted bitterly, recalling how he too had initially dismissed them as mere window dressing. But reality had just slapped him in the face. Old Guo, tell me honestly, is this stuff legit? Impressive? At those words, Commander Guo's face broke into an unearthly grin. It was beyond description, like a calf standing on its head. Old Zhang, rest assured. The emergence of this thing can truly better protect the Dragon Nation. Commander Guo said, his face beaming with pride. Damn it! Old Du kept this gem hidden all this time. No way, after the parade, we're going straight to him. We'll find a way to get one of these things. Commander Zhang wiped his palms, his eyes gleaming with envy as he studied the formidable appearance of the Wraith series armored vehicle. If only he could get his hands on one. Even if it meant piling more debt on top of his current commander's debts, it would be worth every penny. Old Zhang, you should just give up. Old Du's a tightwad. I tried asking him for one recently and nearly emptied my wallet, still didn't get it. Hearing this, Commander Zhang grew even more furious. Damn it, we're all part of the same country, why the hell is he being so stingy? Who isn't here to protect the people? No way. Every military region must have one of these, no matter what. No. One per unit. If the foreigners next door see this, they'll think our Dragon Nation has nothing else to offer. We're not heroes, we're the people's champions. The parade's ceremonial cannons boomed. The ceremony lasted nearly 3 hours. After the conclusion, each military unit proceeded to the parade waiting room to receive orders for their return to their respective military districts. At this moment, after assigning duties to the soldiers, Du Yongkang led Jiang Chen and his group into the review hall to conduct today's debriefing. Watching the edited footage playing on the waiting room television, Du Yongkang nodded with satisfaction. Everyone performed exceptionally well today. This parade was broadcast nationwide. I'm confident that after watching it, many will recognize that the Dragon Nation's forces are the most formidable on Blue Star. Du Yongkang delivered an impassioned speech at the front. He was thoroughly pleased with today's parade. But no sooner had he finished speaking than a knock sounded at the door. It was none other than Commanders Zhang and Guo from earlier. Du Yongkang wasn't surprised to see them. Silently, he retrieved a notebook from behind him. Jiang Chen recognized it. It was the material he had once needed when manufacturing the evil spirit armament. Back then, Jiang Chen had only jotted down a few brief entries. Judging by the volume now, Commander Du had clearly added significantly more. Old Du, I've got something I'd like to discuss with you. Commander Zhang stepped forward, slapping Du Yongkang on the shoulder like old friends catching up. Ah, we're all old comrades in arms. Whatever it is, just say it. Hearing Du Yongkang's straightforward response, Commander Guo beside him couldn't help but feel a bit different. Damn it! You didn't talk to me like that back in the day. How can you change your tune so easily with someone else? 69. The island nation has gone mad. Aren't you even going to ask what it's about? Commander Zhang was equally baffled. This wasn't Du's usual style at all. No problem. We're old comrades in arms. Whatever you need, just ask. Du Yongkang paused mid-sentence. I heard from old Guo that the three leading the parade were called the Wraith Corps, right? That's right. I've never seen technology like that before. Could it be something Xiao Zhang developed too? That's right. Du Yongkang made no attempt to hide it. As fellow commanders of the Dragon Nation, there was nothing to conceal. Besides, Commander Guo was the only one still in the dark about this matter. This matter couldn't be concealed forever. If it came to light later, his elder brother would have plenty to say. Xiao Jiang? Hearing that name, Commander Guo turned his head. He knew it all too well. On the eve of the bounty tournament, old Du had convened a meeting and specifically mentioned a young man named Jiang Chen. At the time, he had wondered why old Du, given his temperament, would send such a greenhorn to the battlefield. It turned out that behind all this advanced technology, there was a young man holding it all together. Indeed, the new generation surpasses the old. Old Du, could you arrange for young Jiang to assign one to each unit in our military region? Commander Jiang spoke with a smile while Commander Gui nodded in agreement beside him. But deep down, he thought Commander Jiang had chickened out. They had clearly agreed to assign one to each unit earlier. How could it shrink by more than half in the blink of an eye? That depends on what Jiang thinks. Du Yongkang gestured toward Jiang Chen behind him. Both commanders understood. As a researcher, he was always dedicated to advancing the latest industries and rarely stepped away from his work. Xiao Jiang, what do you think? You two are too kind. We're all serving the people. I have no objections personally, but as a soldier of the military region and a member of the Dragon Nation research base, I must follow leadership directives. Jiang Chen knew full well he couldn't out-argue the two commanders. Only by handing the decision to Commander Du could he secure the best possible outcome. Stop passing the buck, old Du. For the sake of our comradeship, what do you say? Du Yongkang smiled faintly, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He handed the notebook in his hand to Commander Jiang. Old Jiang, this technology belongs to the Dragon Nation, but more importantly, it belongs to all of us. It's just that manufacturing it now is rather cumbersome, with complex processes and substantial material requirements. Take a look at the materials first. If you can source them, production won't be a problem. What they saw left them stunned. Commanders Gua and Jiang took the material specifications, their brows instantly knotting into tight folds. This was outrageous. The materials listed in the notebook could build dozens of armored vehicles, tanks, or aircraft. Even an aircraft carrier might be possible. Given the size of the Demon Spirit Racer, how could it possibly require this much? But since it was the other side's proposal, there's nothing the two of them can do about it. Alright, deal. Du Yongkang nodded with a smile, shooting Jiang Chen a knowing look. With that, the inspection ceremony concluded successfully. Just as Jiang Chen was walking home, his mother's call suddenly came through, her voice brimming with delight. Son, I saw the race car you drove that day in the parade. Did you attend? Jiang Chen paused for a moment before nodding. My son made it big. He participated in the parade. This is huge news. When are you coming home? I'll gather all the relatives to celebrate you. Mom, please don't let the whole neighborhood find out. For a moment, Jiang Chen felt his head spin. The gossip in these surrounding villages was legendary. If any big news reached their ears, they wouldn't wait until the next day. They'd want the whole world to know. He recalled a few years back, when he was in college. His mom told the elders at the village entrance. Well, within an hour, even the stray dogs by the road knew that a young man named Jiang Chen from their village had gotten into a top-tier university. When they saw Jiang Chen return, they'd wag their tails and crowd around him, desperate to soak up some scholarly aura and become cultured dogs. Don't worry, Mom knows what she's doing. Oh, and be careful out there. Watch what you eat and such. You must be extra cautious. This sudden reminder made Jiang Chen pause. Why bring this up now? I told you, Mom, I'm perfectly fine. TSK, what do you know? How old are you anyway? Your mom and dad's illnesses weren't just simple stomach problems. It was nuclear radiation. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's heart tightened. Mom was always the most worried about these kinds of illnesses. She was already stingy about buying food, and now she had the perfect excuse. Who said that? The doctor? His first thought was the hospital doctor. After all, his parents didn't understand these things and hadn't been exposed to such information over the years. They couldn't possibly say something like that. Doctors wouldn't tell you that. It was on TV. The news broadcast just aired it. That cherry blossom country secretly dumped nuclear wastewater, polluting the ocean. Son, don't you think bad people get what's coming to them? Guess what? The seawater surged back and nearly flooded them. Mom sounded thrilled, practically gloating over their misfortune. Even through the phone, Jiang Chen could sense his mother's mouth was stretched into a wide grin. Alright, don't worry, Mom. Alright then. Take care of yourself. Bring Suhi back someday and I'll cook you a feast. After hanging up, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit moved. Sometimes ordinary folks care more about international affairs than government researchers. As if they feared being left out of the action. Lost in thought, Jiang Chen scrolled through his phone. He was genuinely curious to see what Japan had become. Sakura Country. Hawkeye City. As the capital of Sakura Nation, this was the only place that still looked presentable. Royal Command Headquarters, Sakura Nation, Beihai City. A middle-aged man stood at the head of the table, thick-necked and stocky, sporting a handlebar mustache and a deeply furrowed brow. Where is Lord Niu Huanqi now? Reporting to the Prime Minister. We've been searching the coastal waters for 3 days and nights straight, yet still no sign of him. Bastards! The Prime Minister's face was twisted with rage as he pounded the large desk repeatedly. Staring at the black and white passport photo of Lord Niu Huanqi in the file on the desk, the more he looked at it, the more infuriated he became. He was perfectly positioned near the fish farming islands, steadily seizing strongholds. Wasn't that sweet enough? Why the hell did he have to play around with nuclear wastewater? What the hell? Now look at the mess. Not only did he fail to hold Fish Island, but he'd plunged his own country into chaos. A third of the population was already infected, and most cities were submerged, leaving only debris behind. Even 1,000 disembowelments wouldn't be enough for him. Keep searching. Even if it kills us, we must recover the bodies. The Prime Minister roared, adhering to the principle that if you can't shoot them, you must at least bury them. Yes, sir. The soldiers responded in unison, heads bowed, not daring to utter a word. What's the status at the North Sea Lab? Has Kato Taro reported any new developments? What the hell is going on with this seawater? Reporting to the Prime Minister, preliminary findings indicate it's likely related to that unidentified object. Unidentified object? The Prime Minister repeated the words under his breath, his mind spiraling into the absurd. Even if Yamada no Orochi himself arrived, he couldn't make seawater flow backward. There must be a conspiracy at play. That said, he still needed to review the files. With that thought, he turned and ordered the soldiers to bring the files. 70. The Dragon Nation's open plot. A thick stack of documents was handed to the Prime Minister. They documented the major incidents that had occurred recently. 1 week ago, a submarine suffered an unexplained attack. 4 days ago, the submarine was surrounded and attacked by unknown creatures. The soldiers went missing, and the submarine vanished. 2 days ago, nuclear wastewater erupted, and ocean currents showed abnormal movements. The Prime Minister silently recited the major incidents unfolding before him. As he examined the accompanying image of the unidentified object, he suddenly realized his brain cells were struggling to process it all. This unidentified object, it looked so much like a prehistoric giant shark. Or rather, it looks just like a character from that game by Eagle Nation's Manto Company. What's it called? Deep Sea Titan, Little Fishman. The Prime Minister felt like his CPU was about to overheat. This is absolutely ridiculous. Could such creatures truly exist on Blue Star? Soldier, encrypt these files. They must not be leaked, and certainly not revealed to the people of the island nation. The Prime Minister slammed his fist on the table and barked the order. And one more thing. Speed up the search for Niu Huanqi. Bring him back alive or dead. He brought such calamity upon our people. I want to see how he bears the consequences. At that moment, hundreds of kilometers away, along the coastal regions of Sakura Nation, Niu Huanqi sneezed. His body was drenched, wrapped in a cotton quilt. His eyes were filled with terror. Fortunately, the submarine's materials were sturdy, and the cockpit remained intact. Otherwise, under such terrifying waves, Niu Huanqi might have been crushed into mincemeat. Here, eat this pancake first. A fisherman beside him handed Niu Huanqi a pancake larger than his face, staring at him with a peculiar look. You say you're a soldier? Why didn't you send out a distress signal? At this, Niu Huanqi's face paled with fear. How could he dare send a distress signal? The entire Sakura Nation was now in dire straits. And it was all thanks to him. For such a deed, he deserved nothing less than being torn to pieces. I can't burden the nation. I'll rest here for a while and then return on my own. Niu Huanqi declared with righteous indignation. The fisherman couldn't help but applaud Niu Huanqi. What a fine soldier. Sakura country needs warriors like you. He then sat down beside Niu Huanqi and turned on the 1982 television set. They tuned in to the latest news broadcast. Perhaps the signal was poor, or maybe the fisherman had accidentally tuned to the wrong channel. What appeared on the screen wasn't the follow-up to the Sakura Nation's nuclear wastewater incident, nor the current national rectification strategy. Instead, thousands of kilometers away, a replay of the military parade from the neighboring Dragon Nation. Though nearing its conclusion, the crowd roared with excitement, as if witnessing something truly extraordinary. The fisherman scratched his head, puzzled. There was no other explanation. This television must be broken. The figures inside spoke a language he couldn't understand. Though the chatter sounded like gibberish, there was one pleasant aspect. He stepped forward, about to give the malfunctioning TV a couple of slaps, when a black, unidentified object appeared shaped like an alien mechanical creature. Before him, a pitch-black aircraft and a race car flashing red lights were flying. This frightened the fisherman considerably. His hand froze mid-air, unable to descend for a long moment. Could this old TV actually be playing a sci-fi movie? Upon witnessing this scene, Niu Huanqi was instantly frozen in place. As if struck by lightning. UFO. He muttered under his breath, staring in disbelief at the images unfolding on the screen. It was the Evil Spirit's series of weapons. Exactly the same as the photos sent by the missing soldiers not long ago. Dragon Nation. It's Dragon Nation. Niu Huanqi's body trembled, his heart surging with boundless terror. The submarine had been surrounded and seized, the sea reversed to obliterate nations, and now, the very thing that left him homeless was connected to Dragon Nation. And it wasn't just targeting him alone. He recalled General Mach, the 5-star general of Eagle Nation, mentioning it during a phone call. Over 100 of Eagle Nation's satellites vanished overnight. The number amounted to 1/5 of the total fleet. All destroyed by a single mysterious black object. And now, on the Syrian battlefield, it was halting the Eagle Nation military's advance. Niu Huanqi had seen the archive photos. Wasn't this the damn thing that looked just like an aircraft? An open strategy. An open strategy by the Dragon Nation. This must be reported to the Prime Minister and Admiral Mach. Such technological prowess requires the combined efforts of both nations to stand a chance. Niu Huanqi tossed aside the pancake in his hand. He shot straight out from under the quilt. This left the nearby fisherman heartbroken. Damn it, we're already in the midst of a disaster. Every morsel of food was hard-earned. And you, a soldier, actually threw food on the ground. As he thought this, the fisherman rushed forward, wiping out the leftover flatbread from Niu Huanqi's plate. All the while, they shot him a look of utter contempt. He's gone mad. That soldier's lost his mind. Eagle Nation. New York City. The auditorium within the pentagonal-shaped building. Nearly 100 middle-aged men in officer uniforms gathered. They sat upright and solemn, staring intently at the screen before them. The commanding officer at the head repeatedly tapped his baton. He was none other than Admiral Mach, whom Niu Huanqi had mentioned earlier. Sir, are you saying Dragon Nation has formed an alliance with extraterrestrials? Isn't that a bit far-fetched? The subordinate officer spoke, pointing at the screen where 3 mechanical-looking demonic warriors stood. You don't seriously believe this is technology China could produce? What, do you think they can build Transformers or Iron Man? Admiral Mach was furious. Forget Dragon Nation. Even their own country couldn't produce this. The only place Mach could imagine such metal-transforming technology existing was with the Cybertronian aliens he'd seen in movies. Hearing this, all the soldiers nodded in agreement. In their eyes, Dragon Nation's technological prowess was utterly insignificant. Even their earliest missiles and nuclear bombs were only developed after poaching talent from their own ranks. If they had to develop it themselves, who knows how many years it would take. Seen this way, it did seem plausible they could be collaborating with aliens. The loss of over 100 of our satellites has disrupted our military's strategic deployment in Syria. This is clearly a targeted weakening effort by the Dragon Nation, driven by fear of our strength. They didn't even spare our dogs. General Mach grew increasingly furious as he spoke. Sir, that dog is the one with the nuclear wastewater. General Mach said with utter indifference. 71, they're all human beings, why can't I create them? The large screen continuously scrolls. All were precious footage from the Dragon Nation's military parade. Seeing the formidable ranks, many soldiers felt a chill run down their spines. The military formation was impeccably disciplined, radiating overwhelming might. It was hard to imagine such a nation would ally with aliens. Truly, give him alien technology, and he'd dare to wipe out our nation's satellites. Give him a chance to save humanity, and he'd dare reverse ocean currents to drown other nations. Regarding this, 5-star General Mach stated he had never witnessed a nation as brazenly shameless as the Dragon Nation. Sir, what should we do next? The soldiers voiced their confusion. Mach remained unflappable, methodically analyzing the advanced military technology displayed on the screen. It appeared that aside from the mechanical entity hijacked atop the White House, all other threats had now been exposed. As long as a targeted strategy could be devised, they could be dealt with one by one. This unidentified object over Syria can freely traverse space. Not just it, but the other 3 as well. It's highly probable they all originate from the same planet. Moreover, no matter how they maneuver, they have never openly targeted our nation. This indicates they fear our strength and dare not confront us head-on. Mach delivered his analysis with conviction. The soldiers had also observed many similar characteristics. Some added, they're only here for the materials. According to that big shot from Sakura Nation, they've already snatched countless steel bars and carbon fiber over there. Mach nodded in agreement. Understanding the enemy's intentions is crucial. The more perspectives we gather, the more likely we are to devise targeted strategies turning foes into allies. I've noticed it too. Every time they come to our country, aside from attacking satellites, they demand materials. Perhaps they're merely gathering resources on Blue Star, intending to depart once they've amassed enough. Many commanders agreed with this assessment. Since ancient times, if plunder isn't for money, it's for lust. What malicious intent could robots possibly have? They're only after materials. Once the meeting concludes, contact Sakura Nation immediately. Transport all their materials to our country. Then find an opportunity to negotiate with those aliens. Aim to recruit them to serve our Eagle Nation. Within the Pentagon, other commanders cheered in succession upon hearing these words. Kyoto, Dragon Nation. Inside the research base. After the flawless conclusion of the military parade, Du Yongkang led everyone back to the research base. As soon as Su Lai met the group, he couldn't wait to give him a big hug. Everyone, you've worked hard. I watched the live stream, you all performed exceptionally well. Su Lai looked at the group, growing more impressed with each passing moment. Led by Jiang Chen, the evil spirit team radiated brilliance. In his eyes, the future of Dragon Nation held boundless potential. Perhaps the unfulfilled aspirations of their predecessors would be realized by this generation. Dad, no need to get so sentimental. We're all part of the Dragon Nation. Serving the nation is our duty. Sui tilted her chin up, teasing him playfully. Jiang Chen echoed her sentiment. His original goal was to improve his own life. But now that he was truly immersed in it, Jiang Chen could clearly feel that only when the nation remained unharmed could his life and that of his family truly grow better. Good. Good. With young people like you around, I feel truly reassured. Su Lai's voice brimmed with excitement as he spoke. Flashbacks flooded his mind. From the moment Jiang Chen created the demon spirit racer until now. The trials and tribulations had been no small matter. That they'd made it this far unscathed was nothing short of divine intervention. He proposed a dinner gathering for the entire team tonight. A proper celebration. Jiang Chen didn't refuse. It was settled. Evening. Soldiers from General Du Yongkang's military district gathered together. The mountain wilderness behind the Dragon Nation military district, bathed in starlight, made for an ideal picnic spot. The flickering campfires resembled the Dai ethnic group's bonfire festival. Ding! Su Lai, enjoying the bonfire dinner, received a call from the commander stationed far away on the coastal frontier. Old Su, you really are living it up even throwing bonfire dinners. Why didn't you invite me? Sipping his wine, Su Lai couldn't resist showing off to Commander Zhang. You're busy controlling the ocean current reversal system and dealing with reporters every day. As Su Lai spoke, he sensed something was off. Commander Zhang's expression now looked like he could eat someone alive. Old Zhang, once you're done with your work, let's grab a proper meal together. Commander Zhang waved his hands at the suggestion. Who wants to eat with an old codger like you? If I'm going out, it'll be with Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang? Su Lai's brow furrowed slightly. Commander Zhang sure changed his tune fast. Not long ago, he was finding fault with Xiao Jiang left and right, yet now a single reversal of the ocean current system had bought him over. What kind of dirty tricks are you cooking up in there, you little rascal? Su Lai laughed awkwardly, his face full of suspicion as he stared at the phone holding Commander Zhang. The parade's over, right? When our troops saw the demonic armored vehicle, they got pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline. They even boasted that if I didn't bring back one of those tanks, it'd prove I'm a useless commander. He chuckled. Su Lai couldn't help but laugh out loud. If he wanted it, he should just say so. Why involve the soldiers? Old Su, our material stockpile for the ocean current reversal system is completely depleted. As an old comrade in arms, what do you think? After Commander Zhang put it that way, Su Lai did feel a bit embarrassed. The ocean current reversal system was originally an experimental project of the capital's research base. Having the coastal research base pour its entire resources into it without clear justification left Su Lai feeling perpetually indebted. Go ahead, old Zhang. What do you need for this demonic armament? Hey! Old Su, I knew you'd be the one. Commander Zhang visibly relaxed, a bright smile spreading across his face. Not much to ask for. Just equip it with whatever technology you have. Commander Zhang was only half informed anyway. He wouldn't dare make specific demands. He knew Su Lai well enough. Once he decided to help, he'd spare no effort. Asking for too much would only make it seem forced. Alright, wait for my call. Su Lai nodded in agreement, hung up the call, and returned to enjoying the bonfire banquet's merriment. Capital City. Coastal region. After hanging up, Commander Zhang let out a heavy sigh. The heavy weight on his heart was finally lifted. But behind him, a woman in a standard lab coat with short hair slowly stepped forward. His expression was slightly displeased. Dean, this is the first time I've seen you grovel like this. They're all key figures in the Dragon Nation. It's only fair they give us a vehicle for free. How come now we're the ones begging them over and over? Anger flickered across the woman's face, but confusion dominated her expression. Tianyi, this technology is crucial for us. I believe that once we master it, the core strength of our coastal research base will achieve breakthrough after breakthrough. Commander Zhang spoke with solemn earnestness. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. The burden of Longgua's future has never been something a single military region or research base could shoulder alone. It lies in the will of the people and the power of unity. Commander Zhang, do you have so little faith in us? Tianyi isn't just sitting around doing nothing. It's just shape-shifting tech. I could make that too. At these words, Commander Zhang frowned. Tianyi, we don't make empty boasts. That's the principle of our research base. I didn't. 72 unexpected visitors. Tianyi pouted. Having his abilities doubted by his superiors was unacceptable. Transformation technology. Tianyi muttered to herself. It's just assembling various parts. She could do that too. Commander, I'll start working on this tomorrow. Just you wait, we humans are no less intelligent than them. With those final words, Tianyi hurried out the door. Watching that stubborn figure, Commander Zhang sighed. Seeing his subordinate like this, he wasn't sure whether to feel pleased or troubled. The next day, the coastal research base hummed and roared with activity from early morning. Commander Jiang couldn't recall the last time he'd heard such sounds at the coastal research base. He walked into the factory area. The lawn idol factory now hummed with activity. Tianyi took the lead, directing everyone as they began polishing various components. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, yet Tianyi felt no fatigue. Instead, he felt an excitement that came from deep within. Spotting Commander Jiang approaching with his work notebook, he hurried over and began his report. Commander, I finished analyzing the footage last night. I've been studying the principles behind their spirit armored forces and am currently conducting experiments. Commander Jiang nodded. At this point, he actually hoped Tianyi would succeed. Good. Though the base's materials are running low, whatever you need just tell me. I'll support you fully, even if it means paying out of my own pocket. Hearing this, a wave of warmth surged through Tianyi's heart. His entire body surged with renewed vigor. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Commander Jiang, he immediately plunged into the factory without pause. Kyoto. Dragon Nation Military Base. Early in the morning, Jiang Chen was roused from his military tent by Suhi. He stretched lazily, his bones cracking audibly. Jiang Chen, Dad asked me to bring you an order. The pay is pretty good. Do you have time for it lately? What's it for? Jiang Chen asked with a puzzled look. Any kind of wraith armament will do. It's for Commander Jiang. After all, the reverse ocean current system. Before Suhi could finish, Jiang Chen cut her off. He could guess the rest. Commander Jiang had taken all the materials for the ocean current reversal technology, and Senior Su felt a pang of guilt within herself. As for crafting the wraith armament, saying any will do was easier said than done. It was actually harder than making a specific request. As the saying goes, no request is the greatest request. Jiang Chen would have to pull out all the stops to win Commander Jiang's genuine respect. 1 million in compensation. Deal. When Suhi mentioned money, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate for a second. He was genuinely broke at the moment. What little remained had been spent on his parents' medical treatment. Going through that again would be too much even for Jiang Chen. When do you need it? The sooner the better. Jiang Chen nodded. He rushed out of the military compound to hail a cab, not even bothering to tie his shoelaces. After half a month without a single job, he had to seize this opportunity. Back home, Jiang Chen immediately went to his workbench. Without aircraft or tanks as prototypes, the only thing Jiang Chen could build now was the Ghost Racer. He placed all the materials inside. Only when he heard the workbench start operating did Jiang Chen finally relax. Note, Wraith Racer construction time, 1 day. Please wait patiently, host. During the time spent crafting the race car, Jiang Chen did not idle. The reverse ocean currents system had been activated, and while everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly, there was no guarantee that the Cherry Blossom Congress wouldn't adopt any ideas detrimental to the Dragon Nation. He picked up his phone, scanning the latest news headlines. He hoped to find some clues within. Yet all he saw were images of the military parade. Even numerous online bloggers had launched a wave of stormy analyses. New tech in the military parade opens a new chapter for the Dragon Nation. When movies become reality, is the island nation feeling anxious? Resembling Cybertron Transformers, Dragon Nation opens the door to a sci-fi new world. Bloggers break down specific functions. The eye-catching headlines left Jiang Chen dazzled. He creates technology, while others study his creations. Honestly, it did feel like an accomplishment. Ding! A text message arrived on his phone. It was from Suhi. Jiang Chen, Dad's live streaming. You gotta see this. Below was a link, with the account name reading Official Account of the Dragon Nation Research Base. Jiang Chen couldn't resist his curiosity and clicked on it. The live stream had just begun. In less than a minute, the number of viewers in the live stream had already surpassed 1 million. The comments below were even more astonishing. Susan, is that shape-shifting tech really developed independently by our Dragon Nation? What kind of technology is that? How did they build it? Mom wasn't lying after all. Transformers are real, and they catch kids who misbehave. Senior Su appeared somewhat reserved during the live stream. Dressed in a lab coat, he earnestly answered various questions. Here, I need to clarify something. Dear netizens, this technology is known as Wraith Tech, a new type of military technology developed through our nation's tireless efforts. They bear no relation whatsoever to those Cybertronian contraptions. This technology belongs solely to the Dragon Nation, and it will always protect our lives. As Su Lai spoke, the chat below the livestream grew even more frenzied. Big Brother Su, can this military force take on 100 tanks at once? That's an understatement. During the military parade, I saw them teleport and summon a massive black hole in the sky. A black hole? Holy crap! I'd die to see what's inside. Glorious Dragon Nation. I'm so proud. Su. The live stream's comment stream exploded with messages. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. He then asked Suhi why she was streaming. Unprecedentedly, it was because the clamor had grown too loud. If Senior Su didn't step forward now, discussions about the evil spirit core would likely persist for years to come. However, the demon armor project was still in its infancy. Jiang Chen reviewed the technology stored in his workbench. Each one, if unveiled, would prove no less formidable than the evil spirit technology. He also pondered what the future Dragon Kingdom would look like if all these technologies were brought to fruition. Materials truly were a bottomless pit. Relying solely on the research base's support was far from sufficient. He had to find his own way to solve this. Knock knock knock. Just as Jiang Chen was lost in thought, a gentle knock sounded at the door. Jiang Chen, are you home? A slightly pleasant female voice rang out. Jiang Chen felt it sounded vaguely familiar. 73, the ultimate accountant. The villa was fully equipped with every amenity. Through the surveillance feed, Jiang Chen clearly saw the visitor's face. It was Sui's best friend, Xing Han. She arrived carrying a few gifts, dressed formally in a tailored suit and blouse. Her already tall stature was accentuated by high heels. She gave off an almost intimidating aura. Jiang Chen. It's me, Xing Han. Jiang Chen opened the door and gestured for Xing Han to come in and talk. She slipped into slippers, placed the gifts by the door, sat on the sofa, and began to scrutinize Jiang Chen before her. What's this about? Jiang Chen cut straight to the point. This was the first time an unfamiliar woman had sat in his home, and the atmosphere made him feel a bit tense. I heard from Su-hee that her evil spirit race car was built by you. That's correct. Can that thing be mass-produced? But at the mention of mass production, Jiang Chen, who had just taken a sip of water, sprayed it everywhere. Impossible. The Ghost Racer isn't comparable to ordinary race cars. It requires an enormous amount of materials. Xing Han sighed, a hint of disappointment in her voice, but she wasn't giving up. What about simplifying it? I don't ask for much, just something faster than those sports cars from Eagle Nation. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. So, how many do you want to produce? Xing Han held up one finger. 100? Unlimited. Struck again, Jiang Chen couldn't hold back any longer. Let me be honest with you, I want to start an auto company. Building my own brand has been my lifelong dream. I hope you'll support me. Xing Han finally voiced his thoughts, though the idea of starting a company. Jiang Chen wasn't particularly enthusiastic. I told you before, I'm afraid I can't be of much help with this. 1 million a month, plus commissions. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Well, $1 million a month. Jiang Chen was about to refuse, but the offer was just too tempting. What exactly do you need me to do? Just build race cars? That's the plan for now. If new ideas come up later, I'll reach out to you. Deal. Jiang Chen was decisive this time. Passing up money is just plain silly. $1 million a month he could splurge freely. With that kind of accumulation, material costs would never be a worry. Alright, I'll handle the company paperwork right away. I'll contact you once it's settled. Xing Han sure was a no-nonsense girl when it came to getting things done. Receiving Jiang Chen's confirmation, she hurried out of the room without delay. Sunny day. The sound of the workbench signaled the completion of the demon spirit racer. Jiang Chen immediately called Su-hee, instructing her to send someone to collect it. Incidentally, Jiang Chen also briefly discussed Xing Han's plans to start a company with Su-hee. You agreed? Su-hee sounded surprised. What choice did I have? He offered way too much. Su-hee didn't grasp the meaning behind his words and instead continued asking Jiang Chen peculiar questions like when the company would open and what he needed to do. After a few moments of awkward silence, still completely baffled, Su-hee simply told Jiang Chen, since you agreed, you'd better do a good job. Then she hung up. Coastal Research Base, Dragon Nation. After a day of experiments, Tianyi looked somewhat exhausted. But the experimental results were promising. Inside the laboratory, a massive, jet-black robot made of carbon fiber stood in the center. However, transformation proved somewhat difficult at present. For instance, during transformation, the arms wouldn't fit properly, or the head would get stuck and fly off. Commander Zhang pushed open the laboratory door. Seeing Tianyi's exhausted appearance, he felt a pang of sympathy. Tianyi, how's the research going? Commander? Tianyi looked surprised, then quickly composed himself and carefully smoothed his hair. We've only completed the human form so far. Achieving transformation remains quite challenging. Make sure to rest. Don't obsess over the transformation. You'll burn out if you push too hard. Commander Zhang glanced at the factory behind him. Seeing those humanoid machines, he desperately hoped Tianyi could perfect the technology. Still, they fell short. Regardless of whether transformation was possible, their appearance alone fell far short. Commander, rest assured I will figure it out. Tianyi spoke with confidence. Commander Zhang nodded in agreement before stepping out of the factory. Dragon Nation, capital city. After bidding farewell to Jiang Chen, Xing Han, she dashed straight to the city center to begin processing the paperwork required to establish a company. From business licenses to operating permits. He even scouted potential office locations and warehouses. After completing these tasks, Xinghan called Jiang Chen. As the company's key figure, she felt it was important for Jiang Chen to see the locations she had scouted. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen arrived at the factory gate. As soon as he stepped out of the car, Xinghan looked surprised. "You didn't drive? Taxis are economical and convenient. I can also think through issues during the ride that's called saving time in fragments." Xinghan rolled her eyes. But upon reflection, it made sense. A college student who lived in a villa couldn't possibly afford a car. "What do you think of this factory? It sure is big," Jiang Chen remarked casually. The factory's only notable feature was its size. It was completely empty inside. While Jiang Chen manufacturing technology didn't require much machinery, but from the interior design to filling it with small items, it would still cost a pretty penny. "Alright, then we'll settle on this location. Oh, and regarding the company's establishment, we'll need to start hiring staff now." Hiring ahead of time? Jiang Chen was puzzled. After all, the company was still in the planning phase and didn't even have a business license yet. Otherwise, we'll just be twiddling our thumbs once everything's ready? My end is mostly wrapped up. All that's left is waiting for the license approval and then renovating the factory. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. He had no experience in this area. He didn't understand it at all. He simply believed he should focus on developing the technology, leaving the rest to Xinghan. "Jiang Chen, one more thing, I just returned from out of town and don't know anyone here. Do you have any trustworthy friends?" "What for?" "The company needs an accountant, preferably someone I know inside and out." When it came to accountants, Jiang Chen immediately thought of Suhi. But as the daughter of the research-based director, Suhi already had plenty on her plate. Besides, she wouldn't want to be tied down by a company. "Judging by your expression, you probably don't have anyone in mind either. They don't need any special skills, just be sharp with money. Someone we know well who won't cause trouble. Sensitive to money." That phrase struck a chord with Jiang Chen. He did have one friend who fit the bill. He wore a Rolex watch yet managed his finances meticulously. And at school, no money-related opportunity escaped his notice like Jiang Chen's previous order. "I know just the person." "Really? Can we meet them now?" Xinghan's face lit up with delight as she pulled Jiang Chen along to meet him. 74 Not afraid you'll rip me off, just afraid you won't take me along. Kyoto, Berlin University. Xinghan and Jiang Chen rode in a supercar flown in from the UK. They pulled up at the university gates. Golden body lines, creamy white gloss, and those exaggerated butterfly doors instantly became the center of attention. Many students couldn't resist stopping to take photos. Several girls, unable to resist the temptation, even approached to strike up a conversation. But upon seeing Xinghan beside Jiang Chen, they all instinctively stepped back. The reason was simple, the gap was too vast. Her legs, now those were legs. Theirs were nothing but sausages. Her waist was like a deadly blade. As the two stepped out of the car and walked toward the school, a pack of puppy dog followers trailed behind them the entire way. Even when Jiang Chen made a bathroom break, classmates kept knocking on the door. "Bro, are you milking it for all it's worth or just giving it away? Spill the beans. I recognize you, you're Jiang Chen. Weren't you with Campus Beauty Suhi not long ago? How could you move on so fast? I'll give you $100, show me how to land the school beauty." Jiang Chen was getting annoyed by these brainless classmates. He couldn't even take a bathroom break in peace. With no other choice, Jiang Chen dialed a number from inside the bathroom stall. "Jiang Chen? Thought you'd forgotten about me, bro. Xin Feng, cut to the chase, get your ass over to the bathroom now." On the other end, Xin Feng was speechless. This kid must be out of his mind. Ever since he'd taken that order for him, not only had he gone radio silent, but he'd also snatched away Campus Beauty Suhi. The two vanished without a trace, presumably on their honeymoon. They hadn't returned to campus for a full month. Strangely enough, the sudden disappearance of the top two students in the school didn't raise any eyebrows. The school didn't even inquire. And now he shows up, demanding I go find him in the bathroom? Xin Feng clenched his fists and stormed toward the restroom where Jiang Chen was. Before he even entered, Xin Feng was stunned. The restroom, usually deserted most days, was now packed to the rafters. Everyone was clutching little notebooks and carrying red envelopes stuffed with cash, as if preparing for some major event. "Jiang Chen, I'm here. Where are you?" "At the very back of the restroom." "Damn it. What the hell is going on?" Xin Feng clenched his fists and strode toward the back. The student who'd been shoved back, about to retaliate, stepped aside meekly upon recognizing Xin Feng. Ever since Jiang Chen, Sui, and Ling Xiao left, Berlin University had become Qin Feng's domain. Not only was he academically brilliant, but he also packed a serious punch. For the compliant, he wielded the theory of ethics and morality. For the unruly, he employed the theory of fists. The administration turned a blind eye. After all, he ranked among the top 3 students. All the roughhousing was just normal. Venting geniuses need their outlets, after all. He dispersed the crowd. Qin Feng found Jiang Chen in the innermost stall of the restroom. Seeing his long-lost buddy, Jiang Chen was thrilled. Without even washing his hands, he rushed over for a big hug. You finally decided to come back? Where's Su-hee? Qin Feng's question left Jiang Chen momentarily stunned. What did Su-hee's whereabouts have to do with him? Let's not talk about that now, buddy. I need your help with something. Not again. Money? You're in the Academy of Sciences now, right? You shouldn't be short on cash. Qin Feng's face was etched with resignation, even questioning what kind of friend he'd made. He took the money, stole the campus beauty, and now he's back asking for more. This is beyond the pale. It's not about money. I'll introduce you to someone. Hearing this, Qin Feng's expression turned grave. This kid's been stirring up trouble non-stop since he got back. Hope he hasn't gotten himself into something serious. Let's go. If you've got something on your mind, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Hey. I knew you'd have my back. Jiang Chen teased. To Qin Feng, it confirmed he was indeed in trouble. He cautiously asked, what did the other guy look like? What does his family do? Heard they're loaded, but that's all I know. Great. He didn't even know what the other guy's family did for a living. If he'd messed with the son of some big shot, that would be trouble. He'd just have to play it by ear. Qin Feng thought to himself as he turned and followed Jiang Chen into the coffee shop. Just like the restroom. Before even stepping through the door, he could see the place packed to the rafters. Was this really the same coffee shop Qin Feng remembered as being on the verge of closing down? Damn it! They brought so many people. You're playing with my life, kid. Qin Feng's face darkened and he instinctively reached for his phone to call the police. What are you talking about? It's just one guy. Jiang Chen grabbed Qin Feng's arm, not giving him a chance to catch his breath, and they dashed into the coffee shop. Most of the patrons inside were men. Each of them ordered a cappuccino. Their gazes converged on the girl in the middle. Their eyes brimmed with endless speculation. He's here? Xinghan lifted his head, his gaze fixed on Jiang Chen and Qin Feng behind him. Yeah, my good buddy here, you won't be disappointed. Qin Feng listened to their conversation, his expression shifting from stunned to stunned. This setup doesn't look like trouble-free territory. Moreover, looking at Xinghan before him, her aura was every bit as commanding as Su-hee's. Jiang Chen, who is this? Qin Feng quickly composed himself and cautiously asked Jiang Chen. Su-hee's best friend. She's my boss now. Boss? You didn't work at the research base? Qin Feng's mind was filled with question marks. He had heard Ling Xiao mention it long ago. Jiang Chen was already part of the capital's research base. How could she have transferred to work under another company? Don't listen to his nonsense. We're partners. I provide the funding and planning, while Jiang Chen handles the technology. Xinghan explained with a smile, clarifying for Qin Feng. Oh. So, why did you call me here? Qin Feng was puzzled. One provided the capital, the other the effort. What exactly was his role? The company just secured its business license, so most staff are still in the preparatory phase. What we need most right now is a smart, dedicated, handsome guy with a great voice. Xinghan chuckled. Qin Feng nodded repeatedly as he listened. Whether he was sharp-witted or not was debatable, but dedication was a given. As for that last part, across the entire University of Berlin, who else could fit the bill? Alright, since my buddy asked me, I can't let him down. Qin Feng didn't pry for details, he simply agreed. He felt quite at ease inside. After all, Jiang Chen was no longer the college student he once was. According to Ling Xiao, even his family's enterprise needed someone of Jiang Chen's caliber. Following such a reliable buddy couldn't go wrong. He wasn't worried about being screwed over by his buddy. On the contrary, Qin Feng feared Jiang Chen wouldn't even bother bringing him along. Alright, let's exchange contact info. I'll send you the specific job details later. 75, no comparison, no pain. Qin Feng pulled out his phone and proactively scanned Xinghan's contact information. Seeing that captivating profile picture, Qin Feng couldn't help but blush. Immediately after, a series of documents began streaming in. Recruitment lists, draft factory contracts, all the tasks they'd need to tackle next. Qin Feng turned to Jiang Chen, his expression tinged with resignation. Good for you, kid. You really are something else. So this company was nothing but an empty shell right now. He was essentially a slave laborer. But the words were already out. He couldn't back down in front of Xinghan. He'd just have to grit his teeth and push forward. Qin Feng, for any funding issues, just come straight to me. I believe, with your help, the company will only get better and better. Xinghan smiled. She wasn't one for polite niceties either. Now that he was part of the company, they were all family, one collective. Qin Feng nodded solemnly. Perhaps this was also an opportunity for him. Looking at Ling Xiao, Su-hee, and even Jiang Chen at school, had all proven their worth. Ling Xiao and Su-hee had both joined the military district. Jiang Chen's rank was currently unknown, but from Ling Xiao's tone, Qin Feng understood. Jiang Chen's status might be even higher. He couldn't remain completely trapped within this university. He must catch up to their pace. Alright, I'll implement these plans as soon as possible. Seeing Qin Feng's expression, Jiang Chen walked over and patted his shoulder. Having his good buddy in the same company was truly a cause for celebration. Ding! At that moment, Qing Han's phone rang. Under Qin Feng and Jiang Chen's gaze, she glanced at the caller ID on her phone. I told you, if you called again. Qing Han, I just wanted to help you. Nothing else. She curled her lips in indifference. You're starting a company in China. How can you manage without help? Come to my place. I'll give you a ready-made company to use. Just add your brand name and you can launch it right away. My team consists entirely of international talent. Building a world-class supercar isn't just a dream. Sorry, I've already found the right people, Qing Han replied. Already found someone? Qing Han, you don't know anyone in China. Who could it be? Su He? Or is this just another excuse to deceive me? I've told you, I genuinely want to help you start a company, no ulterior motives whatsoever. With a resigned shake of her head, Qing Han hung up the phone. She wasn't about to waste her breath. Who was that person just now? Jiang Chen couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked. Qing Han's phone reception was poor, and since Jiang Chen wasn't far away, he'd heard every word they'd just exchanged. Just a persistent nuisance. He said he'd help you start a company. It's ready-made, why wouldn't you take it? He's a second-generation official. His dad's the vice president of some research base, I can't even remember which one. But the guy's a real pain in the ass and he's got some seriously twisted ideas. No way am I starting a company with him. Qing Han spoke these words with utter disdain written across her face. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen refrained from asking further questions. He merely turned to Qing Han and warned her to be cautious around such people. Meanwhile, Coastal Research Base. Through Tiany's relentless efforts, the first transformable vehicle finally came to life. Surveying his masterpiece, Tiany wiped the sweat from his brow with satisfaction. Commander Zhang. I've completed it. Tiany, already? Excellent. I'll be right over to take a look. Shortly thereafter, Commander Zhang arrived at the scene with a group of researchers. Upon reaching the laboratory door, Commander Zhang did not rush inside. Instead, he called out to Tiany inside, instructing him to bring the shape-shifting vehicle out. Outside the door, Commander Zhang positioned the custom-made Ghost Racer commissioned from Su Lai at the entrance. Tiany followed the others, pushing the vehicle out from inside. Upon seeing the Ghost Racer, her heart couldn't help but flutter. Commander, this. Tiany murmured, pointing at the demonic race car before them. This is Su Lai's modified race car, the Ghost Racer. Tiany, bring both cars over for comparison. You'll see where you fall short. After today's research session, this car is yours. Make sure you thoroughly study its internal structure and underlying principles. Commander Zhang spoke, his gaze lingering on Tiany before him. His original intention in having Su Lai build this race car was to facilitate collaborative research among the Coastal Research Base personnel. The goal was to build one as soon as possible. Tiany nodded, though a hint of reluctance lingered in her heart. They had all said she was capable. As Tiany stepped forward to examine the demonic race car before her, she found it visually appealing but otherwise indistinguishable from others. However, the researchers beside her noticed something extraordinary. The Demon Spirit Racer's exterior was smooth, with every component crafted with incredible precision. Compared to Tiany's creation, which had overlooked many details due to her intense focus on achieving transformation. Tiany, our component dimensions aren't precise enough. This Ghost Racer. The researcher murmured under his breath. Tiany merely nodded in acknowledgement. Begin the transformation test. Commander Zhang cleared his throat before proceeding to the next test. Tiany held the controller and activated the transformation sequence. In an instant, the parts of the transformation vehicle clicked and clanked, though fortunately none jammed or came apart. After half a minute, the transformation was complete. The researchers present stared wide-eyed at the transformed robot. Commander Zhang was also stunned. Tiany, you did a great job. To transform a replica into a perfectly functioning transformation product in just a few days. Tiany truly lived up to his reputation as a backbone of the Coastal Research Base. His innate drive was truly admirable. After praising Tiany, Commander Zhang immediately ordered his men to activate the transformation of the Ghost Racer. Everyone watched with anticipation. Following the Dragon Nation's military parade, the Demon Racer had delivered an extraordinary shockwave to the public. In the minds of researchers, it elevated technology to an entirely new dimension. Simply because its dazzling transformation and black hole technology were utterly mind-blowing. Moreover, this was just what they had seen so far. According to the commander, many more functions remained undisclosed. Opportunities to observe it up close like this were rare. Every second must be seized. As the Ghost Racer began its transformation. Compared to the transformation of the SkyArt manufactured vehicle, the Ghost Racer's transformation was far more orderly and silent. The transformation was complete in just over 10 seconds. The pitch-black humanoid machine radiated a cold metallic sheen, its sharp edges creating an indescribably awe-inspiring visual impact. 76. When it comes to combat prowess, I've never been afraid. Commander, this. Tianyi stared blankly at the transformation panel of the Wraith Racer before him. He had seen the Ghost Racer's performance during the parade. But witnessing such a colossal machine transform before his eyes left his mind reeling. Behind Tianyi, the assembled researchers were utterly dumbfounded. That transformation was way too fast. It happened in the blink of an eye, and compared to Tianyi's creation, it was like night and day. Tianyi's contraption seemed like a lump of scrap metal, while the Ghost Racer was the real deal, a true mechanical marvel. Tianyi, the appearance still leaves something to be desired, but don't worry about it. I believe you'll definitely make the other performance aspects better. Commander Jiang offered words of comfort to Tianyi, though his expectations remained low. This was the Wraith armament that silenced Commander Guo and struck fear into the hearts of other commanders. He could only hope his backbone, Tianyi, wouldn't fall too far behind. Commander. I will. The next one won't disappoint you. Soldiers, proceed with the crash test. Tianyi ordered the team of researchers to conduct the collision test. He had absolute confidence in this technology. Unlike the gimmicky contraptions of the evil spirit racing team, his creation might not be visually appealing, but it was exceptionally practical. The military district naturally had to consider a range of factors like durability and fuel efficiency. Appearance alone was insufficient. Soon, she would prove to Commander Jiang that the evil spirit racecar was merely for show, while her transformable vehicle was the true military-grade solution. As the collision testing equipment was brought onto the track, Commander Jiang ordered his men to place the Ghost Racer onto the crash test track. This was a propulsion device. As the name suggests, it propels objects placed on it toward the finish line pillar at a set speed. Set the speed to 100 km/h. Commander Jiang directed the crew to prepare. Other members of the research team also positioned cameras for subsequent reference. At that moment, the transformable racecar manufactured by Tianyi and the demonic racecar crafted by Su Lai were both ready on the track. As the switch was activated, both racecars shot forward like arrows, hurtling toward the pillars ahead. Tianyi's heart leapt into her throat. She hoped, as she had said, that what mattered wasn't appearance, but overall performance and durability. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed from the direction of the stone pillars. Everyone dropped what they were doing and jogged over to investigate. Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing her racecar unscathed. After colliding at 100 km/h, the body showed no dents. This wasn't just pushing the car's limits, it was pushing her own. Without the pressure from the demon racing team, she might not have developed such advanced materials in such a short time. Diamond-infused steel, truly formidable. A faint smile curved her lips as she murmured to herself. But her joy was short-lived. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the direction of the demon spirit racer. What material is this? Not even a scratch. This remark completely shattered Tianyi's defenses. She couldn't help but step closer. Sure enough, just as everyone had said, the demon spirit racer's exterior wasn't just unscathed, it didn't even have a single scratch. How could this be possible? Even if you're that amazing, you'd still chip some paint. Is the demon racer's ignition system broken? Tianyi's eyes widened. For the first time, she felt her worldview had been shattered. Sigh. He sighed helplessly. Commander Jiang announced the next test. The appearance was inadequate, the hardness was inadequate, he had to salvage the situation elsewhere, or else the resolve of his base personnel would falter. Commander, the next test? Inspect the weaponry on these two racecars. The commander spoke indifferently, then turned his gaze to Tianyi standing nearby. Tianyi nodded. When it came to combat strength, she had absolute confidence. The coastal research base and naval military region were inherently far superior to the armed forces stationed in cities like the capital. Even the capital's research base modeled its best armored tanks after those developed in coastal regions. In terms of appearance, they might not be as flashy as the city's models. In terms of hardness, they might not yet match the sturdiness of the cities. But when it came to weaponry, destructive power, Tianyi was confident they could outclass the capital's research base by a mile. Begin! As Tianyi gave the command, the research base team seamlessly maneuvered two racecars to the rear training range. The open space was ample for the missiles mounted on the racecars to unleash their full potential. On the way there, many researchers whispered among themselves. Some even approached Tianyi. Captain, can the weapons really outperform that ghost racing car? I heard even Commander Guo from the Northern Military District was thoroughly impressed, praising the weapon's power. Tianyi scoffed at this. Commander Guo of the Northern Military District had frequently visited our coastal base to learn from our expertise. In Dragon Nation, the coastal military district holds the edge over all others, whether in nuclear warheads, missiles, or even armor-piercing rounds. In regions defending the border, military strength naturally takes precedence. Hearing Tianyi's words, the others breathed a sigh of relief. After placing the two race cars at the designated spot on the firing range, Su He and the others headed to the command center. Let's start with the transformable race car Tianyi manufactured. At Commander Zhang's command, so he retrieved the remote control. Compared to the Ghost Racer, Tianyi's vehicle had a pitifully small cockpit when transformed into humanoid form, barely large enough for even a young child. Tianyi had noticed this flaw but had been unable to overcome it technically. Looking at the remote control in Tianyi's hand, Commander Zhang shook his head. The gap between this and the Wraith race car was simply too vast. As the target locked in place, Tianyi's transforming race car launched its attack. 3 or 5 missiles suddenly erupted from its rear, forming a mushroom cloud not far away. Captain, that was impressive. Who would have thought this transforming race car could even mount missiles? And it can carry 3 or 5 at once. Soldiers from the military district cheered in unison. Ordinary armored vehicles could only carry 3 or 4 missiles. This was undoubtedly a technological breakthrough for the coastal military district. Moreover, the destructive power of each missile seemed significantly enhanced. Even within the command center, the soldiers could feel the aftershocks of the shockwaves. This time, there should be no suspense. As expected, our coastal military district boasts the highest combat strength. Forget about those ghost racers, even tanks wouldn't stand a chance. Commander Zhang felt deeply gratified by this outcome. After all, for the current Dragon Nation, the idea of mounting 3 or 4 missiles on a single race car was simply too outrageous. But the coastal military district pulled it off. His own elite forces had pulled it off. 77. Failure is not to be feared. Tianyi was confident. Based on his years of research experience, equipping a single race car with 3 or 4 missiles was already pushing the limits. Moreover, these missiles were the compressible intercontinental missiles the Northern Fleet prided itself on. Their firepower was absolutely unquestionable. As she pressed the attack button, the modified race cars outside the arena received the command. They unleashed a barrage of fire upon the target. Missiles struck the ground, exploding into towering mushroom clouds. The shockwaves alone spread for thousands of meters. We've got this. We've got this one. Inside the command center, the team of scientists watched the scene unfold, each letting out a sigh of relief. Joy spread across their faces as they chatted excitedly, giving Tianyi a thumbs up. Commander Zhang nodded approvingly, showering Tianyi with praise. A mere racing car like this, it already surpassed most weapons within the Dragon Nation's military districts. If mass production were possible, the coastal military district's forces would undoubtedly become more agile, swift, and stealthy on future battlefields. Tianyi smiled. A weight lifted from his shoulders. No matter how formidable your ghost racer may be, it could never compare to these 3 or 4 compressed intercontinental missiles. Besides, in Tianyi's view, there was no way the ghost racer could possibly carry weapons of mass destruction. The ghost racer's exterior was simply too small. A compressed intercontinental missile wouldn't fit inside. Even if it could, it would only hold 1 or 2. Nothing compared to his own. Driven by fierce confidence, Tianyi eagerly urged Commander Zhang, "Commander, let's test the ghost racer immediately." She smiled, her heart pounding wildly inside. If the ghost racer, hailed as a marvel by every military district, were to lose this test, it would be like a genius falling from grace, utterly devastating. Very well. We shall commence the demon spirit racing car test immediately. Commander Zhang ordered his soldiers to begin operating the ghost racer. As the transformation technology activated, the ghost racer instantly shifted into human form. A pitch-black barrel silently emerging from its arm. Several energy crystals were attached to it. This barrel is so small. Was Commander Guo and the others really intimidated by this? Tianyi stared at the screen, where the barrel was barely as thick as a bull's rim, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. In her estimation, a weapon capable of astonishing Commander Guo and his men should be at least missile grade. At the very least, a nuclear bomb. But expecting such a tiny barrel to launch a nuclear warhead? Utterly ridiculous. The researchers behind her nodded in agreement as they studied the barrel, sharing Tianyi's skepticism. For a moment, they were certain Commander Guo must not have witnessed this weapon's true power. He'd simply been dazzled by its flashy appearance. Even the most seasoned veterans can slip up. Understanding things too superficially is never a good thing. Meanwhile, inside the evil spirit racer's cockpit at the firing range, a soldier stared at the weapon panel before him, his mind completely blown. This was nothing like the tanks or planes he'd operated before. This weapon panel actually has an energy bar. Maximum level 10. Currently at level 1. The soldier tried to increase it, only to see a dialog box flash on the screen. Warning. Upgrading the Wraith quantum weapon requires commander level authorization. Contact Commander Du for authorization. The soldier was dumbfounded. Commander Du? Isn't that the commander of the capital military district? Then, the soldier activated his voice channel and relayed the message to everyone in the command center. Upon hearing that Commander Du's authorization was required to access the files, the researchers collectively felt indignant on Commander Zhang's behalf. This was clearly a setup. Commander Zhang, Was this ghost racing car really developed by us? Why does it require Commander Du's authorization? Commander Zhang's face turned ashen. He resolved to confront Du Yongkang about this later. Commander, are we still racing? At the lowest gear, it probably can't even destroy the target. Tian, noticing Commander Zhang's pallor, stepped forward and spoke up. Proceed. Soldier, save that footage for me. After this, I'm going to Du Yongkang's place to settle the score. How dare he play me like that? Commander Zhang fumed, his nostrils flaring with anger. The soldier who received the order didn't hesitate, launching an attack at the target. The cannon barrel on his arm continued to gather energy. A blinding white light pierced the very heart. Though the commander stood some distance from the firing range, an inexplicable sense of pressure exploded within everyone's hearts. Tianyi's eyes were fixed on the demonic race car on the screen. This thing wasn't firing shells. Lasers? In all his years working for the coastal military district, he had never heard of such a thing. That there were armed forces in Dragon Nation capable of wielding laser weapons. Boom! As the demon racer completed its energy charge, a sapphire blue beam erupted from its arm, piercing straight through the nearby titanium alloy target. But it didn't stop there. Only upon striking the earthen embankment behind it did the laser finally dissipate. Just as everyone thought it was over, on the screen, within the indentation of the embankment, the researchers clearly witnessed a vivid blue five-pointed star erupting from the impact. Immediately after, a mushroom cloud rivaling a nuclear explosion shot skyward. Tianyi instinctively gasped in shock. The deafening roar instantly engulfed the command room, and even the glass in front of the speakers cracked slightly. The fire wave surged like an enraged dragon. It swept through the clouds. The shockwave spread for several kilometers before finally subsiding. Commander Zhang stared helplessly at the scene before him, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He silently thanked his lucky stars that old Du, that good man, had set the permissions. Otherwise, had the laser been fired at maximum power just now, the coastal military district would likely have been reduced to nothing but sea, let alone a military district. Behind him, Tianyi stared intently at the screen. For a moment, she felt a lump in her throat. She never imagined this seemingly unremarkable device could unleash such earth-shattering power. Recalling her earlier words, Tianyi now wished the ground would swallow her whole. She had lost, completely and utterly. Commander, Tianyi murmured, glancing at Commander Zhang, who was equally dazed. Tianyi, I thought this demon spirit racer was just the ceiling. I never imagined it would be in outer space. As a scientist, Tianyi possessed an innate stubbornness, but the demon spirit racer before her felt like it was grinding her bones to dust. Don't lose heart. This race car is now yours. Decoding its underlying knowledge, theories, and every technical parameter is our absolute top priority. Commander Zhang regained his composure and addressed Tianyi. Failure isn't terrifying, it's an opportunity to grow. All right, Tianyi responded in a daze, her mind consumed by thoughts of the man who built the ghost racing car, Jiang Chen. How could the gap between people be so vast? 78. The top dog at Tech University. Shocked, Commander Zhang ordered soldiers to drive both race cars to the lab. Tianyi followed them. Her mind was now consumed by the various technologies of the ghost racing car. She had made up her mind, she wouldn't leave the lab until she had mastered the knowledge, theory, and technology behind it. Even as Commander Zhang repeatedly urged her to prioritize her health, Tianyi remained resolute. However, she soon encountered a problem. Due to the material composition of the ghost racer, its hardened shell proved impossible to breach. Tianyi tried numerous methods, drilling with a drill, smashing with a hammer, even nearly resorting to a missile strike, yet the ghost racing car remained unscathed. Not even a scratch to show for it. Captain, instrument analysis indicates this material incorporates numerous elements. Essentially all of Blue Star's top 10 hardest elements are present. Beside her, the research team held their instruments, analyzing the material while reporting their findings. Tianyi's brows knitted tightly together upon hearing this. Top 10 on Blue Star's hardness list? What kind of joke is this? With current technological capabilities? That's simply impossible. The coastal research base had spent over a decade of effort just to barely fuse 3 extremely hard materials. He was just a college student, no machines, no instruments. There must be a problem with some step. I need to get to the bottom of this, he muttered to himself. Tianyi had already begun taking action. She contacted Commander Zhang first to report the latest progress. What? 10 types fused together? On the other end of the line, Commander Zhang's voice betrayed utter astonishment. Commander, can we get in touch with the creator? I want to speak with him in person, at the very least. Get him to share the method for disassembling the components. Alright, I'm heading over now. Commander Zhang hung up and immediately called Du Yongkang. Upon learning of Jiang Chen's whereabouts, he immediately set off for the lab to retrieve Tianyi. Kyoto, downtown area. Qin Feng, accompanied by Jiang Chen, began laying the groundwork for the company's establishment. The first task at hand was recruiting staff. Prior to this, the two had done their homework thoroughly. They had determined the types of talent to recruit and the compensation packages to offer. Referencing Chinghan's company budget, the maximum monthly salary per person was currently capped at 10,000. In most companies, this amount would be considered high. But they weren't just hiring workers, they needed specialized graduates with knowledge of racing car assembly techniques and similar skills. After browsing online, they found salaries were too high and competition fierce. They decided to focus their efforts on technology-focused universities instead. Hailing a taxi, they arrived at the gates of Kyoto University of Science and Technology. This institution was widely recognized as a talent hub in the Dragon Nation. The students' passion for technology rivaled that of the seasoned veterans at research bases. Recruiting talent here was an excellent choice. At the entrance, as soon as Jiang Chen and Qin Feng stepped out of the cab, they saw numerous companies conducting recruitment drives. The competition was fierce. Compared to Qin Feng and Jiang Chen, who arrived empty-handed, they were far better prepared. Not only did they display the company's future prospects on banners, but they also had dedicated personnel distributing flyers and a human resources manager stationed on site. Talented individuals. Look this way. Your local college students too, come check out our company. We guarantee a bright future once you join us. Not only do we provide internship certificates, but our compensation packages are top tier, and you'll get to network with many talented individuals. Just as Jiang Chen and his companion stepped off the bus, the HR manager across the street, quick as a flash, immediately approached them with flyers in hand. Regardless of whether Jiang Chen had free hands, a thick stack of company brochures was thrust into his grasp. You've got the wrong idea, we're here to recruit students too. Jiang Chen declined with a smile, while Qin Feng waved his hands repeatedly, signaling he was with Jiang Chen. You're here to recruit too? The HR manager glanced left and right, then scrutinized Jiang Chen and Qin Feng from head to toe. Hair hasn't even grown in yet, and you're starting a company? How unprofessional. You don't even have flyers. If you can recruit talent like this, I'll walk home on my hands. The HR manager surveyed the scene. The two men before him were clearly college students. How could they possibly be from any company's HR department? Not only were their outfits unprofessional, but their preparations were lacking. They were treating him like a kid. No way, these were clearly students from some school using this as an excuse to avoid real work. You judge people by their appearance. Qin Feng retorted, his voice raised. This infuriated the HR manager beyond measure. After all these years on the job, after spending so many days stationed at the university gates, this was the first time anyone had questioned his professionalism. Clutching the company brochure, he advanced step by step toward Qin Feng. Kid, you're just starting out in the world. Do you even know what it means to speak without thinking? Oh, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. He really didn't know. From childhood onward, it was always others who brought trouble upon themselves. He'd never experienced this feeling firsthand. Qin Feng, let's go. Don't let him ruin our business. Jiang Chen watched the personnel manager storming over and couldn't help but frown slightly. It wasn't that he feared trouble, but he simply didn't want any complications right now. The two brothers were strangers in this place. If they really encountered someone talented later and this guy deliberately interfered, it wouldn't be worth the trouble. Qin Feng glanced at Jiang Chen, then reluctantly conceded. But they hadn't gone far. The personnel manager started up again with his idle chatter. Two greenhorns. What did you learn in college? Not a shred of social grace. Did you just spend all day buried in books and turn into fools? I'll talk to my colleagues later. Just the two of you, don't even think about getting hired by any company in this area. Qin Feng, who had intended to walk away, couldn't bear to hear this. He snatched the company brochure from Jiang Chen's hand, determined to settle the score. But then his eyes scanned the page. The company's order form featured an image that looked incredibly familiar. Jiang Chen, come take a look. Isn't this the ghost racing car? On the company brochure the HR manager thrust into Jiang Chen's hands. A sleek, angular, jet-black race car caught Qin Feng's eye. It looked extremely familiar. When Jiang Chen leaned in to take a closer look, he froze in place. It's definitely the Ghost Racer. I built it, I'd recognize it even if it turned to dust. Though the Ghost Racer could never turn to dust. Well, stealing someone else's intellectual property and still having the nerve to brag about it? Today, they're going to pay dearly. Qin Feng smiled unexpectedly, though the smile held a sinister edge. Meanwhile, the HR manager seemed to have found a new target, launching into another round of brainwashing. Clutching a flyer, he dashed toward the adjacent booth. Paying no heed to the thoughts of the recruitment company's booth attendant, he grabbed the teenager standing before him and began boasting. Hey, the top dog from Tech University is here, and he's still looking for a job? 79. I understand the theory behind it. You guys again? The boy dubbed Tech University's top dog sounded slightly irritated, though he didn't outright refuse. His tone carried a hint of weariness. Didn't you say before you wanted to join a company with growth potential? Our company is perfect for someone like you. The HR manager was relentless, acting as if the company were his own family business. His earnest enthusiasm would have earned him a thumbs up even from a 5-star general like McAfee. I've reviewed your company's previous presentations. You lack everything essential, at the very least. You should present a decent invention or patent. Why should I join otherwise? The tech leader's arrogance remained undiminished, and the HR manager showed no sign of being put off. Students who rank at the top of this university all carry a certain pride. That pride was what drove them forward. Our previous company introduction was indeed a bit vague. Here's the updated version for you to review. The HR manager thrust it into the young man's hands, just as he had done with Jiang Chen. As he scanned it, his eyes immediately landed on the demonic racing car. The HR manager's eyes lit up, staring at the young man before him as if he were a goldmine. Is it produced by your company? Isn't this the transformative technology featured in the military parade? Impressive insight. I knew it. Researchers like you care most about these things, the HR manager said, as he pulled another document from his backpack. Fantastic. I've been wondering lately what kind of person could create such a shape-shifting race car. Do you know the principles behind it? Caught off guard by the young man's question, the HR director scratched his head, looking slightly embarrassed. My role is talent recruitment. The company has specialized instructors who'll teach you everything. If you perform well, you'll eventually get to build them yourself. Here, fill out this application form first, then come with me to the company. The HR director handed the young man the freshly retrieved document. When he saw the youth grasping the pen to begin filling it out, a weight seemed to lift from his heart. His face lit up with delight. Jiang Chen, Chen Feng watched from the side, his anger boiling over. How shameless could someone be, flaunting someone else's technology everywhere? He turned to look at Jiang Chen beside him, only to find Jiang Chen already striding toward the personnel director. Excuse me. Hello. Jiang Chen greeted him politely first, causing the young man to pause his writing. The HR director was clearly displeased. This felt like a last-minute interruption. He was just about to recruit a top talent for the company, which would earn him a hefty bonus. He couldn't afford any mistakes now. So it's you two college kids. What? Seeing the big shot join our company makes you one and two? Too late. The HR director's face twisted with contempt as he even began recounting to the young man in front of him the alleged ingratitude of Jiang Chen and his companion. Sorry, but as I mentioned earlier, we're also here to recruit. It's just that I have some questions about your company's presentation. Issues? Hearing this, the HR director's heart tightened, yet his expression remained composed as he replied coolly. What could you two possibly find wrong? Surely you're not just jealous that I've recruited talent? I advise you not to do anything foolish. At the very least, maintain some professional integrity. The young man frowned, utterly baffled. Yet when he glanced at Jiang Chen and Chen Feng, he couldn't help but feel genuinely surprised. They clearly looked like college students. How could they possibly be recruiters? The images on the company profile weren't created by you, were they? You must have fabricated them using photo editing techniques, Jiang Chen stated with absolute certainty. The HR director immediately grew anxious. Oh no, this guy's here to cause trouble. He took several deep breaths, forcing himself to suppress his anger. Got any proof? Without evidence. Watch out, I'll sue you for spreading rumors. He stared at Jiang Chen, a kid who hadn't even grown a full beard yet, daring to critique his company's presentation? Never mind who sent you here. The technology in those images? That's the latest tech showcased during the military parade. Hardly anyone knows about it. Its origins are even more obscure. How can you be so certain? Just a college student? The young man beside him heard this and gave Jiang Chen a thorough once-over. Spreading rumors about this is out of the question. In Longhua, matters concerning technology are classified secrets. Especially technology showcased in the military parade, they tolerate absolutely no blemishes. Judging by Jiang Chen's appearance, he didn't seem like someone who could know the inside story. Of course I do. I know every design principle behind this technology. Hearing this, the personnel director immediately laughed, and quite loudly. You know the theory behind this? Boss, do you trust him more than you trust me? Or do you trust Qin Shi Huang? The young man shrugged, offering no response. Although Jiang Chen's words were explosive, he had also been watching the military parade. That kind of shape-shifting technology was unheard of. Only its developers could know the truth, likely the veteran researchers and core members at the R&D base. Such individuals commanded revered status even within the Dragon Nation, at the very least regarded as pillars of the field. They'd never leave home without at least 4 or 5 bodyguards ensuring their safety at all times. Yet this college student before him was simply beyond imagination. You have 2 choices now. First, go find somewhere cool to chill out. Second, If you persist in this nonsense, I'll personally escort you to a place where it's cool. The personnel manager spat out the words viciously, his hand already dialing a number, making it sound like the real deal. Clickety-clack. Just as Jiang Chen was about to teach him a lesson, a crisp, synchronized rhythm of footsteps echoed behind them. The wail of sirens pierced everyone's ears. Hey, kid, looks like you've been spreading rumors everywhere. Your arrest team sure got here fast. The HR director gloated, already picturing Jiang Chen being led away. Soon, a group of armed soldiers emerged from the vehicle. They wore green military uniforms with armbands bearing the inscription Yanhai Military District. At the front, two figures slowly stepped out of the vehicle. After adjusting their appearance, they walked toward them. Qin Fang's heart tightened, but seeing Jiang Chen's calm and composed demeanor, he straightened his posture. Jiang Chen, what are you doing here? The arrivals were none other than Commander Zhang and his right-hand man, Tian. The moment he spotted Jiang Chen, Commander Zhang shed his usual stern demeanor. His face broke into a broad smile as he strode purposefully toward the young man. Tian followed silently behind, studying the young man before them. This is Jiang Chen, the creator of the Wraith series and the reverse ocean current technology? Why mess with him? He's a scientific genius. Commander Zhang approached with a smile. He couldn't help but grasp Jiang Chen's hand, leaving the three people before him utterly stunned, especially the one dubbed the tech guru of the university. Upon seeing the nameplate on Commander Zhang's chest, his mind struggled to process it. Zhang Yongqing, director of the Coastal Research Base, commander of the Coastal Military Region. What an immense position, and yet he was chatting and laughing with Jiang Chen right before their eyes. The personnel director panicked. His face drained of color, as if all the blood had been sucked from his body. He too had noticed the nameplate on Commander Zhang's uniform. A figure of such stature was not someone they lowly officials could afford to provoke. Moreover, it seemed he and Jiang Chen shared a close rapport. Could it be that this kid truly knew the origin of the items in the pictures, just as he claimed? Commander Zhang? Jiang Chen watched Commander Zhang approach with a smile, surprise evident on his face before he returned the gesture and shook hands. Come, let's discuss this in detail over here. Commander Zhang took Jiang Chen by the arm and led him, along with Tian and Qin Feng, to a secluded spot. The personnel director and the young man were left standing aside. We received that ghost racer. It's quite effective. We're glad you're satisfied. Jiang Chen responded with a smile. Here's the thing, I hope you won't take offense or overthink this, but could you discuss the blueprints for the ghost racer with Tianyi? Then, go over the many details involved with her. Commander Zhang spoke, an awkward expression crossing his face. Tianyi, standing nearby, silently lowered her head upon hearing this. There was no other reason as a researcher. The greatest fear was appropriating another's intellectual property. Jiang Chen's ghost racing car was the fruit of his labor. To so blatantly request his technological theories and blueprints would undoubtedly put Jiang Chen in an awkward position. It would render all his hard work meaningless. Alright, no problem. Jiang Chen agreed without hesitation. This surprised both Commander Zhang and Tianyi. Jiang Chen, don't you want anything in return? Or if you have any requests, feel free to tell us. We'll do our best to accommodate them. We're all family, working for the sake of Dragon Nation. It's fine. The moment the words left his mouth, Tianyi's gaze shifted. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Jiang Chen. Excellent. Truly the young man Su Lai raves about. Commander Zhang couldn't help but praise aloud. Tianyi nodded in agreement. To selflessly offer one's life's work, what a spirit. At least she, Tianyi, couldn't match that. At that moment, Commander Zhang wanted nothing more than to give Jiang Chen a big hug. But with so many people around, he could only offer a pat on the shoulder instead. Tianyi, if you have any questions, ask them now while Zhang is here. Commander Zhang motioned for Tianyi to step forward. Just as she reached for her notebook, Jiang Chen interrupted. Hold on. I need to handle something first. What is it? I'll handle it. Commander Zhang grabbed Jiang Chen's arm. With Jiang Chen going out of his way like this, he felt compelled to help however he could. Nothing major. Someone's impersonating my technology to intimidate people here. Hearing this, not only Commander Zhang but also Tianyi behind him frowned. His gaze darkened, as if he could devour someone with his eyes. Who? Commander Zhang demanded coldly, his imposing presence radiating authority. As the director of the research base, he understood the immense effort poured into every piece of technology. He couldn't control what happened elsewhere, but within Dragon Nation, anyone daring to steal another's technology to deceive others would be made to regret it for the rest of their life. Yes. Jiang Chen gestured toward the personnel director beside him. Commander Zhang turned his gaze toward him, his eyes brimming with contempt. The personnel director, under that intense stare, broke out in a cold sweat. He knew exactly what mistake he had made. If it were just ordinary technology, there might be no cause for alarm. But the mysterious technology that appeared during the military parade? That was an entirely different matter. A lighter punishment might have been a verbal reprimand and a fine. But now, even jail time seemed like a minor consequence. This is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I just finished editing this company profile, it hasn't been used to deceive anyone yet. The personnel director looked visibly tense, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke. The young man beside him now understood what was happening. He stepped forward and saluted Commander Jiang. Good day, Commander. My name is Chen Fan, a student at the University of Science and Technology. I can vouch for Jiang Chen, this company's HR director was indeed distributing flyers for another tech firm while recruiting me. Hearing Chen Fan's words, the HR director's face darkened further. At this point, even the heavens themselves couldn't save him. Guards, take him away. Document everything clearly. Sentence him according to the law. And thoroughly investigate this company. After receiving Chen Fan's testimony, Commander Jiang immediately ordered the soldiers to act. The cold metal of the handcuffs stung the HR director's skin. His eyes brimmed with regret. Why did he have to provoke this young man? Now not only was he facing a life sentence, but he'd dragged the entire company down with him. Commander Jiang. Thank you. No need for formalities. We're family. Hearing Jiang Chen's thanks, Commander Jiang declined with words but felt immensely satisfied inside. This young man, Jiang Chen, truly outstanding in both character and ability. Not only was he free of arrogance, but he remained so humble and unassuming. How could the Dragon Nation not need more young people like him? Tianyi stood nearby. Her attitude toward Jiang Chen completely transformed from before. Before meeting Jiang Chen, she had imagined that someone capable of creating such technology must be difficult to get along with, or at the very least, eccentric. But upon meeting Jiang Chen in person, her admiration for him was unmistakable, bordering on awe. To create such technology at such a young age, coupled with his humble character, these two qualities alone made Tianyi feel inadequate. She recalled her own past, when merely gaining admission to the research base had made her feel superior to her peers. Her pride had been unbearable, but compared to Jiang Chen, it was like heaven and earth. Commander, Tianyi, I'll have Sui send you all the information on the Demon Spirit Racer shortly. If you have any questions, feel free to ask anytime. Commander Jiang waved his hand, signaling no rush. Tianyi nodded in agreement, though his heart raced with excitement. There was no need to rush. Xiao Jiang, by the way, what exactly are you doing here? Recruiting. Recruiting? Both Commander Jiang and Tianyi were taken aback by Jiang Chen's answer. Sui's best friend recently asked me to start a company. I'm handling the technical side, and this gentleman here is in charge of corporate planning. We're currently short-staffed. Jiang Chen explained the reason. Commander Jiang, however, interpreted it from the opposite angle. He nodded thoughtfully before speaking. Short-handed? That's easy to fix. The coastal research base doesn't have many projects going on lately. Aside from the ghost racing project, there's nothing else. How many people do you need? I'll send some over tomorrow. Jiang Chen and Xin Feng's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Research base personnel coming to assist their company? This windfall opportunity was actually happening? Commander Jiang, is that really okay? Why wouldn't it be? Just do as I say. Commander Jiang smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. 81. Thought it was the ceiling, but it was actually the atmosphere. After settling matters with the HR manager, Commander Jiang left a parting remark before departing with Tianyi. Xin Feng and Jiang Chen exchanged glances before pulling out the company's staffing plan. Genius. Is your company still hiring? Chen Fan approached Jiang Chen, his face brimming with admiration. He'd witnessed Dean Zhang's attitude toward Jiang Chen firsthand. Being associated with such a luminary was proof enough of Jiang Chen's capabilities. Though the man before him was young, talent was never bound by age. We welcome all applicants. Xin Feng stepped forward to speak. The company desperately needed talent right now. Although Commander Jiang had agreed to lend Jiang Chen employees, they ultimately belonged to the research base. Should new research projects arise, those from the base likely wouldn't remain with the company for long. Xin Feng then took Chen Fan's resume. After a quick glance, he was thoroughly impressed. University of Science and Technology, consistently top student every year with such credentials. He was absolutely qualified for the research base after graduation. Jiang Chen. Xin Feng turned to Jiang Chen. After receiving his nod, he began the on-the-spot interview with Chen Fan. What is your dream? I aspire to create technology that will astonish the Dragon Nation. Listening to Chen Fan's words, Xin Feng nodded, as if speaking from experience. After a series of probing questions, Jiang Chen and Xin Feng were thoroughly impressed with Chen Fan. They exchanged contact information. Night. Coastal Research Base. After communicating with Su He, Tianyi obtained Jiang Chen's Evil Spirit Racing Manual. Following the instructions, Disassembling the Ghost Racer required starting from the bottom and deactivating the safety system. Sure enough, following the procedure, the Ghost Racer began emitting a humming sound. Warning, safety system is about to shut down. The shrill alarm startled Tianyi. Immediately afterward, the exterior of the Ghost Racer began to transform. The once seamless hood, doors, and other panels started to crack open, revealing the intricate assembly of components within. Beside each component were buttons for disassembly. This saved Tianyi a lot of trouble. From the outer shell to the chassis, Tianyi followed the researchers, carefully peeling it apart piece by piece, placing it on the table. Suddenly, beneath the hood, a small sapphire blue orb caught everyone's attention. It emitted a blue halo, its interior densely packed with spinning gears that whirred incessantly. Captain, what is this? I've never seen anything like it before, it's so sci-fi. Tianyi stared in bewilderment. She quickly pulled out the notes on Jiang Chen that Suhi had given her. It took her a full 5 minutes to locate the relevant entry. Micronuclear power system, Tianyi murmured to herself. The next page made her expression freeze, as if she'd seen something extraordinary. What's wrong, Captain? Is there something special about this? Seeing Tianyi's expression, the research team's curiosity was palpable. Have you heard of nuclear fusion? Tianyi spoke slowly, his gaze sweeping over the group. Nuclear fusion? The research team nodded in unison. This concept was common knowledge, a problem that had plagued the Dragon Nation for years. Even now, this technology remained on the Coastal Research Base's list of undeveloped projects. Captain, could this possibly be related to nuclear fusion? A man stepped forward from the team, his tone tinged with surprise. This thing incorporates miniaturized nuclear fusion. At Tianyi's words, the entire research base fell silent. It contained miniature nuclear fusion. Had the Dragon Nation's capital research base already developed nuclear fusion, and managed to miniaturize it? Staring at the glowing sphere barely 30 centimeters across, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They found it utterly unbelievable. The Coastal Research Base had been pouring resources into nuclear fusion. The basic framework created by their theoretical work would occupy at least several square meters, and it stood over 2 meters tall. Large-scale ones can't be built. Compression is out of the question. The difficulty is no less than breaking through from 3 dimensions to 4. Captain, this notebook must be nonsense. Nuclear fusion has always been a major challenge for our country. How could he possibly have built it? And even if they did, given how those guys at the Kyoto Research Base operate, they'd have handed it over to the state ages ago and bragged about it to us. There's no way they'd keep it hidden until now. The research team remained skeptical about the notebook Tianyi mentioned. While the demonic race car before them did surpass their expectations in certain aspects, it couldn't be this absurd. Nuclear fusion? That was clearly taking the joke too far. Listening to the research team's reasoning, Tianyi found it quite plausible. Technology like this, the folks at the Kyoto Research Base couldn't possibly have kept it hidden until now. It was likely a note exaggerating the capabilities of a similar function. Captain, come see this. A startled cry came from the research team behind him, busy with the dismantling. Tianyi turned to look and saw another deep blue, luminous object. Unlike the previous glowing sphere, this one had a crystalline form. Don't touch it. What if it's radioactive? Go put on your protective gear first. True to her role as team leader, Tianyi's perspective always captured details overlooked by the researchers. She immediately flipped through her notes. A deep blue energy crystal, created using photolithography. Storing energy? For a moment, Tianyi felt as if her mind had been struck by lightning. The contents of those notes were simply too outlandish. First nuclear fusion, now lithography technology. Hearing Tianyi's mutterings, the researchers behind her couldn't stay calm either. 2 major challenges for the Dragon Nation, right off the bat. Is this even human? Hold on. Research team, project these notes onto the main screen. Tianyi's tone was unwavering, and the team wasted no time. They immediately retrieved a scanner and projected the contents of the notes onto the large screen. What they saw left them stunned. Most of the theories matched those currently used at coastal research bases, but what stood out were the details. Lithography machines, nuclear fusion. In terms of development progress, the coastal base was merely scratching the surface. But Jiang Chen's notes contained a complete theoretical framework, detailing precisely which machines and materials to use. Captain, this guy is no ordinary man. How can the gap between us be so vast? Tianyi found himself momentarily speechless. He had assumed Jiang Chen was at his peak, but he'd already broken through the atmosphere. Research team, study these notes thoroughly overnight. Everyone must memorize them inside out before commencing new technological research. Tianyi solemnly issued the command. In an instant, the entire research team's blood was set ablaze. 82. Suhi, competition first, everything else second. The next day, Tianyi presented the teardown report of the Demon Spirit Racer to Commander Zhang. Upon hearing the terms nuclear fusion and lithography machine, he gasped sharply, his voice trembling. As a researcher with over a decade of experience, he understood the immense value of these two technologies. Tanny, this matter must remain confidential. Do not publicize it, and above all, keep it from researchers in other military districts. Beyond the commander level, security must be ironclad. Commander Jiang instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. He now understood why Du Yongkang had concealed these technologies from Jiang Chen all along. There was no other reason. Any one of these technologies, if revealed, would spark a bloody battle not just among Dragon Nation's rivals, but among every nation on Blue Star, and its creator, Jiang Chen. The situation for this young man would only grow more perilous. He swiftly dialed Du Yongkang's number. Capital City. Research Base. Du Yongkang was discussing defense improvements with Su Lai when Commander Zhang's call abruptly rang through. Old Zhang? What brings you to call me? On the other end, Commander Zhang's voice was urgent. Even through the phone, Du Yongkang could sense the genuine excitement radiating from him. Old Du, the lithography machine, nuclear fusion. You guys have been keeping this under wraps. Du Yongkang had the speakerphone on. Su Lai, standing nearby, naturally heard everything. Upon catching the words nuclear fusion and lithography machine, he instantly lost his composure. You dismantled the ghost racing car? Su Lai snatched the phone and bellowed at old Zhang. Calm down. I just wanted to study it. Old Zhang, you must keep this confidential. You know how critical these two technologies are. Even the slightest leak could spark an international war. Commander Zhang nodded repeatedly on the other end, hastily assuring him he'd keep it under wraps. Did you hear? Jiang Chen seems to be starting a company lately. I heard from Su He. It's her best friend's company. Jiang Chen's just helping out. At this point, Su Lai seemed to remember something. He suddenly slapped his forehead. Old Zhang, do you think little Jiang might be using that company to produce these technologies? That's exactly what I'm worried about. His company was originally in race car manufacturing. No way. I'm heading over there right now to check it out. He hung up the phone in a hurry, threw on some clothes, and immediately drove off in his armored vehicle, sending Jiang Chen a text message, following the location Jiang Chen had provided. Su Lai arrived at the location in no time. It was an unfinished, abandoned warehouse. It was quite spacious and not far from the bustling downtown area. Before even exiting the vehicle, Su Lai spotted Jiang Chen, Qing Han, and the other two. They were meticulously mapping out the warehouse's layout, what each area would become, personnel assignments, and so on. Xiao Jiang, a familiar voice called out from behind them, causing Jiang Chen and the others to turn around. Su Lai, dressed in plain clothes, stepped out of the vehicle and approached Jiang Chen. Glancing at the vast abandoned warehouse behind them, he inquired, "Is there anything I can assist with?" "No need. Senior Su, Commander Zhang has already done so much for us. There's nothing else for now." Su Lai was taken aback by Jiang Chen's response, surprised at how quickly old Zhang had acted. Chen Fan, standing nearby, spotted Su Lai, couldn't help but scrutinize him from head to toe. The elderly man before him possessed an extraordinary aura of calm, composed, and deeply knowledgeable. He bore a striking resemblance to Commander Zhang from yesterday. He must be another high-ranking official. Oh, Qinghan Qin Feng is here too. And who might this gentleman be? Ah, I'm Chen Fan, a student at the University of Science and Technology. Chen Fan, caught off guard by the mention of his name, hurried forward to introduce himself. Hearing the name of the University of Science and Technology, Su Lai smiled. Not bad, not bad. Little Jiang really does recruit talent. Speaking of which, USTC is my alma mater. Upon hearing Su Lai was a USTC graduate, Chen Fan was startled and quickly asked for the senior's name. Su Lai. Upon hearing the name, Chen Fan began to ponder in his mind. Moments later, his jaw dropped slightly, his face lighting up with excitement. Senior Su, you're the dean of the Capital Research Base. The unexpected revelation electrified Chen Fan. The warm, approachable Su Lai before him bore no resemblance to his imagined figure. Yet the scholarly aura radiating from him was something people like them could never possess. That is the sedimentation of knowledge, the accumulation of learning. Chen Fan turned to look at Jiang Chen. This young man is surrounded by such heavyweights. It's hard to believe he's just a college student about to graduate. Speaking of which, little Jiang, I heard your company primarily manufactures racing car parts, right? Su Lai didn't forget the main business at hand as he turned to address Jiang Chen. Yes, Senior Su, like the ones for ghost racing? Su Lai spoke while staring intently into Jiang Chen's eyes. No, just regular race cars. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. Why did everyone keep asking him to mass-produce ghost racer cars? The materials required for those weren't comparable to ordinary race cars. He knew Qinghan had money, But mass-producing ghost racer cars? Even with a national research base like the one behind him, it might be too much to handle. That's good. Sulai exhaled deeply, the knot in his chest dissolving. Young Jiang knew how to protect himself after all. Technology like the ghost racer, if leaked onto the market, would likely throw the Dragon Nation into chaos. What if other nations acquired it through illicit channels, and smuggled these technologies abroad? The threat to Dragon Nation would be immense. Better safe than sorry. Xiao Jiang, has Suhi been in touch with you lately? Sulai spoke in a disjointed manner, suddenly bringing up Suhi. Not at all. I haven't been following her movements lately. Sulai's head buzzed at the news, his blood surging wildly. She claims she's practicing with the ghost racer, but really she's racing all over the place. I'm genuinely worried something might happen to her. Jiang Chen merely smiled at this. Suhi had always pursued racing as her life's goal, a path that clashed with Su Senior's wishes. This had led to countless arguments between father and daughter. Things have been hectic lately. Suhi just recovered from her infection, so she's bound to want to race a few rounds to blow off steam. As for your worries, Su Senior, the safety standards for ghost racing are exceptionally high. Jiang Chen tried to reassure Sulai, but the look on Sulai's face told him this matter wasn't so simple. I wouldn't mind her competing domestically, but she frequently races abroad too. I'm worried. Hearing that Suhi drove the ghost racing car to compete abroad, it was obvious she must have used spatial teleportation technology. If other countries discovered this, it would be a lie to say they wouldn't be exposed. Senior Su, rest assured, I'll have a thorough discussion with Suhi. Leave it to you. Xiao Jiang, 83, the ghost squad assembles. After seeing off Sulai, inside, Qinghan and Qin Feng had nearly finalized their plans. The two emerged from the inner chambers. Their faces radiated excitement. Qin Feng buzzing with energy. Jiang Chen was intrigued. This was the first time he'd seen Qin Feng like this since their conversation. Unable to contain his curiosity, Jiang Chen casually asked, "What's gotten into you, buddy?" Qin Feng beamed, gesturing toward the abandoned factory behind them. "This is going to be our base. I just discussed things with Qinghan, she's got some real insight. Her market analysis and business concepts are worth learning from. So, grow bigger and stronger. Achieve new glory." Jiang Chen, I firmly believe that in the future, the largest racing company in the capital will definitely be ours. Anything related to racing, it all belongs to our company. Seeing his determination, Jiang Chen didn't press further, though he couldn't help but wonder what Qinghan had said to Qin Feng to make him so confident. Immediately after, Qinghan emerged with a distant look, informing us she needed to handle the company's renovation arrangements and the remaining licensing procedures before departing alone. Qin Feng waved goodbye, then grabbed Chen Fan's arm, ready to recruit more talent. With Chen Fan, the tech university's top talent, by his side, Qin Feng felt much more confident in his recruitment efforts. Jiang Chen believed they would attract more like-minded individuals from the university. As they were leaving, Qin Feng turned to Jiang Chen and said, "Buddy, I've got a task for you." "What is it?" "First, build a race car to make a statement. Once Qinghan returns, the company will officially launch." Jiang Chen simply replied, "Okay." Building a race car was no big deal for him. While the materials for the ghost racing car were overly complex, crafting a knockoff version would be a breeze. And even a knockoff would outperform most supercars on the market. It would be more than enough to launch the company's first major project. In his spare time, Jiang Chen dialed Suhi's number. After a few rings, a familiar soft female voice answered. "Jiang Chen? Why did you suddenly think of me? Qinghan and I are about to launch our company. I'd like you to come back for the ribbon-cutting ceremony on opening day." Jiang Chen didn't jump straight to the point as Su Senior had suggested, but instead shared the good news with Suhi first. Hearing this, the voice on the other end brimmed with delight. As if she herself had started the company, she assured him she'd be there without fail. "How's the race car running lately? Did Dad tell you?" Sure enough, the topic was a bit sensitive. Getting more and more comfortable with it. "Jiang Chen, I've already won several championships. Those foreign judges are stunned, they've never seen a race car like this before." Sui's voice over the phone was as light as a bell, and Jiang Chen could sense her joy. "Well, that's good. Just make sure no officials give you any trouble." At this point, there was a noticeable pause on the other end. "Actually, there have been some issues. I'm planning to head back soon, I feel like I'm being watched." Sure enough, once the ghost racing car appeared overseas, it inevitably drew attention. What kind of people? Not sure, but one thing's certain, they're not ordinary people. Could be some kind of organization within a country? Maybe. Suhi's voice grew quieter, as if he knew he'd done something wrong. "Alright, then hurry back. We'll face whatever comes together." Suhi replied before hurriedly hanging up. Jiang Chen had no idea what was happening on the other end. From the brief pause earlier, I'd heard a faint clatter, as if something was pounding against the ghost racing car. Regarding the safety of the ghost racing car, Jiang Chen felt reassured. As long as Suhi remained inside the ghost racing car, she wouldn't be harmed. He trusted she wouldn't leave. Meanwhile, just as Jiang Chen was about to head back to figure out how to build a knockoff ghost racing car, Su Lai's call rang in. Xiao Jiang, hurry to the research base immediately. I've already summoned Ling Xiaoxweek and the others, we're just waiting for you. Senior Su's tone was urgent, and Jiang Chen suspected something serious had happened. He hailed a cab. He headed straight for the research base. Inside the research base, unusually, Su Lai had gathered everyone in a sealed research room. A video of unknown origin played on the screen. It was clear the footage depicted a location abroad. The conspicuous Union Jack flag and exotic style were unmistakable. That little brat Su He. I told her not to mess around, and she still caused trouble. Su Lai slammed his fist on the table, making a loud thud. Everyone present wore solemn expressions. Uncle Su, please calm down. What happened? Su Lai fast-forwarded the video and roughly explained the situation to Jiang Chen and the others. The ghost racing car had become too conspicuous overseas and had already caught the attention of the British authorities. It seemed these bastards had been waiting for this moment. Ever since little Jiang demanded materials from above the White House, they'd been monitoring every move and issued nationwide warrants. The moment they spotted similar technology, they immediately reported it to their superiors, because they wanted to lure out a mysterious organization called the Illuminati. In the footage, numerous armored vehicles blocked Sui's path, their weapon barrels trained on the ghost racing car. They even fired warning shots, demanding Suhi exit the vehicle immediately. Uncle Su, hurry! Have Suhi activate the spatial jump and return to Dragon Nation. Impossible. The video is already spreading like wildfire online. To eliminate all traces, we must teach them a lesson or intimidate them. Have Suhi shake them off first. Young Master Ling, provide air support with the Ghost Spirit aircraft. Shueka, use anti-mechanical missiles to hold them off. Xiao Jiang, could you pull off another disruption at the White House? Su Lai methodically laid out the tactical plan. Foreign media were brazenly exploiting footage from the Dragon Nation's military parade, comparing it to Jiang Chen's Ghost series weaponry. They could probably guess these weapons originated from Dragon Nation. To avoid unnecessary trouble, a lesson must be taught. Near the west coast of the Eagle Nation, inside the Ghost Racer, Suhi watched the annoying soldiers and armored vehicles outside the window, muttering under her breath, wasting bullets. Can't you just let me finish the race? Sirens wailed incessantly. The crowd around them grew larger and larger. Just as Suhi was about to use spatial leap to escape, a group chat call rang out inside the Ghost Racer. Hey, everyone? Hey, Suhi, causing trouble abroad without bringing us along? Cut the crap, I'm already surrounded. Don't worry, we've got your back. Now, activate sport mode. Shueka will clear a path for you. Suhi, send me your coordinates. What about Jiang Chen? Coming right up. Hercules is at home, I need to swing by first. Hearing these familiar voices, Suhi felt a surge of emotion. The Demon Squad was reunited once more. 84. Analysis by the Eagle Nation researcher. Unidentified vehicle ahead. This is the Eagle Nation West Coast Police Department. Eagle Nation Joint Task Force. Eagle Nation Special Weapons Squad. Exit the vehicle immediately for questioning. Outside the vehicle, a soldier wearing a commander's cap shouted through a megaphone. His other hand gripped his weapon tightly. His expression was stern as he stared intently at the ghost racing car before him. The vehicle's unresponsive stance began to anger the officer. He lowered the megaphone and turned to consult with the soldiers behind him. Are the high-explosive armor-piercing rounds ready? Sir, we just fired heat rounds. This thing is too tough, it's definitely alien tech. Not just some ordinary race car. Asterisk. Can't even break the car windows? Sir, it didn't even puncture the tires, let alone the windshield. The soldier scratched his head awkwardly. Facing this black racing car, only missiles could blow it apart. But with civilians all around, using such weapons was out of the question. Regardless, we absolutely cannot let it escape this time. Tell the Armed Special Forces squad to bring the anti-tank guns over. And while you're at it, get more fighter jets. Notify the West Coast Police Department, evacuate the surrounding civilians immediately. Clear the area within half an hour. Everyone, remain on standby at all times. The commander issued his orders, and the soldiers nodded in succession. But soon, his expression turned as if he'd seen a ghost. What the hell? Sir, look at the sky. Following the soldier's gaze, the commander looked up, his pupils instantly shrinking to pinpricks. A massive shell hurtled toward them through the azure sky. Run! The commander shouted desperately, but it was already too late. To everyone's surprise, when the missile struck the ground, it didn't erupt in sparks but instead unleashed an invisible shockwave that radiated outward. Its range was immense. What's going on? A dud? Sir, we're in trouble. All our vehicles are malfunctioning, and our weapons won't fire. Electromagnetic missile? Amidst the commander's astonishment, Soo-hee seized the moment. She spotted a gap, a breach in the police cordon evacuating civilians. As she slammed the accelerator to the floor, the demonic race car roared to life with a thunderous hum. I'm waiting for backup. What are you waiting for? With a casual remark, Soo-hee shot forward like a laser. In that instant, everyone froze. Light speed. The surrounding crowd couldn't even process what had happened. As if the race car had vanished into thin air. Some who hadn't blinked saw it clearly, just a puff of smoke. A black shadow darting away in an instant. In the distance, only the dreamlike taillights remained visible. Quick, troops, get the planes chasing it now. All ground vehicles had malfunctioned, but fortunately, the fighter jets in the sky remained unaffected. No time for astonishment, the commander's duty was to ensure Soo-hee didn't escape. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They had to capture this thing alive and hand it over to the state. The fighter jets, receiving the order, quickly pinpointed her location via satellite tracking, but within mere seconds, they were stunned to discover Soo-hee had already vanished 100 miles away. What the hell kind of speed was that? Over 300 kilometers per hour. Is this even a car anymore? Black-red flames erupted from the fighter jet's exhaust nozzles. The pilots nearly ripped the control sticks from their hands, yet their position remained level with Soo-hee's. Eagle Nation military base. Scientists, military strategists, and even high-ranking Eagle Nation officials had gathered here long ago. They stared at the satellite positioning images and footage. Their brains were about to overheat. Even the most authoritative scientist couldn't help but sigh. From the satellite imagery, it clearly resembled a race car, yet its behavior bore no resemblance to that of a race car whatsoever. It wouldn't be surprising to call it a spaceship. How could anyone possibly compete with such technology? One on Blue Star, one in the atmosphere. Who would have thought that after all these years, we'd encounter something that poses such a challenge to the Illuminati? Felix, can you provide a preliminary analysis? Called upon by the commander. Phil's expression darkened. Summoning his courage, he rose and began analyzing the data based on current knowledge. Such speed must be driven by immense power. In my understanding, the only feasible source is nuclear fusion. But that's impossible. There's no way the thing could fit inside that less than 2-meter-long race car. As for its material, even high-explosive armor-piercing rounds are useless. I believe its hardness surpasses any material found on Blue Star. Or perhaps it's forged by fusing the 10 hardest materials on Blue Star, only then could it be possible. Felix spoke with palpable uncertainty. These are all his own assumptions. Is that really the case? No one knows for sure. Take nuclear fusion. For instance, installing it on a race car is a pipe dream. They had researched nuclear fusion before, but just the area required to assemble a prototype was several square meters. How could it possibly fit on a race car? Then there's the materials. The explosive penetrator round is a masterpiece the British are proud of. They could easily penetrate any armored vehicle or tank currently existing on Blue Star. Yet against this race car, they couldn't even puncture a tire. Such materials could only be achieved by fusing the hardest known substances on Blue Star. The UK had achieved fusion of 4 materials, far surpassing other nations. Yet even they were dented by the explosive armor-piercing shell. This race car. Listening to Phil's analysis, everyone fell silent. Felix is a seasoned researcher and military strategist for the Eagle Nation. Having made numerous outstanding contributions to the Eagle Nation, his words carried the most authority among them. If even he couldn't explain it clearly or express certainty, the others remained silent too, able only to nod in agreement. What do we do now? Just let him get away like this? The commander's face was flushed with anger, veins bulging on his forehead. His eyes were bloodshot. His face was flushed crimson. Dragon Nation! Dragon Nation! What on earth have they done to achieve such advanced technology? This humiliation is unbearable. They've repeatedly come to our Eagle Nation looking for trouble. The commander was filled with anguish. While the assembled crowd remained silent, the power they displayed was overwhelming. And this was only one of them. They had discovered 4 so far. Aircraft, tanks, race cars, and something resembling a hybrid tractor bulldozer. Sir, should we try tracking the mechanical missile? Felix stammered. After all, that thing is essentially a race car, all mechanical. If we can't destroy it, let's disable it. Then we can capture it. The commander nodded. At this point, it was the only option left. He immediately issued the order. Inside the fighter jet, the soldiers heard the plan and their faces fell. How the hell are we supposed to do that from hundreds of miles away?